The heavy machinery factory Heavy Industries Titan owned by Jimu Yuan is on the brink of closure. Witness how he employs the cutting-edge technology of the National Craftsman System to guide it towards greatness. An aircraft, once rusty and dilapidated, transforms into a state-of-the-art stealth fighter. Why does the underdog prevail? Because Jimu Yuan is both a craftsman and a creator. Fighter jets, bombers, transport planes, passenger aircraft. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. Chapter 1. The National Craftsman System is activating. At the Heavy Industries Titan factory, a dark green military off-road vehicle comes to a halt on the concrete ground. The door swings open, and a pair of polished black military boots touches the ground. The owner of the boots, Li Ran, clad in crisp military attire and bearing the rank of major, gazes at the factory, which is on the verge of abandonment, her brow slightly furrowed. 2 years ago, this place was the pride of the Long Kingdom's heavy industry. With a sigh, Li Ran pushes open the massive iron gate. The creaking sound echoes in the empty factory. Inside, the dimly lit space reveals a figure crouching on the ground, sparks flying from the welding gun in his hand. The arc of the welding light illuminates his grease-streaked face. The sound of Li Ran's footsteps is especially clear in the silence. The figure pauses, remaining engrossed in his thoughts without lifting his head. Jimu Yuan. Li Ran's voice is bright and clear, a stark contrast to the desolation surrounding them. The man slowly raises his head, removing his goggles. He is indeed the current owner of the factory, Jimu Yuan. What a rare visitor, Major Li. His voice is somewhat hoarse, tinged with self-mockery. What brings you to this dilapidated place? Li Ran ignores his sarcastic tone and strides directly to him. I have a job for you. Jimu Yuan snorts, fiddling with the parts in his hands. Not interested. This factory is preparing to file for bankruptcy next month. Why take on any work? His tone is dismissive, as if discussing a matter that bears no relation to him. The sudden car accident 2 years ago took away his father and his will to live. If it weren't for Li Ran's words, I will give you 2 years, he might have abandoned this mess long ago. Yet, 2 years have passed, and he remains in this lifeless state. Li Ran tosses a blueprint onto the toolbox beside him. Just take a look. Jimu Yuan barely lifts his eyelids. I said I'm not taking it. It's a substantial amount of money. Li Ran's 3 simple words cause Jimu Yuan to freeze momentarily. He falls silent for a few seconds, ultimately picking up the rolled-up blueprint. Money. It is precisely what he lacks. Workers' wages, factory debts, bank loans. Each burden weighs heavily upon him. As he slowly unfurls the blueprint, his pupils constrict. It is a design for a future concept fighter jet, with lines so fluid they exude a sense of science fiction. The entire aircraft is painted a deep black, featuring a sleek diamond-shaped nose and enormous wings that seem capable of tearing through the sky. Isn't it beautiful? Li Ran's tone is filled with pride. Jimu Yuan does not respond. Having grown up in a factory, he understands better than anyone the beauty of such metallic creations. Is this a model? He finally inquires. Yes, a model intended for the airborne exhibition. It must be constructed within a week. A week? Li Ran, have you lost your mind during your time in the military? Do you have any idea how long it takes to build something like this? Not to mention a month. It's impossible. He rolls the blueprint back up and tosses it onto the toolbox. I can't do this. Find someone else. This is not merely a matter of money. Li Ran seems to have anticipated his reaction. Remaining calm and unruffled, she simply states, follow me. She turns and walks deeper into the factory. Although Jimu Yuan has worked in this factory for some time, Li Ran is more familiar with it. After a moment of hesitation, he follows her. At the farthest end of the factory lies a larger, main assembly workshop. A massive rainproof tarp covers something, resembling a silent beast. Li Ran approaches, grabbing an edge of the tarp and forcefully pulling it down. The tarp falls away, revealing the remnants of a fighter jet. The fuselage is riddled with holes, one wing is broken, and the cockpit glass is completely shattered, appearing as if it has just been dragged from a scrapyard. This is salvaged from the sea. Jimu Yuan steps closer. Yes, an antique that has been retired for decades. Li Ran replies. The leadership intends for it to be transformed into the concept aircraft depicted in the blueprint. Jimu Yuan can hardly believe his ears. What? This pile of scrap metal? He gestures towards the wreckage. Transform it into that. He points to the blueprint in his hand. Li Ran, are you joking? This is even harder than building a new one from scratch. I understand it's difficult, which is why I came to you. In the entire Long Kingdom, aside from your father, you are the only one capable of doing this. At the mention of his father, Jimu Yuan's expression dims. He falls silent. Indeed, if his father were here, it might truly be possible. But he is not his father. I can't do it. He turns to leave. This renovation has received substantial funding from above. Jimu Yuan halts in his tracks. All materials will be supplied by the military. His back remains turned, unmoving. Upon completion, in addition to the base cost, there will be a technical reward. Li Ran's voice reaches him, directed at his back. 1 million. A slight smile appears at the corners of Li Ran's mouth. If the airborne exhibition goes well and receives a positive response, it could rise to 2 million. Ji Mu Yuan abruptly spins around. For the first time, a dazzling light ignites in his eyes. 2 million? Li Xingran nods affirmatively. Deal. Ji Mu Yuan nearly shouts. No matter the circumstances, everything pales in comparison to 2 million. With that money, the factory can survive. I knew it. She hands Ji Mu Yuan the blueprint and a materials list. The materials will arrive in half an hour. You have only 1 week. 1 week it is. Ji Mu Yuan clenches the blueprint tightly in his hands. Li Xingran turns and exits the factory. In the vast workshop, Ji Mu Yuan is left alone. He gazes at the scrap metal before him, then at the concept drawing in his hands, the exhilaration he felt moments ago slowly dissipating. He cannot help but curse under his breath. How on earth am I supposed to modify this? In 1 week, he must transform this heap of junk into a sci-fi fighter jet. It is a task that seems only a divine being could accomplish. Frustrated, he runs his fingers through his hair and plops down onto the ground. Had he truly been blinded by the prospect of money? Just as despair begins to engulf him, a cold, mechanical voice unexpectedly resonates in his mind. Detection of host facing the National Treasure Restoration Dilemma. Conditions for system activation met. National Craftsman System is activating. Activation successful. Ji Mu Yuan jolts to his feet, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Who is speaking? In the vast emptiness of the factory, only his own echo remained. Had he imagined it? Chapter 2. The suitable candidate has been found. The voice echoed once more. The novice gift package has been distributed. Please check, host. Ji Mu Yuan confirmed that the voice was emanating from within his own mind. He was neither mad nor delusional. He had merely encountered the fabled stroke of fortune. The novice gift package, complete manufacturing blueprints and detailed processes for the Yulong conceptual fighter jet. As the words faded, a torrent of vast information surged into Ji Mu Yuan's consciousness. Countless intricate three-dimensional models, a plethora of densely packed data parameters, and exquisitely refined processes. All this knowledge seemed to belong to him by birthright, indelibly etched in the depths of his memory. Before him lay the complete form of the fighter jet depicted in the conceptual blueprints. No, it was even more magnificent and awe-inspiring than the schematics suggested. Ji Mu Yuan stood there, rooted in place, taking a full minute to process this sudden transformation. He glanced once more at the heap of rusted scrap metal before him. In that moment, it was no longer a pile of irretrievable refuse, but rather a raw gemstone awaiting meticulous crafting. Every component, every structure, how to dismantle and reassemble them, formed an extraordinarily clear blueprint in his mind. The name of this conceptual aircraft was Yulong. Ji Mu Yuan discarded the blueprint in his hand. It had become irrelevant to him. The despondency in his eyes evaporated, replaced by a long-lost fervor. He strode purposefully towards the main control console in the corner of the workshop. Snap! He extended his hand and decisively pressed the red start button. The massive gantry crane, having been silent for 2 years, emitted a deep rumble. The enormous arm began to move slowly, its steel claws extending towards the remnants of the fighter jet lying on the ground, awaiting rebirth. Ji Mu Yuan lifted his head, a confident smile gracing his lips. 1 week. That would suffice. The military off-road vehicle carrying Li Xingran came to a steady stop in front of the Technical Development Department building. In the distance, the roar of jet engines shattered the silence. She adjusted her crisp military uniform and pushed open the door to Commissioner Su's office. Inside, Commissioner Su was huddled with Chief Engineer Wang over a massive blueprint, an unfinished model of a fighter jet resting on the corner of the table. The upcoming air show next week is bearing down on us, Commissioner Su remarked, extinguishing his cigarette, fatigue evident in his voice. Are we really taking this model? It's supposedly to intimidate the Americans, but it seems more like we're the ones trying to scare ourselves, Wang responded, adjusting his reading glasses. We have no choice. Our own designs are still incomplete. I heard that General Shi will be coming personally this time, which adds even more pressure. Commissioner Su sighed, his gaze drifting to the door. Xingran is back. His furrowed brow relaxed somewhat upon her arrival. Wang also looked up, scrutinizing Li Xingran with a hint of skepticism. Have you made any progress on the modification task? He inquired, doubt lacing his tone. Wang understood the task's difficulty all too well. Transforming a heap of scrap into a flying prototype was no mere modification. It was a myth. Li Xingran stood straighter. Report to the Commissioner and Engineer Wang. I have found a suitable candidate. Oh, Wang raised his eyebrows, adjusting his glasses. You found someone? So soon? Who is this expert? I haven't heard of anyone with such capability, he continued. The image of Ji Mu Yuan's oil-stained face flashed in Li Xingran's mind, and a smile curled at the corners of her lips. An exceptionally talented craftsman. Craftsman? Wang's tone instantly rose. Commissioner Su was taken aback as well. Exchanging glances with Wang, they both saw the deep-seated doubt reflected in each other's eyes. Was the future of the Chinese Air Force really to be entrusted to an obscure craftsman? It sounded more absurd than a fairy tale. Yet, Li Xingran's unwavering demeanor quelled their forthcoming queries. After all, She was the acknowledged ace of the technical development department, and her judgments had never faltered in the past. Wang seemed to recall something and shifted his tone to a deliberately lower pitch. Speaking of which, General Shi's visit this time is likely not merely for leisure. Our 8th-generation aircraft project has hit a bottleneck in aerodynamic layout, he continued, a hint of fatigue in his voice. None of the core team's proposals have met the military commission's expected outcomes. General Shi must be losing sleep over this. Commissioner Su's expression hardened, his gaze scanning the office's windows and doors. Old Wang, this is highly confidential. Maintain discretion. Wang lowered his voice to a near whisper. I understand. I'm just bringing it up here. I've heard that the official code name for the 8th-generation aircraft seems to have been decided. His voice paused, as if the weight of those two words bore immense significance. It's called Yulong. Shu. This information absolutely cannot leak. It must remain confidential. Yulong. Li Xingran listened intently, her heart racing. It was not merely a code name. It represented the pinnacle of Chinese aviation, the dream pursued tirelessly by countless aviation enthusiasts throughout their lives. She yearned for the day she could personally touch the scales of the future they represented. At that moment, a sharp, urgent buzzing shattered the office's tranquility. The sound emanated from the encrypted communicator at Li Xingran's waist. She glanced at the caller ID. The Material Management Office. A slight unease settled in her heart. Personnel from the Material Office seldom used this encrypted line to contact her directly. She stepped into the corner of the office and answered the call. Hello, this is Li Xingran. On the other end, a panicked, trembling voice responded, Li. Major Li, there's a serious problem. Li Xingran furrowed her brow, maintaining her composure. Don't panic, speak slowly. What happened? Your special access card was used at the Central Materials warehouse. Li Xingran felt a jolt in her chest. That card had been given to Ji Muyuan to facilitate his procurement of basic materials, with a prepaid limit of 1 million. Could it be he had exhausted the entire million? What did he acquire? She pressed, suppressing her rising frustration. The voice on the other end took a deep breath and shouted, the list is too long. I can't possibly read it all. It's all top-grade aviation materials. There are 5 tons of T-800 level carbon fiber composite materials, and titanium alloys that can withstand temperatures of up to 1800 degrees Celsius, also measured in tons. Additionally, there's even a batch of rare metal powder for 8th-generation stealth coating testing. The total value, from our preliminary estimation, exceeds 12 million. Li Xingran felt as if a bomb had detonated in her mind, leaving a void. 12 million? What on earth was that rascal planning? Was he manufacturing gold bars? She had only given him 1 million in advance. Where had this excess money come from? Commissioner Su and Wang noticed her distress and looked over with concern. Xingran, what's the matter? Li Xingran's grip tightened around the communicator. Each syllable of the name escaped her lips slowly and deliberately. Ji Mu Yuan. Chapter 3 12 million. The name Ji Mu Yuan echoed in her mind, as if dragged from an icy cellar and ground between her teeth. Li Xingran's hand trembled, veins protruding on her knuckles as she gripped the communicator. Su Commissar and Engineer Wang exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. For Li Xingran to lose her composure to such an extent, the matter was undoubtedly severe. Xingran, what has happened? Su Commissar's voice was gentle. Taking a deep breath, Li Xingran activated the speakerphone, tossing the device onto the table. The voice from the other end continued reporting, the total value exceeds 12 million. Commissar Su, Engineer Wang, what shall we do? We have already exceeded the credit limit by 11 million. We simply cannot approve this. Silence enveloped the office. 12 million worth of top-tier aviation materials? This could nearly equip a small aerial squadron. Who exactly is Ji Mu Yuan? What is his intention? Absurd. Su Commissar slammed the table. This is sheer madness. However, Engineer Wang displayed a markedly different expression. Instead of anger, he leaned closer to the communicator. Did you just say there are T-800 level carbon fibers on the list? And titanium alloys that can withstand temperatures up to 1800 degrees Celsius? Even rare metal powders used in the 8th-generation aircraft? The caller on the other end hesitated before responding. Yes, Engineer Wang. The quantities are substantial, all measured in tons. Upon hearing this, a vibrant excitement illuminated Engineer Wang's face. Approve it. Grant him the approval. Li Xingran and Su Commissar were momentarily taken aback. Their confusion palpable. Engineer Wang, what are you saying? That's 12 million. Even if he were to build a model, he wouldn't need such an exorbitant amount. A model? Wang chuckled. Xingran, you are still too young. Do you think constructing a model of the 8th-generation aircraft is akin to a child's toy? For a project of this magnitude, any scaled model must be crafted from materials identical to those of the prototype. Only then can precise wind tunnel testing, center of gravity calibration, and radar cross-section analysis be conducted. The materials he requires for a 1-to-1 full-scale model may not even suffice. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. This Ji Mu Yuan is quite intriguing. He is not being reckless. He is engaged in serious business. With that, he snatched the communicator from the table. Hello, is this the materials office? I am Wang Shunyi, Yes, the chief engineer, Old Wang. I have personally approved the materials requested by Major Lee. You need not concern yourselves with the limit. Charge it to the research funds for the 8th generation aircraft project. Expedite the shipment to the designated location immediately. This is an S-level priority task, do you understand? After his commanding declaration, he hung up decisively. Li Xingran felt her worldview being reconstructed within mere minutes. So, that rascal is not squandering resources. He truly is building a model of the Dragon. But how does he know the codename Dragon? And from where did he acquire the blueprints? Countless questions flooded her mind. Clenching her fists, she turned and dashed out of the office. She must find Ji Mu Yuan immediately to seek clarification. In a secluded corner of the base, Li Xingran dialed the number. The call was answered almost instantly, the clarity of Ji Mu Yuan's voice resonating through the receiver. Hello, Xingran. Have you expedited the materials? I'm ready to commence work here. His nonchalant tone ignited her fury once more. Ji Mu Yuan, she shouted, enunciating each word. You better provide me with an explanation. 12 million. Why don't you just rob a bank? Taken aback by her outburst, Ji Mu Yuan fell silent for a moment. Why shout? It's just 12 million. Is it really that serious? I've only requisitioned the materials listed on the blueprints. Not a single screw more. Li Xingran was so infuriated that she almost laughed. Blueprints? What you sent me was hardly a blueprint. It was merely a few concept sketches. She recalled receiving a file from Ji Mu Yuan previously, which she had carelessly discarded. Concept sketches? Ji Mu Yuan's voice carried a hint of displeasure. That is the comprehensive concept design for the Dragon Eye model. You must open it right now? Skeptical yet compelled, Li Xingran activated her encrypted tablet. She retrieved the file she had deleted, titled A Gift for Xingran. After restoring it, she opened it. In the next instant, her breath hitched. On the screen, an incredibly intricate and futuristic three-dimensional schematic of a fighter jet unfurled before her. The smooth contours of the fuselage, the cutting-edge aerodynamic layout, and the vector nozzles that seemed capable of tearing through the sky showcased details that surpassed anything she had encountered thus far. It was even more advanced than the concept represented by the codename Dragon that she had just heard. In the lower right corner of the blueprint was the title. Project name, Dragon Series Stealth Fighter. Designer, Ji Mu Yuan. Li Xingran's mind went blank. She stared at the screen, her fingers unconsciously scrolling, zooming in and out. She observed the dense array of part numbers and detailed material specifications, along with stress analysis and aerodynamic simulation data. This was no mere concept sketch. It was a complete industrial design blueprint. Do you see it? Ji Mu Yuan's voice pulled her back from her astonishment. Every material on the list corresponds to a component in the blueprints. I am not a frivolous spender. So, could our dear Major Lee kindly expedite the materials office once more? Time is of the essence, and I am eagerly awaiting to showcase it at this year's air show. To surprise the world, Li Xingran opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. Gazing at the blueprint, she found herself at a loss for any further accusations. Her anger, confusion, and shock transformed into an indescribable complexity of emotions. She hung up the phone, her fingers trembling. The boy who had trailed after her, playing in the mud and dismantling radios. Who on earth is he? That evening, a convoy of military green heavy transport trucks, adorned with military plates, slowly departed from the side gate of the Air Force Base, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Inside the lead vehicle, Director One of the materials office was soaked in sweat, his shirt clinging to his back. He continuously wiped his forehead with a handkerchief, his gaze darting towards the window. Xiao Jiang, drive steadily. We are transporting precious cargo. The driver, Xiao Jiang, wore a serious expression, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Director, rest assured. But where exactly are we headed? I checked the navigation, and it seems we are approaching an old industrial area, not a site for major projects. Clearing his throat, Director One lowered his voice, adopting an air of mystery. What do you understand? This is a grand endeavor hidden in plain sight. Consider this. For Engineer Wang to personally issue orders to utilize the Dragon Project as research funds, this must be no ordinary task. It is undoubtedly an S level, the highest classification of secret mission. Today, we are witnesses to history. Xiao Jiang was left dumbfounded, even his foot on the accelerator growing cautious. The convoy jostled along the road, finally coming to a halt in front of a factory gate. The iron sign hanging above bore 4 rusted characters. Barely legible in the setting sun, Heavy Industry Giant. With a thunderous roar, the last heavy truck came to a halt, causing a tremendous tremor that made the weathered iron sign tremble precariously. With a clatter, it fell to the ground, prompting a startled reaction from Director One. Is this truly the site for the secret mission? It resembles a dilapidated scrap yard on the verge of closure. Just as his mind was clouded with doubt, the factory's iron gate creaked open from within. A young man in a white t-shirt and jeans emerged. Noticing the fallen sign, he bent down to pick it up, casually leaning it against the doorpost. He then lifted his gaze to meet Director One's eyes. It was Ji Mu Yuan. Director One hastily leaped from the vehicle and jogged up to Ji Mu Yuan, offering a somewhat awkward military salute. You must be Mr. Ji? I am one from the materials division. Ji Mu Yuan waved his hand, interrupting him. His gaze swept past Director Wen, taking in the seemingly endless fleet of steel vehicles behind him. A confident smile crept onto his lips. As long as everything has arrived, that is sufficient. This year's airshow will send tremors throughout the entire world. Chapter 4. You call this a model? Director Wen felt a dryness in his throat. He followed Ji Mu Yuan cautiously, each step taken as though traversing a fragile national treasure rather than a concrete floor. The interior of the factory was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Beneath the exaggeratedly high dome, there was no sign of cobwebs or dust. Instead, it was unnaturally pristine. Dozens of automated machines stood in silent readiness, their mechanical arms gleaming with a stern metallic luster, embodying industrial elegance. Suddenly, the nearest machine whirred to life, its arm precisely cutting and welding a dark gray metal plate. Sparks flew, yet they were contained within an invisible energy shield. Instinctively, Director Wen took a half step back. He recognized that material. It was the most expensive item on the list for the Yulong project, codenamed Xianlin. A type of special composite armor. A small piece was worth a whole house. Yet here, it was being treated like an ordinary steel plate, casually processed. His gaze swept across the workshop. Fully automated conveyor belts intertwined across the floor and overhead. Several humanoid robots were performing final touches on a massive framework that was beginning to take shape. The framework's lines exuded a sense of science fiction, completely overturning his understanding of existing aircraft. This was far from a mere model. It was, without a doubt, a true national treasure from the future. Director Wen finally comprehended why Engineer Wang placed such importance on this. This was not merely an S-grade secret mission. It was an SSS-grade endeavor. One capable of altering the global landscape. Exiting the factory, Director Wen felt as though he had stepped into another realm. He grabbed the young driver, Xiao Jiang, who was preparing to board the vehicle. Xiao Jiang, he said, enunciating each word carefully, everything you have seen today must remain strictly confidential. Not a single word can escape your lips. If anyone inquires, we are here merely to present a one display model for the Air Force Airshow. Understood? Xiao Jiang nodded vigorously. Understood. Just a model. Finally, Director Wen sighed in relief and settled back into the car. He glanced back at the rusted iron gate, his heart swelling with ambition. Great concealment lies within the city. The following 3 days were the most excruciating 72 hours of Li Xingran's professional life. At the Air Force Base, in the Technical Development Department's office, she stared at the project funding approval system on her computer screen. The next day, a 10 million funding application was approved. Total project expenditure, 50 million. On the third day, another 10 million application was approved. Total project expenditure, 60 million. On the fourth day, when Ji Mu Yuan submitted yet another 10 million application, a glaring red warning box popped up on the screen. Warning, Yulong project funding has reached the approval limit of the approver. 70 million. A full 70 million. As a major, her maximum pre-research funding limit was precisely 70 million. Any excess would trigger an automatic report to the base's political commissar, Commissar Su. At that point, the matter would be impossible to conceal. Her fingers trembled as she dialed that love-hate number. The phone was answered almost instantly. Hello, Xingran. Ji Mu Yuan's voice sounded relaxed, the clanging of metal cutting resonating in the background. Li Xingran's anger flared instantly. Ji Mu Yuan. 70 million. A whole 70 million. What on earth are you doing? You call this a model? Do you realize if this money is discovered, we both face a military tribunal? There was a moment of silence on the other end. The sound of metal cutting ceased. Xingran, don't panic. The materials are just sufficient. Li Xingran nearly laughed with frustration. Just sufficient? Do you understand my authority is maxed out? Rest assured. Ji Mu Yuan interrupted her, his tone shifting to seriousness. We are already in the final assembly stage. There will be no further significant expenses. Trust me. Once again, he uttered those words. Trust me. Li Xingran shut her eyes and hung up the phone. She slumped back in her chair, staring at the ceiling. On the eve of the airshow, the command center at the base was ablaze with light. Chief Engineer Wang frowned as he scrutinized a massive poster on the screen, intended for widespread publicity. At the center of the poster was the initial concept design of the Yulong machine. Although it was quite futuristic, he felt something was missing. Wang Gong. An assistant hurried over, presenting a tablet. Major Li just sent over the actual photos of the Yulong model. Oh, Wang Gong's interest peaked as he took the tablet. A high-definition image loaded. The background appeared to be that dilapidated factory workshop. Yet, all eyes were captivated by the main subject of the photo. It was not a full view of the aircraft, but rather a close-up of the nose. The pitch-black fuselage exhibited a profound matte texture. Its lines were aggressive yet incredibly smooth, harmonizing power with speed. What astonished Wang Gong most was the faintly visible vector nozzle beneath the nose. Its structure and design transcended his existing knowledge. His fingers instinctively zoomed in on the image. Is this truly a model? He exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. This light and shadow, this texture, these details, it's nothing short of a work of art. He abruptly lifted his head. Quick, change the poster. Use this image as the centerpiece. Replace all promotional header images with this one. He picked up the phone and called Li Xingran directly. Xingran, Your childhood friend is a genius. Have him deliver the model to the exhibition area tomorrow morning. No, right now? Immediately. I want to inspect it personally. Place it in the most prominent position. Li Xingran clutched the phone, listening to Wang Gong's praises, yet her heart felt icy. Deliver it? How could they? That fellow had created something that could fill the entire factory. Meanwhile, a black Hongqi sedan with a special license plate was cruising along the dedicated highway to the Air Force Base. In the back seat, an elderly man with graying hair yet a vigorous demeanor was wearing reading glasses, intently examining a document in his hands. The cover bore the bold words, Yulong Project Preliminary Research Report. He was none other than General Shi, revered as the father of China's stealth fighter. He currently serves as the distinguished chief engineer of the Technology Development Department. Beside him sits Comrade Su, the political commissar of the base. Everything is ready for this air show. You can rest assured, Comrade Su speaks with utmost respect. Without lifting his gaze, the chief engineer lightly taps the documents with his finger. Oh, this Yulong project is quite intriguing, he remarks in a voice that carries an undeniable authority. The conceptual drawings produced by Engineer Wang's team are remarkably bold. Comrade Su chuckles. Indeed, they hope to provide new perspectives for the development of our 8th-generation fighter. The chief engineer slowly turns a page, his eyes thoughtful. Let us hope to witness more than mere drawings this time. Chapter 5. What a colossal model it must be. The reception area of the Air Force Base is ablaze with light. The chief engineer stands by the window, holding a cup of now-cold strong tea. His gaze pierces through the glass towards the brightly lit airshow square in the distance, yet his mind is far from it. Instead, it is filled with the design sketches of the Yulong project marked with red crosses, as well as the hushed disputes in the conference room that have repeatedly succumbed to technological bottlenecks. Still troubled by the Yulong project? A gentle voice arises from behind. Comrade Su approaches, carrying a steaming cup of tea, which he hands to him. Old friend, do not burden yourself so heavily. The chief engineer accepts the warm tea. Feeling his taut nerves relax slightly, he sighs. How can I not be troubled? The project has been stagnant for nearly 2 months, and we have yet to find an optimal solution to the coupling of the aerodynamic layout and the flight control system. Every day is a financial drain. His voice betrays his exhaustion. As the founding figure of China's stealth fighter, he has surmounted countless challenges in his lifetime. Yet this time he feels as though he has truly hit a wall constructed of countless cutting-edge technologies, impervious to his efforts. Comrade Su pats his shoulder. I just passed by the parking lot and saw your research team still holding a meeting on the bus. Each of them had their laptops open, and their enthusiasm has not waned in the slightest. A bitter smile crosses the chief engineer's lips. It is precisely because of this that I feel the weight of responsibility even more. These individuals represent the future of our aviation industry. I cannot allow them to squander their time and youth on a project without results. That is why I brought them to this airshow. Comrade Su nods, his gaze also drifting towards the distant square. Indeed, sometimes immersing oneself in hard work is less beneficial than lifting one's head to see the path ahead. One might just stumble upon inspiration. This is one of the very purposes of hosting the airshow. Communication and collision of ideas lead to progress. Relax, and enjoy tomorrow as a little holiday for yourself. The chief engineer nods, but remains silent. Is inspiration truly so easily found? He drains the cup of hot tea, the bitter liquid sliding down his throat, alleviating some of his restlessness. The following morning, a coaster bus glides to a halt in front of the base's office building. The doors swing open, and the chief engineer steps out with a group of young individuals whose eyes are bright with excitement, yet shadowed by fatigue. They form the core research team for the Yulong project. Engineer Wang, you arrived quite early, the chief engineer observes, spotting the base engineer waiting at the entrance. Engineer Wang strides forward, wearing a respectful smile. Chief engineer, Comrade Su asked me to wait for you here, knowing you would be eager to get started early. He hands over a stack of documents. I've prepared the exhibition materials and passes for you and the team. Thank you for your hard work, the chief engineer replies, distributing the documents to the eager young minds behind him. Just then, Comrade Su emerges from the office building, his attention captured by a large promotional poster not far away. The poster's backdrop is ablaze with the colors of a setting sun, showcasing a pitch-black fighter jet bursting through the sky at an audacious angle. Ah, Comrade Su halts, letting out a soft exclamation. He instinctively gazes longer at the image, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him. I feel like I've seen this aircraft before. He murmurs, turning to the chief engineer. Old Shi, look at this poster. Doesn't the aircraft resemble your precious creation in some ways? The chief engineer glances up at the poster and is momentarily taken aback. It does bear some resemblance, he acknowledges, particularly noting the unique contour of the back and the integration of the wings with the fuselage. Yet, he quickly shakes his head. It is merely a semblance. My Yulong cannot achieve such exaggerated form. My design is a compromise and balance within the existing technological framework. While the aircraft in the poster resembles a wild stallion breaking free from all restraints, extravagantly flaunting the designer's boundless imagination, it is far too radical and idealistic. As the two converse, a bright female voice interjects. Comrade Su, chief engineer, Li Xingran has appeared beside them, saluting with precision. The aircraft featured in the poster is the centerpiece of this airshow, the full-scale model codenamed Yulong. Her expression is calm, and her tone official. Yet only she knows the thrill she feels at mentioning the word model. Last night, she received a phone call from Director 1, whose voice, nearly breaking with emotion, is something she will never forget. A model? Comrade Su suddenly understands. Ah, I see, it is a photograph of the model. No wonder it has such an impact. The current model factories are quite impressive. They create pieces that look just like the real thing. He chuckles, attributing his fleeting sense of familiarity to his excessive focus on the Yulong project lately. Xiao Li, your promotional work for this event is commendable, very striking. Thank you for the compliment, Commissar, Li Xingran replies, her lips curling into a slight smile. The chief engineer, however, diverts his attention from the poster. A model, no matter how realistic, is merely a shell. His mind is preoccupied with his own project. He leads his team alongside Comrade Su towards the square. The closer they approach, the more palpable the atmosphere becomes. The air seems to carry the scent of aviation fuel, and the roar of engines reverberates around them. In the square, dozens of aircraft of various types are on display, from agile fighter jets to sturdy transport planes and nimble drones. Each one represents the pride of China's aviation industry. Yet, all eyes are drawn to the colossal object at the very center of the square. It is shrouded in a massive black tarp, obscuring its true form. Yet its astonishing silhouette looms like a small mountain. Beneath the fabric, the sharp edges of the wings, the prominently raised back, and a menacingly upward curving tail are faintly outlined. An intangible sense of pressure emanates from beneath the black covering, as if what lies beneath is not merely an aircraft, but a primordial beast poised to break free from its constraints. Is that the model competing? A young engineer cannot help but swallow hard. Its size is truly exaggerated, isn't it? Look at that J-20 next to it. It seems dwarfed by comparison. What an enormous model it must be. The crowd buzzes with astonishment, their faces reflecting their shock. The chief engineer's steps also instinctively come to a halt, his gaze fixated on the massive black outline. As a top aircraft designer, he can glean a wealth of information from just the silhouette, the seamless integration of wings and fuselage, the vast surface area of the wings. The nearly invisible radar-reflective surface of the aircraft's profile presented an aerodynamic layout that momentarily caused Mr. Sher's pupils to constrict. In his mind, countless discarded plans began to fracture at that moment. An uncontrollable thought emerged. This configuration seemed to resolve the core contradiction of the Yulong project. No, it was impossible. He immediately shook his head, chuckling at his own absurdity. How could he discern so much from a mere model? Surely, the pressure had driven him to hallucinations. He decided to move on and explore other exhibits, suppressing the unease within him as he led his team to the adjacent display area. Li Xingran quietly exhaled in relief, fearing Mr. Sher might uncover the truth. After all, what lay beneath that black cloth was not merely a model, but a creature fashioned by Ji Muyuan, capable of fundamentally altering the global aerial combat landscape. She turned her gaze toward the enormous shadow, pondering Ji Muyuan's intentions in bringing such an object here. Was it meant to astonish everyone, or to instill fear? Chapter 6. The leak is real. As night fell, only the lights in Commissar Su's room remained aglow within the temporary guest house of the Air Force Base. The ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts, yet he showed no sign of cessation. On the table lay a promotional poster, its design strikingly impactful. Beneath a cerulean sky, a sleek, jet-black fighter ascended through the air. This was the model named Yulong. Su's gaze fixated on the smooth, powerful contours of the aircraft. The fleeting glimpse he had caught earlier in the square pierced his heart like a thorn. He opened a drawer and retrieved an encrypted tablet. After a trifold password verification, the screen illuminated, revealing a document labeled as top secret. The title, Yulong, though comprised of merely 2 characters, bore the weight of a mountain. He swiped the screen to display the aircraft's 3-view drawing and carefully placed the tablet beside the promotional poster. To the left lay the design blueprint representing the next generation of aerial combat power for Huagua, while to the right was the so-called model depicted on the poster. Su's breathing grew increasingly labored. The resemblance was uncanny. Both the overall layout and the tail design bore a terrifying similarity. Impossible, he murmured, as if attempting to convince himself. The Yulong project was a state secret, with all participants bound by non-disclosure agreements. Every step was shrouded in nearly obsessive confidentiality. How could it have been leaked? And to be transformed into a promotional model by an obscure designer? Such a notion was preposterous. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence? There were indeed numerous instances in aviation design where different paths led to the same conclusion. Surely, it was just some genius designer coincidentally arriving at the same aerodynamic configuration as Mr. Sher. Yes, that must be it. Su picked up a cup of tea from the table, gulping down a mouthful of cold brew in an attempt to extinguish the fire within. Yet he could not deceive himself. His unease only intensified. The following day, the airshow commenced. The atmosphere was vibrant with bustling voices and fluttering flags. Mr. Sher and his research team arrived early at the venue, and as soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by a throng of aviation enthusiasts. Look, it's Mr. Sure. I saw him in the documentary The Blade of the Nation. The father of stealth fighters. A young man squeezed to the front. Mr. Sure, I'm your fan. Could you discuss the evolution of our nation's stealth fighters? A gentle smile graced Mr. Sure's face. The absurd thought from the previous night had been suppressed. He had transformed back into the all-controlling chief engineer. Our exploration began long ago, he spoke, his voice soft yet imbued with a calming authority. From the initial studies on radar cross-section to breakthroughs in material science and innovations in aerodynamic design, every step had been a culmination of the efforts of countless aviation professionals. The J-20 you see today is our answer, but it is not the end. Rather, it is a new beginning. His few words, devoid of any confidential details, painted a grand narrative of struggle. The eyes of the surrounding enthusiasts sparkled with admiration. Li Xingran stood at the fringes of the crowd, observing Mr. Sure, who was enveloped by admirers, her heart a tumult of emotions. She knew that this tranquility would soon be shattered. Just then, Commissar Su approached with a grim expression, striding purposefully through the throng. His gaze, sharp as a blade, scanned the crowd. Engineer Wang trailed nervously behind him. Commissar, please slow down, Wang implored, but Su ignored him. Advancing directly to a staff member distributing flyers, he snatched a flyer from her hands, which displayed a high-definition rendering of the Yulong fighter, infinitely clearer than the contours on the poster. Every detail was presented flawlessly. If the outline of the poster from the night before had left Su with a glimmer of hope, this image shattered all his self-deception. This was not merely similar. It was identical. He felt his blood run cold, a chill rising from his soles to the crown of his head. It was a leak. A genuine leak. And in such an unfathomable manner, it had been made public. Wang. Su whipped around, his voice barely containing a tempest of fury. Who provided you with this image? Wang trembled, nearly losing his footing. See, Commissar, this is the promotional image for our airshow. I ask you, who gave you the design draft for this image? He grasped Wang's collar, nearly shouting. Wang, terrified, stammered, it was Major Li Xingran. She said a friend of hers, a design genius, helped with it. Li Xingran. The name resonated in Su's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily blank. He slowly released his grip. It was her, the major from the technical development department. A core member of Mr. Sure's team, a young talent he had once held in high regard. Colluding with project insiders to steal state secrets? The thought gnawed at his reason like a venomous serpent. He dared not ponder further. This matter transcended mere leaks. It was treason. Commissar, are you alright? Wang asked anxiously. Su did not respond. He inhaled deeply, the anger and shock in his eyes gradually replaced by a chilling resolve. He needed to regain control of the situation immediately. You. Summon Li Xingran to me at once, he commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Have her wait for me at the temporary command room on the west side of the square. Yes. Wang scurried away. Su straightened his military uniform and steadied his back, his gaze piercing through the throng to lock onto Mr. Sure, who was engaged with the enthusiasts. Now, he had to inform the father of Yulong that their painstakingly guarded top secret had become a mere promotional flyer, accessible to anyone. Chapter 7. This is a leak. Mr. Sure reveled in the enthusiasm of the aviation fans, basking in a fleeting moment of tranquility. This sensation was both precious and ephemeral. Suddenly, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The once vibrant discussions began to dwindle, and the crowd parted as if guided by an unseen hand, creating a path before him. Commissar Su approached. His countenance was so somber that it seemed capable of dripping with water, and the once keen glint in his eyes now harbored an intense storm. The smile on General Sure's face gradually faded. He was acutely aware of his old partner's demeanor. Unless the sky were to fall, Commissioner Su would never exhibit such an expression in public. Old Su, what has transpired? General Sure's voice bore an edge of anxiety. Commissioner Su did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached General Sure and handed over a somewhat crumpled flyer that he had been gripping tightly. His movements were stiff. General Sure received it with a look of perplexity. Just one glance, and his entire demeanor shifted. If Commissioner Su represented the storm, then at that moment, General Sure became the eye of the storm. A realm of eerie calm amidst chaos. The aircraft depicted on the flyer, named Yulong, with its every fluid line, each intricate air intake design, and distinctive tail angle, pierced his pupils like heated steel needles. This was not merely Yulong. It was the top-secret project codenamed Yulong, imbued with the highest hopes. General Sure's lips moved, producing a dry syllable. His hands trembled slightly. Decades of experience, his heart steadfast even in the face of calamity, crumbled in that instant. He abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Commissioner Su. Who did this? Who leaked the blueprints for Yulong? His voice carried a chilling undertone that seemed to freeze the air around them. Commissioner Su closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only an overwhelming weariness and bitterness remained. Engineer Wang said it was Major Li Xingran who provided it. She mentioned that a friend of hers assisted with the design. This friend owns a manufacturing plant. General Sure was momentarily stunned. Li Xingran. He certainly remembered her, a prodigious talent with an almost obsessive pursuit of technical excellence. She was one of his most promising juniors. However, Could a plant owner truly design an aircraft representing the nation's pinnacle of aviation technology? General Shi's mind raced, contemplating countless possibilities, ultimately leading him to a conclusion he found most unacceptable. Investigate. Bring Li Xingran to me. I will question her personally. Meanwhile, Engineer Wang hurriedly sought out Li Xingran. His usually composed face was now drenched in cold sweat, his lips quivering. Majorly. Li Xingran was in the midst of briefing several technicians about the exhibition area when she noticed Wang's distressed expression and paused. Engineer Wang? What happened? Were you chased by a dog? She attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Yet, Wang could not muster a smile. Leaning towards Li Xingran, he whispered urgently. A grave situation has arisen. Come with me at once. Commissioner Su and General Shi are waiting for you in the temporary command room. They said it's about a military tribunal. A military tribunal? Li Xingran's mind momentarily stalled. What have I done to warrant a military tribunal? Have I embezzled something or engaged in corruption? That cannot be. My salary has never exceeded 5 digits. A thought emerged from the recesses of her mind. Could it be because of that foolish son of Deputy Minister Zhang? Not long ago, Deputy Minister Zhang's wife had tried to introduce her to her son, who fancied himself a young talent. Li Xingran had met him once. To put it mildly, aside from his affluent background and decent looks, he exuded a greasy demeanor, implying that as a woman in the technical department, achieving the rank of major was her ceiling, and it would be better for her to marry and raise a family. Li Xingran had doused his face with coffee in response. She later heard that he had cried for several days, and Deputy Minister Zhang had vowed to make her pay. Surely not just for this trivial matter would they resort to a military tribunal? Isn't bureaucratic overreach a bit much? As she followed Engineer Wang towards the temporary command room, her mind was a whirlwind of incredulity, yet a sense of trepidation lingered. After all, it was a matter of civilian versus authority, and as a mere major, she was no match for the upper echelons. Soon, they arrived at the command room. Upon entering, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. General Shi and Commissioner Su sat on either side of a long table, their expressions grimmer than the other. Prominently displayed on the table was the very flyer she was all too familiar with, the Yulong promotional poster. Li Xingran's heart sank. She instantly understood the gravity of the situation. It had nothing to do with that young Master Zhang. The issue lay with the poster. She had certainly erred by not presenting the design drafts to General Shi beforehand. Such a lapse in a disciplined military environment could be of significant consequence. In light of the two prominent figures' demeanor, it seemed she would face severe repercussions. Reporting. Li Xingran stood at attention, saluting with precision and a clear voice. General Shi, Commissioner. I acknowledge my oversight in failing to report the promotional design drafts to both of you in advance. I am willing to accept any disciplinary actions. She resolved to take the initiative in admitting her mistake, hoping for leniency. However, General Shi did not meet her gaze. His eyes were fixated on the promotional poster. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his head, his expression complex enough to make Li Xingran uneasy. Li Xingran, General Shi's voice was hoarse. Tell me, what is the name of the aircraft depicted in this image? Reporting. It is called Yulong. Li Xingran replied succinctly. Yulong. A cold smirk twisted General Shi's lips. Why does it appear to resemble the Yulong we have painstakingly developed? The moment the name Yulong escaped his lips, the air in the command room seemed to be sucked dry. Li Xingran's pupils constricted. She finally grasped the severity of the situation, far beyond her initial assumptions. This was not merely a matter of oversight. It was a breach of confidentiality. No, this cannot be. Her voice began to tremble. General, this image is not a design draft. It's a rendering taken from a physical model by a friend of mine. In a moment of desperation, she recounted Lin Mo's explanation. A physical model? Commissioner Su scoffed. The Yulong project is highly classified. Who besides our core team has access to the physical model? Who exactly is your friend? He is merely a plant owner. Li Xingran's voice dwindled. She too felt her explanation was feeble. He also claimed to have drawn up the complete set of design blueprints based on the model. This statement detonated like a bomb in the small command room. General Shi shot up from his seat, the chair skidding backward with a screech. Blueprints. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he were ready to devour her. Where are the blueprints? In my phone. Li Xingran instinctively produced her device, frightened by his intensity. Hand it over. General Shi seized the phone, his fingers turning pale from the force. He opened the file Li Xingran had provided. The first image, merely the first image, depicted the aircraft's skeletal structure. Each load-bearing node, every connection method, every material designation matched the top-secret design of Yulong to the slightest detail. General Shi's complexion turned ashen. He felt as though the world around him was spinning, his body swaying until he was caught just in time. Old Shi. General Shi waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. He took a deep breath, as though summoning all his strength, and issued a command to the guard at the door. Immediately. Right now? Notify all core members of the research group to convene in meeting room 1. Furthermore, he paused, his gaze shifting to the pallid Li Xingran, disappointment and anguish evident in his eyes. Keep a close watch on her. From this moment forth, we will conduct a thorough investigation into all project participants. I must ascertain who is responsible for the betrayal. Chapter 8. Investigate. It must be pursued to the very end. The atmosphere in meeting room 1 was colder than ice. All core members of the research group had gathered. Each face bore the weight of gravity. They had received an urgent summons regarding a leak, yet the general manager, sure, remained fixated on a mobile phone, silent as the grave. Li Xingran stood in a corner, akin to a criminal, escorted by 2 guards. Her mind was a blank slate. It was over. This time, it was truly over. The accusation of leaking the design schematics of the Yulong was severe enough to imprison her for life. She dared not contemplate the repercussions this incident would have on her family. Old Wang. Finally, the general manager spoke, addressing the head of the power team, Engineer Wang. Retrieve the final design schematics of our Yulong power system. Engineer Wang hesitated briefly, but quickly began operating the console before him. Soon, a 3-dimensional structure chart, brimming with intricate lines and vast data, was projected in the center of the meeting room. General Manager, this is the 07 version. The final draft of the Heart of Yulong, Wang reported. The general manager nodded. He remained silent, connecting Li Xingran's phone to the projection device. In the next moment, another 3-dimensional structure chart appeared beside the Heart of Yulong. 2 charts. One was the top-secret blueprint, the culmination of 5 years of toil by their entire power team, repeatedly revised until it reached its final form. The other originated from a factory owner's hands. An audible gasp filled the room. Identical. From the overall structural layout to the curvature of every turbine blade and the trajectory of the fuel delivery pipes. It was not merely related, it was a perfect replica. Damn it. Engineer Wang was the first to bang his fist on the table, his usually gentle face flushed with anger. Who did this? Who sold our hard work? The other researchers' furious outcry nearly threatened to bring down the roof. Investigate. This parasite must be executed. Li Xingran's complexion had drained of all color. She felt herself plummeting. Yet, the general manager raised his hand once more, silencing the crowd. His expression was peculiar. The anger had faded, replaced by profound confusion and shock. Old Wang. Take another careful look. Sure's voice trembled. Examine the constraint formula for the energy core. Engineer Wang was momentarily taken aback, then focused intently on the most crucial part of both charts. This was the heart of the entire power system, the greatest bottleneck their team currently faced. To stabilize the output of immense energy, they had designed an exceedingly complex magnetic constraint field. The formula was convoluted, akin to an ancient manuscript. Yet, on the other chart, the formula at that position was strikingly simple. So simple, it seemed almost perfect. This is impossible, Engineer Wang exclaimed. As if he had stumbled upon something miraculous, rushing to the holographic projection, he swiftly called up a virtual keyboard and began recalculating that unfamiliar formula. 1 parameter, 2 parameters. When he input the 3rd parameter, he froze. What is it? The general manager inquired urgently. This formula. Engineer Wang's voice quivered, filled with both fervor and disbelief. It resolves all our redundant issues. The thermal dissipation energy conversion rate. My heavens. This is nothing short of a miracle. The meeting room fell silent in an instant. All the researchers began to discuss fervently. How is this possible? Our algorithm is already the optimal solution. No. Look at the introduction of this variable. It's too ingenious. It directly bypasses the singularity. My God, this model is not even a turbofan engine. A researcher suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a structure on the chart they had never encountered before, stammering, look at this energy circuit. It isn't propelling, it's distorting space. This is a curvature propulsion device. The term curvature propulsion device struck like lightning, electrifying everyone present. The entire meeting room fell into a profound silence. Everyone seemed ensnared, staring blankly at the factory owner's chart. It was akin to an apocalyptic revelation from the future. Old Sure, the political commissar, was equally bewildered by this divine revelation. He nudged the general manager's arm. What on earth is happening? The general manager did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on the chart, his chest heaving. After a long pause, he abruptly seized the encrypted phone beside him. Connect me to the Research Institute. Have them ready the highest computational power available. I want to transmit the data immediately. Right now? Initiate comprehensive simulations. The command was issued. The entire meeting room transformed into a high-speed war command center. Data was swiftly packaged, encrypted, and transmitted via a dedicated line to the nation's highest research institute, miles away. As they awaited the results, each second felt like a century. No one spoke. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final judgment. Li Xingran stood in the corner, feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. One moment, it was an investigation into a leak. The next it had morphed into a discussion on science fiction technology. Jimu Yuan, who are you truly? Beep. The communicator buzzed to life. It was the Research Institute's callback. The general manager snatched the communicator, not even waiting for the other party to speak. What is the outcome? A voice on the other end, the director of the Research Institute, shouted, his excitement causing his voice to break. We succeeded. We succeeded. The simulation results are perfect. All data aligns. The power bottleneck that has plagued us for a decade has been completely overcome. Ha! The general manager's laughter was intermingled with tears. He embraced Engineer Wang, leaping with joy like a child. We did it. We did it. The meeting room erupted into a joyous sea of celebration. Researchers embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The pressure that had built up for far too long was finally released in that moment. In 6 months, at most 6 months, our Yulong will soar into the skies. Before the joint military exercises, we will show the world what a true 8th-generation aircraft looks like. No. Engineer Wang shook his head, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he corrected him. General Manager, this is not an 8th-generation aircraft. This is the divine being of Super 8th Generation. Amidst the ecstatic celebrations, only Political Commissar Su, Engineer Wang, and the bewildered Li Xingran in the corner remained perplexed. They could not comprehend the concepts of curvature or singularity. They only observed a group of scientists, typically meticulous to a fault, now behaving as though they had gone mad. At that moment, the crowd of visitors on the open day of the base had concluded their scheduled tour. The curious crowd slowly gravitated towards the mysterious model, covered in a vast black cloth, parked deep within the hangar. Chapter 9. An external confidential unit? The wave of elation gradually receded from the meeting room. The air was still tinged with the mingled sense of sweat and overwhelming joy. The general manager's cheeks were flushed, still marked by traces of unshed tears. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous heartbeat within his chest, turned, and locked his gaze onto Li Xingran in the corner. Comrade Li Xingran. The general manager's voice bore an undeniable authority. Li Xingran straightened abruptly. Present. This blueprint. General Shi raised the already damp blueprint in his hand, each word resonating deeply within Li Xingran's heart. Its source. Now, immediately, tell me. Li Xingran felt her heart leap into her throat. Her mind raced, and the image of Ji Mu Yuan flashed before her eyes. She absolutely could not betray Ji Mu Yuan. Gritting her teeth, she recited the prearranged explanation she had discussed with Ji Mu Yuan, forcing herself to report, Chief. The blueprint comes from a friend of mine who works at a company in the suburbs called Heavy Industry Giant. Heavy Industry Giant? General Shi and Political Commissar Su exchanged glances, both perceiving a profound confusion in each other's eyes. The name sounded grand, as if it were a pillar of the nation. Yet, they ransacked their memories and could not recall such an entity within any system. Heavy Industry Giant, General Shi murmured, his brow furrowed. Could it be an external confidential unit? Political Commissar Su immediately grasped General Shi's implication and nodded. It is highly likely. To prevent leaks, many core research departments adopt very plain and unassuming code names. Their thoughts swiftly veered into a realm far removed from their current situation. In their view, the only explanation for the emergence of a groundbreaking technology like the curvature engine could be a top-tier team nurtured in secrecy by the state. Furthermore, the suburban location solidified their suspicions of a clandestine research base. General Shi's eyes gleamed with a startling intensity. Excellent. What a heavy industry giant. He grasped Li Xingran's arm. Comrade Xingran, you have made a tremendous contribution this time. Take us there at once. I must personally meet this extraordinary individual. No, it is a visit. Li Xingran was completely taken aback. Take you there? Isn't that just a dilapidated repair factory? The thought of bringing these dignitaries there, only to see Ji Mu Yuan lounging in greasy work attire, scrolling through short videos, was a scene she could hardly bear to imagine. Chief, that might not be convenient. Li Xingran, nearly in tears, desperately sought excuses. My friend, he has a rather reclusive personality and dislikes meeting strangers. Moreover, their unit has very strict discipline. However, General Shi interpreted this as a quirk of a top scientist, further solidifying his resolve. Nonsense, he said sternly. This pertains to our nation's future aerospace strategy. It is a mission of the utmost priority. What discipline could supersede this? You must contact them immediately. Inform them that we, the Air Force Technology Department of Huagua, request a technical exchange with Heavy Industry Giant. General Shi declared emphatically. Li Xingran, drenched in sweat, found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, a knock echoed at the conference room door. An assistant to Engineer Wang, a young staff member, poked his head in, appearing somewhat anxious. Engineer Wang, it's bad. Engineer Wang was momentarily bewildered, frowning at the sudden interruption. What happened? Why the panic? The staff member hurried to his side and lowered his voice. Outside, those military enthusiasts are insisting on seeing the model of the future fighter jet. We can't hold them back. They say the open day is for them to view it, and if we don't unveil it soon, they will file a complaint. Engineer Wang paused, then remembered. Oh, that's the shell of the modified scrap JXX aircraft. Ji Mu Yuan's creation. He is currently preoccupied with the curvature engine and spatial distortion, so he hasn't time to concern himself with a model. Let them uncover it, Engineer Wang said impatiently, waving his hand. It's just a shell model, right? Let them have their fill and don't bother me. Understood. The staff member, relieved to receive permission, turned and dashed back outside. In the deepest part of the hangar, the exhibit was surrounded by a throng of military enthusiasts, all brandishing phones and cameras. Their eyes were fixated on the massive object cloaked in a black velvet cover. It stood silently, even under its shroud, igniting an insatiable curiosity among the crowd. They're coming. The staff is coming. They said we can unveil it. A commotion swept through the crowd. The young staff member, escorted by 2 security personnel, squeezed to the front of the exhibit. He took a deep breath and grasped the corner of the black velvet cloth. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a step back and ensure your safety." As he spoke, he yanked with all his might. With a flourish, the enormous black velvet cloth cascaded down like a stage curtain, pooling on the ground. In that instant, the entire world seemed to hit the mute button. The cacophony of voices and the clicking of camera shutters vanished, and every breath in the crowd held still. A sleek, all-black, sci-fi-inspired fighter jet emerged before their eyes. It lacked the intricate lines typical of conventional aircraft. Rather, its body appeared to be carved from a single piece of obsidian, exuding an indescribable sense of wholeness. The flat, diamond-shaped nose was as sharp as a mythical blade. The fuselage and wings melded seamlessly into one. Most breathtaking was its ebony finish, seemingly capable of absorbing all surrounding light, radiating an unfathomable mystery and chill. This was no mere model. It was evidently a futuristic weapon that had stepped straight out of a science fiction film. Silence. After several seconds of profound stillness, the crowd erupted. "What the hell is this thing?" A voice, unexpectedly high-pitched, ignited the atmosphere. "My God, this design is too powerful. Is this truly a model? Look at this texture. These lines. This is a work of art. Quick, take photos. This is absolutely headline news." Flashes erupted like a frenzied symphony. The sound of camera shutters harmonizing into a cacophony. Countless individuals pushed forward, eager to see more clearly. This overwhelming wave of excitement surged through the hangar like a tsunami, reaching even the conference room door. General Schur, who had just been fretting over how to contact heavy industry giant, was drawn in by the sudden uproar. He frowned. "What is happening outside? It sounds like a battle." Engineer Wang, having heard the commotion, scratched his head awkwardly. It's probably those military enthusiasts looking at the model." "Model?" Political Commissar Su inquired curiously. "What model could cause such a ruckus?" Engineer Wang explained. "It's a concept model modified from our retired JXX aircraft. Crafted by a young man named Lin Mo. The design is quite impressive." Before he could finish, General Schur's body jolted. "What did you say?" His voice trembled. "What was it modified from?" "The JXX, Engineer Wang replied casually. "The one you designed 80 years ago, our Air Force's first generation." Before he could complete his sentence, General Schur had already taken strides toward the hangar. The name JXX struck him like a key, instantly unlocking the deepest recesses of his memory. That was his first child, the first-generation jet fighter he had poured his youth into designing. Today, he had just witnessed the curvature engine capable of launching aircraft into space. And now he heard that his creation from 80 years ago had been transformed into a model capable of generating such a tremendous stir. The past and future intertwined. The classic and the sci-fi converged in an extraordinary tapestry, igniting an uncontrollable impulse within him. He had to see what this young Ji Mu Yuan had fashioned from his child. "Old Schur," Political Commissar Su called, immediately following in pursuit. Engineer Wang and Li Xingran exchanged bewildered glances, both equally perplexed, and could only hasten to follow. Yet, Li Xingran's heart had already plummeted to the depths. She had a strong premonition. A monumental secret is on the verge of being unveiled. Chapter 10. Could this possibly be real? The crowd within the hangar stood still, as if frozen in cement. Mr. Schur and his entourage struggled to push their way through from the meeting room, only to find themselves blocked at the periphery of the throng. "Please make way," Engineer Wang shouted, his voice drowned out by the cacophony surrounding them. Flashes from cameras flickered incessantly, dazzling the onlookers. The sound of shutter clicks fell like a torrential downpour, assaulting everyone's eardrums. "What is going on?" Engineer Wang, while shielding Mr. Schur, stood on tiptoe to peer inside, but all he could see were a sea of heads, nothing more. Mr. Schur's brow furrowed deeply, a reflection of his unease. Throughout his life, he had attended countless new aircraft launches and witnessed many grand spectacles. Yet, none had been as chaotic or frenzied as this one. The overwhelming fervor, teetering on the brink of chaos, amplified his foreboding sense of impending doom. Commissioner Su's expression darkened. As the political commissioner of the base, he recognized that safety was paramount in such a significant event. Li Xingran fell in line at the back, her heartbeat accelerating, observing the throngs of zealous military enthusiasts. She couldn't help but think of the model encircled at the center. An uncontrollable thought emerged within her mind. Could that guy, Ji Mu Yuan, have truly created something extraordinary? This way, Commissioner Su quickly identified a maintenance passage that could circumvent the crowd. The group immediately followed, traversing the narrow corridor until they finally reached the front. As they emerged from the other side, the sight of the steel colossus standing majestically on the podium struck them without warning. Time seemed to come to a standstill. The air felt as though it had been siphoned away. The annoyance and confusion etched on Mr. Schur's face solidified in an instant. Commissioner Su's previously authoritative demeanor froze in place. Engineer Wang's mouth fell agape, his eyes bulging, as the words he had intended to utter, an incredulous jest about a mere mock-up, stuck in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. Silence enveloped them, a stark contrast to the surrounding frenzy. Mr. Sher's pupils constricted upon seeing the aircraft. His mind went blank. What type of model was that? It was unmistakably the Yulong. These two words slipped from Mr. Sher's parched lips like a feverish whisper, yet resonated like thunder in the ears of Commissioner Su and Engineer Wang. Yulong, the highest secret of Huagua, a culmination of national effort, designed over decades under Mr. Sher's personal supervision, the 6th-generation aerospace fighter, a clandestine project that hadn't even been officially unveiled, existing solely in the minds of the highest echelons. And now, it was boldly presented before everyone, almost in a one-to-one replica. Engineer Wang was drenched in cold sweat, his legs weakening beneath him as he nearly collapsed to the ground. It was over. This was not merely a conceptual model of the JXX. It was evidently the actual aircraft of the Yulong fighter. A leak. The sky had fallen. Commissioner Su reacted much more swiftly than Engineer Wang, abruptly turning to Mr. Sher, his voice trembling with suppressed horror. Old Sher. Mr. Sher did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on the aircraft. As the chief designer of the Yulong, no one understood its intricate details better than he. The unique, diamond-shaped aerodynamic layout. The flawless transition between the fuselage and wings. The stealth coating shimmering with a dark luster. Even the minute serrations inside the air intake designed to optimize supersonic intake efficiency were executed with precision. No, this was not a replica. This was unequivocally real. Li Xingran stood behind them, though she lacked access to the core details of the Yulong project. She could already surmise the truth from the reactions of Mr. Sher and Commissioner Su. She gazed at the steel beast before her. An indescribable sense of sci-fi allure and power left her breathless. Using a decades-old JXX shell? Transformed into this. Was this a ruse? Suddenly, she recalled a remark Jimu Yuan had inadvertently shared over the phone. That little bamboo horse of yours spent over 70 million just on materials for that precious contraption. 70 million. What model could possibly require that much for materials? A terrifying thought surged within her, clearer than ever. Could this truly be real? No, it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Xingran shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the absurd notion. Just then, the surrounding military enthusiasts finally recognized them. Look, it's Mr. Sher. Old Sher. It's really him. And Commissioner Su. My goodness, what day is it today? The crowd, like a tide discovering new land, swiftly turned towards them. Old Sher. Old Sher. Is this aircraft our next-generation stealth fighter? This must be the 6th-generation aircraft. No, it has to be the legendary 7th generation. A torrent of questions surged forth, enveloping them. Mr. Sher, jolted by the sudden turn of events, gazed at the excited and fervent faces before him, his heart growing cold. What to do? Should he acknowledge it? That would equate to publicly admitting before the world that Huagua's highest military secrets had been compromised, a burden no one could bear. Should he deny it? How could he? Pointing at this aircraft, an exact replica of the real thing, and claiming it to be fake? Who would believe that? In an instant, this man, who had devoted his life to his country and weathered countless storms, found himself in an unprecedented quandary. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Just as he struggled to find the words, a young military enthusiast holding a promotional flyer squeezed to the front. Old Sher, look at this. The technology described in this flyer is incredible. A promotional flyer? Mr. Sher paused, instinctively taking it. Commissioner Su and Engineer Wang quickly leaned in to see. The copperplate paper. Designed with a futuristic aesthetic bore a striking headline. Huagua's latest future concept stealth fighter, Obsidian. Below it, several lines of smaller technical specifications followed. Power system. Controllable nuclear fusion curvature composite propulsion system. Maneuvering mode. Suborbital penetration curvature transition in atmosphere. Weapon system. High-energy laser cannon integrated with thermally ejected hypersonic missile vertical launch system. Mr. Sher stared at the contents of the flyer, utterly bewildered. Curvature propulsion? Controllable nuclear fusion? What on earth was this? Was this some kind of interstellar warship? Old Sher. Take a look at this. The thermally ejected vertical launch system. What kind of technology is that? How does it differ from the vertical launch systems on our aircraft carriers? The military enthusiast inquired, his face brimming with curiosity. The corners of Mr. Sher's mouth twitched involuntarily. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to compose his thoughts to explain this absurd question. Our conventional missile vertical launch systems, whether cold or hot launch, first eject the missile from the launch tube and then ignite it in midair. This thermally ejected. Mr. Sher pointed at the words on the flyer, feeling his blood pressure rise. By literal interpretation, it should mean that the missile ignites directly within the launch tube, utilizing an instantaneous massive thrust to eject the missile as if pulling a radish. This technology is simply astounding. The military enthusiasts erupted in astonishment. Astounding? Mr. Sher managed a bitter smile. This is not merely a question of might. Given our current advancements in materials science and propellant technology, this endeavor is fundamentally unattainable. The instantaneous high temperatures and pressures generated during the ignition of a missile within its launch tube are sufficient to obliterate the entire launch system, or even the aircraft itself. He paused, raising his head to survey the eager eyes around him. Therefore, The content inscribed on this promotional page should be regarded merely as a prop setting from a science fiction film, not to be taken seriously. His words seemed to have a slight effect, for a collective murmur of realization arose from the crowd. Oh, so that is how it is. I thought it was rather exaggerated that a curvature engine had emerged. So, it's merely a conceptual model. What a shock. General Sher quietly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. He utilized these absurdly fantastical notions to momentarily obscure the veracity of this aircraft, redirecting everyone's attention to the term's concept and science fiction. The crisis appeared to have been averted, at least for the time being. However, as his gaze shifted back from the page filled with nonsensical claims to the astonishingly real steel behemoth before him, a greater doubt surged within his mind. What on earth is happening? Who could have crafted this perfect dragon, yet provided it with such a ludicrous manual? The contradictions surrounding this situation imbued the entire affair with an air of the bizarre. Chapter 11. So it's just a movie prop. General Sher's remarks fell upon the gathering of military enthusiasts like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing their enthusiasm. The members of the research and development team also exhaled in relief. So it's just a movie prop, indeed. I thought it impossible for such black technology to exist. However, the model is astonishingly lifelike. The discussions gradually subsided, and the previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of ease. General Sher's taut nerves finally relaxed. He gazed at the promotional page and then at the excessively realistic dragon, and the sense of unease in his heart intensified. Who is truly behind this ruse? Mr. Sher, since it's merely a model, could we take a look inside the cockpit? A military enthusiast in the crowd raised his phone and called out. Yes. Let us feast our eyes. Such a magnificent sci-fi aircraft must have an equally impressive cockpit. The crowd's excitement reignited, though this time it was tinged with curiosity rather than reverence. General Sher glanced at Li Xingran beside him. She was a major in the technical development department and one of the leaders of the security operations for this air show, making her the most suitable representative. Xingran, please go up for a moment, General Sher whispered, just to assist with the promotion. Explain a bit about this model's cockpit. Say whatever you wish to stabilize the crowd's emotions. Understood, General Sher, Li Xingran replied succinctly, immediately striding toward the aircraft named Obsidian. Clad in crisp military attire, her commanding presence instantly captured everyone's attention. As she approached the steel giant step by step, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her. It was a cold, metallic pressure unique to the material. The surface of the aircraft, coated in a deep black finish, glimmered under the sunlight as if it could absorb all light. The flawless streamlined design and impeccably fitted armor seems exuded a precision that transcended time. Li Xingran paused. Something felt amiss. Is this truly a model? She extended her hand, her fingertips lightly grazing the cold surface of the aircraft. The texture was firm, frigid, imbued with the unique patterns of metal. This could not possibly be replicated by fiberglass or engineering plastics. A thought emerged from the depths of her mind. Could this be a genuine aircraft? Impossible. She immediately dismissed the notion. She was one of the participants in Huawei's most advanced 8th-generation aircraft project, well aware of its progress. Not only was a complete aircraft not yet produced, but even the key engine technology was still in the developmental stage. How could a finished product like this possibly exist? It must be the doing of that rascal Ji Muyuan. A figure surfaced in her mind, her childhood friend, who had always taken a penchant for creating peculiar things. Merely a model, yet he insisted on using the finest aerospace aluminum, and perhaps even the coating is genuine. What a wasteful child. She silently scolded him, gathering her thoughts as she nimbly ascended the boarding ladder into the cockpit. However, the moment she settled into the cockpit, she froze. The sight before her rendered her mind momentarily blank. Gone were the traditional fighter jet's myriad panels and switches. Instead, she was met with a futuristic circular glass cockpit. Directly in front of her was a massive integrated touchscreen, currently dark. The design of the control stick and throttle exuded an ergonomic beauty, as if crafted as a bespoke artwork for the pilot. This is simply too. Li Xingran found herself at a loss for words. If the aircraft's exterior was already sufficiently sci-fi, then this cockpit seemed to have been plucked straight from a science fiction film. That scoundrel Ji Muyuan even rendered the interior so convincingly. How much did he spend? On the ground, General Sher and Engineer Wang, among others, were gazing up, peering through the bright cockpit glass to observe the interior. The details of this cockpit are truly impressive. Engineer Wang couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed. It's even more refined than some of our active aircraft simulators. It could easily serve as a training device, another researcher chimed in. General Sher remained silent, yet his brow furrowed deeper. Everything felt too real. So real that even he, an insider, began to feel a sense of apprehension. Inside the cockpit, Li Xingran took a deep breath. She forced herself to calm down and began to fulfill her responsibilities. She had to press something to showcase the effects for the audience below, to meet expectations. Her gaze fell upon the circular button situated at the center of the console. On it, in simple typography, were inscribed two characters. Start. Start? The corners of Li Xingran's mouth twitched involuntarily. All right, playing the full part, are we? She extended her index finger and gently pressed down. The next moment, a low, resonant hum erupted without warning. This sound carried a peculiar penetrating quality, instantly resonating throughout the entire hangar. The cockpit, along with the seat beneath her, began to vibrate slightly. It was not the loose tremor of a model, but a reverberation filled with power, generated by countless precisely engineered components working in unison. Li Xingran's hand recoiled as if shocked. The expression on her face instantly froze. Just then, the massive touchscreen before her illuminated brightly. Countless pale blue data streams cascaded across the screen in rapid succession. Obsidian system initialization, a cool, emotionless electronic voice echoed within the quiet cockpit. Identity verification, iris scan, a gentle blue light emanated from the upper part of the screen, sweeping across Li Xingran's eyes. Identity confirmed. Li Xingran, Huagua Longxiang Legion, Major rank. Access level, 3. Welcome, Major Li. Power system activated, energy supply stable. Commencing comprehensive self-check. The electronic voice delivered its announcements in a calm, measured tone. Li Xingran sat in the pilot's seat, utterly stunned. She could distinctly feel the massive steel beast beneath her come to life in an instant. The low, thunderous roar reverberated through the air, the unmistakable sound of an engine. The data flowing forth represented authentic system information. This was no mere model. This was a genuine combat aircraft. A futuristic fighter jet beyond anything she had ever heard or seen, completely surpassing her every understanding. Meanwhile, outside the hangar, onlookers stood in stunned silence. Their eyes fixed on the cockpit as it illuminated with a sci-fi blue glow. They distinctly heard the steady, powerful rumble of the engine. The color drained from Mr. Scher's face, leaving him as pale as a ghost. His mouth agape and pupils dilated. He stared at the aircraft, his body trembling uncontrollably. This is impossible. Mr. Wang's voice floated in disbelief. The aviation enthusiasts among them gaped, forgetting to raise their phones in awe. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence, broken only by the cold, mechanical voice echoing through the cockpit sound system. Flight control system self-check completed, all systems normal. Weapon system self-check completed, all systems normal. Inside the cockpit, Li Xingran's mind was in disarray. Shock and disbelief surged within her, a torrent of emotions culminating in a single name, Ji Muyuan. It had to be his doing. What sort of monstrosity had he created? She instinctively thought this must be some elaborate special effect he had prepared for the event. But this effect was unnervingly realistic, wasn't it? The cold electronic voice continued its report, slicing through Li Xingran's fragile nerves like a scalpel. Her brain had completely crashed. What was happening? Was this a rehearsal before the launch? Or was it a surprise from that scoundrel Ji Muyuan? Yet the roar of the engine, the vibrations of the seat, the overwhelming sense of futurism, it was all too real, sending shivers down her spine. Just as her thoughts spiraled, the emotionless voice rang out once more. Pilot physiological data scan completed. Li Xingran froze for a moment. The next second, she wished to vanish into the ground. Measurements, 88. 62, 90. Inside the cockpit, an oppressive silence enveloped. Li Xingran's face flushed crimson from her ears to her neck. What on earth? Measurements? What business did a fighter jet system have with my measurements? And to broadcast it over the sound system. She felt her social demise had reached its zenith at that moment. However, it was not over yet. Psychological assessment. Emotional fluctuations severe. Heart rate exceeding 130, adrenaline levels abnormal. Comprehensive evaluation. Pilot's current state does not meet manual operation standards. Li Xingran retorted internally. Thank you. Of course, I don't meet the standards in this state. To ensure maximum safety, switching to Guardian automatic pilot mode. With that, the electronic voice faded, and the data on the screen transformed once more. Li Xingran was completely at a loss. She harbored but one thought. Ji Ming, just you wait. Outside the hangar, when the precise measurements of 88, 62, 90 resonated through the air, an odd silence fell upon the crowd for a brief second. Then, laughter erupted uncontrollably. Wow, so detailed, they exclaimed. Ha ha, this model is incredible. It can even measure the pilot's dimensions? This effect is so immersive. The aviation enthusiasts were in high spirits, raising their phones to capture every moment, fearing they might miss any detail. Yet Mr. Scher's lips twitched uncontrollably, his expression beyond mere shock. It was a complex emotion. Special effects? Nonsense. What company could produce effects to this level of precision? Psychological assessments? Automatic piloting? Next to him, Mr. Wang stood in utter bewilderment. His mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg. This was unscientific. Just then, the cold electronic voice echoed again throughout the venue. Environmental scan initiated. Warning. Unauthorized personnel detected within a safe distance. Level 1 security alert. All unauthorized personnel, please evacuate immediately. Repeat. All unauthorized personnel, please evacuate. The engine is about to enter the preheating phase. With a hum, the jet's engine nozzle emitted a blue glow, raising the ambient temperature slightly. The laughter ceased abruptly among the aviation enthusiasts. Although they found it thrilling, the announcement that the engine was about to enter the preheating phase, combined with the increasingly thunderous roar, instinctively set off alarm bells. The atmosphere shifted from joy to a palpable tension. Old Sue. Mr. Sure turned sharply, gripping the arm of Commissioner Sue beside him, his fingers turning white from the pressure. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with an undeniable resolve. Regardless of whether it's special effects or not, initiate the highest level evacuation plan. Commissioner Sue's expression turned grave. As the base's political commissar, he understood better than anyone what a level 1 security alert and engine preheating signified. Better to err on the side of caution. Without hesitation, he seized the radio and issued commands in a frantic tone. All security personnel, attention. Immediately execute the Class A evacuation plan. Clear all personnel from in front of Hangar 1. Repeat. Clear all personnel. Move. The moment the order was given, the security personnel, who had been maintaining order, turned pale. No longer offering reassurances, they formed a human wall, swiftly pushing the bewildered aviation enthusiasts and reporters outside. What's happening? Don't push. I haven't taken enough pictures yet. Is this a drill? It feels too real. The crowd erupted in confusion and complaints, but these were quickly quelled by the stern admonitions of the security staff. The blaring alarm resonated throughout the entire aerial exhibition zone. Red and white warning tape was swiftly deployed, sealing off the entirety of Hangar 1. The atmosphere reached a boiling point of tension. A few members of the Special Operations Team, clad in black combat uniforms and with sharp gazes, emerged from nowhere and swiftly approached Mr. Sure. Sir, this area is not safe. Please come with us. However, Mr. Sure's gaze remained locked on the aircraft named Obsidian. His chest heaved with intensity. It was real. This was not a model. This was a super fighter jet, advanced beyond our era by countless years. This realization struck him like a thunderclap in his mind, bringing not joy, but a profound tremor from the depths of his soul. Old Sure, let's move to the lounge. Commissioner Sue urged, patting his shoulder, his voice steady in an attempt to calm him down. Mr. Sure was half supported and half dragged by the Special Operations Team toward the nearby VIP lounge, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. Who created this thing? Why was it here? What on earth was Ji-Mu-Yuen? Meanwhile, inside the cockpit, Li Xingran frantically swiped at the touchscreen, desperately searching for a button to cancel or shut down the system. Yet all operational options had turned gray, with only a bright red countdown flashing incessantly. Guardian Mode Activation Countdown. 60, 59, 58. The chilling number struck like a death knell against Li Xingran's heart. Activation? Here? What an absurd joke. Stop. Please, stop. She struck the screen, her voice laced with sobs. Ji-Mu-Yuen. You bastard. What kind of nonsense have you created? Make it stop. In response, only the cold, unyielding electronic voice echoed, accompanied by the incessantly flashing Crimson Countdown. Chapter 13. I won't let you go even in death. The blood-red digits fell like a merciless hammer upon Li Xingran's last vestiges of psychological defense. She ceased her futile assault on the unresponsive screen, gripping the edges of her seat tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Sweat soaked her bangs, trickling down her cheeks. It was over. This thought was hauntingly clear. She was destined to perish here. More accurately, she would take this venue, and perhaps half the base, along with her into oblivion, all due to an inexplicable guardian mode left behind by that scoundrel, Ji-Mu-Yuen. Ji-Mu-Yuen. I will haunt you even in death. Her desperate roar ultimately transformed into a whimper tinged with tears. Guardian mode activated. Engine preheating complete. Autopilot engaged. The chilling electronic voice announced the final judgment. Li Xingran hopelessly closed her eyes, bracing for the violent explosion that would shatter everything. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. The anticipated flames and shockwaves never arrived. The cockpit was eerily silent, save for an extremely faint, barely perceptible vibration emanating from deep within the aircraft, resonating through her seat and into her limbs. Li Xingran slowly opened her eyes. In her field of vision, the vast touchscreen displayed no warnings or countdowns. Instead, it unveiled a profound three-dimensional map. A Bluetooth was moving away from her position at an unfathomable speed. What was happening? Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, the atmosphere was thick with tension. General Sure was shielded by security personnel on the sofa, his eyes glued to the surveillance screen showing the silent fighter jet. Old Sure, have some water, Su Zhongwei offered, handing him a cup of warm water, his grip steady and firm. Yet, his own back was drenched in cold sweat. A sudden hum reverberated, breaking the oppressive silence without warning. The sound was soft, yet it shattered the stillness of the lounge like a stone dropped into a lake. What was that sound? An instinctive inquiry arose from a researcher. All eyes turned to the monitor. The Obsidian fighter remained motionless on the display, unchanged. Yet, the low-frequency vibration grew increasingly distinct, penetrating the walls and directly affecting their eardrums and hearts. The teacups on the table emitted faint clicking sounds. Is the engine starting? An old expert from the research team spoke hoarsely, his words laden with disbelief. Impossible. General Sure suddenly stood, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the screen. That is not the sound of a turbofan engine. Its frequency is all wrong. It cannot possibly be the sound produced by burning aviation fuel. As the chief designer of the stealth fighter, he knew the engine as intimately as he did his own fingerprints. This vibration resembled the operation of a colossal magnetic field or an energy core. Perhaps it's just a stunt by the organizers? Someone speculated in a hushed tone. It's not impossible that they used a powerful subwoofer to simulate engine startup sounds. This suggestion slightly eased the tense atmosphere. Yes, it's merely a model. How could the engines possibly start? It must be special effects. Just then, Su Jingwei's satellite phone emitted a piercing shriek. He instinctively answered it. On the other end was the panicked voice of the security director. Commissioner, it's bad. Our sonar detection array just recorded an extremely abnormal energy fluctuation at the position of the number 1 hangar display. Su Jingwei's heart sank. What energy fluctuation? I don't know. The intensity is rising exponentially. Our equipment is about to overload. It's as if a miniature sun suddenly appeared there. The metaphor caused everyone in the lounge to gasp in shock. All eyes returned to the screen. The Obsidian fighter remained silent, as though the terrifying energy capable of overloading the detection equipment was merely an illusion. It's a prank. This is undoubtedly someone's cruel joke. A researcher flushed with anger exclaimed. They're using strong electromagnetic interference to disrupt our detection equipment. It has to be. But before he could finish, the voice of the security director returned, filled with unprecedented fear and confusion. Commissioner, the energy fluctuation has vanished. Su Jingwei frowned. Vanished? What do you mean? It just disappeared into thin air. One moment it was there, and the next, there's nothing detected. Clean as a whistle, as if it never existed. Old Su, look. General Shi suddenly exclaimed, trembling fingers pointing at the monitor. Su Jingwei snapped his gaze up. In an instant, his blood ran cold. On the screen, the vast display in front of hangar number 1 was utterly empty. The massive fighter, reminiscent of an obsidian sculpture, had vanished. It had simply disappeared, leaving only ripples on the water's surface where it had once rested. Inside the cockpit, Li Xingran hadn't yet recovered from the strangeness of the engine startup when a tremendous force pressed her firmly into her seat. It was not the traditional sensation of acceleration, akin to being kicked from behind. Rather, it was as if the entire space was propelling her forward. There was no war, no turbulence. Outside, the scenery transformed in an instant. One moment, the airshow was alive with voices and fluttering banners. The next, the entire world morphed into an endless, vast ocean. Sunlight danced upon the waves, shimmering. A few white seabirds glided past the distant horizon. The salty sea breeze seemed to penetrate the cockpit, palpable and clear. Li Xingran was entranced, her mind a blank slate. Where was this? A hallucination? Or had she truly died, finding herself in the afterlife? Thud. In the VIP lounge, General Shi slumped back onto the sofa, his face as pale as a sheet. He instinctively clutched his chest, gasping for breath. His blood pressure surged to a perilous level. Call an ambulance. Su Jingwei's bellow prompted chaos around him. He seized the phone, unleashing a thunderous roar at the security director on the other end. Where is it? Where's the plane? A 70-ton aircraft just vanished right before your eyes. What is your security department doing? On the other end, the security director was nearly in tears. Commissioner, we don't know either. It just whooshed away. Report. Commissioner. An even more urgent voice cut in from the phone. It was the duty officer from the detection center. We recaptured that energy signal approximately 20 kilometers off the coast to the east of the base. The signal characteristics are identical to those detected at the display earlier. What? Su Jingwei was taken aback. 20 kilometers away. In less than a second, it moved from the confines of the base to the ocean surface 20 kilometers away. What speed is this? 10 times the speed of sound? No. It is not merely a matter of speed. Curvature. On the sofa, Chief Shi suddenly murmured, his voice barely audible. What? Commissioner Su immediately leaned in. Old Shi. What did you say? In Chief Shi's eyes, a spark returned, yet it was laced with a deeper sense of shock and fear. Trembling, he fished out the nearly crumpled obsidian brochure from his pocket. His finger pointed to a line of parameters so small they were almost invisible at the bottom of the brochure. Propulsion system, singularity, microcurvature engine, curvature propulsion. Chief Shi's voice carried a dreamlike tone. It didn't fly there, it jumped there. It is a spatial leap. The moment his words fell, the monitoring screen captured the empty exhibition stage above, where the air distorted without warning, resembling the tranquil surface of water disturbed by a thrown stone. In the next second, the entirely black obsidian fighter jet appeared as if it had teleported, landing precisely back in its original position. Boom. The massive body crashed onto the stage once more, sending a torrent of water splashing. Not far away, Engineer Wang, who had just gathered the courage to approach and investigate, had no time to react. Once again, he was thoroughly drenched by the incoming wave, toppling into the water. This time, no one laughed at him. The entire lounge, indeed the entire command center, fell into a deep silence. Every face bore the same indescribable astonishment that words could not capture. Chapter 14. Stay put. Do not approach. Requesting control permissions. Li Xingran's voice trembled within the enclosed cockpit. Beads of cold sweat dotted her forehead, trickling down her temples, soaking the skin-tight flight helmet lining. Before her lay an endless expanse of deep blue ocean. Behind her was an equally vast azure sky. She was 20 kilometers away from Longwan Base in open waters. Just moments ago, she merely intended to test the basic aerodynamic performance of the Obsidian jet. Who would have imagined that the aircraft's operating system, or rather the intelligent core known as Singularity, would be so remarkably astute? It flawlessly executed every command from Li Xingran and even anticipated her thoughts. The result was an exhilarating flight that inadvertently took her beyond the base's controlled airspace. Permission confirmation in progress. Pilot, Major Li Xingran. Identity verification passed. Psychological state assessment. Heart rate 135, blood pressure 160/95, cortisol levels excessively high. Overall assessment, poor. Control request denied. The cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed. Li Xingran took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She slowly closed her eyes, envisioning the countless breathing techniques she had practiced. Inhale, pause, exhale. The rising and falling of her chest gradually became steady and strong. Her chaotic heartbeat returned to its familiar rhythm. Reassessing, she spoke again. Her voice restored to its usual composure. Psychological state reassessment in progress. Heart rate 85, blood pressure 130/80. Overall assessment, good. Meets takeover conditions. Based on current time, location, and mission log analysis, we should be at the Longwan International Aerospace Exhibition. Inferred mission objective, static display. Shall we initiate exhibition mode? Exhibition mode? Li Xingran paused momentarily. What is that? No. She resolutely declined. Now is not the time to explore new features. Return to the exhibition hall immediately. Coordinates, T9 exhibition stage. Command confirmed. Returning to exhibition hall. Coordinates T9 exhibition stage. Optimal path selected in path planning. Curvature engine precharged 150-100. Charging complete. Spatial leap initiating. Almost instantaneously upon the electronic voice's conclusion, Li Xingran felt as though the entire world was gently kneaded by an invisible hand. There was no overwhelming G-force pressure, no sonic booms, not even the slightest tremor. The deep blue ocean before her and the azure sky above seemed to switch channels like a television. The scene flickered. In the next moment, bright magnesium lights and the chaotic exhibition stage below reclaimed her entire field of vision. She had returned. Just like that, she was back. Not even a second had passed. Arrived at target location. Switching to exhibition mode. Anti-gravity suspension system activated. Before Li Xingran could fully comprehend the shock of the spatial leap, she suddenly felt a subtle, nearly imperceptible lifting sensation beneath her. Peering down through the cockpit's window, she observed the exhibition stage, which had just been in close contact with the aircraft's belly, slowly descending. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Ultimately, the 70-ton steel behemoth hovered 3 meters above the ground. Below it, the shimmering water reflected its dark coating, resembling a colossal black dragon lurking in the abyss. Silent, yet exuding a suffocating sense of dominance. In the VIP lounge, there was a deathly quiet. All eyes were riveted to the monitoring screen. They were fixated on the Obsidian fighter jet that had appeared out of thin air and was now suspended in midair. Its entirely black exterior, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, emanated a regal aura of dominance as it hung silently. Everything silently proclaimed one undeniable truth. This was not a model. This was not merely a well-crafted shell. This was a creature, a true dragon that had broken free from the constraints of physical laws, hailing from a higher dimension. Floating. Commissioner Su's lips trembled, and it took him quite a while to squeeze out those 2 words between his teeth. Having spent a lifetime in military service, he had seen more aircraft than most people had seen birds. But for heaven's sake, who could explain to him how a 70-ton fighter jet could float in the air like a balloon? This defied science. Old Sure. He instinctively glanced at Chief Sure beside him, only to find that this father of China's stealth fighter was in a state even more wretched than his own. Chief Sure slumped into the sofa, his gaze fixed blankly on the screen. The once wise and profound eyes now reflected only confusion. As if all his lifelong understanding of aviation, physics, and the world had been shattered by the floating aircraft in that very moment, completely, irreparably shattered. He had been breached. This elder, who had witnessed the rise of China's Air Force from obscurity to strength, the one who had personally elevated China's fighter jets to the throne of 5th-generation supremacy, was utterly and completely broken at this moment. Splash. A sound of water erupted from the exhibition hall. Engineer Wang, shaken from his stupor by the waves, struggled to rise from the water. He spat out the water in his mouth, cursing as he looked up. Damn! The exclamation slipped out as he beheld the suspended Obsidian aircraft. Yet, what he saw was more than just the plane. Through the translucent cockpit canopy, aglow with a faint golden light, he vaguely glimpsed a shadowy figure. Astonishingly, Wang's senses sharpened, shaking off the effects of alcohol. Ignoring his drenched and disheveled state, he scrambled to the edge of the display platform and retrieved his waterlogged phone. Fortunately, the military-grade phone proved resilient. Trembling, he dialed the command center. Comrade Su, there are people on the plane. In the lounge, Su jolted awake, his heart racing. What? He pressed the phone to his ear, his voice rising in pitch. People. Who? It's Li Xingran, Major Li from the technical department. Wang's voice cracked with emotion. She's in the cockpit. The name struck like thunder, reverberating throughout the lounge. Li Xingran, the young lady responsible for liaising with General Shi on technical requirements? How did she end up on the plane? Su's mind raced. Wang, listen carefully. Stay put and do not approach. Attempt to establish contact with her via radio. Remember, use the highest encryption channel. Yes, comrade. After hanging up, Su immediately turned to grasp General Shi's shoulder. Old Shi, wake up. His voice was filled with an unprecedented urgency. It's Xingran. Li Xingran is on the plane. From the sofa, General Shi's vacant gaze exhibited the slightest flicker of life. His eyes struggled to move, and his lips formed a barely audible whisper. Xingran. Chapter 15. Lockdown of the entire airshow base on the sofa. Shi's eyes rippled with emotion. His gaze, like rusted gears, slowly refocused on the stationary warplane. His lips parted slightly, parched vocal cords forcing out 2 words. Xingran. The fragile sound acted as a key, rebooting his nearly dormant mind. This was no illusion. It was his student, the child he had watched grow up, piloting this aircraft that should not exist. Old Shi. Upon seeing him regain his senses, Su felt a burden lift, but another loomed larger. Now was not the time for distraction. This aircraft, this Yulong, must not be exposed here. Su's words came rapid fire. As if in a barrage. I will notify headquarters immediately. Level 1 combat readiness. Lock down the entire airshow base. He paused, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. If necessary, I will request a lockdown of the surrounding cities and impose communication restrictions. Such measures were reminiscent of wartime protocols. Yet for Yulong, it was all worth it. My authority is insufficient, Old Shi. I need you to step forward. Su's gaze bore into Shi's. You need to come with me to the command center, immediately. General Shi finally rose from the sofa. He did not meet Su's eyes, his focus still fixed on the immense screen. As if trying to penetrate the golden canopy to see the person inside. Go. The word was hoarse yet imbued with undeniable strength. The father of the Huagua stealth fighter had returned. Meanwhile, outside the exhibition hall, thousands of military enthusiasts, having traveled from across the nation, found themselves halted by a security line 100 meters away. What is going on? Why are we suddenly being denied entry? I heard there was a technical malfunction inside. Nonsense. A technical malfunction wouldn't cause such a commotion. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man in an old-style military uniform, his skin tanned, listened intently, his expression grave. Something's off, he muttered. That sound is wrong. A bespectacled individual nearby leaned in. Old Sergeant, did you recognize the engine noise? The middle-aged man shook his head, then nodded slowly. It's the sound of a turbofan engine, and the thrust is definitely substantial. But, he furrowed his brow. The sound is too steady. Too steady as if idling in place. What a joke. A fighter jet can't idle in place, can it? Exactly. It must be a model. Which booth cranked up the sound system? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet in one corner, a rotund fellow with the ID hardcore military otaku was flushed with excitement. It's not a model. Absolutely not a model. He waved his phone, displaying a post that had been mocked by many. Shocking revelation. Our 6th, no? 7th generation aerospace fighter Yulong has already made its maiden flight. Right here at this airshow. I told you. You didn't believe me. Science fiction? Stealth? And now an aerospace fighter? Dream on, fatty. Laughter erupted around him. However, in the next moment, all laughter was abruptly stifled. As if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. Eyes drifted beyond the security line, beyond the square, focusing on the colossal Hall 1. The massive dome atop it seemed to part slowly, revealing a sleek, all-black fighter jet, its design far surpassing all contemporary aircraft, silently ascending from the opening. There were no exhaust flames, no turbulent air, not even a sound. It simply hovered in midair. Anti-gravity. This term, typically confined to science fiction, crashed violently into the minds of all present. Time appeared to freeze. Thousands of military enthusiasts and tens of thousands of visitors gazed upward, their minds blank. What am I seeing? Is this CGI? Mom, I see a Gundam. Someone in the crowd broke the spell. Quick, take pictures. Good Lord. History. We are witnessing history. Long live Huagua. The People's Air Force is amazing. The previously subdued crowd erupted into a frenzy, an overwhelming wave of excitement. Countless phones and cameras pointed skyward at Yulong then. A piercing alarm shattered the atmosphere, reverberating throughout the base. Waves of armed soldiers surged from various barracks. Their expressions were grim, movements synchronized. Swiftly erecting a second and third security line around the exhibition hall. Everyone, leave the area immediately. Repeat, this is not a drill. The soldiers' tone was icy. Their silent formation creating a human barrier that drove the exhilarated crowd away. This silence bore a weight greater than any shout. The once eager military enthusiasts finally regained their composure. Their eyes fixed on the dark muzzles of the soldiers' rifles, sensing the palpable threat they posed. They understood. This was no surprise. It was an unforeseen catastrophe. In the command center, the atmosphere was suffocating. Have we established a signal? Su pounded the console with his fist. Report, comrade. The other party has activated a strong encryption protocol. Our system is attempting to decrypt. A researcher from the development team reported, drenched in sweat. Decrypt my foot. General Sher shoved him aside and took over the computer. His fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving behind trails of movement. Lines of code cascaded down the screen like a waterfall. All present were captivated. They knew General Sher was skilled. But none expected this septuagenarian to maintain such terrifying dominance over coding. A soft beep sounded. A green call button illuminated on the screen. The entire command center held its breath. General Sher donned the headset, trembling as he pressed the call button. His voice quivered with emotion. Xingran, is that you? In response, the headset was met with an eerie silence. A deathly quiet. Every second felt as if it had been stretched into a century. Mr. Sher's heart sank to the depths of despair. Just as he was on the verge of hopelessness, a cool, clear female voice finally broke the silence. Mr. Sher, it's me. I agree to connect to the communication. Boom. Those two words ignited a euphoric cheer in the command center, akin to a resurrection from despair. Tears brimmed in Mr. Sher's eyes. He wished to say more, but an emotionless electronic synthetic voice suddenly resonated in everyone's earpieces. External communication request detected. Authorized. Anti-eavesdropping mode activated. Spatial curvature engine warming up. Warning, zero-gravity hovering mode will be automatically disengaged upon reaching an altitude of 1000 meters. Current altitude, 324 meters. Climbing speed, 5 meters per second. The joy on Mr. Sher's face instantly froze. Commissioner Su's pupils constricted sharply. Disengaged at 1000 meters? What does that mean? Are you saying that once it reaches 1000 meters, this 70-ton aircraft will plummet directly down? Chapter 16. Is this really an aircraft? Will it just crash straight down? The cheers that had just risen in the command center abruptly ceased. Everyone's expressions solidified. The wave of joy was abruptly frozen by icy terror. The color drained from Mr. Sher's face at a visibly rapid pace. The redness in his eyes, which had only just appeared due to the connection, was now replaced by sheer horror. Commissioner Su's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. His gaze fixed on the height data flickering on the large screen. Current altitude, 386 meters. Climbing speed, 5 meters per second. The cold electronic voice hammered down upon everyone's hearts like a heavy weight. Xingran, quickly, think of a way to stop it. Commissioner Su's voice nearly cracked. However, Mr. Sher seemed to awaken as if from a stupor, lunging toward the control console. His gaze did not linger on the perilous altitude, but rather locked onto the data stream that had just synchronized. It was the real-time performance parameters of the Yulong. The propulsion system, energy core, structural strength, countless incomprehensible data cascaded over his retina. No, this, Mr. Sher murmured, his eyes glimmering with disbelief. This structural strength, this energy efficiency, this is not the technology of our 8th-generation aircraft. In fact, this surpasses the technological level of any nation I am aware of. Which secret research institute has crafted this aircraft? Just as the oppressive atmosphere threatened to suffocate everyone in the command center. Current altitude, 1000 meters. The altitude reading finally reached a value that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Commissioner Su instinctively closed his eyes. Yet, contrary to expectations, the earth-shattering crash did not occur. In the earpiece, only the steady sound of electrical currents persisted. He opened his eyes wide. On the large screen, the Yulong remained calmly suspended at an altitude of 1 kilometer. Its silvery gray body reflected a cold and mysterious sheen under the sunlight. It didn't fall, a young researcher stammered, breaking the command center's eerie silence. Mr. Sher exhaled, feeling utterly drained, slumping in his chair. I knew it. He pointed at the data displayed on the screen, his voice trembling with a sense of survival. The disengagement of the zero-gravity hovering mode does not imply it will plummet. It means that the conventional lift system will take over the flight posture. This aircraft has, from the very beginning, possessed two entirely different hovering technologies. The command center fell into stunned silence. All the researchers gazed at the Yulong on the screen as if it were a monster. 2 hovering technologies? What kind of joke is this? Mastering even one would be enough to propel a nation's aviation capability ahead of the world by a decade. What on earth is this aircraft? Xingran. Commissioner Su finally regained his composure and commanded through the microphone in an authoritative tone. Immediately return the aircraft to the base. I don't care what method you use. Do it now. Received, came Li Xingran's weary voice. The next moment, she softly addressed the empty cockpit. Yulong, cease exhibition mode. Exhibition mode has ended. Please select the subsequent flight mode. Mode 1, automatic flight. Mode 2, manual control, standard. Mode 3, super maneuverability mode, elite. A series of options appeared before Li Xingran, encompassing 7 distinct flight modes. Each represented a radically different technological philosophy. The entire command center heard the system's prompt tones. They fell into silence once again, this time not in shock, but in numbness. The intelligence and technological redundancy displayed by the aircraft had utterly shattered their pride as top researchers. Select automatic flight mode. Commissioner Su's voice was resolute. Target, Hangar 3. He cared for nothing but ensuring the safe return of this aircraft. Any further mishap would be too much for his heart to bear. Received. Li Xingran confirmed the command. Selecting automatic flight mode, targeting Hangar 3. The Yulong, suspended at an altitude of 1 kilometer, trembled slightly. It began to descend slowly in an extraordinarily stable posture. There was no extraneous motion. The precise controls sent chills down the spines of all the pilots and engineers witnessing the scene. Minutes later, the Yulong landed smoothly on the base's runway. The moment the landing gear touched down was as gentle as a feather falling. Li Xingran, seated in the cockpit, could finally relax her tense body a little. She leaned back in her seat, letting out a long breath. However, before she could fully exhale, automatic flight mode activated. Curvature propulsion system engaged. A faint, barely perceptible low hum resonated. The next second, an irresistible force slammed Li Xingran back against her seat. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped her lips as the air in her lungs was instantaneously compressed. The scenery before her began to distort and darken. In the command center, the speed reading on the large screen surged dramatically. 120 knots. A data monitoring researcher exclaimed in shock. It's still on the runway. How can it be going this fast? 120 knots translates to a speed of 222 kilometers per hour. What was even more absurd to everyone was that the emotionless electronic synthetic voice echoed once again. Current speed, ultra-low speed taxiing. Ultra-low speed? Taxiing? Commissioner Su's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He nearly roared into the microphone. Is this what you call ultra-low speed? Are you trying to launch the runway into orbit? Mr. Shi, however, was focused elsewhere. His gaze was firmly locked onto the physiological data monitoring window for Li Xingran. The curve representing G-force tolerance had skyrocketed into blinding red. Not good. This acceleration is beyond what Xingran's body can withstand. Mr. Shi's heart raced. Although fighter pilots undergo rigorous anti-G-force training, that is typically for aerial maneuvers. To experience such terrifying acceleration on the ground during taxiing was unheard of. Just as everyone held their breath for Li Xingran, abnormal physiological data detected for the pilot. Gravity compensation system activated. Li Xingran felt the overwhelming pressure recede like a receding tide. She gasped for air as her vision gradually regained clarity. Within the command center, the curves representing her physiological data plummeted from the red alert zone back into the safe green range. The pressure has vanished? Commissioner Su stood frozen in disbelief. General Shi was equally taken aback. He gazed at the speed readings on the screen that continued to soar, then glanced at Li Xingran's stable physiological data, his mouth agape. It has counteracted inertia? No, that's incorrect. It has mitigated the effects of acceleration on the human body. My heavens. General Shi's voice trembled as if caught in a dream. This transcends aviation technology. This is anti-physics. At that moment, the speed display surged to 190 knots. While the aircraft named Yulong continued to glide smoothly down the runway without taking off, there were no indications of lift being generated by the wings. It sped along the ground in a manner that utterly defied the principles of aerodynamics. The researchers' worldviews were being repeatedly crushed and completely reshaped. They stared at the glaring speed data, their minds blank. Is this contraption truly an aircraft? Chapter 17. What on earth is happening? The air in the command center seemed to solidify. Li Xingran's cool voice resonated clearly through the communication channel, reaching every ear in the room. Command center. This is Li Xingran. The current glide speed of Yulong is 210 knots. She paused, seemingly reassessing the absurd figure on the instrument panel. I suspect there is a malfunction in the system display. This was the only rational explanation she could conceive. General Shi's lips moved. Yet he could utter not a single word. 210 knots, equivalent to a speed of 388 kilometers per hour. This velocity surpassed the limits of most propeller-driven aircraft, even approaching the cruising speed of some early jet fighters. And now, it was gliding down a perfectly straight runway. There must be a fault. A young researcher muttered to himself, as if trying to hypnotize his own disbelief. His eyes fixated on the large screen, yet there. Li Xingran's physiological data curve remained as stable as a straight line, creating a starkly ironic contrast to the wildly fluctuating speed readings beside it. Everyone's mind spiraled into a logical loop. If the data were true, then physics must be false. If physics were true, how could they explain what lay before their eyes? Meanwhile, at the Air Force Base's radar monitoring center, the lighting was considerably dimmer, with only rows of screens casting an eerie green glow, illuminating serious and focused faces. Group leader, come take a look at this, a radar operator called, his tone laced with confusion. The radar group leader hurried over, leaning in to observe. Within the screen's fan-shaped scanning area, a glaring red that was moving along the main runway's vector at an incredible speed. What is this target? The leader furrowed his brow. Unclear. It appeared suddenly without any identification signal. The radar operator swiftly manipulated the controls. The signal characteristics do not match any known aircraft in the database. I attempted to lock on, but the attempt failed. Its signal is extremely erratic, as if it exists and yet is merely an illusion. Suddenly, a shrill alarm blared. On the screen, the speed reading of that red dot surged dramatically. 270 knots. 270 knots. The radar operator's voice had shifted in tone. The leader's heart sank. a chill racing up from his feet to the crown of his head. Quick, contact Director Lee. The call was swiftly connected, and Director Lee's figure burst forth from his office, a gust of wind trailing in his wake as he stormed into the radar center. What is happening? Li Jinghua, the sharp-eyed radar director, scanned the screens, his pupils constricting instantly. What is that? Reporting, Director. An unidentified target has suddenly appeared above the base's runway, currently traveling at 270 knots and still accelerating. An American Global Hawk? No, it isn't that fast. The latest unmanned reconnaissance drone? Dozens of possibilities flashed through Li Jinghua's mind, but each implied a significant threat. He scrutinized the trajectory of the red dot, decisively concluding, this trajectory does not belong to a reconnaissance aircraft. This is the approach path of a fighter jet. His voice, though not loud, struck like a hammer on each person's heart. Immediately contact the monitoring department. Right now? Confirm if there are any flight tests scheduled for today. The order was executed promptly. The monitoring department's duty officer relayed the response throughout the radar center. Reporting, Director Lee. There are no flight plans scheduled for the entire day. Only the technical development department is conducting a glide test on the ground. A glide test? Li Jinghua laughed in disbelief. You call something that moves at 500 kilometers per hour a glide test? He abruptly severed the communication, his complexion ashen. It's not our people. There is only one possibility, an enemy attack. Sound the first-level air defense alarm. Repeat. This is not a drill. Sound the first-level air defense alarm. The shrill, piercing alarm instantly shattered the tranquility of the base. Red warning lights flickered frantically in every corner of the base. Fully armed soldiers surged out from their barracks, racing to their respective combat positions. The ground air defense missile systems unveiled their camouflage, the launchers rising slowly as the radar began to rotate, locking onto the sky. The alarm resonated into the surrounding towns. The serene afternoon was abruptly disrupted. In the fields, farmers paused their labor, gazing bewilderedly at the flashing red lights of the base. Residents in the town halted in their tracks, their faces etched with unease. Soon, several police cars blared down the streets. Through loudspeakers came an urgent and authoritative shout. Emergency notification. Emergency notification. All residents, please follow the instructions and enter the civil defense shelters. This is not a drill. Repeat. This is not a drill. Panic spread like a plague. People screamed and ran, guided by the police toward the entrances of the once unremarkable air raid shelters. A sudden shadow of war loomed ominously over the land. Inside the command center, the sharp alarm's sound faintly penetrated in. Commissioner Su's expression changed. What is going on? Why has the base sounded the first-level alarm? General Sher furrowed his brow, his gaze still fixed on the large screen. It's likely that our data anomaly interfered with the radar system, causing a misjudgment, a researcher chimed in. Yes, that must be it. Yolong's electromagnetic signals are too unique. They may have been mistaken for an unidentified target by the radar. They remained ensconced in their own world, attempting to rationalize the unfolding events with their existing knowledge. To them, a chain reaction triggered by an instrument malfunction seemed far more plausible than an enemy incursion. Commissioner Su opened his mouth, poised to speak. A first-level alarm is certainly not something that can be triggered by mere instrument malfunction. Just then, a series of beeps, more urgent than the air defense alarm, erupted violently from the black satellite communication device on his belt. Commissioner Su stiffened, suddenly looking down. The small screen was flashing a blinding crimson light. He yanked the communicator off. On the tiny screen, a single rendered letter in shocking red loomed ominously. S. Level S alarm. The highest alert signal in the war zone represents an impending, unpredictable, and irresistible catastrophic strike. In that instant, the color drained from Comrade Su's face. His breath ceased, and his mind went blank. He slowly raised his head, his gaze vacantly fixed on the large screen displaying the Dragon, which was still gliding along the runway. He then glanced down at the S-level alert in his hand. A harbinger of doom. Two entirely different, yet simultaneously occurring bizarre events collided in his mind. An absurd thought, chilling to his spine, uncontrollably emerged. Could it be that the S-level alert is genuine? This thought, akin to a seed, took root and flourished wildly in Comrade Su's brain. He stiffly turned his neck, his gaze gradually shifting from the ominous S-level alert back to the large screen. On the screen, the Dragon glided gracefully, even exuding an air of leisure. Outside the screen, however, the entire base had descended into madness, teetering on the brink of war due to this seemingly nonchalant entity. The stark contrast left him dizzy. No, something must be amiss. The S-level alert is the war zone's highest warning. It signifies the approach of intercontinental missiles, strategic bombers, or incomprehensible supernatural strikes. It cannot possibly be triggered by a test aircraft on the ground. Comrade Su took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Trembling, he pressed a button on the satellite communicator. Get me Director Lee at the radar station. Now. His voice betrayed a rasp he was unaware of. The connection was almost instantaneous. On the other end of the line, Director Lee's panicked shout resonated, accompanied by a cacophony of commands and reports in the background. Comrade, the situation is extremely urgent. We've locked onto an unidentified aerial target. It's moving at an incredible speed. No mission report. No friend or foe identification signal. Comrade Su's heart sank like a stone. Indeed, there was a target. Could it be that the S-level alert is true? Was the dragon's presence merely a coincidence? What is the target's current speed? He gripped the communicator, his palms slick with cold sweat. Director Lee almost shouted, "Report. The target's real-time speed is 270 knots. That's the cruising speed of a fighter jet. We suspect it to be an enemy stealth aircraft, employing some form of technology to breach at ultra-low altitude. The air defense missiles have locked onto the target. They can be fired at any moment." 270 knots? Comrade Su was momentarily stunned by this figure. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze toward the command center's large screen, where the real-time data for the Dragon was displayed. Current glide speed, 270 knots. The data was precise. In the command center, Chief Schur and a group of researchers were still marveling at the data. Good heavens, the intensity of this electromagnetic signal is still rising. It's simply unbelievable. What principle could this be based on? Yet Comrade Su felt as if struck by lightning. He listened to Director Lee's anxious shouts on the phone while staring at the alarming data on the screen. That thought surged again, a tsunami sweeping away all rationality. He clutched the communicator, his lips dry, and in a dreamy voice, he softly spoke into the microphone. 270 knots. No, to be precise. It is 271 knots now. It has reached 272 knots. All sounds on the other end of the line abruptly ceased. The background noise seemed to vanish, leaving a deathly silence. After a full 3 seconds, Director Lee's voice, filled with extreme shock and confusion, finally came through. "Why is your data updating faster than our radar station's real-time refresh?" Comrade Su closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only endless bitterness and absurdity remained. He finally understood completely. What a farce this all was. What nonsense about enemy attacks. What damned S-level alert. From beginning to end, it was an unprecedented colossal blunder. The so-called unidentified aerial target, which had instilled a sense of dread in the entire base and surrounding towns, was merely the Dragon leisurely ambling on the runway. Boldly, Comrade Su's voice carried a sense of exhaustion. "Follow my orders. All units, stand down from level 1 combat readiness. I repeat, lift the alert. This is not an enemy attack." Director Lee on the other end of the line was evidently bewildered. "Huh, comrade, but the target is our own." Comrade Su interrupted him. In the command center, Chief Schur and the researchers finally snapped back from their data-induced stupor, noticing Comrade Su's seemingly cryptic phone call. Chief Schur approached, frowning. "Old Su, what is going on? What target?" Comrade Su ignored him and continued speaking into the phone. "Boldly, activate your shape mapping system and focus on the target. I need the clearest possible image of it." Director Lee hesitated. "Comrade, the shape mapping system requires substantial power. What if it interferes with their electronic devices?" "Execute the order." Comrade Su's tone grew firmer. "Understood." Director Lee ceased his questioning. Before hanging up, Comrade Su seemed to recall something and added, "By the way, Old Lee, if the image you map turns out to be an aircraft, do not be too surprised. And stay calm." After saying that, he disconnected the call. Chief Schur gazed at him, his face a mask of confusion. "Old Su, who exactly were you playing riddles with?" Comrade Su did not respond, merely wearily pointing at the Dragon on the large screen. "Chief Schur, you'd best prepare yourself mentally." Following his gesture, Chief Schur looked at the screen. The data for the Dragon continued to fluctuate steadily, its speed having quietly surpassed 280 knots. Chief Schur's pupils constricted slightly as realization dawned upon him. Meanwhile, in the base's radar station, the atmosphere in the vast underground space was tense, akin to solidified concrete. Director Lee hung up the phone, still bearing the lingering shock on his face. "The director's orders were rather peculiar," one operator murmured. "Indeed. How could it be faster than us?" Director Lee took a deep breath and bellowed his command. "Stop guessing. Execute the order. Shape mapping system, activate. Target locked. Commence mapping." A deep hum resonated throughout the radar room. All operators focused intently on their screens. Data flowed like a cascading waterfall. The target's outline was gradually constructed in the center of the screen. First, a blurry point appeared, then morphed into irregular color blocks. The color blocks elongated and expanded. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, the sleek, futuristic silhouette of a fighter jet emerged clearly in the center of the screen. In that moment, all sound ceased in the radar station. Every operator seemed to be struck by a spell, collectively petrified in their seats. Their mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers. They stared fixedly at the screen displaying the familiar, yet utterly alien aircraft. "This," a young operator stammered, his voice trembling. "A fighter jet?" Director Lee gazed at the image on the screen, feeling a rush of blood surge to his head. Having spent a lifetime in the military and working with radar, he had witnessed countless storms. Yet today's events were more absurd than anything he had seen in science fiction films. An unidentified flying object that triggered the highest alert in the entire war zone was, in fact, an aircraft. Moreover, it was a domestically produced fighter jet of an incredibly futuristic design that they had never encountered before. He picked up the internal communication phone, his hands trembling slightly. "The survey results have been released. and it is confirmed to be friendly aircraft. It turns out to be a misunderstanding. On the phone, Commissioner Su sighed with relief, acknowledging that this was an unreported secret test, and he would explain further later. For now, he needed to calm everyone's emotions. After hanging up, Director Lee slumped into his chair, feeling as though he had just emerged from battle, drenched in sweat. A misunderstanding indeed. Meanwhile, at the other end of the base, in the command center, General Shi's expression was even more intense than Director Lee's moments ago. He paid no attention to the conversation between Commissioner Su and the radar department, as his focus was entirely on the large screen. The figure representing the speed of the Yulong had surpassed a threshold that made his heart race, 300 knots. A full 300 knots. This was on the ground. No modern fighter jet could exceed 200 knots while taxiing on the runway. Otherwise, the aircraft structure would disintegrate due to the immense ground friction and air resistance. Yet the Yulong not only achieved this, but appeared to handle it effortlessly based on the data. This was beyond the comprehension of General Shi, the father of the Huagua stealth fighter. It was nothing short of a monstrosity. His eyes sparkled with a mix of fervor and confusion. This was impossible. This could not be the product of our technology development department. Our wind tunnel, our material science simply could not support such performance. He suddenly raised his head, fixing a penetrating gaze on Commissioner Su. Old Su, tell me the truth. Is this something those fellows at the Central Bureau have produced? The Central Bureau, a mysterious department on par with the Technology Development Department, yet completely independent of the military-industrial system. Commissioner Su was taken aback. The Central Bureau? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play coy. General Shi's breath quickened, his face a mix of resentment and awe. Aside from them, I can think of no one else with such capabilities. I clearly remember that Engineer Wang from the Central Bureau made a statement at the Military-Industrial Conference 3 years ago. He claimed he would beat us all to creating a true 8th-generation fighter. That old Wang, indeed, did not exaggerate. General Shi stared at the Yulong on the screen, as if trying to see through it. Different systems, bypassing processes, ignoring costs. Only they could pull off such a colossal feat without prior notice. Chapter 19. Is this a good thing? General Shi fixed his gaze on the screen, his chest heaving as if he were a raging lion. The enthusiasm stirred by the Yulong's astonishing performance had now transformed into a torrent of anger. Well, the Central Bureau. He slammed his fist onto the control panel, producing a thunderous sound. The metal surface of the console slightly dented under the impact. When that treasure lands, I will personally pay a visit. I want to ask that old Wang face to face whether he still recognizes discipline, whether he remembers us old-timers in the technology department who have turned gray. His voice echoed in the empty command center, tinged with envy. Commissioner Su sighed and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. Old Shi, calm down. Let us keep our composure. Now is not the time to assign blame. Regardless, the performance displayed by this aircraft is a tremendous boon for our Huagua Air Force. A boon? General Shi reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fur bristling. Is this a boon? Without notification, bypassing procedures, turning the entire combat zone upside down, nearly provoking an international dispute. If our radar station were to be detected by a malicious nation, do you have any idea how severe the consequences would be? This is sheer madness. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, pointing at the Yulong on the screen, his hand trembling. I admit, Wang is a genius, a madman. But military research and development is not a one-man show. Commissioner Su opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to counter him. For everything General Shi said was reasonable. Such a high-level secret test, conducted without notifying superiors or coordinating with the relevant combat zone, was akin to playing with national security. Just as the atmosphere in the command center reached a critical tension, a sudden alarm blared urgently. It was not the piercing sound of the highest alert, but rather a brief beep from the internal communication system, signifying an emergency. A communications officer immediately picked up the line, his face turning pale in an instant. He hung up the phone and rushed to Commissioner Su, nearly stumbling. Commissioner, an urgent communication from Director Wu at the monitoring department. A sense of foreboding gripped Commissioner Su's heart. What did he say? The officer struggled to articulate his words. Director Wu said the anti-aircraft system was automatically activated during the recent highest alert. What? Commissioner Su's pupils constricted sharply. General Shi was also taken aback, his anger freezing on his face. The anti-aircraft system, this was the last line of defense for the base. A fully automated, highest priority killing system that required no human authorization to activate. As soon as the base radar identified an unrecognizable and highly threatening hostile target, the system would automatically launch interception weapons upon confirming the alert level. The interception target is... General Shi's voice was dry and hoarse. The officer nodded, pointing to the brilliant dot on the screen. It's the Yulong. Before he finished speaking, the office door of the radar department burst open. Director Lee rushed in like a gust of wind, barely pausing to acknowledge the guard at the door. He snatched the nearest internal phone and shouted, Director Wu, this is Li Jinghua. I order you to immediately terminate the interception procedure. On the other end of the line, Director Wu's voice was equally frantic. Old Li, we can't terminate it. The system has triggered the kill mode. Once activated, no one but the highest command can stop it. The missile has already been launched. What? Director Lee nearly collapsed to the ground. He leaned against the table, feeling his legs weaken. What type of missile was launched? His voice was laced with desperate pleading. Please don't tell me it's that cursed thing. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line, which felt like a century to Director Lee. Finally, Director Wu's voice came through, strained. Old Lee. It's the Hongri. Boom. It was as if a bomb had exploded in Director Lee's mind. It was over. Everything was over. The Hongri hypersonic interception missile was not the most advanced missile in the base, nor the most powerful, but it was the most unique and lethal one. Its design philosophy could be summed up in one word: mutual destruction. It had no complicated guidance or evasion systems. Its core consisted of an ultra-precise thermal tracking engine and a solid fuel engine capable of reaching extreme speeds. Once it locked onto a target, it would pursue like a red sun, burning itself out entirely until it collided with the target. It could not be recalled or terminated. Its maximum speed happened to be 300 knots. Director Lee dropped the phone, which clattered to the ground. He dashed out of the office, breathless, heading straight for the command center. When he finally reported this news to Commissioner Su and General Shi, the entire command center fell into a profound silence. All eyes instinctively turned toward the large screen. In the shadows of the luminous point representing the dragon, an even smaller, yet striking red, had inexplicably appeared behind it. This crimson light was relentlessly pursuing the dragon at an astonishing speed. The data stream at the bottom of the screen clearly displayed: target, dragon, speed, 300 knots. Interceptor, red Sunday speed, 300 knots. The chilling figures pierced the hearts of everyone present like sharp daggers. 300 knots. It too was 300 knots. General Shi murmured, his face as pale as a sheet. Just moments ago, he had been awed and envious of the dragon's ability to reach such speed. Now, that very number had become a harbinger of doom. The identical maximum speed signified that the dragon could not escape through acceleration. Moreover, the red sun's fuel was sufficient to sustain an extended pursuit. This was an endless death chase, destined to conclude with one or both parties reduced to ashes. Damn these wretched things. General Shi slammed his thigh, his eyes instantly reddening. In this moment, all concerns of departmental rivalry and technological pride were cast aside. One thought consumed him: the pilot aboard the aircraft. Commissioner Su swayed slightly, grasping the nearby chair to steady himself. His lips trembled. Li Xingran. That child is still on the plane. Upon uttering the name, the expressions of several officers in the command center, familiar with the pilot, darkened further. Li Xingran. One of the youngest ace pilots in the Air Force, a prodigy upon whom countless hopes rested. Now, that prodigy was piloting an aircraft, another marvel of ingenuity, while being chased by an ultimate weapon launched by their own people. This was nothing short of the most absurd and deadly blunder since the establishment of the military. General Shi could no longer contain his emotions. He snatched the microphone from the communicator's hand and bellowed, "Connect me to the Central Bureau. Immediately. Get me that bastard Wang. Hurry." Chapter 20. Red Sun? Cold sweat trickled down Commissioner Su's forehead, tracing the contours of his face before dripping onto the crisp collar of his military uniform. That icy dampness, however, could not extinguish the fiery anxiety within his heart. There was no way out. He struggled to speak, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. This system was no longer the antiquated relic of yesteryear, to adapt to increasingly complex battlefield environments. The Red Sun system had evolved to its third generation. Third generation? General Shi's head snapped up, confusion etched on his pale face. Upgraded? Wouldn't that be an improvement? The third generation system, Commissioner Su shook his head slowly, the light in his eyes dimming completely, was never designed for control. Its purpose was for ultimate destruction. Its theoretical maximum speed, Commissioner Su paused, his voice hoarse, was still 300 knots. This number struck the hearts of everyone in the command center like a heavy hammer. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was instantly crushed. General Shi's body swayed. He could hardly believe his ears. Still 300 knots? What the hell was the upgrade for? Our missile is going to shoot down our own aircraft? General Shi's voice trembled with hysteria. If this got out, it would be an enormous joke. The most ludicrous blunder since the military's inception. Commissioner Su closed his eyes, painfully massaging his temples. Calm down, Shi. The launch logic of the Red Sun has been predetermined since its inception. Lock on, launch, and then obliterate the target. There is no termination, no recall, no alternative. He opened his eyes, gazing at the red dot gripping the dragon on the large screen, his tone filled with helplessness. Its fuel can sustain it for 80,000 miles. 80,000 miles. This figure plunged General Shi's heart into despair. 80,000 miles was sufficient to obliterate the dragon multiple times, from the sky to the depths of the sea. Just then, a researcher responsible for monitoring the data suddenly leapt from his seat, his voice trembling with fear. Report. The speed of the Red Sun missile. All eyes in the command center turned sharply toward him. It was still climbing. It had already surpassed 300 knots. What? The command center was engulfed in an eerie silence once more. Everyone believed they had misheard. The maximum speed of 300 knots was a steadfast rule inscribed in the design parameters. How could it still be accelerating? General Shi rushed forward, fixated on the screen before the researcher. The data stream clearly displayed. Interceptor, red sun, speed, 300 knots, status, continuing to accelerate. General Shi's pupils dilated in shock. He could no longer endure this torment of merely watching. Contact the pilot. Now. Connect me to Li Xingran. The communicator frantically operated. The crackling sound of electricity echoing painfully in the silent command center. Soon, the connection was established. Commissioner Su seized the microphone, inhaling deeply to steady his voice. Xingran. This is Commissioner Su. On the other end of the channel, a clear and calm voice, even laced with mirth, responded, Commissioner, good evening. Such a grand display. Are you testing the Dragon's all-weather communication capabilities? Hearing that voice, Commissioner Su's heart ached, and tears brimmed in his eyes. How could this child still find joy in such dire circumstances? He clenched the microphone tightly, enunciating each word deliberately. Xingran, listen to me. There is a red sun missile pursuing you. A brief silence enveloped the communication channel. Everyone in the command center held their breath, anticipating the inevitable panic or furious inquiries that would follow. However, what they received instead was a resigned chuckle. Red sun? Li Xingran's voice returned, tinged with self-deprecating amusement. I thought it felt a bit chilly behind me. Turns out it's just our own enthusiasm. Commissioner, isn't this welcome ceremony a tad too extravagant? This remark left everyone in the command center momentarily speechless. General Shi looked utterly incredulous. Did this child not grasp the gravity of the situation? Or was her nerve truly made of steel? Li Xingran continued, let me check. The rear radar is at maximum power. Oddly enough, my radar screen shows nothing. Commissioner, are you sure there's something behind me? It's completely clear back here. Commissioner Su was bewildered. How could that be? Our ground radar shows it clearly. It's less than 10 kilometers behind you. General Shi leaned in closer, shouting into the microphone, impossible. The Dragon's radar is the best in the world. Not even a fly could evade it. How could it fail to detect a missile? This is utterly preposterous. On the ground, it was visible. Yet it was undetectable from the aircraft? Li Xingran disregarded their astonishment, her tone shifting to seriousness. Report its current speed. The researcher in the corner promptly answered, as if that was the only thing he could do at the moment. 310 knots. Still accelerating. Expected to reach 315 knots soon. 315 knots. This number drained the color from General Shi's face even further. It was over. Completely over. Faster than the Dragon, with nearly infinite fuel. This was no chase, it was a death sentence. Yet, on the communication channel, Li Xingran's voice remained steady. Received. She paused for a moment. It seemed as though confirmation was being sought. The leaders were all on edge. My radar screen displayed nothing at all. However, beside the radar screen, a line of small text had appeared. Everyone perked up, forgetting to breathe. A line of small text? What could it be? A fault code? Or a system prompt? In this life and death moment, those words represented the only glimmer of hope. Chapter 21. Harmless fishes what? The tone of Comrade Su had shifted. A line of small text? General Shi leaned in, fixated on the communication device, as if he wished to see through the cockpit via the waves. What did it say? On the communication channel. Li Xingran seemed to be deciphering some arcane text. Let me see it. Ah, got it. She cleared her throat and read in an extremely bland, almost emotionless tone. System prompt. To ensure driver concentration, non-threatening targets with speeds below 350 knots will be automatically filtered. Such targets will be classified as. Li Xingran paused, seemingly weighing her words. Harmless fishes. In the command center, even the sound of crackling electricity seemed to vanish. Time felt as if it had been paused. Everyone resembled a fish out of water. General Shi's expression shifted from shock to confusion, ultimately contorting into an indescribable distortion. He felt as if his heart had been struck by a hammer. Harmless fishes? He had devoted his life's work and countless national resources to creating this national treasure. The hungry missile, and it was merely regarded as fish food in the eyes of this dragon fighter? This was no longer arrogance. It was a blatant contempt for the entire national defense industry. Insanity. A researcher muttered, his eyes vacant. This aircraft is absolutely mad. Comrade Su's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but could not utter a word. He felt as though his worldview was crumbling, crushed beneath the weight of this fighter jet named Dragon. At that moment, a researcher in the corner, responsible for monitoring data, let out another desperate scream. It's accelerating. The missile's speed has surpassed 320 knots. It's still climbing. This scream shattered the silence of the command center like a stone thrown into a still lake. Everyone's hearts were once again lodged in their throats. Yet, Li Xingran's voice was even more relaxed than before. Everyone, good news. My radar screen finally has something. Comrade Su and General Shi lunged towards the microphone. Did you see it? Where is it? Li Xingran's voice carried a languid tone. Yes. A small red dot is flashing behind me. Quite adorable. Adorable? You dare call a missile capable of turning you into fragments adorable? Half of the command center's personnel began to question their very existence. Li Xingran continued. The system also popped up a window asking if I wanted to ignore it. Comrade Su felt his blood pressure rising. It wants you to ignore the missile. Of course, you cannot ignore it. Li Xingran seemed unfazed by his outburst, continuing on. It also states that a threat has been detected, with a threat level of. She leaned closer to the screen for a better look. 1. It was followed by, if there is no action within 10 seconds, this threat will be automatically ignored. A collective gasp echoed through the command center. A threat level of 1. 10 seconds of inaction would mean nothing had occurred. This was not the artificial intelligence of a fighter jet. It was clearly a laid-back youth with a zen attitude. General Shi's face transformed into a palette of colors. Suddenly, he thought of something, pushing Comrade Su aside, and shouted into the microphone, Xingran. Ask it. Ask the system what the maximum threat level is. This question left everyone momentarily stunned. Yes, a threat level of 1 sounded low. But what if the total was only 3 or 5? Then this one would not be so low. Everyone's hearts hung in suspense once more. On the other end of the channel, Li Xingran seemed to chuckle. Good question, General Shi. I'll ask. In the cockpit, Li Xingran gently tapped the edge of the screen. A crisp, emotionless electronic synthesized voice clearly echoed through every corner of the command center. Threat level assessment system. Maximum value is 1,000. 1,000. The maximum value was 1,000. And the threat level of the Hongri was 1,000th. In the command center, a researcher slumped to the ground, mindlessly repeating, 1,000th is merely 1,000th. Comrade Su felt the world spin around him. He clung to the control panel, barely managing to remain upright. It was over. The knowledge he had accumulated over decades as a soldier shattered at this moment. His prideful weapon was deemed barely a threat in the Dragon S system. How could they fight? No, this was no longer a battle. This was a dimensional strike. However, General Shi's reaction was entirely different. His eyes sparked with an unprecedented brilliance, a mix of fervor and immense joy. He understood. He finally understood. This dragon fighter, from its inception, had never considered an adversary of the Hongri's caliber. Its radar, its threat assessment system, everything was prepared for a conflict of a higher order. One they could scarcely fathom. It must possess earth-shattering trump cards unknown to them all. Speed. What is the missile's current speed? General Shi's voice became hoarse with excitement. The researcher struggled to rise from the floor, leaning against a chair while gazing at the screen. His voice cracked with emotion. 325 knots. The distance is closing rapidly. Threat value. Threat value is still 1. Comrade Su jolted awake from his despair. His last shred of rationality reminded him that, above all, the pilot's life was paramount. Xingran, eject. I command you to eject and escape immediately. Now, this instant. His voice was both a command and a plea. On the channel, Li Xingran's voice was tinged with confusion. Reporting, Comrade. I wish I could, but I can't find the ejection button. What? You can't find the ejection button? What kind of international joke is this? Any aircraft has the ejection escape system as the most prominent, most accessible feature. This is an ironclad design principle. Comrade Su's heart plummeted. Could it be malfunctioning? Just as despair enveloped everyone in the command center, Li Xingran's voice rang out once more, this time carrying a peculiar tone. Oh, there is no ejection button. However, the system has popped up another prompt. It says. Li Xingran's voice stretched out. It's time to accelerate. Chapter 22. Execute the command accelerate? The command center fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to solidify, and everyone's breath hung in their throats. They had just regained their composure from the shock of a threat level of 1, only to be struck dumb by this cryptic statement. What did it mean? Time to accelerate. There was a missile trailing behind, at over 300 knots. Where would they accelerate to? Did they intend to fly out of the atmosphere? Comrade Su opened his mouth, but his throat was too dry to produce a sound. His mind felt utterly muddled, unable to comprehend any words coming through the channel. Xingran, what are you saying? His voice was hoarse, suffused with uncertainty. The report from Li Xingran sounded as if a student were reciting content from a textbook they had only just grasped. The system alerted me that the current flight mode was set to low-speed cruise. To counter the threat, it recommended switching to medium-speed mode. Low-speed cruise. In the command center, a young researcher instinctively glanced at the data on the screen. Speed, 330 knots. This figure was already approaching the maximum cruising speed of their most advanced active fighter jets. Now, Li Xingran informed them that this was merely low speed. A sudden chuckle shattered the silence in the command center. Everyone turned abruptly to the source of the sound. It was Director Shi, who leaned against the control panel, his body trembling with excitement, his face adorned with an almost maniacal grin. Ha ha ha. Low speed. So it was low speed. I knew it. Director Shi's laughter grew louder as his eyes remained fixed on the screen, as though beholding a rare treasure. Su Zhengwei felt a chill run down his spine from the sound of his laughter. Old Shi, switch. Director Shi abruptly waved his hand, his tone commanding and unyielding as he shouted into the microphone. Li Xingran, listen to me. Switch directly to high-speed mode. High-speed mode. There's a high-speed mode. Li Xingran seemed momentarily stunned. But Director, the system only recommends switching to medium speed. Listen to me. Director Shi's voice was resolute. I understand this dragon better than any system. You have yet to witness even a fraction of its true power. Execute the order. There was a 2-second silence on the channel. Yes. Li Xingran's voice, now laced with infectious excitement, responded. In the cockpit, his fingers gently glided across the screen, selecting the option that had never been touched before, high-speed mode. A low yet penetrating engine roar resonated through the microphone. In the command center, everyone felt the floor tremble beneath their feet. Power. The engine power is increasing. A researcher pointed at the screen, his voice rising in pitch. 110. 120, still climbing. My goodness, it's at 150. On the screen, the speed data of the Dragon began to soar at a terrifying rate. 450 knots. The glowing dot representing the Hongri missile, which had been closely tailing the Dragon, was now being distanced visibly. The missile could not keep up. Good heavens, what speed is this? A chorus of gasps filled the command center. Everyone seemed frozen, captivated by the astonishing speed competition displayed on the main screen. This was no longer a competition, it was sheer mockery. Su Zhenwei's mouth hung open in disbelief, as decades of military experience were being shattered one data point at a time. Yet, the fervor on Director Shi's face only intensified. His breath quickened, eyes sparkling. This isn't even its limit. On the channel, Li Xingran's voice rang out once more, this time tinged with unmistakable excitement and curiosity. Report, Director. The system has issued a new alert. Above high-speed mode, there exists a mode called Frenzy Mode. Frenzy Mode. Merely hearing that name made everyone in the command center's heart skip a beat. Activate it. Director Shi nearly roared the command. Now, initiate Frenzy Mode. Yes. Li Xingran responded with crisp efficiency. The next moment, buzz. This time, the engine sound was unlike any before. It resonated with a deep rhythm, as if emanating from the depths of the cosmos, low yet imbued with cataclysmic power. Warning. Unknown energy reaction detected. Spatial parameters exhibit slight distortions. Alarms blared throughout the control panel. Power. The power monitoring system has failed. The readings have gone off the charts. Speed. It's speed. A researcher's voice trembled with incredulity as he pointed at the screen, as if witnessing a miracle. The speed readout of the Dragon had surpassed 500 knots. Moreover, it continued to ascend at an even more terrifying gradient. 700 knots. 750 knots. The glowing dot representing the Hongri missile had become almost a stationary backdrop on the screen, utterly outpaced and devoid of any chance to pursue. The threat level quietly shifted from 1 to 0. The command center fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone gazed upward at the golden number stabilizing at 750 knots, their minds blank. What is the maximum speed of the world's top 5th-generation fighter jets? A little over 2 Mach, translating to just over 600 knots. Yet, the Dragon, upon activating the so-called frenzy mode, easily reached 750 knots. What does this signify? It means that there is no known air defense weapon in existence capable of shadowing it. It can arrive at will and depart as it pleases, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. A significant lead, a researcher murmured absent-mindedly. This is true superiority. Su Zhenwei felt his legs weaken. He looked at the screen, where the Dragon's solitary brilliance shone, then glanced at Director Shi, who appeared euphoric, as if admiring his life's work. He suddenly felt that his earlier panic over a threat level of 1 was rather amusing. Just then, Li Xingran's voice, tinged with a hint of pride, yet a touch of confusion, floated through the channel. Report. The missile has been outpaced. She seemed to hesitate before sincerely asking, should I slow down to wait for it? Chapter 23. We cannot allow it to detonate inland. This statement struck Su Zhenwei's nerves like a needle. He nearly choked. Wait for it. What do you think this is, walking a dog? That's a Hongri, the most formidable air-to-air missile currently in service that can elevate the Dragon's threat level to 1. Su Zhenwei's lips quivered as he prepared to deliver a stern lecture to this oblivious young person over the microphone. No. Director Shi suddenly slapped his thigh. The fervor on his face instantly replaced by a grave concern regarding a new issue. I forgot about that. His voice sent the heartbeats in the command center, which had just begun to calm, racing once more. The Hongri possesses secondary targeting capabilities. Director Shi's eyes fixed intently on the distant red that had been left behind. Once it determines that its primary target has been lost, to avoid waste, its programming will drive it to automatically engage the nearest target with the largest radar cross-section before its fuel is exhausted. Su Zhenwei's complexion turned as pale as the walls. The nearest target with the largest radar cross-section? That would be the city, wouldn't it? Or perhaps a civilian airliner in the sky. The horrifying consequences of that realization drenched Su Zhenwei's military uniform in cold sweat. We cannot allow it to detonate inland. Director Shi's voice was resolute. Li Xingran. He seized the communicator, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Change course. Immediately. Fly west. Bring it to the open seas of the Western District. Quickly. On the channel, Li Xingran's previously nonchalant voice turned serious. Understood. A dragon of the skies traced a nearly imperceptible golden arc, its nose sharply pivoting to fly directly westward. The red light left trailing behind clumsily adjusted its course, relentlessly pursuing. I will contact the Western District. Commissar Su reacted swiftly, seizing another encrypted red telephone. his fingers turning pale from the pressure. We must inform them in advance. Otherwise, they will mistake the dragon for an intruder. The call connected almost instantly. Commander Liu? This is Sue from the Air Force Base. Meanwhile, at the Western District Air Force Command, the command center was tense. Commander Liu furrowed his brow, listening to the hurried and muddled explanation from Commissar Sue. What? An unidentified stealth fighter? With a red sun trailing behind? Heading towards us? Commander Liu felt his blood pressure rise. Old Sue, did you drink too much today? What kind of exercise is this? I haven't received any notice. It's not a drill. Sue's voice sounded on the verge of tears. Just trust me. Absolutely do not open fire. I repeat, do not engage that high-speed target. Have all your aerial units steer clear. Commander Liu wanted to ask more, but the call abruptly disconnected. The busy signal plunged the entire command center into an eerie silence. Commander, a radar operator's voice trembled, pointing at the screen. We seem to have located it. Commander Liu spun around. On the massive tactical screen, a blinding golden dot was piercing in at an unfathomable speed from the eastern airspace's edge. Next to it, a speed reading displayed, 750 knots. Commander Liu's pupils constricted sharply. He nearly believed there was a malfunction in the radar system. Following the golden dot, a slightly dimmer red dot emerged behind it, speed reading, 320 knots. It truly has a tail. Commander Liu's throat constricted. He finally comprehended why Sue was so anxious. What kind of monster travels at 750 knots? Order. Commander Liu's voice rang out, loud and decisive, shattering the silence of the command center. Order the Sea Eagle 01 and Sea Eagle 02 patrol aircraft to immediately abandon their planned routes and turn south for 20 kilometers. Evade the unidentified high-speed aerial situation. Yes. At 10,000 meters high, above the boundless sea of clouds, two imposing fifth-generation aircraft flew steadily in standard formation. This was the most common aerial patrol duo in the Western District Sea. The captain, an experienced veteran pilot who had braved many storms, was leisurely sipping goji berry tea from his thermos when the command from headquarters came through, seemingly disjointed. Evade unidentified high-speed aerial situation? The captain scoffed, slightly dismissive. What was headquarters up to now? How fast could it possibly be? He glanced at his instrument panel. 400 knots of cruising speed was already exceptional for conventional aircraft. Sea Eagle 02, do you hear me? Let us play hide and seek. He joked on the intercom, eliciting laughter from the younger co-pilot. Captain, maybe it's an alien UFO. Even if a UFO comes, it must abide by our rules. The captain scoffed, leisurely pushing the joystick, preparing to execute the command. However, in the next second, his movements froze. He and his co-pilot simultaneously spotted a minuscule black dot at the far left of their field of vision, rapidly expanding at a speed that defied the laws of physics. It wasn't approaching, it was crashing towards them. Buzz. Before their brains could process this shocking scene, a deafening roar, as if capable of tearing their souls apart, pierced through the cockpit, filling their ears. Immediately after, a golden, shimmering figure flashed past from their formation's lower left. The speed was too fast, so rapid that their eyes could not capture any details. All they could see was a blurred, sci-fi silhouette that seemed to belong to another era, along with two blue flame-like vector nozzles trailing long streaks in the air. Wow. The young co-pilot's mouth formed an O shape, a curse escaping his lips. The captain's thermos clattered to the floor, the scalding tea spilling everywhere, yet he remained oblivious. His entire mind was consumed by the fleeting figure's silhouette. That outline, a fleeting glimpse he had seen in the highest security briefings. The 8th-generation aircraft. Heralded as the redefinition of the skies? Captain, that's our 8th-generation aircraft. It's about to be commissioned. The young pilot's voice trembled with almost maniacal joy and excitement. The captain did not reply. He simply fixated on the golden dot, nearly vanishing on the horizon. Feeling the slight tremor of his once proud 5th-generation aircraft caused by the violent airflow from the passing entity, akin to a majestic warhorse trembling before a true dragon. At this moment, no commands or ceremonies were present. Yet, the captain understood with absolute clarity, an era belonging to the 5th-generation aircraft had passed. Just moments ago, he and his aircraft had silently completed a century-spanning transition between two eras. Meanwhile, the legendary pilot, Li Xingran, focused intently on his heads-up display. The speed reading had stabilized at 800 knots. Report to General Schur. The target has been completely evaded, and the distance is continuously increasing. He glanced at the rearview display, where the Red Sun missile was rapidly shrinking to a pixel. In the next moment, that red pixel suddenly exploded into a blinding fireball. Even from several kilometers away, it was a breathtaking visual spectacle. Then, below, the sea surface appeared to be struck by an invisible giant hand, sending a colossal white splash of seawater soaring into the sky. The missile had self-destructed. Someone murmured in the command center. Everyone watched the screen, captivated by the magnificent water plume and the golden that circled serenely above the surface. It's done. Commissar Sue felt his trembling legs finally regain their strength. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, feeling as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. General Schur's face finally broke into a relieved smile, gazing at the perfect creation on the screen with unabashed admiration and pride. The crisis was entirely averted. Chapter 24, Success. Decelerate. Prepare for return. Li Xingran's voice echoed clearly back to the command center, his tone calm, as if the one who had just evaded a missile was not him. The profound silence in the command center was shattered. Everyone instinctively turned to General Shi, whose smile had faded, replaced by a technician's unique, almost fervent scrutiny. He fixed his gaze on the golden dot on the screen, now steadily decelerating, its posture graceful, unlike that of a fighter jet. Order the Western District Air Force Base to enter A-level combat readiness. Clear all non-essential personnel. Lock down all information. No one is permitted to communicate externally. Violators will face military tribunal. General Shi's command was unyielding. Understood. Commissioner Su suddenly jolted, standing upright and responding loudly. He felt his legs regain their strength. A newfound and heavier sense of mission settling upon his shoulders. Old Wang, lead the way. Come with me, he instructed, gesturing towards Wang Gong, who stood beside him. Equally stunned, Wang Gong, as if awakened from a dream, nodded eagerly. The group hastily exited the command center, and the blinding sunlight on their faces offered a fleeting sense of reality. A military off-road vehicle awaited them outside. As the doors swung open, they filed in one after another. Inside the vehicle, silence reigned, each mind replaying the stunning scene they had just witnessed. The golden silhouette, the astonishing maneuver, and the vanishing figure of the 5th-generation aircraft, which appeared as antiquated as a relic in its wake. The hour-long journey felt interminable, stretching out like a century. When the off-road vehicle finally came to a halt before a massive, futuristic silver exhibition hall, everyone remained somewhat dazed. This was the core area of the base, typically under heavy guard, accessible only to those with the highest level of clearance. At that moment, the enormous alloy gate of the exhibition hall began to open slowly. With a sense of almost reverential pilgrimage, Commissioner Su led the group inside. The vast, silent space housed but a single aircraft. It was the Golden Legend. It stood there quietly, its fluid lines reflecting a mesmerizing sheen under the dome's illumination. Stripped of its former aerial majesty, it now resembled a perfect work of art. Science fiction was the first word that sprang to mind for everyone present. Its design utterly defied existing aerodynamic theories, bearing no resemblance to any traditional aircraft. President Shi walked at the forefront, each step deliberate and slow, as if measuring the dawn of a new era. He extended a hand, weathered and calloused from years spent working with schematics and components. His fingertips grazed the golden fuselage, cold, hard, and imbued with a unique resilience that sent a shiver through him. It was real, not an illusion. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the cold, pure essence of advanced composite materials. Upon opening his eyes, only the fervor of a pure engineer remained. The Central Bureau, he murmured to himself. It had to be the madman of the Central Bureau behind this. He could think of no other entity capable of such an endeavor, one that pooled the finest talents of the nation. Xiao Zhang, he called without turning. A young researcher stepped forward immediately. President Shi, he responded. Get old Liang on the line, from the Central Bureau. There was a hint of nostalgia in President Shi's tone. Yes. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the Central Bureau's Underground Research Institute, the atmosphere was charged with tension. In a vast circular laboratory, all researchers held their breath. Fixated on a massive screen at the central control console, complex streams of data flickered at a dizzying pace. At the forefront of the crowd stood an elderly man with graying hair, yet an invigorated demeanor. Clad in a faded blue work uniform, he clenched his fists tightly. This was old Liang Aigua, the chief engineer of the Central Bureau, a man who dedicated his life to the cutting-edge technology of the Republic. At this moment, he and his team were tackling the core technology of the Sun-Shooting Project, the heart of the 8th-generation aircraft, controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization and plasma engines. Energy output at 98. Reactor temperature stable. Confinement field strength normal. Reports reverberated in the quiet laboratory, striking the heartbeat of every individual present. Beads of sweat had begun to form on old Liang's forehead. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Suddenly, the tumultuous data streams on the screen halted abruptly. Then, a large green symbol representing success filled the entire display. The laboratory fell eerily silent for a second, followed by an eruption of jubilant cheers. We did it! Someone shouted, and the entire lab was engulfed in a cacophony of celebration. Countless individuals embraced, tears and laughter mingling. We made it. We finally did it. Old Liang slammed his fist onto the control console with a resounding thud. The stern visage he maintained throughout his life transformed into the grin of a child weighing 300 pounds. Nuclear power. We integrated nuclear power into an aircraft. The Sun-Shooting Project has succeeded. He trembled with excitement, tears glimmering in his eyes. After 20 years of waiting for this day, just as the jubilant atmosphere reached its zenith, a shrill phone rang unexpectedly. It was the red secure phone on old Liang's desk. Who could be calling at such a time? He grumbled impatiently, snatching up the receiver. The caller ID displayed Shi Xinghua. Huh, that old rascal, old Liang mused, a smug smile forming on his lips. Clearing his throat, he pressed the answer button. Hello. Old Sure. On the other end, President Sure's teasing voice resonated. Old Liang, impressive. You've been quite busy lately, haven't you? A spark ignited in Old Liang's mind. Oh, this old fellow is quite well informed, isn't he? I've just achieved success, and he calls right away? Is there a spy among us? He chuckled, feigning ignorance. Yet his pride was unmistakable. Any progress on your 8th-generation aircraft? President Sure inquired directly. Old Liang's heart swelled with glee. Indeed. This old fellow is here for that very matter. He must have caught wind of something and wants to glean my insights. Progress? More than just progress. Old Liang deliberately elongated his tone. We have achieved a fundamental breakthrough. On the other end, President Sure fell silent for a moment, standing beside the Golden Dragon. His gaze sweeping across the aircraft's body to its futuristic vector nozzles. A fundamental breakthrough? More than fundamental. This is truly revolutionary. Your results have opened my eyes. President Sure exclaimed, his voice imbued with awe. Hearing this, Old Liang became even more animated. If someone as discerning as Old Sure expressed such sentiments, this technological breakthrough was beyond what he had anticipated. Indeed, this is our ace in the hole after decades of preparation. Are you envious? Old Liang declared triumphantly. President Sure, fixated on the colossal marvel before him, grinned slyly. Envious? More than that, Old Liang, I must confess. I'm staring right at your treasure. My eyes are nearly crossing. Old Liang's laughter abruptly ceased. He stood there, phone in hand, bewildered. What is he looking at? Old Sure is at the Western District Base, while I'm in the Underground Research Institute in Beijing. How can he see it? Could it be a video? No. That's impossible. The secure line has no video capability. Besides, the results have just emerged, and a formal report hasn't even been drafted yet. Old Liang pondered rapidly. A myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Ultimately, only one explanation remains. One that is both improbable yet entirely plausible. A spy. That scoundrel, Shi Zhenghua, has actually placed a spy right under my nose. A surge of wrath erupted from the depths of Old Liang's heart, ascending to his very crown. His face, which had just moments ago radiated joy like a blooming chrysanthemum, instantly became shrouded in frost. The jubilant cheers that had once resonated throughout the laboratory now fell silent, as if a phantom hand had grasped their throats. All the researchers felt the eerie shift in atmosphere, their gazes fixed on their chief engineer's countenance, which transformed from clear skies to thunderous storms, rendering them mute as mice. The only sound filling the air was the monotonous hum of the instrument's cooling fans. Shi Zhenghua, Old Liang bellowed into the phone, his voice reverberating with explosive fury. You have the audacity to plant an informant in my domain. The sheer volume of his outburst caused the telephone receiver to crackle with electrical static. On the other end, President Sure was evidently taken aback by the force of this exclamation. An informant? Liang Weigua, has your brain been fried? President Sure's robust voice, laced with incredulity, emerged from the receiver. I told you that you've created a treasure. What else with this talk of informants? You're on the verge of developing curvature propulsion. And here you are trying to play the fool with me? Curvature propulsion? Old Liang was momentarily stunned. What on earth? Curvature propulsion? ISNT, that's something only found in science fiction? He was working on nuclear power, which, while monumental, was still light years away from that curvature nonsense. Is this old coot mocking me in this manner? Shi Zhenghua, stop your nonsense. Old Liang fumed, his face flushed with anger. Don't think that your wild claims can distract me from the issue of the embedded spy. I assure you, not a chance. President Sure, too, was incensed. Am I deceiving you? Liang Weigua, you old rascal, are you daring to act without taking responsibility? Fine, just you wait. I'll initiate a video call so you can see the fruits of your own labor. A video? Old Liang's heart sank. When did this secure red telephone gain video capabilities? Before he could ponder further, a young researcher beside him quietly reminded him, Old Liang. This is the latest generation of secure lines, supporting one-way video transmission. With a wave of his hand, Old Liang signaled for them to connect. I'm eager to see what tricks this old fellow has up his sleeve. He shouted into the phone. Soon, the massive central display screen in the laboratory flickered, and the data flow disappeared. The screen blinked a few times before a clear image materialized. First, President Sure's face, equally filled with rage and confusion, appeared. Then, it seemed he had turned the camera around. In the next moment, every breath in the laboratory paused simultaneously. On the screen, a dark golden aircraft stood silently in an expansive hangar. Its design was beyond description, seamlessly carved from a single block of metal, with no visible seams. The aircraft's lines flowed with an exquisite grace, embodying a stunning fusion of science fiction and ferocity. Most striking were the two vector nozzles, intricately structured and precise, resembling some extraterrestrial creation. Gasp! The entire laboratory echoed with a collective intake of breath. Everyone, including Old Liang, was as if spellbound, fixated on the aircraft on the screen. Their minds blank. The nuclear-powered engine they had jubilantly celebrated now seemed trivial, akin to a child's toy when juxtaposed with this marvel. What is this? A 9th-generation fighter? Or perhaps a 10th generation? No, this is not something that should exist on Earth. Old Liang's hand trembled as he held the phone, his face contorted with shock. Anger surged once more within him, mingled with an indescribable bitterness and jealousy. He understood it all. The spies, the curvature propulsion. This old coot was merely putting on a show. This aircraft was the product of Shi Zhenghua and his technical development department. His intention in calling at this moment was to humiliate him with this formidable weapon at the peak of his pride. Ah, old Liang pointed at the screen, his voice quivering. Well played, Shi Zhenghua. You've hidden it well. Did you create this to slap me in the face, didn't you? On the other end, President Shi's face reappeared on the screen, his confusion deeper than that of old Liang. Slap you in the face? Liang Weigua, can we speak reasonably? If I could produce such a thing, would I still need to call you? Just then, a middle-aged man in an Air Force political commissar uniform, with a composed demeanor, appeared beside President Shi. He saluted the camera. Chief Engineer Liang, greetings. I am Su Jinhua, the political commissar of the Western District Base. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that instantly silenced the chaotic scene. Chief Engineer Liang, I require you to confirm something in your capacity as the Chief Engineer of the Central Bureau. The aircraft on the screen, codenamed Yulong, does it have any direct or indirect relations with your unit? Old Liang gazed at Commissar Su's seemingly sincere face, and the flames of his anger gradually gave way to profound confusion. He inhaled deeply and responded with resolute certainty. No, I guarantee, with my integrity and party loyalty, that this aircraft has no connection whatsoever to our Central Bureau. Upon receiving this answer, Commissar Su nodded slowly. He turned to President Shi, whose expression had become exceedingly complex. Shock, bewilderment, and a creeping dread filled the air. A simple yet chilling chain of logic emerged clearly in everyone's minds. Across the entirety of Huagua, only two entities have the capability and qualification to develop the next generation of fighter jets. One is the Central Bureau, overseen by old Liang, and the other is the Technical Development Department where Shi Zhenghua resides. Now, with old Liang asserting that it wasn't his creation, President Shi himself understood that this could not possibly be his doing either. Then, where did this otherworldly Yulong emerge from? In an instant, the atmosphere in the hangar and the underground laboratory in the capital became exceedingly grave. The light-hearted banter between two old friends had escalated into a colossal enigma, capable of shaking the very foundations of the nation. Silence reigned on both ends of the call. After a prolonged pause, Commissar Su's weighty voice shattered the stillness. Chief Engineer Liang, it would be wise for you to prepare a cardiac rescue pill. Old Liang's heart raced. An ominous premonition enveloped him. He instinctively reached into his lab coat pocket, searching for the small white vial. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Commissar Su began to recount. 1 minute later, clatter. The small white vial slipped from old Liang's grasp, spilling several white tablets onto the control console. His wrinkled face was left with nothing but endless shock and disbelief. Chapter 26, Modification? Commissar Su's voice resonated clearly through the laboratory's speakers, each word striking old Liang's heart like a heavy hammer. His worldview shattered in that moment. He staggered slightly, grasping the cold control console to steady himself, the metallic chill aiding his disoriented mind to regain some clarity. He lifted his head, eyes bloodshot as he gazed at the hovering dragon on the screen. The lines, impossibly smooth, and the unknown coding that shimmered with an ethereal glow. The layout that completely subverted existing aerodynamic theories. Previously, he believed it to be a hidden ace of Shi Zhenghua, filling his heart with anger, jealousy, and resentment. But now, upon realizing that this creation had no connection to Shi Zhenghua or the current aviation system of the nation, an emotion far more terrifying than anger and jealousy seized his heart. Fear of the unknown. A primal terror of a force that transcended comprehension. Stop everything. Liang Lao suddenly turned, roaring at the group of research personnel who were already frozen in shock. His voice was hoarse and broken, trembling with suppressed emotion. All ongoing projects, cease immediately. Seal all data. Archive it. Secretary Wang, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, sprang to attention, rushing over. Chief Engineer Liang, you commanded. Book me a ticket. The fastest train. To the West District Base. Liang Lao shouted. No. High-speed train. Arrange the fastest one. I need to go there now. He ripped off his white lab coat, throwing it to the ground as he charged toward the laboratory door, leaving behind a room full of bewildered researchers and a chaotic situation turned upside down. Meanwhile, at the West District Air Force Base, in the underground hangar of the Technical Development Department, the communication screen had darkened. The smug expression on Shi Zhenghua's face had long vanished. He paced back and forth beside the colossal dragon fighter, his brow furrowed in confusion. Not from old Liang's team. Not from us. Did it just fall from the sky? Shi Zhenghua stopped, looking up at the sci-fi-esque warplane, his eyes filled with bewilderment. As the chief of Huagua's stealth fighter program, he understood better than anyone the terrifying resources required to develop a brand new 5th or even 6th-generation aircraft from scratch. It was not a task that could be achieved by one or two geniuses or a small workshop. It required an entire nation, decades of unwavering investment. thousands of top scientists and engineers, and countless days and nights of calculations and experiments. Yet, this dragon appeared like a phantom, inexplicably present, proclaiming a technological route that did not exist on Huawei's current technological tree. This left Shi feeling profoundly powerless and gripped by a panic of being left behind by the times. Next to him, Commissioner Su wore a similarly grave expression. He glanced at Shi Zhenghua before shifting his gaze to Li Xingran, who had remained silent throughout. Comrade Xingran, Su Commissioner broke the silence. When Chief Engineer Liang was here, I didn't inquire too deeply. This aircraft, you previously reported that it was modified by a friend of yours? Li Xingran stood at attention and saluted. Report, sir. That is correct. I did say so at the time. Her voice was crisp, yet uncertainty lingered beneath. Clearly, the storm triggered by this aircraft far exceeded her expectations. Modified? Shi Zhenghua chuckled, as if he had heard a grand joke. He pointed at the dragon's gleaming metallic body. You call this a modification? Tell me, what was it modified with? A J-10? Or a Falcon? You could take apart an F-22, and you still wouldn't achieve this. Shi Zhenghua's emotions were running high. This was no longer a matter of personal pride. It was an assault on his lifelong professional understanding. Li Xingran bit her lip, offering no rebuttal. For she too found herself at a loss for words. Ji Muyuan had indeed said that, but now it seemed that he had some misunderstanding of the term modification. Commissioner Su raised his hand, signaling Shi to calm down. He turned to Li Xingran and continued to inquire, who handled the aircraft's entry procedures? Who was responsible for logistics and materials? Li Xingran promptly replied, Report, it was Director Wen from the Materials Department. All procedures were personally handled by him. Good. Commissioner Su nodded. Call Director Wen. Shi Zhenghua immediately ordered his guard. Have him come over. Right now? Immediately. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform jogged into the hangar, panting slightly. It was Director Wen from the Materials Department. Chief, Mr. Shi, you called for me. He rushed over and saluted. Shi Zhenghua, uninterested in pleasantries, cut straight to the chase. Old one, tell me, where did that aircraft, the one Major Li Xingran brought back, come from? Upon hearing this, Director Wen's face lit up with excitement, as if he had been asked the right question. He glanced at the dragon and lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Chief, that place is extraordinary. What place? Shi furrowed his brows. A super military research base. Director Wen beamed with pride. Let me tell you, I took a peek inside, and it was something else. So much equipment I had never seen before. More advanced than what we have here. I immediately concluded that it must be our country's top-tier, highest security research center. Shi Zhenghua and Commissioner Su exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment in the other's eyes. Could it truly be a clandestine project at the national level, circumventing their two departments? A zero-level project that superseded both the Central Bureau and the Technical Development Department? This explanation, though seemingly absurd, was the only reasonable logic available. Shi Zhenghua's emotions became complex. A mixture of relief and a faint bitterness of being left out. Nonsense, a soft voice interjected from the side. It was Li Xingran. Her delicate brow furrowed as if she were struggling to recall something. What? Shi Zhenghua didn't catch that. Nothing. Li Xingran shook her head, finding her own thoughts somewhat ridiculous. How could Ji Muyuan's little workshop possibly be a national-level research base? You handled the entry procedures. There must be a list of the raw materials they consumed, right? Shi Zhenghua latched onto the crucial point. Bring me the list to examine. He wanted to confirm what this so-called super base was actually producing. Yes, of course. Director Wen quickly retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it over with both hands. Chief, look, I've detailed all the raw materials taken, not a gram missing. Shi Zhenghua snatched the list, eagerly scanning it. After just a glance, his pupils dilated sharply. The first line read, TC4 titanium alloy, 20 tons. GH4169 high-temperature alloy, 15 tons. Carbon-carbon composite materials, 8 tons. Shi Zhenghua's hand began to tremble slightly. He read through the list, every name, every material sending jolts of alarm through him. Dozens of tons of rare alloys, unheard of special coatings. Even some super high-temperature materials he had only seen in theoretical papers, used for producing vector nozzles. This was no modification list. This was, in fact, the materials for a small air force. Is this real? Shi Zhenghua's voice trembled as he looked up at Commissioner Su, his eyes filled with shock. Old Su, we were all mistaken. This is not a project. This is an aviation industry system shrouded in terror and uncertainty. Li Xingran stood aside, gazing at the astronomical figures listed on the document, her heart brimming with confusion. She was certain that Ji Muyuan's factory could never muster such a sum to procure these items. Yet, the list, inscribed in black and white, could not be fabricated. What secrets was that man concealing? At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the hangar. A figure burst in with great urgency, none other than the esteemed Mr. Liang, who had raced from the capital. Chapter 27, Testing. Mr. Liang's hair, streaked with gray, was tousled by the wind, and beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. It was evident he had rushed from the capital without pausing even for a sip of water. Old Shi, Mr. Liang's voice was hoarse as he surveyed the scene. Upon spotting him, General Shi appeared to find his anchor, hastening forward in great strides. Old Liang, you've finally arrived. What is the situation? Where are the items? As Mr. Liang inquired, he removed his wind-filled coat and casually handed it to the guard behind him. Don't even mention it. General Shi slapped his thigh, his expression a tumultuous blend of excitement and fear. We were gravely mistaken. This is not a mere modification factory. He lowered his voice, almost to a whisper, yet struggled to contain his astonishment. I must tell you, this place is backed by a top-tier research base that none of us were aware of. A research team of thousands, along with numerous elite technicians. It's absolutely true. General Shi spoke with unwavering conviction, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Li Xingran stood by, listening to General Shi's increasingly outrageous speculations. Her lips moved as if to speak, but she ultimately swallowed her words. No, that was not the case. There was only Ji Muyuan. Yet, she could not voice this. Who would believe her? What? Mr. Liang appeared equally taken aback by General Shi's conclusion, halting in his tracks with furrowed brows. A team of thousands? Our Central Bureau and the technical department received no whispers of this. Hence, it is deemed a top-secret project. General Shi's eyes sparkled with revelation. A true Project Zero that transcends our understanding. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps resonated from outside the hangar. A team of researchers clad in white lab coats from the Central Bureau entered, pushing several intricate testing instruments. Leading them was Mr. Wang, Mr. Liang's most esteemed protege. Professor, we have brought the equipment. Mr. Wang adjusted his glasses, his demeanor serious. Mr. Liang nodded, his gaze sweeping past the crowd, finally resting upon the center of the hangar. There, quietly stationed, was a colossal machine, entirely black, with sleek and menacing contours. Ah, Mr. Liang inhaled sharply. His steps seemed magnetically drawn to the machine, rendering him unable to move further. It was an impact beyond words. The cold steel body appeared almost alive, emanating a regal aura that looked down upon the world. Every curve and edge encapsulated the pinnacle of industrial and violent aesthetics. This dragon-like aircraft, merely standing there, rendered everything around it dull in comparison. General Shi observed Mr. Liang's reaction, fully aware of the implications. Indeed, any individual who devoted their life to the aviation industry would react this way upon first encountering such a machine. It was a profound shock that resonated deep within the soul. Mr. Liang slowly approached, step by step. He reached out a hand, yearning to touch the cold fuselage, but halted midway as if admiring an exquisite work of art, fearing his touch would desecrate its perfection. He circled the dragon, his gaze shifting from awe to fervor. Then deep confusion. Old Shi, is this the product crafted from the materials on the list? Mr. Liang's voice was somewhat hoarse. Indeed, General Shi nodded firmly. Incredible. Isn't it? Mr. Liang did not respond. Instead, he turned to his team and issued his first command. Xiaowang. Yes. Utilize the portable metal composition spectrometer to analyze the material of the fuselage. Understood. Mr. Wang promptly led two assistants forward, pushing a device into position. The probe emitted a faint blue light. With great care, Mr. Wang placed the probe against the dragon's exterior. Beep. The device emitted a soft sound, and the data on the screen began to scroll rapidly. All present fixed their gazes on the small LCD screen. General Shi, Commissioner Su, Li Xingran, and the numerous researchers from the Central Bureau. Everyone held their breath, as if the air had solidified. Mr. Wang's eyes widened, his mouth agape. Professor, this, he stammered. Read it. Mr. Liang commanded, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. The alloy hardness, Rockwell hardness value. Mr. Wang swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. 8,000. What? General Shi was the first to exclaim, pushing aside those in his path to rush to the instrument. The glaring 8,000 HRC value on the screen left his mind reeling. This is utterly impossible. An elderly researcher from the Central Bureau cried out. The strongest tungsten steel alloy on Blue Star only reaches around 1,500. Even natural diamonds, when converted, barely reach 3,000. What does 8,000 signify? Is this a material crafted by the gods? The researchers erupted in a frenzy. Their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at the pitch-black aircraft. They were not merely observing a machine. They were witnessing a miracle. General Shi's hands trembled as he abruptly raised his head to meet Mr. Liang's equally stunned expression. Old Liang, if this hardness is accurate. Mr. Liang took a deep breath. Speaking deliberately. Forget conventional projectiles. This thing could likely withstand the shockwave of a small tactical nuclear explosion, unscathed. The hangar fell into an eerie silence. As everyone was left reeling from the implications of this conclusion, Li Xingran stood at the edge of the crowd, her heart racing. She gazed at the familiar machine, crafted by Ji Muyuan, and for the first time felt a sense of estrangement. Withstanding a nuclear explosion? What kind of monstrosity had that man created? Proceed. Mr. Liang's voice shattered the silence. Test its toughness. Hardness represents resistance to external forces, but excessive rigidity can lead to fragility. I must ascertain its toughness. Mr. Wang snapped back to reality, hastily switching the probe and mode of the instrument. Professor, our currently active strongest special steel has an impact toughness limit of 10 units. He reminded. I am aware. Mr. Liang waved his hand dismissively. Test. The new probe once again pressed against the fuselage. The values on the screen began at 0. Quickly ascending. 135. Soon, the readings surpassed the 10-unit limit of existing materials. Yet, it showed no signs of abating. 15. The hearts of all present raced alongside the ever-increasing number. Beep. The detection device suddenly emitted an urgent alarm. A glaring red warning flashed across the top of the screen. Warning. Detected values have exceeded conventional limits. Warning. Probe pressure is nearing its maximum capacity. Cold sweat beaded on Mr. Wang's forehead. Professor, the values are still rising. The instrument may not withstand it. Mr. Liang's eyes remained fixed on the screen, his fists clenching instinctively. The toughness value on the screen had already shattered the 20-unit barrier and continued to surge upwards. The entire room was enveloped in a profound silence. The only sounds remaining were the increasingly urgent alarms of the instruments and the heavy breaths of the crowd. Chapter 28, Modified. A muffled explosion echoed. The million-dollar precision toughness tester suddenly erupted in a burst of electric sparks. The numbers on the screen danced frantically until they reached 35, then abruptly halted. Following this, the entire screen flickered twice before plunging into darkness. A wisp of scorched blue smoke wafted slowly from within the device. The hangar fell into a deathly silence once more. Researcher Wang stared blankly at the ruined instrument, unable to utter a single word. A toughness value of 35? No, it exceeded 35. The device had been destroyed due to overload at that very moment. Hardness and toughness are inversely proportional. President Shi's voice was dry, akin to the rasp of two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. This is a fundamental law of materials science, a natural principle etched into molecular structures. He slowly turned to the elder Liang beside him, his eyes filled with shock. Elder Liang, what did we just witness? Elder Liang remained silent. His body trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from an overwhelming, uncontrollable excitement. What had he seen? He had witnessed a miracle. A miracle capable of overturning the entire edifice of modern physics and materials science. Hardness of 8,000 HRC, alongside a toughness value exceeding 35 units. What does this imply? It signifies that this aircraft, named Yulong, possesses not only an unparalleled shield, but also the mightiest body. It is not merely hard to the extreme, but also resilient to the utmost. The law of being brittle when too hard has utterly failed in its case. This is impossible. If this data is authentic, then half the content in our textbooks must be rewritten. The surrounding researchers felt as though their minds had turned to mush. The knowledge they had painstakingly acquired throughout their lives appeared laughable, utterly vulnerable before this sleek black aircraft. My testing device. At that moment, Elder Liang suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail. He dashed to the ruined instrument, caressing its burnt shell with a pained expression, beating his chest in despair. 1 million. I just approved the new equipment last month. Gone in an instant. What a waste. The crowd exchanged glances. The sacred and serious atmosphere moments ago significantly diluted by Elder Liang's lament. Indeed, miracles come at a cost, and this one was rather steep. Elder Liang, a team leader responsible for information technology, rushed over, his face more sorrowful than that of someone mourning. There's been an incident. Elder Liang, still grieving over his million, barked back irritably. What could possibly be more significant than this? The team leader, nearly in tears, pointed to a row of computers nearby, all with black screens. His voice trembling. It's akin to the sky falling. We attempted to connect to Yulong's operating system, and what happened? President Shi felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of foreboding creeping in. As soon as we plugged in the data cable, we were subjected to a reverse intrusion. The team leader exclaimed, his voice cracking. Their firewall. No, it was not merely a firewall, but an incomprehensible intelligent defense system. All our connected devices, from the server to the terminal, the motherboard, all burned out. Preliminary estimates indicate a loss. He hesitantly extended 3 fingers. 3 million. Elder Liang's vision blurred, nearly causing him to spit blood. President Shi quickly supported him. Elder Liang, hang in there. Elder Liang clutched his chest, feeling a tightening in his breath. First, the $1 million tester. Then, the 3 million for the server. This is not a test, it's a demolition. After a long moment, he finally managed to catch his breath. The wrinkles on his face wiped away the earlier excitement. Replaced with an unprecedented gravity, he pushed away President Shi's support and walked step by step towards Li Xingran. In the dim light, the elder's murky eyes bore into her. Comrade Li Xingran. The address made Li Xingran's heart sink. She instinctively straightened her back. Yes, I now command you to tell me immediately, without delay. Elder Liang's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority throughout the vast hangar. This Yulong, this monster, where did it come from? Instantly, all eyes in the room fixated on Li Xingran. There was confusion, scrutiny, and inquiry. Li Xingran felt as though she were under the glare of countless spotlights, the immense pressure rendering her almost breathless. She understood that this matter could no longer be concealed. She took a deep breath. Report, Commander. Her voice was somewhat strained. It was modified by a friend of mine at a repair shop in the suburbs using a decommissioned fighter jet. As the last word fell, the hangar was engulfed in a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at Li Xingran as if she were an extraterrestrial being. Repair shop? Modification? Individually, these three words posed no issue. Yet, when combined to explain this aircraft, capable of withstanding nuclear explosions and equipped with super artificial intelligence, they appeared utterly ludicrous. To the extreme. Huh. Elder Liang suddenly laughed, a rage-fueled, bitter laugh. A repair shop, indeed. Comrade Li, are you regaling me with a myth? Do you think we are fools? President Shi furrowed his brow, placing a calming hand on Elder Liang's shoulder. He then turned to Li Xingran. His tone somewhat softened, yet still laced with skepticism. Xingran, this matter is of grave importance. You must speak the truth. Who is this friend of yours? A bitter smile appeared on Li Xingran's face. The truth? She was speaking the truth. Yet, who would believe her? Commander, every word I speak is the truth. His name is Ji Muyuan, just an ordinary repair shop owner. Ordinary? President Shi nearly laughed at the term. An ordinary repair shop owner could craft such a groundbreaking creation with their bare hands? If that is ordinary, then what does that make us? The pillars of the nation who have dedicated our lives to research. Worthless? Give me his number. President Shi wasted no time, issuing a direct command. I will speak to him myself. Not discuss. President Shi's gaze sharpened. If what Li Xingran said was true, then this young man, named Ji Muyuan, could not be measured by any standard. They must visit this recluse with the utmost speed and highest regard. Yes. Li Xingran did not dare to delay, immediately retrieving her phone from her pocket. Her palms were slick with cold sweat as she located that familiar number and pressed the call button. In the hangar, everyone held their breath. Dozens of eyes were fixed on that small phone, not daring to exhale. Beep, beep. The busy signal rang out in the hushed hangar, sounding particularly clear. Just as everyone assumed no one would answer, a somewhat impatient male voice finally came through on the other end. Hello? Who is this, calling so early? Li Xingran cleared her throat, striving to make her voice sound normal. Ji Muyuan, it's me, Li Xingran. Ji Muyuan, on the other end, quickly registered her voice. Oh, Xingran. His tone still carried a hint of sleepiness. What is up? Isn't the model I provided particularly outstanding, leaving your superiors immensely pleased? The mention of model and superior left the crowd in the hangar exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the yawning voice of Ji Muyuan echoed once more. I must tell you, I hardly slept a wink last night working on your model. Now, with you waking me up at this early hour, I expect some compensation for my mental anguish. By the way, how is your exhibition faring? Are there many spectators? Chapter 29. The Unexpected in the Heavy Machinery Repair Factory. Ji Muyuan reclined in a creaky old chair, his fingers gliding lightly through the air. A luminous screen, visible only to him, hovered before his eyes. Master Craftsman System. Binder, Ji Muyuan. Points. 987, 451. The last few digits of his points danced erratically like a chaotic blur. Ji Muyuan squinted his eyes in pleasure. The thrill of his points skyrocketing was indescribably delightful. This master craftsman system was the golden key he had bound upon arriving in this world. As long as the products he created evoked sufficient emotional value, be it shock, admiration, or reverence, they would convert into points. These points could be exchanged for blueprints of futuristic technology from the system's repository, ranging from a mere screw to an entire interstellar battleship. However, the more advanced the technology, the higher the points required for unlocking it. Previously, to rush the Dragon Fighter model for Li Xingran, he had nearly exhausted all his points, barely managing to acquire some materials and blueprints for the core engine. To his surprise, that girl Xingran had exhibited remarkable efficiency. It hadn't been long before the model was showcased at the exhibition. Given the rapid increase in his points, he mused with satisfaction. The audience must have been awestruck by his exquisite craftsmanship. He wondered whether the points accumulated would suffice to unlock the cold fusion reactor, or if he should indulge in a matter reconstitution printer first. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the secret hangar, Li Xingran clutched her phone, feeling as though her heart might leap from her throat. Behind her, a group of dignitaries stared blankly, resembling zealots witnessing a miracle. Model? Exhibition? Elder Liang murmured, confusion and bloodshot bewilderment clouding his gaze. President Shi scrutinized Li Xingran's phone, as if attempting to incinerate it with his stare. Ji Muyuan's voice crackled through the line, tinged with caution. An accident? The model. It flew. Li Xingran's voice wavered, laden with distress. On the other end, Ji Muyuan's tone shifted to incredulity. It flew? I told you I installed a miniature anti-gravity engine, didn't I? If it didn't fly, you should be calling me to report. Did you not read the manual carefully? Miniature anti-gravity engine. The phrase detonated in the minds of everyone in the hangar like a thunderclap. Elder Liang stumbled, barely maintaining his balance, while President Shi's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Anti-gravity, a technology that could revolutionize fundamental physics, the holy grail pursued by countless scientists, now casually mentioned by a young man. Li Xingran felt she might lose her sanity. It flew too fast, I couldn't control it, and it veered into the exercise area. And then it was chased by missiles. Missiles? Ji Mu Yuan's voice finally fluctuated with alarm. What kind of international joke is this? Whose exhibition features live ammunition? Is this how your military showcases its technology? Li Xing ran, at a loss for how to explain further, pressed on. In any case, that's the situation. My superiors and many experts are here. They wish to visit you. A pregnant silence enveloped the phone line. In the hangar, every breath was held. The sound of heartbeats palpable in the tense atmosphere. Just when Li Xingran thought he might refuse, Ji Mu Yuan's languid voice returned. So my model is fine, right? The assembled crowd nearly choked on their disbelief. At this moment, his concern was for his model. It had withstood missile fire. Li Xingran chuckled through her exasperation. It's perfectly fine, just a minor scrape. That's good to hear. Ji Mu Yuan exhaled in relief, then added with a hint of pride, of course. I used Heart of Clara alloy. Not to mention conventional missiles, even a small tactical nuclear, never mind. Heart of Clara? Another unfamiliar term. President Shi and Elder Liang exchanged a glance, recognizing the unparalleled excitement reflected in each other's eyes. This was a treasure trove, a mysterious gateway to a new technological era. All right. Ji Mu Yuan appeared slightly impatient. Considering the points you've contributed, and our old friendship, be here by 8 a.m. tomorrow. No delays. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. The busy signal echoed in the deathly quiet hangar. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited. 8 a.m. tomorrow. President Shi seized Li Xingran's phone. His voice trembling with fervor. Quick, Commissioner Su. He turned sharply to the base's political officer. Prepare a dedicated aircraft. No, the fastest transport plane. Bring our core analysis equipment. Also, implement the highest level of confidentiality. From now on, all personnel involved in today's incident are under strict lockdown. Physically isolate all external communications. Elder Liang was flushed with excitement, pacing restlessly. Anti-gravity engine. Heart of Clara alloy. My heavens. The very things we have pursued throughout our lives actually exist. He abruptly halted, gripping Commissioner Su's arm, his eyes wide with intensity. Old Su, I'm staying here tonight. I'll stay too. President Shi readily agreed, blocking the dragon fighter as if it were a prized possession. Who dares to touch this treasure? What if it runs away on its own tonight? Observing the two venerable experts, who were collectively nearing a century and a half of age, squabbling like children over sleeping arrangements, Commissioner Su felt a headache coming on. Clearing his throat, he smiled. Gentlemen, listen to me. The hangar is cold and damp at night. Your age cannot endure such hardship. He pointed to the surveillance cameras atop the hangar. How about this? I'll have Engineer Wang set up over a dozen ultra-high-definition cameras around the Dragon Fighter, ensuring 360-degree coverage. A live stream will run 24/7. I'll provide each of you with a military-grade tablet, so you can watch from your rooms, ensuring not a single detail goes unnoticed. How does that sound? General Shi and Elder Liang exchanged glances, and though somewhat reluctant, they eventually nodded in agreement. This plan appeared to be feasible. Excellent. Commissioner Su clapped his hands and promptly issued a command to Engineer Wang beside him. Wang, you will personally oversee this matter. I want to see the footage within half an hour. Yes, I assure you, the task will be accomplished. Engineer Wang straightened his posture, accepting the order with determination. His steps brisk and purposeful. Once everything was arranged, Commissioner Su finally exhaled in relief. He approached the still confrontational General Shi and Elder Liang, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. Old Shi, old Liang, it seems we have been old classmates for nearly 40 years, hasn't it? Back in our days at the National Defense University, you two would argue passionately over a formula solution every single day. All these years later, your tempers remain unchanged. Upon hearing the term old classmates, the expressions of the two elders softened considerably. Come, let us go. Commissioner Su draped an arm around each of their shoulders. I've had the cafeteria whip up a few dishes and warm a pot of wine. Just the three of us, reminiscing. In the independent dining room of the base's cafeteria, a selection of exquisite homestyle dishes and a pot of warm yellow wine awaited them. The atmosphere was no longer as tense as it had been in the hangar. Commissioner Su poured wine for both men. I understand your sentiments. For all these years, one of you has focused on aerodynamic layouts while the other has tirelessly pursued material processes, competing both overtly and covertly. He paused, his voice taking on a more somber tone. What for? Is it not to see our own developed, globally competitive sword of the sky soaring in the heavens over our homeland one day? His words struck a chord deep within the hearts of the two elders. Indeed, they had spent their whole lives in rivalry, yet shared the same dream. General Shi raised his glass, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His grip was steady. Old Su is right. For the blue skies of our homeland. Elder Liang also lifted his glass, gently clinking it against General Shi's, producing a clear sound. For our 8th-generation aircraft. Commissioner Su smiled as he raised his glass. And for that mysterious maintenance factory owner, Ji Mu Yuan. The three glasses met in a toast. Cheers. Outside, the night deepened, the stars twinkling bright. A new era seemed to silently unfurl beneath this canopy of starlight. Chapter 30. What an international joke. The next day, as dawn broke, General Schur sprang out of bed as if propelled by a spring. His first order of business was not to wash up, but to grab the military tablet from the bedside cabinet. The screen displayed a series of crisp split-screen images. In the hangar, the aircraft stood silently in place. Enveloped in soft lighting, every rivet and inch of paint clearly visible. Once assured that their precious asset was unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief. In the adjacent room, Elder Liang mirrored the same action. The two National Treasure-level experts, sporting dark circles under their eyes from a night of watching the live stream, encountered each other in the corridor. They exchanged a glance, seeing the fatigue and undeniable excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Everything all right? All good. After a brief exchange, they shared a knowing smile. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, a convoy of military off-road vehicles, led personally by Commissioner Su, departed the base. The atmosphere within the vehicle was peculiar. General Schur and Elder Liang sat side by side in the back seat, their backs straight, expressions solemn, as if they were about to review a distinguished military unit. In their minds, they had already conjured an image, a vast, heavily guarded super factory, brimming with futuristic technology, filled with hundreds of researchers clad in white lab coats, diligently working along an expansive production line. The enigmatic maintenance factory owner, Jimu Yuan, would undoubtedly be a serious, silver-haired figure, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, commanding the entire operation. After all, to create an 8th-generation aircraft seemingly out of thin air, they could conceive no other explanation. An hour into their journey, however, the scene outside began to furrow the brows of the two elder experts. There were no towering walls, no vigilant sentinels. The vehicle turned onto a bumpy dirt road flanked by half-dead weeds and some dilapidated factory buildings. Ultimately, the convoy halted before a rusted iron gate that appeared as though it could be kicked open with ease. Above the gate hung a similarly rusted sign, Heavy Industry Giant Repair Factory. The letters were crooked, and one corner of the sign drooped, swaying precariously in the morning breeze. Creaking ominously, as the vehicle doors swung open, General Schur and Elder Liang stepped out, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. This was the location of the team that developed the 8th-generation aircraft? This rundown place looked almost pathetic, even for a scrapyard. Commissioner Su observed the myriad expressions on the faces of his old classmates, his own lips twitching slightly, anxiety creeping into his heart. He had never been here before. With a creak, the weathered iron gate was pulled open from within. A young man emerged, sunlight cascading upon him, as if gilding him in gold. His appearance contrasted starkly with the dilapidated backdrop, creating a strangely discordant, yet somehow harmonious image. It was indeed Jimu Yuan. Li Xingran quickly stepped forward, unable to contain her pride. General Schur, Elder Liang, Commissioner Su, allow me to introduce you. This is the owner of Heavy Industry Giant, Jimu Yuan. She then turned to Jimu Yuan. Mu Yuan, this is Chief Engineer Schur from the Technical Development Department, Chief Engineer Liang from the Central Bureau, and this is Commissioner Su from our base. General Schur and Elder Liang gazed at Jimu Yuan, their astonishment nearly spilling over. He was so young. This youth was barely in his 20s, and he was the mysterious maintenance factory owner? The one capable of producing 8th-generation aircraft? What an international joke. Jimu Yuan wore a warm smile, showing no signs of discomfort due to their esteemed status. His eyes scanned the distinguished guests. Excellent, all major clients. Especially General Schur and Elder Liang. You are practically walking military projects and significant potential points earners. If we can establish a connection, future military modifications to their projects will surely yield a bounty of points. With this thought, his smile grew more genuine. Gentlemen, please, make yourselves at home. The space is small and a bit chaotic, but I hope you won't mind. He stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. The group stepped into this so-called repair factory. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and in the corners lay piles of unrecognizable scrap parts, the air thick with a distinctive mix of rust and machine oil. General Schur took a deep breath, suppressing his doubts, and fixed a sharp gaze on Jimu Yuan. Comrade Ji, is it true that the Dragon fighter jet was manufactured right here? Jimu Yuan scratched his head, flashing a toothy grin. General, you jest. That's not a fighter jet. It's merely a model I've been tinkering with. He paused, then added, but yes, it was indeed made here. A model? Everyone present, except for Li Xingran, felt their eyelids twitch involuntarily. A model capable of supersonic cruising, executing various supermaneuverable actions, and defeating two 5th-generation aircraft? You call that a model? General Schur sensed his blood pressure rising. He pressed on. Creating such a model must have consumed a tremendous amount of your team's time and effort, correct? This question echoed the curiosity lingering in the hearts of all present. Such a groundbreaking creation undoubtedly represents the culmination of countless top-tier scientists' tireless efforts over several years, if not decades. However, Jimu Yuan's response left the entire world in stunned silence. Time, he mused, counting on his fingers with utmost seriousness. The design blueprints, material procurement, and then the processing and assembly. It all took, at most, about a week. There was no choice. The client was pressing, and one could only work overtime daily. A week. These two words struck like a lightning bolt upon the foreheads of everyone present. President Shi's mouth fell slightly agape, his eyes bulging wide, frozen in disbelief. Old Liang instinctively rubbed his ears, questioning whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations due to his age. Commissioner Su's expression was equally frozen in shock. Even Li Xingran, who had been striving to maintain her composure, could not help but gasp. She recognized Ji Muron's brilliance, but had not anticipated it to reach such extraordinary heights. A week? To construct an 8th-generation fighter jet capable of surpassing all active military aircraft worldwide? This transcended mere scientific inquiry. Impossible. President Shi's voice rose sharply, trembling with disbelief. Absolutely impossible. A week? Do you have any idea how many years we dedicated to the development of the 5th-generation fighter? Do you have any idea how much manpower and resources we expended? He stumbled over his words, grappling with a mixture of shock and a collapsing belief system. The domain he had devoted his life to had been utterly overturned by a young man with a mere phrase a week. Ji Muron observed President Shi's agitation with confusion. What was so special about a week? If it weren't for waiting on that batch of special alloy materials, it could have been completed in 3 days. With the advanced blueprints from the system and the versatile processing platform, was this not a rather routine operation? President Shi, please calm down, Ji Muron urged, leading the group through the courtyard toward a vast workshop at the back. If it's a model, you'll know once you enter. He pushed open the heavy iron door of the core workshop. With a rumble, the door creaked open, revealing a scene that contrasted starkly with the dilapidation outside. Inside, the workshop was exceptionally clean and orderly, filled with various unnamed machines arranged in perfect alignment. Although it still did not resemble a high-tech factory, the aura of precision and industrial sophistication was palpable. Yet, all eyes were drawn to the centerpiece of the workshop. President Shi's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing it, as if frozen in place. Moments later, he suddenly raised his finger toward the massive object covered by a canvas, revealing only its fearsome head 10 meters away. His breath quickened, and his face flushed with excitement. That is a plasma engine. Chapter 31. Alone President Shi's voice echoed through the workshop, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Plasma engine, he repeated the term as if it were a spell. Old Liang, following closely behind, jolted in shock, his eyes wide as saucers. Commissioner Su's Adam's apple bobbed, his tightly pursed lips betraying the tumult within. The young researchers seemed to collectively hit a pause button. A plasma engine. This concept existed only in cutting-edge theoretical physics and was a staple of science fiction. It was the stuff of dreams. Something their generation and even the next dared to gaze upon only from afar. Yet now, a tangible, formidable reality had appeared before them without warning. Ji Muron scratched his head, perplexed by their reaction. It was merely an engine, after all. Why such an exaggerated response? Following their gaze, he noticed a whiteboard in the corner of the workshop where he had casually jotted down his thoughts. In bold strokes, he had inscribed several lines with a black marker. Fighter jet modification plan. 8th-generation stealth fighter? Yulong project. The question mark was a spontaneous addition, as he felt the label of 8th generation was somewhat excessive. However, to President Shi and the others, it became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The fighter jet modification plan. The Yulong project. It turned out that the monstrous entity that had downed 2 5th-generation fighters was indeed a modified version of an ordinary aircraft. Moreover, it had a name, Yulong. President Shi's gaze shifted from the engine to the whiteboard, and then slowly back to Ji Muron's face. The astonishment, horror, and disbelief in his eyes gradually transformed into fervor. Team. President Shi's voice suddenly became fervently excited as he took a step closer to Ji Muron, gripping his arms tightly. Comrade Ji. No. Teacher Ji. Please, you must introduce us to the extraordinary research team behind you. His grip was firm, causing Ji Muron's arm to ache slightly. This project could only have been accomplished by gathering the most elite scientists from our nation. Materials science, aerodynamics, plasma physics, artificial intelligence. With each term he uttered, the flush on his face deepened. To be part of the Yulong project is a lifetime honor for us researchers. Please, grant us an opportunity to learn. His words were sincere and resonant. Old Liang and Commissioner Su nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with anticipation and admiration. To them, this was undoubtedly a top-secret national project, one capable of altering the global landscape. Yet, in the face of President Shi's almost fervent request, Ji Muron wore a look of bewilderment. He blinked, surveying the massive workshop filled only with machinery and components. There is no team. It's just me, he replied, the clarity of his statement resonating in the silence that enveloped the workshop. The entire workshop fell into an immediate hush. President Shi's hand, still gripping Ji Muron, froze midair. The fervor on his face began to ebb, replaced by a profound incomprehension. What did you say? One person? Old Liang, Commissioner Su. And all the researchers turned their gaze toward Li Xingran, the only one who had previously interacted with Ji Muron, as she felt the intense scrutiny of their eyes. The pressure on Li Xingran intensified. She glanced at Ji Muron's innocent expression, which seemed to say, I'm telling the truth. And then at the incredulous faces of President Shi and the others. Taking a deep breath, She slowly but resolutely nodded in affirmation under the watchful gaze of everyone present. This single nod. No. President Sher suddenly released Ji Muron, staggering back a couple of steps, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "This is absolutely impossible. One person. Do you know how much cutting-edge technology is encapsulated in this Yuan project?" He pointed at the fearsome nose of the aircraft, his emotions overwhelming him to the point of incoherence. Take the plasma engine. Do you know how many disciplines it encompasses? High-temperature physics, magnetohydrodynamics, materials science, energy systems. Each of these fields requires vast teams dedicating decades to overcome insurmountable challenges. And what about the holographic cockpit, the unheard-of stealth coatings, and the quantum aerodynamic layouts that evade radar? Any one of these could occupy us for a lifetime. And now you tell me that all of this was accomplished by you alone in a week? Young man, I admire your talent, but boasting must have its limits. President Sher's chest rose and fell violently. He was not angry, but rather overwhelmed and resistant after having his beliefs shattered. He had devoted his entire life, leading a team of thousands, and spent 2 decades just to see the 5th-generation aircraft soar into the skies. Yet, this young man before him claimed he had surpassed their lifetime achievements alone in merely a week. How could he accept that? In the face of the interrogation, Ji Yuan remained calm and listened intently. Once Sher finished, he slowly spoke. President Sher, I am not boasting. I merely worked overtime for a week. He shrugged innocently. It was primarily delayed by the special alloy batch. Otherwise, 3 days would have sufficed. The workshop fell silent once more. If a week was akin to an elusive thunderstorm, then the assertion that 3 days would suffice was akin to a thunderclap that left everyone astounded. Liang Lao, who had been striving to maintain his composure, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He adjusted his reading glasses, his gaze darting between Ji Yuan and the dragon-like aircraft. He understood that further argument would yield no results. The only recourse was to let facts speak for themselves. Liang Lao stepped forward and patted the still agitated President Sher on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Then, he turned to Ji Yuan, his expression unexpectedly serious. Comrade Ji, his voice steady, bore the unmistakable rigor of an elder engineer. Since you claim that this dragon-like aircraft was designed and assembled solely by UI, an old man, wished to inquire about a few technical details. Would that be permissible? As he finished speaking, all eyes once again focused on Ji Yuan. President Sher ceased his heavy breathing, his eyes scrutinizing and skeptical. Deputy Secretary Su wore a grave expression, waiting for his response. The young researchers held their breath. For an ultimate test of dignity within the realm of Chinese technology was about to commence. The atmosphere in the room was tense to the extreme. Everyone yearned to discern whether this young man was indeed a transcendent genius of his time or merely a charlatan. Ji Yuan met their gazes without a trace of anxiety, even managing a relaxed smile. Of course. Chapter 32. Nonsense. Liang Lao's eyes were sharp as a hawk at this moment. He did not immediately pose a question, but circled the silent dragon-like aircraft slowly. The cold metal fuselage reflected a profound sheen under the workshop lights. His fingers traced the air, skimming over the aircraft's astonishing quantum aerodynamic layout, without making contact. Ultimately, he stopped before the nose of the aircraft, fixing his gaze on Ji Yuan. Comrade Ji, Liang Lao's voice dropped like a stone into the tranquil lake, causing everyone's hearts to shudder in response. Any aircraft flying within the atmosphere cannot escape a core issue, air resistance. He emphasized the words. All our existing designs, whether 5th or 6th generation concepts, aim to deceive the air through aerodynamic layouts to reduce drag. Yet, your dragon-like aircraft, in terms of its appearance, defies any known drag reduction theories. I wish to understand how you address the terrifying drag that could tear the aircraft apart during supersonic flight. This question struck at the heart of the matter. President Sher held his breath, his eyes fixed on Ji Yuan, eager to see how he would explain this paradox. Everyone present leaned in, all ears. This was not merely a question but a direct challenge to the foundational theories of modern aerospace engineering. However, after hearing it, Ji Yuan merely shook his head gently, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Liang Lao, you've misdirected your question. The words caused Liang Lao's brows to twitch. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. To say that the esteemed Liang Lao had posed a misdirected question was rather audacious. Ji Yuan continued to elaborate. The dragon-like aircraft does not need to overcome air resistance. The room fell into a profound silence once more. Does not need to overcome drag? Is it flying without relying on aerodynamics, perhaps through some mystical means? He explained, the curvature propulsion system it employs does not push the aircraft forward in the conventional sense. Instead, it creates a miniature, transient spatial curvature bubble in front of the nose, allowing the aircraft to descend into this curvature bubble. Thus, it does not combat air, but rather bypasses the space we occupy. From this perspective, air resistance becomes negligible. As he concluded, the workshop remained utterly silent. Curvature propulsion? Spatial curvature bubble? Each person present felt as if they were uneducated children, recognizing each word, yet utterly failing to comprehend the whole. Nonsense. A thunderous voice shattered the silence. President Sher's face turned a shade of deep crimson, his finger trembling violently as he pointed at Ji-Mu Yuan. Curvature propulsion? Do you think you are writing science fiction? This is simply absurd. Utter nonsense. He forcibly suppressed his agitation and decided to shift to an irrefutable real-world challenge. Alright, let's assume your unheard-of curvature propulsion is based on some form of nuclear power engine we cannot yet comprehend. President Shi's gaze seemed to penetrate Ji-Mu Yuan entirely. Then let me pose you a practical conundrum we are grappling with. The high-energy particle confinement equations in the tokamak device exhibit chaotic phenomena that cannot be contained under the critical condition where the Larmor radius is less than the Debye length. Our Tianhe 3 supercomputing center has been running simulations for 3 months without finding an optimal confinement model. The question erupted, drawing gasps from the young researchers present. This was not merely a question, but a trap, a century-old problem that even national-level supercomputers had been unable to solve. And he expected Ji-Mu Yuan to resolve it on the spot? This was no longer a challenge, it was an affront. Everyone anticipated that Ji-Mu Yuan would falter under this inquiry, left speechless. However, Ji-Mu Yuan merely tilted his head, wearing an intrigued expression. The tokamak confinement equation? He stroked his chin as if evaluating a home-cooked dish. Quite interesting. Then, to the astonishment of all, he extended a finger. 1 minute. I will derive it for you. 1 minute? To solve a problem that had confounded top physicists in China for months? Even the usually composed Deputy Secretary Su trembled, spilling warm tea from his cup. President Shi, consumed by rage, felt as though his intellect and dignity were being ground into the floor. Very well. He laughed in anger. 1 minute. I shall wait. If you cannot solve it, then get out of here. Ji-Mu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. He walked straight to the large whiteboard in the corner of the workshop, casually picking up a marker. The crowd parted to make way. All gazes, filled with skepticism, scrutiny, or anticipation, converged upon his back. With a swift motion, the marker met the whiteboard, emitting a soft sound. Flowing lines of mathematical symbols cascaded from the tip of the pen like a babbling brook. Initially, Mr. Shi and several seasoned researchers managed to keep pace with his thoughts. His entry point was remarkably astute, yet remained within the confines of existing theoretical frameworks. A cold smirk crept across Mr. Shi's face, seemingly confirming his expectations. But merely 30 seconds later, the formulas on the whiteboard veered into a realm incomprehensible to all present. He introduced an entirely new dimensional parameter alongside an unprecedented operator for curvature in the imaginary domain. The entire derivation process instantaneously leaped from a two-dimensional plane to an unimaginable high-dimensional space. Mr. Shi's smirk froze in place. He stared at the board, his mind racing to grasp the physical significance of this parameter, only to find his thoughts colliding with an invisible wall. At some point, old Liang had moved to the forefront, removing his reading glasses as if to see more clearly. His lips silently traced the formulas on the board, but soon his brow furrowed into a tight knot. He was utterly lost. The workshop was enveloped in the soft rustling of the marker against the whiteboard. In that moment, Ji-Mu Yuan was no longer the young man undergoing evaluation. He had transformed into a preacher standing atop the pinnacle of civilization, elucidating the ultimate truths of the universe to a group of ignorant novices. Below him sat a gathering of the brightest minds in the nation. Li Xingran stood at the back of the crowd, her mouth agape, utterly oblivious to her own breath. The scene before her shattered all her previous perceptions of the world. The shy, introverted neighbor boy who had followed her since childhood was now standing there, imparting a lesson in physics that the father of China's stealth fighter and the chief engineer of the Central Bureau could not comprehend. The absurdity of the image was staggering. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. After an indeterminate duration, a soft click echoed. Ji-Mu Yuan capped his pen and casually tossed the marker back into its holder. The whiteboard, filled with formulas, resembled a mysterious work of art presented before all. All right, he said, turning around and brushing the chalk dust from his hands. His expression relaxed and carefree. Everyone remained entranced in that ocean of symbols, unable to extricate themselves. Suddenly, a researcher in the crowd, clutching a military-grade tablet, let out a startled exclamation. His face was pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and his voice turned sharp. Old Liang, Mr. Shi. He raised the tablet high, his finger trembling as it pointed at the screen. The Tianhe 3 supercomputing center just completed a convergence iteration validation yesterday at dawn. He swallowed hard. The optimal constraint model derived is identical to the conclusions on the whiteboard. A ripple of astonishment surged through the crowd. Yet, the true storm was only just beginning. This young researcher took a deep breath and, with all his might, shouted the final revelation. Moreover, Mr. G's derivation process simplifies the optimal path simulated by the supercomputer by a full 15 core steps. Boom. In that instant, the faith of everyone present crumbled entirely. Mr. Shi staggered back 2 steps, collapsing onto a toolbox behind him with a dull thud. His eyes, devoid of focus, stared at the whiteboard filled with esoteric symbols, murmuring to himself. This is truly a dimensional reduction strike. A young researcher voiced the collective sentiment. He is not merely a genius. He is an invader from a higher dimension, a nuclear bomb dropped into the realm of scientific research. Old Liang's body trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from an exhilarating thrill. He hurried to the whiteboard, extending his aged hand to gently caress the cold formulas as if they were rare treasures. In his eyes burned an unprecedented light. He suddenly turned to the equally astonished Commissioner Su, speaking with an undeniable authority. Commissioner, at all costs. Commissioner Su nodded gravely, fully aware of the weight of those 6 words. Recruit him. The thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of Mr. Shi and Old Liang. No, this was not merely recruitment. This was an appeal to bring back a deity for the future of the nation. Old Liang turned his attention back to Jimu Yuan, the scrutiny and skepticism on his face having vanished, replaced by a near reverence and earnestness. Comrade Ji, I am thoroughly convinced. He solemnly nodded at Jimu Yuan. I have one final question. Regarding the aircraft's body, what material is it made of? Chapter 33, Barely Passing? Silence enveloped the room. All eyes focused on Old Liang's slightly trembling finger, pointing directly at the black aircraft. This question mirrored the curiosity of everyone present. The astonishing aerodynamic configuration and the revolutionary vector propulsion system were indeed crucial. However, the integrity of the structure that bore it all was equally vital. Without sufficiently strong materials, even the most impeccable design would be mere fantasy. The crowd awaited Jimu Yuan's answer, pondering whether it was some unheard-of space metal or an exceedingly complex composite material. Jimu Yuan, noticing the eager gazes upon him, sheepishly scratched his head, his expression radiating a fitting shyness. Well, he mused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. It's actually a new type of alloy. Upon hearing this answer, the crowd displayed expressions of as expected. However, Jimu Yuan's subsequent words froze their faces in disbelief. At the time, the project timeline was rather tight, and the available materials did not meet the required performance. So I just synthesized a bit on the side. He shrugged nonchalantly, as if discussing what he had for lunch. As for the performance, it barely passes muster. It was mainly for convenience. I haven't had time to name it yet. Perhaps a few of you could help with that? Silence. An oppressive stillness hung in the air, akin to solidified cement, suffocating the breath from their lungs. Synthesized a bit on the side, barely passing, and you want us to help name it? Mr. Shi's mouth opened and closed, unable to utter a single word, feeling as though his throat was stuffed with scalding cotton. As an expert who had dedicated his life to aircraft materials, he understood all too well what it meant to develop a new aviation alloy. It required massive teams, extensive calculations, countless experiments, often taking 3 to 5 years and costing billions, with the outcome potentially being a mere fractional improvement in material performance. Yet now, this individual before him casually claimed to have created one. From his tone, it seemed the performance far exceeded current materials, but in his eyes, it merely barely passed. This was no longer a dimensional reduction strike. It was akin to a deity conversing with primordial beings. Old Liang struggled to keep his voice steady as his heart raced, each beat inducing a wave of dizziness. Comrade Ji, how long did you say you spent developing this new material? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Dozens of eyes were fixed intently on Jimu Yuan. Jimu Yuan tilted his head, earnestly recalling. His gaze drifted to the ceiling, his fingers lightly tapping on his chin. He looked as if he were calculating a simple arithmetic problem. Well, from constructing the theoretical model to completing the first melting verification, it took approximately 8 minutes. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. A researcher, adorned with black-framed glasses, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, a nearby colleague swiftly caught him. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling. 8 minutes? Our high-tensile titanium aluminum alloy project team has been established for 7 years, with a total funding of $1.2 billion, and only last month did we pass the final review. His voice carried a tone of despair. 7 years contrasted with 8 minutes, a staggering disparity, akin to an invisible hammer shattering the pride and confidence he had built over 2 decades. Yet, Jimu Yuan seemed oblivious to the reactions of those around him. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, he clapped his hands. Oh wait, did I remember incorrectly? Perhaps it was 8 days? Or even 8 weeks? Yes, that must be it. 8 minutes is utterly absurd. It defies the laws of science. Hope briefly ignited in the hearts of the crowd, only to be crushed by Jimu Yuan's next words. I just remembered. I stepped out to use the restroom in between. I'd say it was around 3 minutes. So it should be 5 minutes. The world fell silent. The researcher, who had been supported, rolled his eyes back and fainted completely. Chaos erupted in the room. General Shi felt a chill run down his spine. He regretted bringing so many young researchers along. This was not a field trip for learning, but a funeral for shattered beliefs. Old Liang, clutching the equipment table for support, barely managed to stand. He felt as if he were conversing with something beyond human. 5 minutes. Subtracting the 3 minutes spent in the restroom. 5 minutes to create a new alloy capable of withstanding hypersonic maneuvers. Young Comrade Ji, Liang's voice had grown hoarse. What method are you using? Oh, this is quite simple. Ji Min replied, noticing their curiosity and patiently explaining. I call it the carbon ion precipitation melting method. In essence, it utilizes a high-frequency magnetic field to confine carbon ions, allowing them to penetrate and precipitate in the liquid metal substrate at ultra-high speeds in a systematic manner. This enables the reconstruction of the material's microcrystalline structure at the atomic level, forming an entirely new stable form. Every word he uttered was understood by the audience. However, when strung together, they formed an incomprehensible script. Seeing their bewilderment, Ji Muyuan opted for a more layman-friendly explanation. Let us put it this way. When you typically create an alloy, it's like kneading dough, mixing various materials together. My method, however, is more akin to building a house with atoms as bricks. He gestured towards an unremarkable smelting furnace nearby. The raw materials were quite common: high-purity iron ingots, graphene powder, and a small amount of rare earth catalyst. The entire process was automated. Just press a button. Following this explanation, a profound silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, a gray-haired materials science expert, who had remained silent until now, suddenly jolted. He shot up, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying brilliance. Carbon ion precipitation melting? Reconstructing the lattice at the atomic level? He rushed to the smelting furnace, trembling hands caressing the cold metallic shell. I understand. He turned back, shouting with fervor at Old Liang and General Shi. Old Liang. General Shi. This method is feasible. No, it's not just feasible. It's an extraordinary technique. Traditional alloys struggle with the contradiction between strength and toughness, akin to trying to have both fish and bear's paw. But if what he claims is true, constructing directly at the atomic level could perfectly merge the two. The strength of this material would skyrocket, and its toughness would reach an astonishing level. This veteran expert, who had immersed himself in materials science for over 50 years, was now flushed with excitement, gesticulating wildly. This is insane. It's akin to opening the divine eye of materials science. Listening to the expert's fervent cries, every mind in the room short-circuited. They gazed at Ji Muyuan's face, a shared notion burgeoning wildly within them. A monster. An unequivocal monster. General Shi slowly turned, approaching Commissioner Su. His expression had shifted from initial shock to a profound sense of awe. Old Su, his voice was soft yet imbued with unprecedented solemnity. Commissioner Su, recovering from the immense impact, turned to his longtime partner. I was previously skeptical that this aircraft might have a massive secret team backing it. General Shi's gaze returned to the young man, now surrounded by a group of experts, appearing slightly flustered. I believe this aircraft was created solely by him. A bittersweet smile graced General Shi's lips, for no team could possibly match his capabilities. His technical reserves and theoretical heights surpassed mere generational differences. It was a complete domination. Commissioner Su fell silent, observing General Shi, a titan of the Chinese aviation industry, whose face now bore a complex expression of defeat, euphoria, and reverence. He understood that from this moment onward, the name Ji Muyuan would become a monument, an insurmountable beacon in the hearts of researchers in China and across the globe. The gazes of everyone turned towards Ji Muyuan, now transformed. If the earlier formula derivations on the whiteboard had presented him as a three-body invader, this feat of synthesizing a new alloy in 5 minutes had firmly placed him on a pedestal of divinity. In their eyes, Ji Muyuan had transcended humanity. He was a deity walking among mortals. Chapter 34. There is no danger. General Shi and Commissioner Su exchanged a glance, both recognizing the same resolve reflected in each other's eyes. He must be retained, at all costs. General Shi cleared his throat and approached Ji Muyuan, a warm smile gracing his face. Young comrade Ji. General Shi, Ji Muyuan was still adapting to being observed like a specimen by a group of national treasure-level experts. I was rash earlier, I apologize. General Shi's demeanor was exceedingly humble, even tinged with regret. No, you overstated. Ji Muyuan quickly waved his hands. It's nothing serious. General Shi's smile grew increasingly genuine. To express our sincerity and to facilitate better technical exchanges in the future, Commissioner Su and I discussed and would like to invite you to serve as the honorary chief engineer of our technical development department. What do you think? Honorary chief engineer? Ji Muyuan paused, taken aback. This proposal caused the elderly experts around him, who had just begun to catch their breath, to gasp once more. Honorary chief engineer. This was no mere advisory title. Within their system, it represented a significant say in the project's technical direction and even a veto power at critical junctures. This was unprecedented for someone outside the system. Yes, honorary chief engineer, Commissioner Su stepped forward, nodding earnestly. This role will allow you to access any resources here, review any materials you need, and enter any laboratory you wish. We have but one request. General Shi's gaze intensified. We hope that when you have the time, you could guide us old fellows in our work. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Ji Muyuan's response. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice broke the silence. Liang, who had been silent while surveying the factory, suddenly paused before a tightly shut metallic door. Pointing at the faint light seeping through the crack, he curiously inquired, Xiao Ji, what is causing this room to glow? Instantly, all attention was drawn to him. Ji Muyuan glanced in the indicated direction, his expression casual. Oh, that? It's a backup curvature power reactor assembly, he replied nonchalantly. What kind of assembly? Liang, momentarily taken aback, instinctively repeated his question. Curvature, Ji Muyuan patiently reiterated. Backup, curvature power. Reactor assembly. Once again, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. If the earlier discussion on alloy technology had been akin to dropping a deep-water bomb into a tranquil lake, Ji Muyuan's seemingly nonchalant remark was equivalent to detonating a nuclear bomb in a munitions depot. Curvature power? Reactor assembly? Each word was familiar. Yet together they formed a terrifying concept that left their minds momentarily paralyzed. The muscles in the faces of General Shi and Commissioner Su twitched uncontrollably. They exchanged glances, both reading the same 4 words in each other's eyes. Here we go again. That light, General Shi pointed towards the door crack. Is it the glow of fusion reactions? As a top-tier technical expert, he immediately associated it with the unique luminescence emitted by plasma within a tokamak device during controllable nuclear fusion experiments. Radiation. Liang's expression shifted, and he instinctively tried to pull back those around him. Don't be alarmed, Liang, Ji Muyuan chuckled, trying to alleviate the tension. It is indeed a fusion reactor. But both energy containment and radiation shielding are exceptionally well managed. There will be no leaks. This factory's standard power supply is actually managed by it. The municipal grid simply cannot handle the power consumption of some of my equipment. With this revelation, everyone felt as though their worldview was being relentlessly crushed by a steamroller. Using a controllable nuclear fusion reactor to power a private manufacturing plant? What a surreal narrative from a cyberpunk fantasy. Impossible. Liang was the first to leap up, pointing at the door, his face clearly skeptical. Absolutely impossible. The most advanced tokamak devices in the world are as large as a building. How can your room be big enough to accommodate a reactor? General Shi nodded vigorously, his expression rife with disbelief. Exactly. Moreover, achieving prolonged stable output, energy containment, heat exchange, and fuel recycling constitutes an immensely complex system. It is utterly inconceivable to integrate such a system within such a small space. It was not that they disbelieved Ji Muyuan. Rather, the situation had completely transcended the boundaries of their accumulated knowledge. This was not mere overstepping. It was akin to flipping the table. It was as if they had kicked open the doors of the Temple of Physics, only to be told that they had been mistaken for centuries. Observing the 2 eminent figures nearly beside themselves with excitement, Ji Muyuan scratched his head. The entire system occupies roughly a 2-meter square space. I refuse to believe it, Liang declared emphatically, unless we see it with our own eyes. His eyes sparkled with intense curiosity and a thirst for exploration. This had transcended a mere technical exchange. It had evolved into a battle for scientific belief. He needed to verify with his own eyes whether what lay behind that door was a figment of imagination or the dawn of a new era. Yes, let us see. The assembled experts behind him began to stir, each face alight with fervor. All right, Ji Muyuan conceded, though a hint of reluctance lingered. However, for safety's sake, understood. Liang immediately turned to a young researcher, shouting, Xiaowang, hurry, bring over the high-precision radiation detector from the vehicle. Yes, the young researcher responded and dashed out. Before long, the precision instrument was retrieved. Powering it on, preheating, and calibrating proceeded with seamless efficiency. When the screen displayed merely normal background radiation levels, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. All right, Comrade Xiao Ji, Liang nodded at Ji Muyuan while holding the detector. Ji Muyuan approached the heavy metal door and pressed a seemingly inconspicuous panel beside it. With a soft hiss, the door silently slid open. In an instant, a gentle, almost sentient blue glow flowed from within, enveloping everyone in its embrace. They instinctively held their breath as they slowly entered the room. In the center stood a metallic construct, approximately 2 meters square, quietly suspended in midair. Its form was exceptionally intricate and precise, exuding an industrial beauty that defied description. The dark golden exterior was adorned with countless intricate patterns, through which the blue light flowed, pulsating rhythmically. Each pulse resonated with a low, almost imperceptible hum, reminiscent of the depths of the cosmos. It resembled a vast, cold mechanical heart, gently beating. All present were left speechless, awestruck by the sci-fi spectacle before them. Beep, beep, beep. The radiation detector in Liang's hand continued to show safe values. This is impossible, he murmured, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. There was no high temperature, no noise, and not a hint of radiation leakage. This heart floated silently, like a work of art from the future. I told you, the energy is fully contained. There will be no leaks, Ji Muyuan's voice echoed in the quiet room. The light you see is merely an external warning system for energy visualization, indicating that high-energy reactions are occurring within. It poses no danger. As he spoke, he stepped closer, reaching out to pat the mechanical heart's exterior, producing a crisp sound. Yet Liang trembled slightly at the sight of the device. He seemed on the verge of voicing something, but no words came forth. Something felt profoundly amiss. The operational principle of this object completely contradicted all the physical laws he understood. This was not something humanity could currently create. Chapter 35, Chain Reaction? Liang gazed at the floating metallic construct before him. He extended his hand, seemingly yearning to touch the dark golden shell. But his fingertips halted abruptly just a few centimeters away, trembling slightly. As a luminary in the field of nuclear physics in Huagua, he had spent his life dealing with atomic nuclei. A chain reaction. It was humanity's sole means of harnessing nuclear energy, a sword of Damocles hanging over all of humanity. If controllable, it would provide an endless supply of energy. If uncontrolled, it would result in catastrophic disaster. Yet, this object before him had no complex moderator piping, no coolant circulation system, and certainly none of the layered control rods and emergency shutdown mechanisms designed to prevent runaway reactions. It possessed none of these features. It was like an unyielding intruder, overturning his lifetime of scientific understanding with the most brutal yet elegant manner. This is not a chain reaction. Liang's voice strained as he forced each word from his throat. The previously silent General Shi finally emerged from his stupor. Although not a nuclear physics expert, he was an elite engineer capable of comprehending engineering structures. The internal structure of this thing is certainly not akin to any nuclear reactor that he can fathom. Comrade G, how does it actually operate? There was a hint of inquiry in Mr. Shi's tone. Ji Mu Yuan observed the confusion etched on the faces of the two national treasures. Shrugging slightly. A chain reaction? That mechanism is far too delicate. A single misstep would spell disaster. He extended his hand once more, caressing the cold metallic shell, sensing the faint rhythm induced by the energy flowing within. I employed a different method, he explained nonchalantly. By utilizing an ultra-high intensity confinement field, I extracted energy directly from the most fundamental layer of matter. This way, it remains stable and does not run amok. You can compress as much energy as you desire. Yet, those few words struck old Liang and the assembled researchers like thunderclaps. Extracting energy directly from the material level? What theory is this? It essentially uproots the very foundation of physics. This is impossible, a researcher murmured, feeling as though his university physics textbook needed a complete overhaul. Liang's body swayed, and the nearby commissioner, Su, steadied him. His breath quickened, filled with an indescribable excitement. A completely new domain. A method of energy utilization that transcends the current framework of physics. What would this mean if it were true? Controlled nuclear fusion would appear as primitive as cavemen gazing up at interstellar battleships in comparison. Mr. Shi's eyes ignited with an alarming brilliance. He envisioned not just the theoretical implications, but the applications: fighter jets, starships, an inexhaustible energy source. What a terrifying scenario it would be if fighter jets could harness such limitless energy. He grasped old Liang's arm. Old Liang, did you hear that? We must, Mr. Shi was already stumbling over his words. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, then turned to Ji Mu Yuan with an unprecedented seriousness. Comrade Ji, I have a request. Please, enlighten us. No, enlighten all the nuclear physics experts across the nation. We must bring all those old-timers from the Nuclear Research Institute to witness what true progress looks like. As soon as Mr. Shi finished speaking, a sheen of cold sweat broke out on old Liang's forehead. Bring the people from the Nuclear Research Institute for a lecture? What a joke. This was no longer a matter of teaching. This was a national treasure, a divine instrument. Mr. Shi, Commissioner Su, and old Liang exchanged a glance simultaneously, a gaze filled with unwavering urgency. They must seize this young man and his technology for the nation at all costs. Old Liang cleared his throat, pushing aside the still excited Mr. Shi, stepping forward to face Ji Mu Yuan. He adjusted his collar, his expression grave. Comrade Ji, on behalf of the Central Bureau, I formally extend an invitation to you. We hope you will join the Central Bureau and lead our energy project. Old Liang spoke rapidly, fearing others would interject. You will have an independent, nationally top-tier laboratory with unlimited funding, and all resources, including personnel and equipment, will be at your disposal. You will possess the highest level of security clearance, and your research can be reported directly to the highest echelons without any administrative interference. As soon as you give us the nod, we can establish a brand new research institute for you, to be named the Mu Yuan Research Institute. The conditions laid out by old Liang were enough to drive any researcher into a frenzy. This was not merely an invitation. It was akin to worshipping a deity. The other researchers were wide-eyed in astonishment at such unprecedented treatment. However, Mr. Shi grew anxious. Hey, old Liang, what is the point of basic research? It takes too long. He pushed past old Liang, beaming at Ji Mu Yuan. Comrade Ji, come to our technical development department. This is where technology truly comes to life. Fighter jets. Would you not want to see your heart installed in our most advanced 8th-generation aircraft, soaring through the skies? Mr. Shi's words were highly provocative. If you join us, you will be the chief engineer. I, Shi Chonghai, will assist you. If old Liang's offer was a bombshell, Mr. Shi's statement was a nuclear explosion. Who is Shi Chonghai? The father of China's stealth fighter jets. The audacity to say he would assist a 20-something-year-old? If this got out, it would send shockwaves through the entire military-industrial complex. Mr. G, come to our Air Force. We need you. With this, who needs 8th-generation aircraft? We'll leap straight to the Southgate plan. The young developers in the research team were utterly exhilarated, gazing at Ji Mu Yuan with fervor as if they were witnessing a deity. Absurd. Old Liang fumed, his beard bristling as he pulled Mr. Shi aside. Shi Chonghai, do you understand what basic science entails? This is the fundamental technology that could alter the fate of our nation. Are you merely fixated on swapping engines for your pathetic aircraft? My pathetic aircraft? Mr. Shi retorted, rolling up his sleeves. Old Liang, what you're doing is a gross misuse of resources. With such remarkable technology, if we don't convert it into combat capability promptly, it will rust away in a laboratory. Do you intend to wait until the enemy comes knocking before slapping your papers in their faces? You are being unreasonable. I am being realistic. Old Shi, I warn you, do not compete with me. Old Liang, are you looking for a duel? Who's afraid of whom? The two nearly 150-year-old national treasures were bickering like children fighting over candy, their faces flushed and on the verge of physical confrontation. Chapter 36. I cannot remain calm. Meanwhile, Commissioner Su was overwhelmed. Enough, he exclaimed sternly, finally restoring a semblance of quiet. Look at the two of you. What a spectacle. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Turning to the two still glaring at each other, he sighed. One promises a research institute, the other promises the title of chief engineer. You both speak grandly, but have you even considered Comrade G's own opinion? In an instant, the room fell silent. Indeed, after all that dispute, the principal party had yet to voice his thoughts. All eyes converged on the young man who had maintained a calm smile throughout. Old Liang's hopeful gaze, Mr. Shi's eager anticipation, Commissioner Su's scrutiny, the fervent admiration of the researchers. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Ji Mu Yuan, awaiting his response. What had begun as an unprecedented battle for talent was now officially underway. The air in the room became palpable the moment Commissioner Su's words lingered in the air. The anticipation in Old Liang's eyes seemed almost tangible. The longing in Mr. Shi's gaze appeared as if he wished to consume Ji Mu Yuan whole. Commissioner Su's eyes behind his glasses held a mixture of evaluation and inquiry. The researchers stretched their necks, fearing they might miss a single word. All the pressure, all the gazes, coalesced upon Ji Mu Yuan. He remained composed, a polite smile lingering on his lips. Under the scrutiny of many, Ji Mu Yuan finally began to speak. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. I tend to be rather laid back. I do not particularly enjoy traveling far. The moment those words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. Old Liang's hopeful expression froze. Mr. Shi's eager anticipation came to a standstill. Laid back? Not fond of traveling. What reasoning is this? This is a technology capable of altering the fate of our nation. All because of mere laziness? General Shi, in a state of agitation, nearly leapt from his seat. Just as he was about to speak, a clear voice interjected. Xiao Yu, if you don't wish to venture far, our Air Force has a division right here. Doesn't he it? The speaker was Li Xingran, who had approached Ji Mu Yuan with a knowing smile. She was well acquainted with her childhood friend, recognizing that despite his groundbreaking inventions, he inherently preferred to avoid complications. Her words struck General Shi like a bolt of lightning, awakening him to the obvious solution. Of course, he smacked his thigh, eyes sparkling with excitement. Comrade Ji, you need travel to the capital. It's all right here. You can conduct your research wherever you desire at our Air Force base. Upon hearing this, Ji Mu's brows arched slightly, indicating a flicker of interest. But he remained hesitant. There are quite a few items at my factory. The space may be insufficient. His casual remark, however, was interpreted differently by Commissioner Su. Could it be that this lad possessed other treasures? Without hesitation, Commissioner Su proclaimed with booming authority, space? Comrade Ji, that is not an issue. From today onwards, any area you desire at this base is yours. Do not hesitate. Even if you wish to take over my office, I shall relocate immediately. His words were decisive and left no room for ambiguity. Ji Mu Yuan, gazing into Commissioner Su's resolute eyes and then at Li Xingran's eager expression, finally nodded. Very well. The conference room erupted with jubilation. Splendid. General Shi exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he seized Commissioner Su's arm with astonishing strength. Old Su, what are we waiting for? Issue the orders. Today, we must transfer Comrade G's factory intact. I care not what methods you employ. General Shi's fervor left Commissioner Su feeling dizzy, torn between amusement and incredulity. Calm down, Old Shi. It's the middle of the night. I cannot calm down. General Shi's eyes were red with urgency. That very night, the Air Force base was illuminated as bright as day by searchlights. Over 100 military heavy transport trucks formed a steel serpent, their engines roaring thunderously as they entered the base. To an outsider, it might have appeared as though preparations for war were underway. Commissioner Su, having spent the night without rest, took command personally. With a grand gesture, he allocated the 50 best and largest contiguous workshops at the base. All personnel worked through the night, leaving the area immaculate. By the following dawn, as the sun's rays began to spread, a brand new plaque was already affixed to the entrance of the first workshop, inscribed with 4 grand characters. Heavy Industry Behemoth. The relocation was completed by mid-morning, executed with astonishing efficiency. As the dust settled, Ji Muyuan surveyed his revitalized work environment with a satisfied nod. Yet, tranquility was short-lived. On the third afternoon, Engineer Wang burst into Ji Muyuan's temporary office, breathless and drenched in sweat. This is bad. Hurry. General Shi and Old Liang are at it again. Ji Muyuan exchanged a glance with Commissioner Su, both recognizing the futility of the situation. Upon arriving at the workshop, they witnessed a familiar scene. The national treasures, experts Shi Chonghai and Liang Aigua, were embroiled in a heated argument over the fantastical Yulong verification machine. However, this time, the dispute was not about Ji Muyuan's affiliation, but rather the ownership of the machine itself. Old Liang, I tell you, this Yulong belongs to our Air Force. It must be handed over to our technical department for flight testing and weaponry attachment experiments immediately. General Shi insisted, rolling up his sleeves and spitting words. Nonsense. Old Liang stood resolute, blocking the machine. This is the crystallization of epoch-making foundational technology. Until we fully comprehend its principles, no one is permitted to touch it. It must first be handed to our research institute for reverse engineering. Reverse engineering my foot. By the time you're done, it will be too late. Do you realize how much this could enhance our combat capabilities? It's a sheer waste of resources. You are the one who doesn't understand science. This is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. As the argument threatened to escalate into physical confrontation, Commissioner Su felt overwhelmed. Just as he was about to intervene, Ji Muyuan spoke up first, his tone calm, as if pondering a trivial matter. Is it really worth fighting over a machine? Perhaps I could simply build another one for you? In an instant, both General Shi and Old Liang froze in place, slowly turning their heads to regard Ji Muyuan as though he were an extraterrestrial. The surrounding researchers gaped in astonishment. Build another one? What did he just say? Is this thing as common as cabbage, easily replicated at will? This is a technological marvel that has eluded their grasp. Commissioner Su's mouth twitched faintly. He felt he had exhausted all capacity for astonishment since meeting Ji Muyuan. Noticing the stunned expressions around him, Ji Muyuan scratched his head. However, I certainly cannot manage this alone. He raised a finger. I will need assistance. General Shi and Old Liang nearly shouted in unison. Whatever you need, we shall provide. Ji Muyuan pondered and proposed a number. 70 should suffice. He added somewhat sheepishly, for the third of the budget. A moment of silence ensued. Following this brief pause, an even more vigorous eruption of enthusiasm ensued. Money. General Shi thumped his chest exuberantly. Money is no object. Name your price. I will immediately summon the finest engineers from across the military. Old Liang, not to be outdone, pushed General Shi aside. Our research institute will foot the bill. We will supply the personnel from our institute, guaranteed to be the creme de la creme. Rest assured, we will provide whatever you require. The two men, who had been at odds moments earlier, now gazed at Ji Muyuan with an unprecedented fervor. Their enthusiasm was almost overwhelming, as if they viewed him not merely as a junior, but as a veritable gold mine, more precious than gold itself. Ji Muyuan felt uneasy under their intense gaze, instinctively taking a step back and clearing his throat. Regarding the matter of compensation, he paused to gather his thoughts. I do not require a salary or bonuses. I simply require a third of the total construction costs as my technical remuneration. Ji Muyuan stated this matter-of-factly. Adhering to the principles of fairness he upheld as the proprietor of the heavy industry behemoth factory. To his surprise, the anticipated haggling did not ensue. General Shi and Old Liang exchanged a glance, their expressions betraying an unexpected sympathy. A third. General Shi's tone softened. Comrade Ji, you are exceedingly sincere. Old Liang nodded in agreement, his demeanor earnest. The value of this technology is immeasurable. Even if you demanded half, we would consider it a tremendous bargain for the country. It's settled then. A third. Not a fraction less. General Shi declared emphatically, as if fearing Ji Muyuan might reconsider. Ji Muyuan felt slightly bewildered. He had merely adhered to protocol, yet somehow he was perceived as exceptionally honest. However, since they were so agreeable, he chose not to elaborate further. With the agreement reached, the atmosphere shifted from tension to jubilance as General Shi and Old Liang unleashed their formidable mobilization capabilities. In less than half an hour, 60 elite researchers and engineers, selected from various departments, stood neatly in the workshop. Each one bore an expression of bewilderment, yet more prominently, an unmistakable thrill. They were all luminaries in their respective fields, fully aware that being urgently summoned here signified something monumental. As their gazes converged upon the futuristic Dragon verification machine, the air grew heavy with anticipation. Ji Muyuan did not engage in any pre-battle mobilization. He simply stepped forward and clapped his hands. All right, everyone is here. From this moment on, you will follow my command. He gestured towards a circle of pristine workstations. Find a spot, familiarize yourselves with the equipment before you, and in half an hour, I will assign specific tasks. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, imbued with an undeniable authority. The researchers exchanged glances, but swiftly sprang into action, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and inquiry. Just then, a crisp yet solemn voice rang out at the workshop entrance. Reporting. The crowd turned to see a tall female officer stride in. It was Li Xingran. Trailing behind her was the beaming Su Zhengwei. Comrade Ji, allow me to introduce, Su Zhengwei said with a smile. By order of the higher authorities, Major Li Xingran has been assigned to your project team. She will serve as the liaison officer for the military, and her technical expertise will also be a valuable asset. Ji Mian regarded Li Xingran, his childhood friend, now his subordinate. A strange sensation enveloped him. Her eyes reflected a complex mixture of surprise and perhaps a hint of resentment. Ji Mian merely nodded calmly. Very well. He pointed to a secondary position next to the control console. You will be responsible for data recording and real-time calibration of all sensor arrays. There were no pleasantries. It was a direct command. Li Xingran paused momentarily before standing tall and executing a crisp salute. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the makeshift command room, the atmosphere was as vibrant as a celebratory gathering. General Shi, Elder Liang, and the visibly excited engineer Wang huddled together. We must initiate the project immediately. Apply for the budget at once. General Shi slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. We need mass production, right away. The more, the better. Elder Liang, behind his glasses, shimmered with excitement. General Shi is right, but we must approach this step by step. The first task is to calculate the precise cost of one Dragon unit so we can report to the higher-ups. He turned to Engineer Wang. Xiao Wang, you have extensive experience on the front lines and are most familiar with materials and processes. Lead this effort and provide an estimate. Wang's face flushed with eagerness as he nodded vigorously, adjusting his glasses. Yes, I was just contemplating this issue. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice. General Shi, Elder Liang, the technology of this dragon far surpasses our current J-20 in every aspect. From the materials used to the internal energy and control systems. These are unprecedented innovations. Therefore, its cost may be astronomical. General Shi waved his hand dismissively. Cut to the chase. Just give us a figure. Wang swallowed hard, uttering a number that made his heart race. My preliminary estimate is at least 30 billion. The proclamation hung in the air, causing a momentary silence in the room. However, this stillness was swiftly shattered by General Shi's even more exuberant voice. 30 billion? That sounds about right. His eyes sparkled not with worry, but with fervor, as if it were precisely as expected. A miracle deserves such a price. Elder Liang nodded slowly, adjusting his glasses and calculating. If it's 30 billion, Comrade Ji's share would be 9 billion. He is entirely entitled to that. General Shi declared with unwavering certainty. For our nation to possess such power, 30 billion is nothing. If it takes 300 billion, we shall sell everything to make it happen. He turned to Engineer Wang, issuing a command. Immediately contact Director 1 from the supply department. Have him compile a detailed material list and cost report based on the information we currently possess, right away. Inform him this is a top priority task. Yes. Wang accepted his orders, propelled by a profound sense of duty, and dashed out of the command room. 3 hours later, Wang sat at his workstation, deep in thought, while gazing at several photographs of the dragon taken from the site. A bespectacled middle-aged official approached, Director 1 from the supply department. Old Wang, I've got what you requested, one said, placing a thin envelope on the table with a peculiar expression. Wang immediately stood up to receive the document. Old one. Thank you. How does it look? Is the figure alarming? He braced himself for a deluge of zeros. Director 1 adjusted his glasses. Alarming? It's not too bad. You can see for yourself. Chapter 38, 70 million? Wang eagerly opened the envelope and scanned the report, his eyes darting to the total cost section at the bottom. His heart raced. Then he saw the number. Total material cost calculation, 70 million, 70,000,000. Wang's movements froze. His breath stilled. He slowly reread it, word by word. 70 million? Not 7 billion? Certainly not 70 billion or 700 billion. Old one. Wang's voice was as dry as sandpaper. Did you perhaps overlook a few zeros? Director 1 frowned. What do you mean, overlook a few zeros? Wang, are you questioning my professional competence? My team has calculated it once. And I personally verified it 3 times. Every component, every gram of material, was matched against our inventory prices and market procurement costs. There is not a single cent of error. Wang still struggled to believe it. But this can't be right. What currency is this? Is it in dollars? Or tens of thousands? Director 1 was amused. Renminbi. Engineer Wang. What is wrong with you today? It's merely a material cost calculation for a new project. Why such a commotion? He lowered his voice, leaning closer with curiosity. Seriously, what kind of significant project is this? Is it a new type of drone? The price seems rather ambiguous. Wang's mind had completely short-circuited. An expectation of 30 billion. A commission of 9 billion, and a cost of 70 million. The disparity was vast enough to shatter his worldview. Clutching the light report, he felt its weight like a hot coal in his hands. He dazedly waved his hand at Director 1. This matter must not be disclosed to a soul. Fine. You tech folks are always so secretive, one muttered as he departed. In the workshop, Wang remained alone, sitting in a daze. He stared at the 70 million on the report, then glanced up at Ji Mian, who was instructing others on the operation. An uncontrollable thought surged from the depths of his mind. Could it be that the 30 billion estimate was merely their own wishful thinking from the very beginning? In the command room, data flowed rhythmically across the monitors, casting a glow on the faces of the three leaders. Su Zhongwei held a thin report, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. He had just obtained this document from the dazed Wang. Well, Xiaosu, have the figures been revealed? General Shi inquired, cradling his signature enamel teacup, though he did not sip from it. Old Liang also leaned over, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let us old fellows broaden our horizons and witness the true nature of this colossal beast that devours wealth to the tune of 300 billion. Commissar Su's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he realized that his voice was momentarily lost. Clearing his throat, he handed over the report with a somewhat stiff motion. Mr. Shi, Old Liang, I suggest you read it for yourselves. Mr. Shi raised an eyebrow, set down his teacup, and took the report. Old Liang leaned in closer. The two titans of the Huagua aviation industry fixed their piercing gazes on the conclusion of the report, where the total cost was prominently bolded and enlarged. In the next moment, the command room was enveloped in the faint hum of machinery. The composure and calm on Mr. Shi's face shattered inch by inch. His hand, clutching the report, began to tremble uncontrollably. Old Liang swayed slightly, instinctively bracing himself against the control panel. Behind his reading glasses, his eyes, which had scrutinized countless advanced blueprints, widened in disbelief. Total material cost accounting, 70 million yuan, 7000000. 70 million? Mr. Shi's voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb something. Am I seeing things? Old Liang removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously before putting them back on. The number remained unchanged, still glaring, still absurd. Xiaosu. Old Liang's voice was hoarse. Are you making a jest of us? Commissar Su forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. I wish it were a jest. This was personally calculated by Engineer Wang, and Director One from the Material Department has verified it thrice. Not a single decimal point is amiss. In renminbi? Mr. Shi shot up his head, his gaze fixed on Commissar Su. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 70 million? Do you know what that amount can procure? It wouldn't even cover the spare parts for AJ-10C. To manufacture an 8th-generation fighter? Is he crafting it from paper? The father of stealth fighters lost all composure. Having spent his life dealing with money and technology, he understood well the principle that one gets what one pays for. 70 million to build an 8th-generation fighter transcended mere technical issues. It was an affront to his expertise. Old Liang took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. The list. Bring me the detailed material list. I want to examine it piece by piece. 10 minutes later, in Engineer Wang's office, he sat dazed at his workstation, his gaze vacant as if his soul had departed. Suddenly, the office door burst open. Mr. Shi, Old Liang, and Commissar Su stormed in with an air of tempestuous urgency. Engineer Wang jolted upright. Mr. Shi, Old Liang, Commissar Su. Mr. Shi ignored him entirely, snatching the list from his desk and spreading it across the table. Old Liang immediately leaned in. Titanium alloy, TC4, unit price is fine. Aviation aluminum, 7075. This price is slightly below market value. It's our stock price. Carbon fiber composite material, T800 grade quantity. The fingers of the two seasoned experts raced across the list, muttering incantations as their expressions shifted from initial skepticism to bewilderment, then astonishment, culminating in an indescribable shock. Each material, each component, matched up perfectly, no excess at all. In fact, due to extensive use of materials from the decommissioned J-10, many costs had been astonishingly diluted. Observing the tempestuous expressions on the faces of the two giants, Engineer Wang finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had been brewing inside him. Mr. Shi, Old Liang, I must inquire, why is it so inexpensive? Mr. Shi and Old Liang simultaneously lifted their heads, exchanging a glance that revealed a shared sentiment, a complex mixture of confusion and awe. Inexpensive? Mr. Shi's tone was peculiar. This is not inexpensive. This is sorcery. Old Liang exhaled deeply, as if attempting to expel all the astonishment from his chest. I think I understand now. That fellow, Ji Muyuan, his greatest talent is not in designing aircraft, but in cost control. He has extracted the last vestige of value from a decommissioned J-10, achieving the most outrageous performance leap with minimal expenditure. This ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Old Liang shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. Some geniuses truly defy reason. Engineer Wang, though bewildered, grasped the crux of the matter. This price was indeed real. The aircraft, dubbed Yulong, had genuinely incurred a mere 70 million in material costs. Chapter 39. Witnessing the extraordinary, his worldview was reshaped. Yet, this new realm appeared somewhat fantastical. Old Liang straightened, his expression unusually grave. This matter must be reported immediately. Xiaosu, connect me to Minister 1 of the National Science Department. Now at once. In the minister's office at the National Science Department, Minister 1 was immersed in a mountain of documents when the phone suddenly rang with an urgent tone. Glancing at the caller ID, he promptly picked up the receiver. Hello, Old Liang, what is the rush? On the other end, Old Liang's voice was steady, yet laced with an unusual gravity. Minister Wen, a significant incident has occurred. Minister Wen paused his writing. Oh, has there been a development with the Longwei project? So soon? It's not Longwei. The weight of Old Liang's voice lingered, as if he were carefully choosing his words. We have discovered a new 8th-generation fighter. Minister Wen's eyebrows shot up, leaning forward in excitement. What? Which unit is it from? Their confidentiality measures are remarkable. It's not from a unit. It's from a civilian prodigy. He transformed a decommissioned J-10 with his own hands. Minister Wen, gripping the phone, felt his expression freeze in astonishment. He even questioned whether he was hallucinating. Old Liang, could you repeat that? A civilian has taken a scrap J-10 and converted it into an 8th-generation fighter? Indeed. The response from the other end, though merely a single word, resonated with the weight of 1,000 mountains. Minister Wen fell silent for several seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Old Liang, have you been drinking counterfeit wine today? This is not how you amuse me. A civilian prodigy? Transforming an 8th-generation fighter? Does he think he is assembling a Gundam model? Old Liang did not laugh. His voice was gravely serious. I am not intoxicated. I bear legal responsibility for every word I utter. This aircraft has been provisionally codenamed Yolong. Its material cost has been calculated at 70 million. Minister Wen's laughter ceased abruptly. 70 million? In dollars? In renminbi. Minister Wen felt his mind struggling to process this information. He rubbed his temples, sensing the absurdity of the call. Old Liang, have you been deceived? 70 million renminbi. Do you know how much pork costs per gene now? I do. Old Liang's voice carried an air of resignation. But the facts remain. Moreover, this aircraft can achieve full process voice control. Just a few hours ago, it shed one of our latest model Hongri air-to-air missiles at a speed of 800 kilometers per hour in energy-saving mode. On the other end, there was a complete silence. Minister Wen clutched the receiver, immobile as a statue. Voice control, shedding the Hongri in energy-saving mode, 70 million cost. Each of these phrases, taken individually, could create seismic waves in the military industry. Now, they converged upon a single target, a combat aircraft modified by a civilian. This sounded more outrageous than science fiction. This is nothing short of a subversion of the entire modern industrial framework and scientific rationale. After a prolonged silence, Minister Wen finally regained his voice, each word seemingly extricated from between clenched teeth. Old Liang, I need confirmation. Is every word you uttered supported by data? Indeed. Did you witness it with your own eyes? I saw it with my own eyes. Good. Minister Wen's tone turned icy and sharp, imbued with an undeniable authority. Transmit all relevant materials to me with the highest level of encryption immediately. All personnel involved in this matter are strictly prohibited from communicating with the outside world. I am heading to meet the chief now. This matter, even if the sky were to fall, must be contained. On the other end of the line, Old Liang's voice bore the weight of fatigue. Minister Wen, I understand this is hard to believe, but the facts are laid bare. Minister Wen forced himself to calm down. He was no stranger to tumultuous storms. Yet today's revelation was so overwhelming that it nearly capsized his old vessel. He released his grip on the phone and approached the window, observing the bustling scene below, his mind racing. Old Liang, you mentioned it shed the red sun at a speed of 800 kilometers per hour? Yes. A note of questioning crept into Minister Wen's voice. That can't be right. I recall the report stating 800 knots. Silence enveloped the line. The difference between 800 kilometers and 800 knots, a mere word apart, was monumental. The former represented the cruising speed of an excellent subsonic fighter jet, while the latter approached twice the speed of sound. Old Liang, have you become muddled? 800 knots is termed energy-saving mode. Do you think the laws of physics are mere acquaintances, easily bypassed? Minister Wen's tone dripped with sarcasm. He sought an outlet for the absurdity gnawing at him. 1 hour. He raised a finger, as if Old Liang were before him. I grant you 1 hour. I wish to witness this so-called Yolong with my own eyes at the secret exhibition hall number 7 on the outskirts of the capital. If I do not see it, he paused, a cold smile curving his lips. You, the chief engineer of the Central Bureau, shall compose a 20,000-word introspective report. Deliver it to my office by tomorrow morning. On the other end, Old Liang responded with 2 simple words, understood. Beep. The call ended. Minister Wen stood frozen, listening to the busy tone, momentarily at a loss. Did he just agree to that? Meanwhile, far away at a secret testing facility, Old Liang set down the military encrypted phone, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He turned to the young man, leisurely sipping a soda. Ji Mu Yuan, the architect of Yulong. Mr. Ji, Old Liang's voice was hoarse, laced with urgency. You heard the call just now. That Minister Wen does not believe. Ji Mu Yuan set down his soda can and burped. If he doesn't believe, so be it. What does it have to do with us? He adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Old Liang, anxious, retorted, this is of great significance. It concerns whether the Yulong project will receive the utmost support from the national level. It determines if we can bypass all processes and commence mass production immediately. Ji Mu Yuan cast him a sidelong glance and spoke coolly. Mass production? Where's the money? 70 million per aircraft, if you buy in bulk. I might give you a 98 discount. Old Liang was momentarily speechless. This young man, How could he speak of nothing but money? This was a matter of national pride. Li Xingran, standing nearby, could no longer hold back. She approached Ji Mu Yuan and nudged his arm. Mu Yuan, old Liang is also doing this for the nation. Her voice was filled with entreaty. Ji Mu Yuan glanced at his childhood friend, her eyes brimming with hope. He sighed. Fine, for your sake. Chapter 40. Execute the orders. He stretched lazily and stood up. It's just a trip to the capital. How significant can it be? Turning to Li Xingran, he smiled slightly. Major Xingran, are you ready? Let me take you for a spin. Li Xingran's eyes lit up, and she gave a crisp salute. Mission accomplished. Moments later, the sleek, pitch-black Yulong, with its smooth lines and futuristic allure, stood silently on the runway. Retaining some aerodynamic features of the J-10, its material and the advanced vector nozzles heralded a complete transformation. Li Xingran expertly climbed into the cockpit. System activation. Identity authentication successful. Major Li Xingran, welcome. A gentle electronic voice resonated within the cockpit. Initiate curvature engine preheating sequence. Affirmative. Curvature engine commencing preheat. Energy injection at 37%, 71%, 100%. Preheating complete, ready for takeoff. The nozzles at the rear of the fuselage glowed with a bluish hue, and the surrounding air began to shimmer slightly. Yulong, request for takeoff. Takeoff permitted. The tower's command was just issued when Li Xingran inhaled deeply and softly commanded, let us go. Buzz. Rather than a thunderous roar, there was merely a muffled sound. As if space itself were being torn apart. Yulong transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing from the runway in an instant. On the ground, old Liang and a cadre of technicians stared agape at the now empty runway. His data terminal erupted with frantic notifications. The dot representing Yulong on the screen surged forward at a terrifying pace, breaching the sound barrier and continuing to accelerate. Old Liang, watching the numbers soar, immediately dialed Minister 1. Minister, it has taken off. Estimated arrival in the outskirts of the capital in 40 minutes. Secret Exhibition Hall Number 7. A repository for the nation's most cutting-edge aviation apparatus, was typically under heavy guard. Minister 1 hung up the phone, his expression oscillating between uncertainty and disbelief. 40 minutes? From the southwestern testing facility to the capital? What a farcical jest. Even their fastest reconnaissance aircraft requires over an hour and a half. Old Liang, he muttered to himself. You've truly raised the stakes this time. Despite his skepticism, old Liang's last words stirred a sense of unease within him. Minister, initiate the highest level of defense for the exhibition hall. Remember, the highest level. After a brief hesitation, Minister 1 pressed the communicator. Order. Exhibition Hall No. 7 to enter Level 1 combat readiness. Activate the full-spectrum sonar surveillance system. Once the command was issued, the underground control center of the entire exhibition hall sprang into action. A monitoring officer, puzzled, inquired, Minister, Level 1 readiness? We haven't received any drill notifications. Minister 1's face remained stern. Execute the order. Yes. The immense honeycomb dome slowly closed, and invisible detection waves instantly enveloped the airspace surrounding the exhibition hall for hundreds of kilometers. The atmosphere in the control center thickened with tension as everyone stared at the radar screens, uncertain of what was to come. Time ticked away. 30 minutes passed without incident. The mood in the control room began to relax. One officer murmured to a colleague, "Do you think the minister is testing us? Perhaps it is late at night." Just then, in a corner of the control room, an elderly man with white hair slowly opened his eyes. He was the father of stealth fighters in China, Mr. Shi, summoned by old Liang's phone call to witness a miracle. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he spoke softly, "It's almost time." No sooner had he spoken than, beep, 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 beep. The entire control center erupted in a piercing alarm. The crimson warning light flashed erratically, casting a blood-red hue on every face. A technician responsible for sonar surveillance suddenly leapt from his chair, fixated on the screen. Alarm! Alarm! An unidentified object has rapidly breached the sonar perimeter. Good heavens! Its speed is incalculable. The system has classified it as a ballistic missile. Everyone's heart raced to their throats. A ballistic missile? Is it headed for the capital? Initiate interception protocols immediately. The officer bellowed. Wait. Mr. Shi's calm voice cut through the chaos. He approached the control panel, swiftly typing a sequence on the keyboard. Input identification code, Yulong 01. The technician fumbled with his inputs. On the screen, the red dot indicating extreme danger instantly transformed into a green 1, symbolizing friendly forces. The alarm ceased. In the control room, everyone exhaled in relief. What a scare. It turned out to be our own. Yulong 01. What new aircraft is that? However, before they could fully relax, another wave of unnerving alarms echoed throughout the underground facility. This time, it was the automated defense system of the exhibition hall sounding the alert. The technician, pale as a ghost, pointed at the screen. Mr. Shi, this is not good. Although the identification code was accepted, its speed and trajectory far exceeded the system's parameters for friendly aircraft. The automated defense system has classified it as a disguised penetrating missile bearing a friendly identification code. Lock-on procedures have been initiated. Lock-on complete. Space-based kinetic weapons are ready. Launch in 10 seconds. The cold mechanical voice reverberated in the control center. The technician nearly collapsed. This is it. Regardless of what is approaching, once the interception system fires, everyone present will bear the consequences. Minister Wen's face was beyond mere concern. It reflected sheer horror and despair. He never imagined that a single cautious order could trigger such a terrifying chain reaction. Mr. Sure, think of something quickly, he nearly pleaded. Yet, Mr. Sure's expression remained unsettlingly calm. He ignored everyone, his eyes glued to the red countdown on the control panel. 9, 8, 7. His finger hovered in the air, as if calculating something. In the control center, everyone held their breath. Even their hearts seemingly ceased to beat. Time stretched infinitely in that moment. Just as the countdown reached 3, Mr. Sure moved. His finger struck a series of complex commands on the auxiliary keyboard. Input highest authority command, Zhulong. His voice was soft, yet carried undeniable authority. What? The technician was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Zhulong. Quickly, Mr. Sure urged. The technician jolted, trembling as he entered the 2 characters into the command box. Enter. Chapter 41. Is this an aircraft? Buzz. All alarms in the control center abruptly ceased. The flashing red lights extinguished, replaced by a soft white glow. On the screen, the terrifying countdown vanished, supplanted by a line of green system prompts. Highest authority command, Zhu Long confirmed. Automated defense system disengaged. Welcome, highest authority administrator. In the control center, gasps of relief erupted, as everyone felt as though they had just emerged from the depths of water, drenched in cold sweat. The technician slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. We are saved. Just then, the radar operator's voice broke through once more, this time filled with incredulous confusion. Report. Report, Minister, Mr. Sure. The target is decelerating. All eyes were instantly diverted back to the radar screen. That had once represented a ballistic missile was plummeting in speed at an astonishing rate. Speed incalculable, 9 Mach, 5 Mach, 2 Mach. It has slowed to 300 knots. Good heavens, it has entered the harbor's radar warning zone. The head of the Defense Department, a middle-aged man adorned with the insignia of a major general, rushed to Minister Wen and Mr. Sure. He saluted, then gravely inquired, Minister, Mr. Sure, what is happening? We have never seen any aircraft capable of such a terrifying deceleration. This completely defies the principles of aerodynamics. Minister Wen could only cast a pleading glance at Mr. Sure, unable to articulate a response. Mr. Sure glanced at him coolly before picking up the communicator. Connect to target communication. Yes. After a brief crackle of static, a cool and steady female voice resonated throughout the control center. This is Yulong 01. I have arrived at the designated airspace and request entry to Channel 7, docking berth. A woman? A pilot? A faint stir rippled through the control center. The defense minister took the microphone, his voice low and serious. Yulong 01, please identify your unit and status. People's Liberation Army of Huagua, Aerospace Strategic Support Force. Special Research Department, Major Li Xingran. My vehicle is the Yulong Class 8th Generation Stealth Combat Prototype. Prototype number 1. 8th Generation? Those words detonated in everyone's minds like a bomb. The control center fell into a profound silence. All eyes widened in astonishment. Even Mr. Sure, who had remained composed until now, gripped the armrest with such force that his knuckles turned white. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. 8th Generation. These 2 words had been awaited for a lifetime. Those comrades who had sacrificed themselves in research had also awaited this moment for an eternity. And now, it had finally arrived. Permission to enter. The defense minister's voice trembled. Order the sailors to clear Channel 7. Prepare for guidance. Yes, someone shouted. And chaos erupted in the control center as everyone raced toward the viewing corridor leading to the surface. They yearned to witness this historic moment with their own eyes. Mr. Sure was also supported by several equally excited senior researchers as they hurriedly followed. The dock of Exhibition Hall 7 was constructed on a remarkably secret artificial lake on the outskirts of the capital. At this moment, the lake shimmered under the moonlight. Everyone crowded in front of the massive bulletproof glass window, craning their necks to glimpse the distant night sky. Here it comes. A ghostly black silhouette silently emerged from the clouds. It lacked the thunderous roar typical of conventional aircraft, replaced by an almost inaudible, peculiar hum. As it approached, everyone discerned its form. At that instant, gasps of astonishment resounded. Is this an aircraft? This surely resembles an alien spacecraft. Its body exhibited an unprecedented flat, elongated shape. Entirely black, yet reflecting cold light. The entire craft seemed sculpted from a single piece of obsidian. Its lines were exquisitely fluid, yet exuded an ineffable aggression. It bore no wings, no tail fins, and completely defied any traditional aerodynamic layout. On either side of the fuselage were only 2 blade-like stabilizers, slightly raised, their function unknown. It hovered silently a few meters above the water's surface, a faint blue glow emanating from beneath, casting a dreamlike hue upon the lake below. The majority present were military personnel or aerospace experts, having dedicated their lives to aviation. Yet this phenomenon before them utterly shattered their decades of established understanding. It felt surreal. It is anchoring. It is about to dock. A gasp rippled through the crowd as the magnificent Dragon-class aircraft descended gracefully, its metallic arms extending with precision into the docking slots on the pier. The entire operation was executed with such meticulous accuracy. It appeared as if it had been measured with a ruler. With a soft hiss, the pressure released, and a hatch beneath the aircraft slowly opened. A lithe figure descended via the lift, landing deftly on the dock, clad in a form-fitting silver anti-gravity suit that accentuated her tall, statuesque frame. It was none other than Li Xingran. She surveyed the astonished faces before her, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips. Standing at attention, she saluted the exhibition hall with an impeccably executed military gesture. Major Li Xingran, reporting for duty. Her voice rang clear and resolute. One person? Such a revolutionary superfighter jet was piloted solely by her. The collective minds of the onlookers seemed to short-circuit once more. At that moment, hurried footsteps and the screeching of brakes echoed from behind. Make way. Minister One, drenched in sweat, nearly stumbled out of the vehicle. Having received a call from the exhibition hall indicating the first-level alert had been lifted, he had just begun to relax when news of the mysterious aircraft's imminent landing struck him like a bolt from the blue. He had raced over in record time. A journey that normally took over 30 minutes, completed in just a little over 10. Where's the aircraft? He shouted anxiously as he ran. Upon reaching the pier and laying eyes on the quietly docked Dragon-class craft, an awe-inspiring creation reminiscent of science fiction, he stood frozen, his mind blank. The grandiose claims made by Elder Liang over the phone now materialized before him as this astonishing steel behemoth. Is this real? Minister Wen stood there, dumbfounded, as if his very soul had been drained. His gaze was fixated on the hovering aircraft, its perfectly streamlined body and seemingly flawless design. He swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat, as his brain struggled to reboot. This was no dream, nor an illusion. A superfighter jet that could potentially redefine aviation history stood before him. An indescribable euphoria erupted within him like a volcanic eruption, and he burst into laughter, the sound growing louder and more unrestrained, reverberating throughout the dock. Yet, as he laughed, tears brimmed in his eyes. Chapter 42. What an international joke. 2 streams of hot tears streamed down his wrinkled cheeks, uncontrollably. All the staff present, including the seasoned sailors accustomed to grand spectacles, stood in stunned silence. They had never witnessed such a display of emotion from the high-ranking minister. Yet, Minister Wen seemed oblivious to the spectacle he was creating. He staggered, nearly throwing himself against the Dragon-class aircraft, extending a trembling hand as if to caress a rare treasure, gingerly touching the cold, metallic surface. The hard and frigid sensation coursed through his fingertips, electrifying his entire being. It is real. Everything is real. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Minister Wen exclaimed, his voice tinged with emotion. He abruptly turned, grabbing Elder Liang's shoulder, shaking him vigorously. Liang Zheng, you old rascal. The Central Bureau has achieved an extraordinary feat this time. No. This is a monumental accomplishment that could alter the global landscape. His excitement was so overwhelming that his entire body trembled. The surrounding staff, witnessing this veteran who had devoted his life to national technological advancement so moved, could not help but feel a swell of emotion themselves, their eyes glistening. They understood the profound significance of this moment for their nation. Elder Liang, slightly disoriented from the vigorous shaking, managed a wry smile. Minister, please calm down. Calm down. How can I possibly calm down? Minister Wen's eyes were ablaze, his words punctuated with fervor. With this, who would dare to flaunt their might at our doorstep in the future? Elder Liang sighed, feeling compelled to douse Wen's fervor with cold water. Minister, listen to me. This Dragon-class aircraft was not constructed by our Central Bureau. The minister's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression freezing in disbelief. What did you say? All eyes turned toward Elder Liang. Old Liang, this is no joking matter, Wen's voice deepened. Aside from your Central Bureau, who else in Hua Nation could possibly create something like this? Elder Liang met his gaze with unwavering clarity. It was not specifically manufactured at all. It was constructed from a decommissioned J-10 fighter jet. This revelation struck harder than the initial unveiling of the Dragon-class craft. Constructed from a retired fighter jet? What an absurd jest. This was akin to claiming a bicycle was merely a modified tricycle. Minister Wen was utterly flabbergasted, pointing at the Dragon-class aircraft, then at Elder Liang, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a single word. Elder Liang recognized the incredibility of the situation and decided to lay all his cards on the table. The individual who modified it is not a member of our internal experts. He is a civilian prodigy, a young man. He completed the work in just 1 week. The combination of civilian genius and young man struck like a hammer, crashing down upon the heads of Minister Wen and all present, causing their minds to short-circuit once more. Wen's body stiffened, his grip tightening on Elder Liang's arm, his nails nearly embedding into flesh. How long did it take him? 1 week. Elder Liang reiterated with absolute certainty. Impossible. Wen exclaimed. Liang Zheng, have you gone senile? Do you truly believe such nonsense? 1 week. Does he think he's playing with building blocks? This is a super fighter jet unprecedented in human history. You expect me to believe a young man could construct it in a week? Are you insulting my intelligence? Or the intelligence of our nation's military experts? His roar echoed across the dock. No one dared to respond, for the matter had indeed transcended the bounds of comprehension. At that moment, a cool voice broke through the tension. Minister 1. Li Xingran stepped forward, standing at attention. What Engineer Liang has stated is the truth. This Dragon-class aircraft was indeed modified by Mr. Ji Muyuan in a week. Her voice carried an undeniable authority. Minister Wen turned sharply to face her, astonishment flooding his expression. He was acutely aware of Li Xingran's identity as the youngest major in the technical development department and the sole pilot for this test flight. Her words held tremendous weight. The air seemed to thicken with tension. After a prolonged silence, Minister Wen's chest heaved violently, as if he were expending every ounce of energy to process this information. His gaze transitioned from initial fury to sheer disbelief, ultimately morphing into an insatiable yearning. A civilian genius capable of transforming a retired fighter jet into a sci-fi spacecraft in just 1 week. This individual could not merely be referred to as a genius. He was a national treasure, capable of altering the fate of the country. Where is he? Minister Wen almost spat out the words through clenched teeth. I do not care who he is or what he is doing. I must see him now, immediately. His tone brooked no refusal. Elder Liang quickly interjected. Minister, I have already instructed Comrade Xingran to contact him. He is waiting at the Air Force branch of the Technical Development Department. We can head over there now. Head over? Minister Wen furrowed his brow and abruptly interrupted him. Too slow. With a swift gesture, he pointed towards the Black Dragon aircraft. This one, Major Li Xingran. Now, start the plane immediately and take me to see him. The sudden command left not only Elder Liang, but also Major Li Xingran momentarily stunned. The surrounding staff were taken aback, rushing forward to dissuade him. Minister, this is absolutely unwise. The aircraft has just landed and has not undergone a comprehensive safety inspection. Your safety is paramount. Minister Wen's eyes widened, exuding an undeniable authority. Safety? The safest place in the world right now is aboard this aircraft. The most dangerous thing we could do is keep a national treasure like him outside for even a second longer. He pushed past the crowd, striding confidently towards the hatch of the Y-20. Enough chatter. This is an order. Li Xingran, take off. Observing the minister's resolute demeanor, Li Xingran ceased her hesitation and promptly ascended the lift. Understood. Minister Wen followed suit, somewhat clumsily climbing aboard. Elder Liang and Director Shi exchanged glances, both recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes, and hurriedly followed. 20 minutes later, the Dragon aircraft landed smoothly on the exclusive helipad of the Air Force Division of the Technical Development Department. A black Hongqi sedan was already waiting. The vehicle did not linger at the base, but drove directly out the gate towards an industrial area that appeared somewhat aged. Finally, the car halted at the entrance of a large factory bearing the sign of a major heavy machinery repair plant. Minister Wen opened the car door, gazing at the industrial atmosphere of the somewhat chaotic factory, lost in contemplation. The young man capable of changing the world resides in such a place? Chapter 43, a fitting name. He suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind and followed Li Xingran into the factory. A potent blend of oil and metal scent wafted towards them. Inside the vast factory, various heavy machinery and partially disassembled engineering vehicles were scattered about. A young man dressed in blue work attire stood with his back to them, seemingly adjusting something at a massive CNC machine. Li Xingran quickly approached. Ji Muyuan. The young man turned at the sound of her voice. Upon seeing Li Xingran, a smile spread across his face. Then he noticed Minister Wen and the others behind her. His curiosity piqued. Xingran, you're back. Li Xingran nodded, stepping aside to formally introduce him. Ji Muyuan. This is Minister Wen from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Minister Wen stepped forward, extending his hand, his gaze fixed on the young man. So, you are Comrade Ji Muyuan. Ji Muyuan wiped his hands and shook hands with Minister Wen. That's me. Hello, Minister. His tone was quite unassuming. In just 2 minutes of interaction, Minister Wen did not pose any technical inquiries regarding the Dragon aircraft. Instead, he focused on Ji Muyuan's eyes, observing the intense concentration and confidence that radiated when he spoke about the machine before him. An overwhelming intuition surged within Minister Wen's heart. He had found the hope for the future of Chinese technology. This young man embodied a potential powerful enough to shift the balance of the world. Minister Wen grasped Ji Muyuan's hand tightly, his fingertips feeling the remnants of oil that had yet to be fully wiped off. It was a rough, yet genuine sensation. Comrade Ji Muyuan, Minister Wen's voice trembled, a manifestation of his overwhelming excitement. On behalf of the Ministry of Science and Technology and all those who strive for the advancement of Chinese technology, I extend my most sincere gratitude to you. Each word resonated powerfully, echoing through the spacious factory. Ji Muyuan felt somewhat awkward in such a solemn setting. He merely withdrew his hand and wiped it on his work pants. Minister, you are too kind. It is my duty. Minister Wen took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the massive CNC machine behind Ji Muyuan before returning to his face. Did you truly complete that groundbreaking aircraft all by yourself? This question had been weighing on his mind throughout the journey. Although Li Xingran had provided an affirmative response, he still longed to hear Ji Mu Yuan confirm it personally. Ji Mu Yuan pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, "The design and core manufacturing were primarily my responsibility. Some parts procurement and basic processing were assisted by friends." He spoke candidly, without any exaggeration or concealment. Upon hearing this, Elder Liang and Director Shi behind Minister Wen gasped in astonishment. This effectively acknowledged that this young man had accomplished what a national-level laboratory or even a vast military-industrial complex could only achieve collectively. It was nothing short of miraculous. The fervor in Minister Wen's gaze nearly ignited the air. He stepped forward, urgency creeping into his tone. Can it be replicated? This question was the crux of the matter. If this was merely an unrepeatable coincidence, its strategic significance would be greatly diminished. Ji Mu Yuan displayed a naturally confident expression. Of course. As long as the materials and equipment keep up, we can produce as many as needed. Boom. This seemingly casual statement struck Minister Wen, Elder Liang, and Director Shi's minds like a cataclysmic earthquake. Produce as many as needed? What did that imply? It meant that, should the nation require it, this top-tier combat aircraft capable of altering the world order could be mass-produced. Minister Wen's breathing quickened in an instant. Fantastic, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh, momentarily abandoning any ministerial decorum. Comrade Ji Mu Yuan, the Ministry of Science and Technology has decided to engage in the highest level of collaboration with you. Whatever you need, people, funds, policies, we will meet every demand unconditionally. Director Shi, overhearing this, immediately grew anxious. This opportunity could not be monopolized by the Ministry of Science and Technology alone. Minister, our technical development department must not be left behind. Director Shi quickly stepped forward, looking eagerly at Ji Mu Yuan. Comrade Ji, I specialize in stealth aircraft. We are colleagues. If you encounter any technical challenges, feel free to reach out to me. My reputation holds some weight in the military-industrial system. The father of Chinese stealth aircraft was fearful of being sidelined. Elder Liang stood by, chuckling without saying a word, but his continuous nodding indicated the Central Bureau's unwavering support. Witnessing these elderly gentlemen, all over 60, fiercely competing for a collaborative opportunity, Li Xingran felt a mix of amusement and warmth. Clearing her throat, she interjected. Minister, Director Shi, Elder Liang, this is not the place for discussions. Shall we move to Ji Mu Yuan's office? Minister Wen finally snapped back to reality. Surveying the oil-stained surroundings, he nodded. Yes, let us find a place to sit and talk. Ji Mu Yuan led the group to a small office tucked away in the corner of the factory. The office was modest, almost cramped. A large drafting table occupied nearly half the space, covered with intricate blueprints. On the opposite side, a high-spec computer screen displayed a flurry of code and three-dimensional models. Various tools and disassembled electronic components cluttered the chairs. Ji Mu Yuan casually cleared a chair by removing its contents to the floor, making space for Minister Wen. It's a bit cramped, but please bear with us. Minister Wen, however, showed no signs of discomfort. He appeared as if he were touring a sacred hall, his eyes sweeping over the blueprints and models. Admiration deepening within his gaze. What was birthed here is technology potent enough to elevate Huagua to the pinnacle of the world. Compared to it, any office seems dim and uninspired. After a few individuals managed to take their seats, General Shi was the first to speak. This remarkable aircraft surely deserves a resounding name, doesn't it? He glanced at Ji Mu Yuan, then at Minister Wen. I propose we name it the Yulong aircraft. Like the mythical dragon that soars through the heavens. It perfectly embodies its powerful capability of vanishing without a trace. Yulong aircraft? Minister Wen's eyes sparkled. This name is splendid. It encapsulates the rich cultural heritage of Huagua while showcasing its might. Henceforth, it shall be called Yulong aircraft, he declared emphatically. Subsequently, he turned to Ji Mu Yuan, his expression turning gravely serious. Comrade Ji, what I am about to discuss is of paramount importance. Ji Mu Yuan nodded, indicating his willingness to listen. Minister Wen continued in a low tone. You may not be closely following international affairs, but in 3 months, the quinquennial Blue Star military competition will take place. The Blue Star military competition? This name indeed did not resonate with Ji Mu Yuan, who had largely been absorbed in his research and factory work. Minister Wen patiently elaborated. This is not merely a military exercise. It represents a direct confrontation of technological prowess, tactical sophistication, and comprehensive national strength among the world's military powerhouses. The outcome will significantly influence the international discourse and the distribution of interests in various global matters for the next 5 years. Simply put, whoever emerges victorious will command the narrative for the ensuing 5 years. A heavy sense of resignation permeated Minister Wen's tone. Over the past decades, every champion has been the United States. Their aerospace carriers, their 6th and even 7th generation fighter concepts have left us in the dust time and again. We have endured too many years of defeat. The atmosphere in the office became suffocatingly tense. General Shi and Elder Liang bowed their heads, their expressions dimmed. It was a lingering pain in the hearts of generations of defense industry workers. It was not due to a lack of effort. Rather, the competition was simply too far ahead. Yet this time, everything is different. Minister Wen lifted his head, his eyes once again ablaze with fervor, gazing intently at Ji Muyuan. However, this year, with the Yulong aircraft, we possess the trump card to overturn the table. We have the opportunity, an extraordinary chance, to change everything. His voice rose in excitement. Therefore, after our preliminary assessment, he extended 4 fingers. We hope to urgently place an order for 4 brand new Yulong aircraft before the competition commences. Including the one you have already completed, that totals 5. We aim to form a complete Yulong flight squadron and deliver an immense surprise to the world. 5 aircraft. As this number was uttered by Minister Wen, the air in the office seemed to solidify. General Shi and Elder Liang held their breath. This was a number they had scarcely dared to imagine. To them, even managing to produce 1 or 2 more aircraft before the competition would be an extraordinary achievement. 5 aircraft would yield overwhelming combat capabilities. All eyes converged on Ji Muyuan, awaiting his response. Perhaps it was excitement, perhaps it was a dilemma, perhaps it was a negotiation. However, Ji Muyuan furrowed his brow. He remained silent, his expression betraying an indescribable peculiarity. This sudden silence doused the previously fervent atmosphere with a chill. The grand ambitions in Minister Wen's heart were abruptly doused with cold water. What does he mean? Does he find the request excessive? Minister Wen's heart leapt into his throat. Indeed, producing 4 8th-generation aircraft in 3 months seems utterly fantastical. Have I been too hasty? He hurriedly attempted to rectify the situation, softening his tone. Is the request for 4 aircraft too much? Comrade Ji, do not misunderstand. We are fully aware of the immense challenge involved, the tight schedule, and the heavy burden. If it truly proves unfeasible, 3 aircraft would suffice. Seeing Ji Muyuan still unresponsive, Minister Wen's anxiety escalated. 2 aircraft would also be acceptable. As long as we could have 2 Yulong aircraft participating, we would feel confident to contend with the United States 7th-generation fighters. His bottom line continued to diminish, shifting from assembling a squadron to merely participating. This stark contrast made General Shi and Elder Liang's hearts tighten. Just as everyone assumed Ji Muyuan would refuse, he finally spoke. His tone remained calm, yet imbued with an elusive ambiguity. Just 5 aircraft? These 3 words floated lightly, yet carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Striking at the hearts of everyone in the office. The air felt as thick as molasses. Minister Wen's outstretched fingers froze in midair, his expression of excitement gradually solidifying into a look of disbelief. General Shi and Elder Liang, who had just straightened their backs in response to the grand vision of 5 aircraft, were now instantly deflated. What does this imply? Is it too many? This thought exploded in Minister Wen's mind, causing him to plummet from his euphoric heights. It must be so. 3 months to produce 4 brand new 8th-generation aircraft is no longer a challenge. It is a myth. I have been blinded by the desire for victory. Proposing an utterly unattainable task, he is subtly declining. Minister Wen's heart tightened, his throat dry. The color drained from his face, replaced by a pallid urgency. Comrade Ji, is the request for 4 aircraft too high? His voice trembled. Please do not misunderstand. We certainly do not wish to impose impossible demands. We understand the difficulty, the urgency, and the weight of the task. Minister Wen endeavored to articulate his thoughts, striving to salvage the situation. If it truly is unmanageable, 3 aircraft would suffice. He observed Ji Muyuan, noticing the deepening furrow of his brow. Minister Wen's heart sank further. Is 3 aircraft also unfeasible? Gritting his teeth, he blurted out. 2 aircraft would be acceptable. As long as we could secure 1 more, forming a dual aircraft unit, we would have the confidence to contend with the United States 7th-generation fighters. His baseline continued to diminish, from a complete flight squadron to the most basic combat unit, from overturning the table to merely a contest of strength. This immense disparity caused a pang of pain in the hearts of General Shi and Elder Liang, rendering their breaths labored. They seemed to be transported back to those past years, facing an absolute technological gap, where they could only grit their teeth and use grit and willpower to bridge the divide. The atmosphere in the office reached a suffocating zenith. Just as everyone anticipated Ji Muyuan would nod in agreement or outright refuse, he finally made a new gesture. He shook his head. This action extinguished any lingering hope in Minister Wen's heart. It's over. Not even 2 aircraft. However, Ji Muyuan's subsequent words turned the entire world upside down. Minister Wen. His tone remained calm. Have you misunderstood something? What I meant was, Ji Muyuan paused, seemingly weighing his words. 5 aircraft. Are they not a tad insufficient? It was as if a thunderclap simultaneously detonated in the minds of Minister Wen, General Shi, and Elder Liang. The expressions of these 3 formidable figures, each commanding respect in their respective fields, were astonishingly uniform. Their mouths agape, capable of accommodating an egg. Their minds blank. What? Minister Wen felt as though his hearing had betrayed him. He dug into his ears, uncertainly inquiring. Comrade Ji, did you just say it was insufficient? Indeed, insufficient. Ji Muyuan nodded. Minister Wen's mind completely short-circuited. He felt his understanding being ruthlessly torn apart and reshaped by an irresistible force. He stared vacantly at Ji Muyuan. his Adam's apple bobbing. Do you mean his voice is as faint as a mosquito's? Can we negotiate further? Of course, replied Jimu Yuan. Minister Wen felt a surge of excitement rush from his feet to his head. He trembled as if jolted by an electric current. How much more? He ventured cautiously, fearing he might be dreaming. 6 units? Jimu Yuan remained silent. Wen's heart began to race. Emboldened, he added, 7 units? Still no response from Jimu Yuan. 10 units. Wen abruptly stood up, pushing his chair back with a loud screech. But he was too exhilarated to care. His eyes reignited with fervor, more intense than before. 10 units. Chapter 45, 300 Dragon-class aircraft. A full 10 units of the 8th generation. What does that signify? A miracle. Yet, perplexingly, the young man across from him maintained an expression devoid of emotion. Was he even dissatisfied? Minister Wen was utterly baffled. What were this young man's ambitions? How large was his appetite? A sudden surge of boldness welled up within one, and he stepped forward, nearly shouting, 20 units, 30 units, 50 units. His voice grew louder, feeling as though he were at an auction, bidding for an invaluable treasure. Finally, with all his might, he pointed a finger and shouted a figure he himself deemed insane. 100 units. Comrade G, if you nod, we will take 100. After his declaration, the office fell into a profound silence. Minister Wen braced himself against the table, gasping for breath, his chest heaving. Chairman Shi and Elder Liang were utterly petrified, convinced the minister had lost his mind. 108th generation aircraft? Was he intending to drain the national treasury? However, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. In response to a number that could drive any nation to madness, Jimu Yuan merely shook his head and sighed softly. He was still not satisfied. At the brink of despair, Jimu Yuan finally spoke. Minister Wen, let's not add 1 unit at a time. It's too cumbersome. Leaning slightly forward, he addressed the 3 men before him in a calm tone. 300 Dragon-class aircraft. How about that? Consider it a gesture of friendship to the nation. Silence enveloped the room. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Chairman Shi's thermos fell to the floor with a clatter, scalding tea soaking his trousers, yet he remained oblivious. Elder Liang clutched his chest, feeling his heartbeat falter. As for Minister Wen, he stood there, dumbfounded, staring blankly at Jimu Yuan, unable to utter a sound. 300 units? A gesture of friendship? Was he dreaming? This must be a dream. What kind of friendship is this? This is akin to a bond forged in life and death. It was unclear how much time passed, perhaps a second, perhaps a century. Minister Wen's body began to tremble, from his fingertips to his arms, then throughout his entire being. Tears welled up in his eyes, spilling over uncontrollably down his cheeks. He straightened his posture, bringing his feet together with a sharp sound, and then saluted the young man before him, who was decades younger, with an impeccably formal military salute. His voice, tinged with emotion, yet resolute, proclaimed, Comrade G. I, Wen Zhangwo, on behalf of the Ministry of National Defense Technology of Hua Country, on behalf of countless workers, on behalf of the frontline soldiers who vow to defend our nation to the death, extend to you our highest respect. At this moment, Chairman Shi and Elder Liang also came to their senses. The 2 elderly men, with their white hair, stood up, mimicking Minister Wen's gesture, raising their right hands. Their eyes were similarly filled with tears, tears of excitement, astonishment, and the overwhelming joy of generations of military workers seeing their dreams come to fruition. Jimu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display of reverence. Minister Wen wiped his tears and, still emotionally charged, said, Comrade G, thank you. Even if it takes us 20 or 30 years, dedicating the entirety of our generation's youth to achieve these 300 units, it will be worth it. In his eyes, 300 8th-generation aircraft represented a monumental goal that required decades of toil. He was fully prepared to devote his life to it. Yet, once again, Jimu Yuan shattered his preconceptions. It won't take that long. He waved his hand dismissively. Minister Wen, who says we have to assemble them one at a time? At this, Elder Liang could no longer contain himself. As the chief engineer of the Central Bureau, he understood better than anyone the challenges of manufacturing cutting-edge equipment. Young Ji, this is no laughing matter. We're talking about 8th-generation aircraft, which incorporate the most advanced technologies and materials. Each component must be meticulously crafted. How could that possibly? His words were cut short by Jimu Yuan. Elder Liang, let me ask you a question. Can a 10,000-ton destroyer now be produced on an assembly line as easily as making dumplings? Elder Liang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding. Yes, our shipbuilding industry. Then why can't my Dragon-class aircraft? Jimu Yuan's words struck like a bolt of lightning, resonating in the hearts of all present. We will build a dedicated production line for the 8th-generation aircraft. This idea was audacious, even radical. Chairman Shi and Elder Liang exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. They finally understood. They had assumed Jimu Yuan was a gifted craftsman, but they were mistaken. This young man was not merely a craftsman. He was an industrial titan determined to revolutionize the entire military production system. His vision and audacity far exceeded their imagination. Minister Wen trembled with excitement at the thought of a production line for 8th-generation aircraft. a continuous stream of Dragon-class aircraft. What did that signify? It meant that the Hua Country Air Force would swiftly possess an aerial power unmatched by the world. What international discourse? What distribution of interests? Everything would be reshuffled. He gazed at Jimu Yuan, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This young man had not merely delivered a trump card. He had brought the entire casino to the doorstep of Hua Country. Minister Wen's breath quickened. He fixed his gaze on Jimu Yuan, as if trying to see through him completely. A production line. A complete production line for 8th-generation aircraft. This idea transcended mere madness. It was the creation of a myth belonging to the military industry of Hua Country. The contract. Minister Wen suddenly slapped his thigh, his voice hoarse with excitement. Chairman Shi, Elder Liang, draft the contract immediately. The highest level of confidentiality agreement and priority resource allocation. He could hardly wait, not even for a second. He needed to secure this plan, capable of altering the fate of the nation, firmly within the grasp of the Ministry of National Defense Technology. Chairman Shi and Elder Liang exchanged resolute glances, nodding heavily. Trembling, they retrieved blank formal contracts and pens from their briefcases. Jimu Yuan observed the three elderly men, totaling over 200 years of age, flustered by his words, maintaining a calm demeanor. He gently tapped the table. Minister Wen, regarding the details of our cooperation. You set the price. Minister Wen waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for debate. Anything we can offer is on the table. Jimu Yuan smiled. Let us stick to the old rules. One aircraft for 30%. With a sudden burst, the water that Liang Lao was drinking erupted from his mouth, narrowly missing the quick reflexes of General Shi. A mere 3% profit from 300 units translates to an astonishing 90 units of the Yulong aircraft. In the past, they would have bickered fiercely over even the slightest fraction of profit. However, upon hearing this quote, Minister Wen did not find it exorbitant. Instead, he exhaled deeply. As long as there was a willingness to accept payment, matters would be manageable. The true fear lay in a refusal to engage. Count me in. He promptly agreed, anxious that Jimu Yuan might reconsider. Let us proceed with this. Ding. Detected a significant emotional fluctuation. Shock value increased substantially. Points earned, 500,000. A fleeting notification echoed in Jimu Yuan's mind. 500,000 points. Evidently, the concept of a production line had deeply unsettled several key figures. The contract was swiftly drafted, its terms clear, and its authority remarkable. Jimu Yuan picked up the pen and inscribed his name at the designated spot. The moment the pen lifted from the paper, the agreement was officially in effect. At the heavy industry giant factory, sparks flew and the rhythmic clang of metal filled the air. Engineers and technicians surrounded the skeleton of the second Yulong aircraft, fervently engaged in their tasks. The success of the first unit had imbued them with boundless confidence and zeal, each individual determined to construct the second model even better. As Jimu Yuan entered the workshop, a smile graced his face at the sight of the bustling scene. He clapped his hands, the sharp sound slicing through the cacophony of the factory. Work momentarily ceased, and all heads turned toward him with curiosity. A seasoned master, face smudged with grease, removed his goggles and asked loudly, "Boss, what's the matter? Is there something in the design that needs alteration?" A wave of unease swept through the crowd. They dreaded any alterations midway, for that would render much of their prior work futile. Jimu Yuan shook his head. No. He surveyed the expectant and anxious faces, and slowly spoke, "We will not be constructing the second unit." As the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the workshop. Everyone was taken aback. Not constructing it. Why? Is there an issue with the military? An unsettling tension rippled through the assembly. Boss, has something gone wrong? Is funding inadequate? Our components are top-notch. Halting production would lead to significant losses. Concern etched on every face. Jimu Yuan raised his hand, calming the tumult. His gaze swept across each individual. Who told you we are halting production? After a brief pause, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he dropped a bombshell. We are not building this unit because we are about to accept a much larger order. An order for 300 units. 300. The number detonated in every ear like a thunderclap. This time, however, the reaction was not of worry but of sheer astonishment. 300? Surely we misheard? That is not merely 300 components. It represents 300 of the world's most advanced Yulong aircraft. My heavens. The master craftsman dropped his wrench with a clang. He rubbed his ears, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. Boss, you must be joking. 300 units would take forever to complete. Realization dawned on the crowd. Their expressions a mix of excitement and daunting apprehension. They were elated at the monumental order, yet overwhelmed by the astronomical workload. Observing their reactions, Jimu Yuan smiled. The familiar scene mirrored the earlier responses from Minister Wan and his colleagues. Clearing his throat, he addressed them again. Who said we must construct them one by hand? The engineers froze, staring at him in unison. Jimu Yuan's voice brimmed with confidence and ambition. From this day forth, heavy industry giant will embark on a new project. We shall establish an exclusive, fully automated production line for the Yulong aircraft. The mere mention of production line ignited a fervor throughout the workshop. A tidal wave of exhilaration surged. Oh, a production line. The boss is brilliant. I knew it. There's no way we could manufacture 300 units by hand. It seems the boss had a plan all along. This is wonderful. I want to be a part of it. Count me in, boss. Count me in. All the engineers and technicians erupted in enthusiasm. They understood better than anyone what a cutting-edge aircraft production line entailed. It was not mere repetitive labor. It was the crowning achievement of industrial manufacturing. Every engineer's lifelong aspiration. Pleased with the fervent atmosphere among his employees, Ji-Mu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This was the momentum he sought. Without further ado, he turned away from the crowd, retrieved his mobile phone, and dialed a number. The call was answered promptly. Hello, Chief Engineer Ji, came the familiar and respectful voice of Engineer Wang from the other end. Ji-Mu Yuan got straight to the point. Engineer Wang, I need manpower. We are to establish a production line. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Before Engineer Wang responded with palpable excitement. Is it for the Yulong aircraft production line? Indeed. Excellent. Engineer Wang replied without hesitation. How many personnel do you require? What equipment do you need? I will arrange it immediately. I need the most capable 1,000-man engineering team under your command. Ji-Mu Yuan's tone remained calm. Yet the request was enough to send shivers down the spine of any base commander. A 1,000-man engineering team. That constituted almost the entirety of the base's core construction force. However, Engineer Wang did not flinch. Not a problem. I will have them assemble immediately, ready to heed your call. Good. Ji-Mu Yuan ended the call. Almost simultaneously. At a distant Air Force base, the piercing sound of assembly alarms echoed through the skies. Countless engineering and transport vehicles roared forth from hangars, while teams of engineers in work attire rushed from their dormitories to assemble on the field. The entire base, like a slumbering steel behemoth, awoke in an instant. In the innermost depths of the base, on a patch of land classified as a high-security zone, massive gates began to rise. Several colossal gantry cranes started to move, transporting prefabricated steel structure modules to a newly constructed dock, large enough to accommodate an aircraft carrier. This site would become the embryonic form of the Yulong aircraft production line. Thus, a grand engineering endeavor that would sweep through the military industry of Hua country commenced. In the northwest of Hua country, deep within the Gobi Desert, lay a secret Air Force base codenamed Sword. It rested amidst rolling sands and mountains, the scorching sun beating down upon the land, and the air heavy with a unique blend of dust and aviation fuel. On the runway of the base, a man squinted up at the sky. It was Commander Lin, the highest authority of the Hua country Air Force. His temples were graying, his face etched with wrinkles, yet his gaze was sharp enough to pierce the clouds. What on earth is that rascal one up to? The chief of staff beside him muttered under his breath. Commander Lin remained silent, his hands clasped behind his back, fingers tapping absent-mindedly. Minister Wen from the National Science Department, a civilian research officer, had claimed he would personally bring a new toy for Lin to see. It was utterly ridiculous. Lin was busy. The Air Force's responsibilities were vast, particularly with the new generation strategic bomber project, which had recently encountered a series of technological bottlenecks, leaving him in a state of exasperation. If it weren't for Minister Wen's extravagant praises over the phone, he wouldn't have bothered waiting under the scorching sun. Just then, a small dart appeared on the distant horizon. Chapter 47. What international joke are you making? The base's air defense radar instantly locked onto the target. However, no blaring alarm sounded, for Minister Wen's somewhat smug voice came through the communication channel. Old Lin, be ready to receive. Commander Lin picked up his binoculars, and the dot rapidly magnified in his view. It was a sleek, entirely black fighter jet, exuding an aura of power and beauty. Its design seemingly from a far more advanced era. Its lines were so smooth that they appeared devoid of any unnecessary angles, perfectly blending speed and stealth capabilities. Lin's chief of staff gasped. What new model do we have? How do we not hear a whisper of this? Commander Lin lowered the binoculars, impatience evaporating from his gaze and replaced by the focused intensity of a hunter spotting its prey. He needed no data. The unique aerodynamic layout alone told him that this was no ordinary machine. The Black Dragon aircraft did not opt for a conventional landing approach. It gracefully circled above the base before abruptly pivoting its vector nozzles downward. In a thunderous roar, this colossal machine astonishingly hovered steadily in midair. Vertical hovering? The chief of staff's eyes nearly bulged out. This is a fighter jet, not a helicopter. Lin swallowed hard, pressing his lips together. He understood the implications. Unparalleled maneuverability. The ability to eliminate reliance on lengthy runways. The Dragon aircraft descended slowly, coming to rest in the center of the runway, merely 100 meters away from Lin and his team. The entire process was eerily silent. The cockpit hatch opened, and Minister Wen, clad in a flight suit, clumsily emerged from the cockpit. How is it, old Lin? Minister Wen removed his helmet, shaking his hair with pride. Isn't this gift explosive enough? Commander Lin quickly approached, disregarding Wen's boastfulness. His hand, with a reverent touch, caressed the cool metallic surface of the Dragon aircraft. The texture was smooth and refined, with the armor fitting together so seamlessly that no flaws could be found. This craftsmanship was nothing short of a work of art. Which company produced this? Lin's voice was hoarse. Shenyang Aircraft or Chengdu Aircraft? No, this style. They couldn't have achieved it. He fixed a fiery gaze on Minister 1. Tell me, whose masterpiece is this? Minister 1, savoring his old friend's astonished expression, cleared his throat. Neither. This was developed by a young man named Jimu Yuan, a private enterprise, heavy industry titan. Lin was momentarily stunned, his mind blank for a fleeting instant. A private company? A young man? What international joke is this? Such a level of cutting-edge fighter aircraft. Amalgamating top-tier technology from aerodynamics, materials science, avionics, and weapon systems could only be produced through a nation's utmost efforts, utilizing countless resources and manpower. And now you tell me this was created by a civilian company, by a young man? Old one, don't jest with me. Lin's expression turned solemn. Military matters are no laughing matter. I'm not joking. Minister Wen's smile faded as he grew serious. Not only did he build the aircraft, but our Ministry of Science has also ordered 300 units from him, and we've signed the highest-level cooperation agreement. Currently, his team is fervently constructing a fully automated production line on my turf. Each word detonated in Commander Lin's mind like a heavy bomb. 300 units. A fully automated production line. Lin's breath quickened. He understood precisely what this meant. If Minister Wen spoke the truth, then this young Jimu Yuan and the heavy industry titan behind him possessed an energy beyond anyone's imagination. Observing Lin's changing expression, Minister Wen knew the moment was ripe. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. Old Lin, just think. What if this design philosophy and manufacturing capability were applied to the big guy? The big guy? Those 3 words struck Lin's most sensitive nerve like a lightning bolt. His heart's affliction. The Air Force's affliction. The behemoth. The next-generation strategic bomber project. From its inception, this project had borne the hopes of the entire Chinese Air Force. It was a true national sword, a crucial element of the trinity of nuclear strike capabilities. Yet, reality was painfully stark. The aerodynamic layout remained unfinalized. Engine thrust was insufficient, and stealth coating technology failed to meet standards. Each challenge loomed like a mountain, suffocating the entire project team. Countless funds had been expended, and time dragged on endlessly. As the Air Force commander, each inspection visit to the project team was met with various difficulties and excuses. His hair had turned gray from worry. Yet now, Minister Wen's words opened a window he had never envisioned. Indeed, if Jimu Yuan could produce such a powerful fighter jet, then what about a bomber? Lin's eyes shifted from shock to an intense yearning, akin to a drowning person clutching at a life-saving straw. Could he truly succeed? Lin's voice trembled. Minister Wen patted his shoulder. How would we know unless we try? Just then, a soldier rushed over, standing at attention. Commander, the Blue Star Global Military Conference will begin video access in 5 minutes. Minister Wen glanced at his watch. Oh, I almost forgot. He turned to Lin with a smile. Old Lin, may I borrow the conference room for a moment? Go ahead. Lin waved absently, his mind still immersed in the vast possibilities ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side of Blue Star, in the United States, the Pentagon was about to host a video conference gathering leaders from major military powers worldwide. The enormous electronic screen displayed numerous small windows, each occupied by a formidable figure. At the head of the conference room, U.S. Secretary of Defense Edmi impatiently drummed his fingers on the table. He glanced at the still dark window marked HUAGUO, his brow furrowing deeper. Are our Chinese friends still waking up? Edmi's voice resonated clearly through the microphone, laced with unabashed arrogance and mockery. Or do they believe their participation in today's meeting is unnecessary? A few representatives close to the U.S. chuckled in agreement. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted subtly due to his remark. A cold smirk crept across Edmi's lips. He aimed to showcase to everyone who truly held the spotlight in this world, while the tardy challenger remained merely an inconsequential supporting role. Countdown 0. Chapter 48. How could we lose? The colossal electronic screen flickered to life, and the representative window for Huag was suddenly illuminated in the last second. The image was clear and stable. Minister Wen sat calmly, his expression serene as he adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar in front of the camera. It seemed as though he had not come to attend a pivotal conference that would shape the global military landscape, but rather to partake in a mundane tea gathering. His composure, however, was perceived by U.S. Secretary of Defense Edmi in a rather different light. Clearly, our friends from Huagua have finally mustered the courage to emerge from their slumber. Edmi's voice reverberated through the state-of-the-art sound system, dripping with unabashed disdain. Representatives from several smaller nations emitted low chuckles, their gazes darting back and forth between Huagua and the U.S. Clearly, a spectacle was about to unfold. This was the consensus among all present. In the face of such an overt provocation, Minister Wen merely lifted his eyelids. He glanced at the timestamp in the lower right corner of the screen. Not a second late. Minister Edmi, the meeting is scheduled to commence at this time, correct? Wen's voice, though soft, was impeccably clear. I trust one am not tardy. His tone even carried a hint of inquiry, as if genuinely concerned about miscalculating the time. The smile on Edmy's face froze in an instant. He opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. Indeed, he had not arrived late, not a second more. Not a second less. Yet this precision, this meticulous timing, was far more infuriating than mere tardiness. It was a silent scorn, as if to assert that the meeting was only worthy of his arrival at the very last moment. The laughter in the hall abruptly ceased, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. Edmy's expression visibly darkened. He pounded the table, forcibly regaining everyone's attention. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. He switched the screen display, revealing a vast maritime map before all. This year's joint military exercise was to take place in Zone 7. He traced a circle over the map with his finger, his tone laced with an undeniable arrogance. After announcing the venue, his gaze once again zeroed in on Wen's window, his eyes brimming with aggression. I recall from a few years back during the military competition, your nation's stealth fighter nearly failed to keep pace with our aircraft. Let us hope we do not witness any further embarrassing incidents this time. He intentionally emphasized the word embarrassing, a reminder of past wounds and a display of boastfulness. Huagua had narrowly lost that competition, a thorn in the side of many within the military. Edmy's revival of that event was a calculated move. However, the anticipated reaction of anger or embarrassment from Minister Wen did not materialize. Instead, Wen even smiled, a genuine smile devoid of any pretense. What flashed through his mind was not the memory of that past defeat, but rather the top-secret performance report from Commander Lin's office, alongside the futuristic design of the Yulong aircraft. Unable to keep pace? What concerned him now was that Yulong might soar too swiftly and inadvertently leave the U.S. aircraft in its wake. Now that would be the real embarrassment. Oh, Minister Wen leaned slightly forward, drawing closer to the microphone. If I understand Minister Edmy correctly, you are worried that our aircraft may not keep up with your rhythm? His tone carried a teasing undertone. I truly appreciate your concern. However, I believe you might want to worry about yourselves. Do take care not to fly too slowly lest we leave you behind, and that would not be a pleasant sight. The room fell silent in disbelief. All representatives widened their eyes in astonishment. What was happening? Had Huagua taken some peculiar medication today to confront the U.S. so boldly in front of the entire world? Edmy's expression shifted from a sullen frown to a deep scowl, feeling his authority challenged. How dare a mere supporting character speak so boldly before the principal? Very well. I will remember your words, Minister Wen. At that moment, an assistant hurriedly approached him, whispering urgently in his ear. Everyone could see the fury on Edmy's face rapidly dissipating, replaced by an incredulous delight. He finished listening to the report without even dismissing the assistant, turning to the microphone to unleash a thunderous laugh. Ha ha. His laughter echoed throughout the conference hall, brimming with triumph and arrogance. The representatives from other nations exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. Only Minister Wen remained composed, observing him as if he were a mere jester. Edmy laughed heartily for a full half-minute before finally ceasing, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes, and casting a pitying glance at Minister Wen. Minister Wen, I must express my gratitude to you. Truly, had it not been for you, I would have remained unaware that our technicians had once again bestowed upon me a monumental surprise. He paused, seemingly relishing the potential panic that might flicker across Wen's face. Just moments ago, my assistant informed me that our Nighthawk fighter has achieved a new breakthrough in extreme speed testing. Its maximum cruising speed has surged by a staggering 200 knots. 200 knots. As this figure was announced, a collective gasp resonated through the hall. For a top-tier fighter, even a mere increase of 10 knots constitutes a significant technological advancement. An instantaneous leap of 200 knots? That was a monumental leap beyond comparison. Edmy's smile grew increasingly sinister. He was determined to shatter the fragile confidence that had just ignited within Huagua. So, Minister Wen, do you still believe that you can keep up? His voice was filled with the exhilaration of a victor. All eyes were fixed upon that small window, eager to witness the despair etched upon the face of the once assertive Huagua minister. However, once again, they were met with disappointment. Minister Wen remained quietly attentive, his expression unchanged. Gradually, he leaned back against his chair, and under the gaze of the entire world, gently closed his eyes. He let out a barely audible sigh, a light utterance escaping his lips. How can we lose? The sound was so faint that nearly no one could discern it. Yet from Edmy's perspective, through lip reading and the sight of Wen's despondent demeanor, he perceived an alternate meaning. Was this a surrender? Had the overwhelming technological disparity utterly crushed their confidence? Edmy's smile widened to its fullest extent. Victory was his. In the psychological duel, he had already triumphed. The upcoming military exercise would merely serve as a formality, a spectacle for the world to witness Huagua's dismal defeat. Well then, today's meeting concludes here, Edmy declared, waving his hand dismissively and unilaterally concluding the session. Chapter 49. Is it truly so? He could hardly be bothered to glance at Minister Wen again. In his eyes, an opponent who had lost their fighting spirit was unworthy of his attention. The U.S. window abruptly darkened, and soon after, representatives from other nations began logging off. The enormous electronic screen quickly reverted to its initial segmented state. In the Pentagon's conference room, Edme and his aides erupted into relaxed laughter. The air filled with optimism and lightheartedness. Minister, it seems the Huagua people are likely to be utterly blindsided by us. A 200-knot increase in speed, my goodness. How did our engineers manage that? Their confidence, in the face of absolute power, is utterly fragile. Edme took a sip of his coffee, informed the pilots to relax. Let this exercise be regarded as an armed parade. Yes, Minister, the assistant replied with a smile. The entire command center of the United States has succumbed to a blind optimism due to this unexpected technological breakthrough. Little do they know, on the other side of the blue planet, the man they believe has surrendered is slowly opening his eyes. In his gaze, there is no trace of despair, only a sense of incredulity. This is truly outrageous. In the Pentagon's conference room, the victorious champagne remains unopened, yet the air is already thick with the scent of celebration. Edme reclined comfortably in his leather chair, legs crossed and resting on the expensive conference table, exuding the ease of one at home. Minister, I still feel that our assessment of Huagua might be a tad too optimistic. An assistant carefully placed a freshly brewed cup of coffee beside Edme. They don't even possess a fighter jet that can compare to the Night Hawk. At this, Edme scoffed, lifting his coffee cup not to drink, but to savor the rich aroma. Are you referring to those rumors circulating online? What about the Yulong? Edme spoke the name with undisguised disdain. Don't be deceived by those smokescreens, child. He waved his finger. That is a trick the Huagua people excel at. They have a dedicated agency known as, he pondered for a moment. Oh yes, the Strategic Deception Bureau. A name that sounds utterly ridiculous. The assistant's face displayed just the right amount of confusion. Their role is to fabricate false formidable weapons online to appease their populace's pitiful sense of pride when their actual strength is lacking, and to baffle us, their foolish adversaries. Edme's words elicited a low chuckle from the room. So, those so-called sightings of the 8th-generation aircraft are merely computer-generated effects. Edme decisively interrupted the assistant. Believe me, the Huagua cannot produce such things. Their industrial foundation and technological level dictate that they lag at least 20 years behind us. This is an insurmountable chasm. He finally took a sip of coffee, his expression radiating strategic assurance. Let them continue their charade. When the exercise commences, the entire world will witness who truly reigns as the sovereign of the skies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the blue planet, at a highly confidential office within a Huagua Air Force base, Air Force Political Commissar Su Yin gazed at the middle-aged man before him, dressed in casual attire and appearing somewhat disheveled, with a resigned smile. Old John, we owe this wave of public opinion online to you. The man referred to as Old John is the head of the Huagua Strategic Deception Bureau, Zhanju. He sank languidly into the sofa, waving his hand dismissively. It's our duty, Commissar Su, you are too polite. Our bureau may have a name that sounds unreliable, but the work we do is indeed serious strategic tasks. He chuckled, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Back in the day, we merely boasted in the newspapers about researching a new technology to counter their aircraft carriers. As a result, the Eagle folks took it at face value, dragging a newly launched aircraft carrier back for 3 years of modification, costing over $100 billion. By the time they were finished, they discovered that the technology we mentioned was entirely fabricated. Commissar Su couldn't help but chuckle at this insider story. The illustrious achievements of the Strategic Deception Bureau have long since become legendary within the system. Their core principle can be summed up in one word: truth and falsehood. Reality and illusion. Use 9 truths to set the stage for one crucial falsehood, or 9 lies to obscure the single truth one wishes to conceal. However, this time, we didn't exert much effort. Zhanju said, pulling out a tablet from his bag, swiping the screen to open a video. Here, Commissar Su. Take a look at this. Su Yin leaned closer. The video appeared somewhat shaky, evidently filmed with a handheld device from a distance. The location seemed to be the periphery of an air show. The camera zoomed out to reveal a fighter jet tightly covered in canvas on the tarmac. Its silhouette was distinctly unlike any known fighter jet in the world today. The video captured the excited breaths of the person filming. Suddenly, the fighter jet moved. There was no thunderous roar of engines starting, only a low, rumbling sound, as if it were emanating from the depths of the earth. In the next moment, the fighter jet vanished from view. It did not glide or accelerate. It simply disappeared into thin air. The camera swung wildly, searching the skies. Eventually, at a great height, it caught a glimpse of a rapidly dissipating white contrail. The video abruptly ceased. This footage was captured some time ago by an aviation enthusiast outside the Zhucheng Air Show, using professional equipment. Zhanju turned off the video and explained. When the video first hit the internet, it indeed caused a sensation, igniting a frenzy online. Everyone believed our Yulong was about to be unveiled. Su Yin listened quietly, not uttering a word. However, Zhanju continued. The hype came quickly and left just as fast. Why? Because it was too unbelievable. Zhanju shrugged, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Our technical experts, along with numerous so-called online influencers, didn't even need our people to step in. They promptly emerged to debunk it themselves. Some claimed it was Hollywood-level special effects. Others argued, from an aerodynamic perspective, that such instantaneous acceleration is utterly impossible in reality. There were even those who insisted it was a leaked clip from a video game promotion. In short, the more knowledgeable they were, the less they believed it to be true. Jianzhu put away the tablet and leaned back into the sofa. Sometimes, the truth itself serves as the best disguise. It stands there, but because it is too outrageous, no one believes it. The office fell into a brief silence. Jianzhu's seemingly casual gaze now locked onto Su Yin with intensity. He retracted all playful expressions, his voice turning exceedingly serious. Old Su, you need to give me a straight answer. His body leaned slightly forward. Is the Yulong in that video real? Su Yin did not respond immediately. He slowly lifted the teacup on the table, watching the tea leaves swirl in the water. He did not look at Jianzhu, instead directing his gaze toward the vast expanse of blue sky outside the window. Chapter 50. It worked. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It was a complex expression of confidence mingled with pity for his adversaries. Jianzhu's breath caught in his throat. This expression was the most unequivocal answer. A jolt of electricity surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. The image of Edmi's arrogant face at the conference flashed through his mind, followed by thoughts of the Nighthawk fighter jet, which had accelerated by 200 knots, and then that Yulong that had vanished into thin air in the video. All the fragmented information suddenly coalesced at that moment. He leaned back abruptly, sinking into the soft sofa, his eyes filled with shock and elation. So that is how it is. He exhaled, as if to release the tumultuous waves surging within him. My heavens, Jianzhu murmured, his gaze also drifting toward the window. The sky, in his eyes, seemed to have changed color. A transformation was imminent. In the factory of heavy industry giant, Ji Muyuan set down the data terminal in his hand. On the screen, a dense stream of data ultimately converged into a flawless production line blueprint for the Dragon Fighter. It was complete. Behind him, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats scrutinized the diagram, hardly daring to breathe. When the green indicator, symbolizing successful simulation, illuminated, the entire team erupted into a long-suppressed cheer. It worked. Engineer G, it truly worked. Every module was perfectly compatible, and the projected production efficiency increased by 30%. My goodness, this is nothing short of an industrial miracle. Ji Muyuan merely nodded, his expression revealing little emotion. For him, this was simply the natural progression of events. Just half an hour prior, a thermal dissipation issue concerning the energy conduction module had stalled the entire team's progress, leaving everyone at a loss. This was one of the most critical components of the production line. Failure to resolve it would render all previous efforts futile. At that moment, Ji Muyuan did not participate in the discussion. Instead, he quietly approached a bookshelf in the corner and retrieved a seemingly unrelated book, Fundamentals of Material Thermodynamics. He opened the book, his fingers gliding slowly over the pages. To others, it appeared he was seeking inspiration. Yet, only Ji Muyuan knew that as his fingertips brushed against the printed words, a flurry of cold system prompts raced through his mind. Knowledge carrier detected. Fundamentals of Material Thermodynamics. Parsing complete. The Great Nation Craftsman system has been activated. Relevant technological nodes have been unlocked. Generating solutions. The so-called book was merely a disguise for him to access the design schematics. Moments later, he closed the book and announced a new set of material ratios and structural parameters. The problem was effortlessly resolved. The team had long since grown accustomed to his remarkable abilities, their respect for the young chief engineer only deepening. Such interdisciplinary knowledge and extraordinary problem-solving skills transcended the mere label of genius. It was nothing short of a prodigy. All right, I leave the finishing touches to you, Ji Muyuan said, removing his lab coat as he prepared to leave. All he desired now was a good night's sleep. At that moment, the massive alloy doors of the workshop slid open. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered, followed by several aides. It was Minister Wen from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Ah, have I arrived at just the right moment? Minister Wen exclaimed with laughter preceding his arrival. Seeing everyone so jubilant, it seems our Dragon project has made a significant breakthrough? Ji Muyuan paused in his tracks and greeted him. The production line planning has been completed. Completed? The smile on Minister Wen's face froze, quickly transforming into immense surprise. He hurried forward, grasping Ji Muyuan's hands tightly. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Young Ji, you have once again given me a tremendous surprise. You are indeed the future pillar of our great nation, a national treasure. In the face of such fervent praise, Ji Muyuan gently withdrew his hand. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Minister Wen's enthusiasm remained unabated as he affectionately draped an arm around Ji Muyuan's shoulders, leading him aside. Come, come. Don't just stay cooped up in the workshop. I want to show you an old acquaintance. Ji Muyuan felt a twinge of confusion, but followed him outside. They traversed the bustling main factory area, heading toward the most secluded corner of the base. Here, human presence was scarce, and the air carried a sense of desolation. Finally, they stopped before an old hangar. The hangar's iron door was rusted, bearing faded slogans from a bygone era. Minister Wen gestured for the guard to open the door. With a creaking sound, the heavy iron door slowly parted. Sunlight streamed in, dispelling the gloom within. A massive object lay in the dust, a bomber. Its size was imposing, yet its lines bore a certain outdated ruggedness, its fuselage marked with the scars of rivets. The dark green paint, worn by time, appeared mottled and faded. It resembled a slumbering ancient beast. Though its majesty remained, it could not conceal its fatigue and age. Ji-mu Yuan instantly recognized its model, the H-7, once a stalwart of China's strategic deterrence. Surprised, aren't you? Minister Wen remarked, patting the aircraft, his palm instantly coated in dust. This behemoth is rarely seen nowadays. Most have been consigned to museums or put into storage. His tone was tinged with nostalgia. Ji-mu Yuan remained silent, slowly circling the bomber. His gaze swept over the wings, the bomb bay, and the two engines that appeared somewhat outdated. His hand unconsciously brushed against the cold metallic surface. A peculiar sensation coursing through his fingertips, as if he could sense the aircraft's former roars and howls. Minister Wen observed Ji-mu Yuan's reaction with a slight smile, knowing he had successfully piqued his interest. Young Ji, tell me, if we were to give this old lion a new heart, could it soar through the skies for another 20 years? Minister Wen inquired, his words laden with implication. Ji-mu Yuan halted, turning to face him. What do you mean by that? Nothing in particular. Minister Wen waved his hand, grinning like a cunning fox. Just a casual conversation. Come, I want you to meet someone. A person who wishes even more than I do for this old lion to return to the skies. Meanwhile, in another part of the base, within the aircraft engine testing room, a deafening roar reverberated, nearly tearing at the eardrums. A brand new turbofan engine was firmly secured on the test stand, its rear expelling a long blue flame, the scorching airwaves causing the specialized glass in the observation room to grow warm. Chapter 51, Director Chi. Long awaited before the testing stand, an elderly man with graying hair and a resolute expression meticulously examined the data on the screen. He was Director Chi, the head of the bomber project in the Air Force Division of the Technology Development Department. Moments later, the engine's roar gradually subsided. A young assistant rushed over, his face betraying uncontainable excitement. Director, we did it. The maximum thrust is a full double that of our current H-7 engine. This data has made history. However, Director Chi's face bore no joy. He merely furrowed his brow, staring at the performance curve on the screen that had reached its peak, disappointment filling his eyes. Double? What use is that? Director Chi's voice carried a hint of weariness. The assistant's smile faltered. Director, the international military competition is just around the corner. Director Chi interrupted him, his tone growing grave. Our opponents, their Nighthawk has just completed an upgrade. Even with a double enhancement, we still cannot catch up. When we enter the arena, we will still find ourselves left in their dust. The office fell into silence. The assistant understood that the director had endured countless sleepless nights for this project. The results before them represented the pinnacle of their team's capabilities. Yet, in the face of harsh realities, this pinnacle remained insufficient. Commander Lin and Minister Wen have both called me. Director Chi rubbed his throbbing temples. They said there might be a miracle in this base. That is why I personally brought that treasure over. The treasure he referred to was the H-7 verification aircraft parked not far away in the hangar. He had come to leverage the base's top-notch equipment and talent for a final struggle. Even a 10% increase in performance would be worthwhile. Just then, the testing room door swung open, revealing Minister Wen's figure at the entrance. Old Chi still busy? Minister Wen entered with a cheerful demeanor. Director Chi lifted his head and managed a smile. Minister Wen, what brings you here? I have come to introduce you to a young talent, said Minister Wen, stepping aside to reveal Ji-mu Yuan, who followed closely behind him. This is Ji-mu Yuan, our esteemed engineer and the proprietor of the heavy machinery repair factory, as well as the chief designer of a confidential project. Director Chi's gaze fell upon Ji-mu Yuan, noting his youthfulness, perhaps excessively so. Is this the miracle Minister Wen speaks of? A flicker of skepticism crossed his eyes. Greetings, Engineer Ji. He extended his hand in a courteous manner. Director Chi. Ji-mu Yuan replied, shaking his hand. Yet his attention swiftly drifted past Director Chi, captivated by the immense engine that had just completed testing, still radiating residual warmth. Minister Wen observed the two with increasing delight, one a seasoned veteran well-versed in bombers, and the other a genius capable of miracles. He eagerly anticipated the sparks that would ignite from their interaction. Laughter resonated through the spacious workshop as Minister Wen placed a hand on Ji-mu Yuan's shoulder. Filled with admiration, Director Chi's gaze lingered on Ji-mu Yuan's face for a moment. His initial doubts had not entirely dissipated. A factory owner, even with the title of chief designer for a secret project, how profound could his understanding of bombers truly be? This was not merely a matter of repairs. It was a fundamental deficiency. Ji-mu Yuan's attention was wholly absorbed by the colossal turbofan engine, quietly resting on the testing platform. Its metallic exterior reflecting a cold gleam, with intricate piping resembling the veins of a colossal beast. The air was thick with the acrid scent of aviation fuel remnants. Engineer Ji, do you have experience with engines? Director Chi inquired, his tone neutral, devoid of emotion. Ji-mu Yuan returned his gaze. I possess a modest understanding. This response caused Director Chi's brow to furrow once more. Aviation engines are the crowning jewels of industry, the culmination of generations of wisdom and toil. The phrase "a modest understanding," when uttered by one so youthful, sounded almost flippant. Minister Wen sensed the subtle tension and chuckled, giving Director Chi's shoulder a friendly pat. "Don't underestimate Engineer G, old Chi. Have you heard of the Yulong project?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Director Chi jolted, his pupils dilating as he fixed an incredulous stare upon Jimu Yuan. The Yulong project, a mysterious initiative that had stirred tremendous waves within the industry. Its exhibited performance transcended the constraints of contemporary technology, heralded as a miracle from the future. As a senior figure within the military-industrial complex, he was aware of the project's existence and its significance, yet the specifics were classified, known only by name. Little did he know that the architect of this marvel stood before him in the form of this young man. The skepticism, scrutiny, and neutrality that marked Director Chi's expression evaporated, replaced by a complex blend of astonishment, excitement, and reverence. He abruptly withdrew his hand from Jimu Yuan's grasp and took a step back, standing at attention. "Greetings, sir." His voice rang out, resonant and imbued with the cadence of a soldier. The utterance of "sir" momentarily stunned Jimu Yuan. Minister Wen burst into laughter. "Old Chi, look at you. You've startled Engineer G. He is not your superior, but your technical advisor." Yet Director Chi remained in his posture of salutation, his demeanor serious. In matters of expertise, those who achieve greatness deserve utmost respect. Having designed the Yulong project, Jimu Yuan warranted reverence from all. "Minister Wen, please proceed." Director Chi lowered his hand, but maintained his upright stance, adopting a humble demeanor. "Allow me to formally introduce you." Minister Wen cleared his throat. "This is Chi Tian, whom we affectionately call Director Chi, a living fossil in the field of bomber aircraft for the Huawei Air Force, an absolute expert. From the earliest H-2 to the current H-7 models, he has been involved in every phase of design, modification, and test flights. If anyone understands our aerial fortresses, it is he." Jimu Yuan nodded, extending his hand once more. "Director Chi, it is an honor." This time, Director Chi clasped Jimu Yuan's hand with both of his, the fervor palpable. "Engineer G, I am unworthy. Come, let me show you our assets." Director Chi's enthusiasm had transformed dramatically. He personally led the way, guiding Jimu Yuan and Minister Wen out of the stifling testing area, through a lengthy corridor, arriving at a massive isolation door. As their identities were verified, the heavy metal door slowly slid open, revealing a gust of cool air tinged with the scent of oil and the passage of time. Before Jimu Yuan lay an extraordinarily vast hangar, illuminated beneath its dome. Rows of steel behemoths stood quietly, silently narrating their own tales. "This here is the history of our bomber fleet," Director Chi spoke proudly, gesturing toward a corner of the hangar. There rested a slightly smaller, somewhat antiquated bomber, its silver paint marred by the passage of time. The munitions models suspended beneath its wings exuded an unmistakable sense of nostalgia. "This is the H-2, the initial model." Director Chi's voice carried a hint of reminiscence. "Our first domestically developed bomber, inspired by the Tupolev Tu-16 of its time. While its performance now seems wholly outdated, during an era of destitution, it was our proud backbone. It once airdropped our first hydrogen bomb over the plateau and executed countless deterrent patrols along our borders. Its achievements are a source of pride for all of us in the Air Force." He gently caressed the H-2's fuselage, his gaze tender as if regarding an old comrade who had gracefully retired. "Regrettably, it has been decommissioned." He then pointed to a nearby bomber, more streamlined and significantly larger. "This is our current mainstay, the H-7, along with its latest variant, the H-7N, the platform on which we just tested the new engine. It has been outfitted with a more advanced avionics system, optimizing its aerodynamic layout, significantly enhancing its payload capacity and range." Director Chi's introduction was thorough and professional, covering aspects from aerodynamic design to material processes, avionics systems to weaponry mounts. Jimu Yuan listened intently, his gaze sweeping over these steel titans, mentally cataloging their every detail. His mind was racing, analyzing the design concepts, technical bottlenecks, and advantages and disadvantages of these models at a pace beyond ordinary comprehension. "Which model currently stands as the most advanced strategic bomber on Blue Star?" Jimu Yuan suddenly inquired. The pride on Director Chi's face was swiftly replaced by a somber expression. He paused for a moment before responding. "It is the American B-2, a Spirit stealth bomber." That name loomed like a mountain, pressing down on the hearts of all Huawei defense workers. "How significant is the gap between us?" Jimu Yuan pressed further. Director Chi managed a wry smile, refraining from a direct answer. He stepped up to a control panel and retrieved a video feed. "You may view it for yourself." A massive projection screen began to descend. In the scene, a completely black aircraft, resembling a colossal bat, silently glides through the night sky. It lacks the traditional tail and horizontal stabilizer of conventional airplanes, presenting a strikingly minimalist beauty as its body melds into a singular form. With stealth capabilities nearly undetectable by radar, an exceptionally long range spanning half the globe, and the devastating strike capacity to carry tens of tons of precision-guided munitions. It stands unparalleled. On the other side of the video, their pride, the H-7N, appears somewhat clumsy in comparison to the Nighthawk. It resembles a heavily armored medieval knight standing before a futuristic warrior wielding a laser gun, an opponent from an entirely different dimension, highlighting a gap that instills despair. As the video concludes, an oppressive silence envelopes the hangar, stripping even Minister Wen of his smile. This is the harsh reality, a cold and brutal truth. The light in Director Chi's eyes dims, as his life's work seems insignificant before others. The sense of helplessness threatens to overwhelm him. Yet, Ji Muyuan remains composed. Fixated on the now darkened screen, lost in contemplation. No one knows what thoughts occupy his mind. Neither Chi nor Wen dares to disturb him. Aware that this genius requires time, significant time. Just as Chi begins to believe that Ji has also been struck by the immense disparity, Ji finally stirs. He turns. His gaze not landing on the latest H-7N nor on the image of the future represented by the Nighthawk. Instead, his finger slowly rises, pointing towards the corner of the hangar where the oldest and most unremarkable retired aircraft resides, the H-2. Director Chi, Ji Muyuan's voice resonates clearly in everyone's ears. What if we were to retrofit it? His words pause, seemingly searching for the right term. There's a possibility to enhance its performance significantly, far exceeding that of the American Nighthawk. What? Director Chi is momentarily speechless. Retrofit the H-2? The antiquated relic that struggles even with subsonic flight? To surpass the Nighthawk? This notion transcends mere fanciful thinking. It borders on madness. He opens his mouth to refute, to argue that this defies aerodynamics and physical laws. But then he catches a glimpse of Minister Wen's expression, no shock, no doubt. Instead, Wen's face reflects a mix of excitement and fervent expectation. He recalls how Ji, during the Yulong project, had similarly articulated the most audacious ideas with the utmost calmness, transforming the improbable into reality. Could a thought arise within his mind at this time? A miracle might indeed be on the verge of reoccurrence? He observes Ji Muyuan, whose excessively youthful visage bears no hint of jest. Yet the words he utters possess the potential to upend the entire aviation industry of Huagua, and indeed, the world at large. Retrofit the H-2? The relic with propeller engines dangling beneath its wings, reliant on the pilot's mood to maintain level flight? Director Chi's throat tightens, rendering him voiceless. His mind goes blank. Years of scientific understanding shattered in an instant. Mr. Ji, Minister Wen's voice breaks the silence, trembling not from fear, but from an uncontainable excitement. He gazes at Ji Muyuan, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Do you mean similarly to how you retrofitted the retired J-5? He invokes a name, a code name, Yulong, known only at the highest echelons of the military-industrial complex. It was that very aircraft, transformed by Ji Muyuan, emerging from an obsolete fighter to outclass Huagua's most advanced active combat aircraft during internal drills. That instance was indeed a transformation of the mundane into the extraordinary. Ji Muyuan nods, his tone unassuming. In principle, it's quite similar. Receiving affirmation, Minister Wen can no longer maintain his facade of composure. He steps forward, almost grasping Ji Muyuan's arm, his facial muscles twitching, breath growing heavy. Mr. Ji, on behalf of the National Science Department and the Air Force, I formally beseech you, please, you must assist us in completing the bomber's iteration. Whatever conditions you require, we shall meet. His voice carries a plea. This is the Minister of Huagua's National Science Department, imploring a young man. Ji Muyuan regards him, his expression unwavering. After a moment of serious contemplation, he utters a statement that nearly causes Director Chi to faint. Chapter 53. The Beast Project requires additional funding. Director Chi feels as though his eyes might pop from their sockets. What is he saying? Negotiating terms with the National Science Department's minister? Discussing money? Yet, Minister Wen's reaction exceeds his expectations once more. Minister Wen asserts decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Money is not an issue. We will grant you the highest authorization for funding. Whatever you need, we will provide. He speaks hurriedly, fearing Ji Muyuan might change his mind. Seemingly satisfied with this response, Ji Muyuan nods. I will need some materials. I will provide a list shortly. Additionally, I require an initial model of the H-2, along with its complete design blueprints. The more original, the better. Upon hearing this request, Minister Wen immediately turns to Director Chi. Chi's expression becomes one of profound difficulty. He opens his mouth, speaking with a bitter tone. Minister, the initial model of the H-2 has long been discontinued and destroyed. The production line has been dismantled for decades. The only one remaining is displayed at the Military Museum. That aircraft, a national treasure, symbolizes the arduous beginnings of the Huagua Air Force. To bring it out for retrofitting? If news of this were to leak, it would surely provoke public outrage. Minister Wen furrows his brow, fully aware of the challenges at hand. Yet, when compared to a strategic bomber capable of surpassing the Nighthawk, an exhibit in a museum pales in significance. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolves, I will handle this. Within 3 days, the aircraft and blueprints will arrive at your facility. His tone brooks no contradiction. Director Chi's heart races. He knows that when Minister Wen commits, he follows through. This usually mild-mannered minister possesses incredible resolve once he has made up his mind. Minister Wen's gaze shifts back to Director Chi, but this time, his expression is gravely serious. Director Chi, from this moment forward, the Technical Development Department, Air Force Division, and your entire bomber project team have but one task, to fully support Mr. G. Whatever he requires, be it personnel or equipment, spare no expense, spare no cost. Understood? Director Chi instinctively straightens his posture. Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. Minister Wen nods, seemingly still not reassured, adding, I will personally report this matter to the highest levels and incorporate it into the Beast Project. The phrase Beast Project strikes like a thunderclap in Director Chi's ears. His pupils constrict sharply. As the head of the Bomber Project, he is acutely aware of what the Beast Project entails. It is Huawei's top-secret next-generation strategic bomber development plan, classified even above the H-7N project he oversees. He has only heard whispers of this code name, with no authority to know its specific contents. Minister, Director Chi's voice trembles. The Beast Project is not merely one of the nation's top aircraft design institutions. It is a highly classified initiative that draws upon the collective strength of the entire country. How could this be? Minister Wen gazed at the astonished expression on his face and spoke each word deliberately. From this day forth, Boss G's refurbishment of the H-2 will be the Beast Project, the one and only Beast Project. Director Chi was left utterly speechless. In an absolutely confidential communication room, Director Chi held the red encrypted telephone's receiver, his palms slick with cold sweat. He was reporting to his superior, Commander Lin of the Hua National Air Force, about the events of the day. After succinctly describing Ji Mu Yuan's decision, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Director Chi could even hear the drumming of his own heartbeat. Finally, Commander Lin's voice erupted like a suppressed volcano, filled with impending fury. The H-2? Chi Jiangwo, are you losing your mind? We brought in Boss G to help us solve problems, not to show him antiques. What do you mean by presenting him with a piece of scrap metal that can barely turn its propellers? Are you insulting him or slapping our Air Force in the face? Commander Lin had clearly misunderstood, thinking that Director Chi and his team were trying to deceive Ji Mu Yuan with an old relic. Startled, Director Chi quickly clarified, No, Commander, you misunderstand. It was Boss G's own choice. We showed him the B-2A data and our latest H-7N, yet he chose the H-2 on the other end of the line. The raging fury ceased abruptly, followed by another stretch of silence, one that felt interminable, leading Director Chi to wonder if the connection had been severed. He proposed it himself? Commander Lin's voice returned, now devoid of anger, replaced by an intense, mixed emotion of skepticism and unexpected anticipation. Yes, absolutely, Director Chi affirmed. A long sigh escaped from the other end of the line. I understand. Commander Lin's tone shifted to an unnaturally calm demeanor, chilling Director Chi to his core. Chi Jiangwo, listen carefully. From now on, your sole task is to provide whatever Boss G desires. If he wants the stars in the sky, you will give him a ladder. If he seeks the Dragon King of the Sea, you will drain the oceans for him. All processes and regulations must yield to his needs. If he requires anything, you need not file a report or await approval. You shall execute it directly. I grant you the highest authority. Should any issues arise, I will take responsibility. Do you understand? The line abruptly disconnected. Director Chi, still gripping the receiver that now emitted a busy tone, stood frozen in place. He felt as though he were holding not a phone, but a blank check bearing the highest seal of the Hua National Air Force. After the call, Commander Lin did not immediately hang up. He sat quietly at his desk, gazing out the window. Outside lay the training ground of the Air Force headquarters, where brand new aircraft stood lined up in the twilight. These were the pride of the Hua National Air Force, the culmination of countless researchers and engineers' efforts. Yet now, a young man had forsaken all this, opting instead for a piece of machinery that was on the brink of being forgotten by history, the H-2. The name echoed in his mind, carrying an air of antiquity, reminiscent of a museum exhibit. Commander Lin's fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the desk, steady but betraying an inner turmoil. He could not comprehend it, yet he chose to trust the young man who had created the marvel of the Yulong Mecha, and also the one whom Minister Wen was willing to stake the entire reputation of the National Science Department to protect. He picked up another black phone on his desk and dialed a number he knew by heart. The call was almost instantly connected. Boss G. Commander Lin's voice was steady and powerful, betraying no emotion. A calm, youthful voice responded from the other end. Commander Lin, I heard from Director Chi. Let us get straight to the point. You have chosen the H-2. Indeed. Ji Mu Yuan's response was succinct, devoid of any unnecessary elaboration. This certainty dispelled Commander Lin's final doubts. Good. Commander Lin replied with a single word. List everything you need, people, equipment, materials, and submit it directly to Chi Jiangwo. Whatever he cannot resolve, I shall take care of. I have but one request. Ji Mu Yuan listened quietly. Go all out. At that moment, Ji Mu Yuan seemed to smile on the other end. Commander Lin, I currently only possess some rather underdeveloped ideas regarding the beast. A faint smile crept onto Commander Lin's lips. Underdeveloped ideas? What you consider underdeveloped could astound aircraft designers worldwide. Your concepts will guide our progress. I eagerly await them. After hanging up, Commander Lin leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. He had staked the future of the entire Hua National Air Force on an old relic and a notion deemed immature. It was undoubtedly a gamble of monumental proportions. The next day, at dusk, the setting sun bathed the entire base in a warm orange hue. A colossal, super-heavy flatbed transport vehicle, composed of 16 sets of wheels, moved at an exceedingly slow pace into the base. On the transport, a massive object lay dormant, the H-2. Its weathered silver-gray fuselage shimmered softly under the sunset. Its vast wings were spread wide, resembling a prehistoric beast that had slumbered for half a century. Director Chi walked alongside the transport, step by step, as if bidding farewell to a dear friend about to embark on a long journey. His eyes never left the aircraft. From the transparent observation window at the nose to the slightly modeled 8-1 Army emblem on its body, and finally to the 4 enormous propeller engines. His gaze was filled with affection and reluctance. The transport vehicle finally halted before the imposing factory door of the heavy industry giant, akin to a gaping abyss. Jimu Yuan stood at the entrance, accompanied by Li Xingran, clad in a sharp military uniform. Boss Ji, Director Chi hurried forward, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. You must take good care of it. He finally managed to utter, his voice tinged with emotion. Though it is old, it is a hero, our treasure. Please do not let it be dismantled. Jimu Yuan looked at the elderly man with reddened eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. He understood Director Chi's sentiments. This was not merely an aircraft, but a repository of memories and glory for an entire generation. Director Chi, rest assured. Jimu Yuan nodded, his tone calm and serious. I assure you, it shall return to the skies in a completely new form. With that, he ceased further conversation and motioned to the staff behind him. Bring it inside. Several large towing vehicles sprang to life, tightening thick steel cables to slowly draw the slumbering giant into the enormous factory filled with futuristic technology. The massive silhouette of the H-2 was gradually swallowed by the darkness. Director Chi stood dazed, watching as the colossal alloy doors slowly closed, cutting off his view. His heart sank alongside the aircraft. Meanwhile, on the other side of the base, within another equally vast factory, the production line for the Yulong mecha was operating at full throttle. Dozens of colossal robotic arms, under the meticulous control of sophisticated programming, proceeded methodically with assembly and welding. Sparks flew, embodying the raw power of industry. The father of the Huagua stealth fighter, General Shi, alongside the chief engineer of the Central Bureau, Elder Liang, stood by the production line, inspecting while engaging in hushed conversation. The degree of automation on this line was truly breathtaking, and awe reflected in Elder Liang's eyes. Boss G's prowess had far surpassed the imaginations of us old-timers. General Shi nodded, his expression a blend of complexity. Indeed, the tides of the Yangtze pushed the waves forward. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to an accompanying technician. By the way, where's Boss G? I haven't seen him today. The technician quickly responded, report, General Shi. Boss G and Major Li Xingran are in the adjacent workshop. The adjacent workshop? General Shi paused, puzzled. Isn't that space vacant? What could he possibly be doing there? I heard they brought in an old aircraft yesterday. Boss G intends to undertake its modification personally. The technician replied hesitantly. An old aircraft? General Shi and Elder Liang exchanged glances, both sensing the mutual confusion reflected in each other's eyes. At that moment, a jarring cutting sound drifted faintly from next door. The sharp noise pierced the air, followed by a resounding crash, as if some enormous metallic component had been severed and subsequently slammed onto the concrete floor. General Shi's expression shifted instantaneously. Elder Liang's brow furrowed tightly. This sound, they were all too familiar with it. It was the unmistakable noise of a high-powered plasma cutter in operation. And that falling sound, what aircraft could it possibly be? General Shi's voice turned grave. Could it be the H-2 prototype stored in the hangar? The technician answered in a whisper. The H-2. The sound of cutting. The clattering of parts hitting the ground. The combination of these phrases sent a wave of realization and disbelief through the minds of the two seasoned experts. Ji Muyan was dismantling the H-2. How dare that rascal? Director Chi stood dazed at the entrance of the heavy machinery factory, poised to leave when the piercing cutting sound and the thunderous crash reached his ears. His body stiffened abruptly, the color draining from his face in an instant. He wouldn't mishear that sound. It was the unmistakable noise of violent dismantling. What on earth was he doing? Director Chi's voice trembled as he spun around, glaring at the tightly shut door. He promised me, he assured me. How could he? A surge of anger and heartache, born from betrayal, overwhelmed his reason. Open the door. Open it now. Director Chi charged at the door like a frenzied lion, pounding on the cold alloy door with his palms. Ji Muyuan, come out. You cannot do this. You mustn't. He roared, utterly losing his usual composure. At that moment, two figures hurried over, It was General Shi and Elder Liang, drawn by the commotion. Upon witnessing the frantic state of Director Qi, their hearts sank. Old Qi. General Shi grasped him firmly. Calm down. I cannot remain calm. Director Qi shook off his grip. His eyes reddened. Did you hear? He dismantling the aircraft inside. He destroying our treasure. That's the only H-2 prototype in the entire country. Chapter 55. Get out here. Elder Liang quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. Old Qi, we don't fully understand the situation yet. Do not act impulsively. What if it's not as you think? Not as I think. Director Qi let out a bitter laugh, pointing toward the door. What about the cutting sound? What about the crashing sound? He was indeed dismantling it. That rascal was indeed dismantling it. He struggled, yearning to charge forward. I must go in. I cannot let him destroy a national treasure. General Shi and Elder Liang held him back tightly. They understood that at this moment, Director Qi had completely succumbed to the overwhelming tide of anger and worry. Meanwhile, the cutting and knocking sounds continued to intermittently emanate from behind the closed door. Each sound struck like a hammer, pounding heavily against the hearts of the three old experts. Ji Muyuan, get out here. Director Qi's voice had become hoarse, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as his sanity was on the brink of collapse, a faint sound akin to high-pressure gas escaping echoed. Then, to their astonishment, the heavy alloy door they could not open began to slide slowly aside. The cacophony abruptly ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. The door had opened. Director Qi's frantic gestures froze. He stood still, staring at the widening gap of the door. A figure emerged at the threshold. Ji Muyuan, clad in oil-stained work attire, held a similarly soiled cloth and was leisurely wiping his hands. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze calmly sweeping over the three figures at the entrance. Finally, his eyes settled on Director Qi. Due to inertia and the sudden relaxation of General Shi and Elder Liang, Director Qi stumbled forward, nearly colliding directly with Ji Muyuan's chest. With a dull thud, Ji Muyuan remained unmoved, while Director Qi was jolted backward by the impact, only to be caught by General Shi just in time to prevent a fall. Director Qi lifted his head, glaring at Ji Muyuan, his mouth opening but no words escaping. He yearned to question, to rage, to reprimand. Yet, upon seeing Ji Muyuan's unervingly calm face, all sound caught in his throat. Are you finished with your commotion? Ji Muyuan finally spoke, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. Director Qi opened his mouth. What is it? Ji Muyuan interrupted, tossing the cloth onto a nearby workbench. Director Qi, is it? His gaze shifted toward Director Qi, no longer treating him as a venerable expert, but rather as a subordinate lacking understanding. Yes, Director Qi instinctively replied. I have a task for you, Ji Muyuan continued. Before sunset, deliver all documents related to the H-2 from the RD department to me. Not a single one should be missing. I require everything, from the initial design drafts to every discarded revision, up to the final schematics. What? The documents? Director Qi's mind momentarily short-circuited. He had envisioned countless possibilities, Ji Muyuan either feeling guilty or resorting to duplicitous arguments. He never anticipated that Ji Muyuan would ask him for the documents. Was he not dismantling an aircraft? What would he need the documents for? Perhaps to dismantle it more efficiently by following the schematics? The thought flitted through his mind. Even he found it absurd. General Shi and Elder Liang were equally taken aback. They exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion in their eyes. The young man's intentions were utterly incomprehensible to them. Do you understand? Ji Muyuan observed Director Qi standing motionless, his brow slightly furrowing. Understood. Director Qi's body responded faster than his brain, conditioned by years of compliance within the system, causing him to instinctively stand at attention and respond. Then why are you still here? Ji Muyuan's voice carried an edge of impatience. I'll go right away. Director Qi jolted, as though infused with some directive. He no longer regarded General Shi and Elder Liang, nor did he remember why he had been in a frenzy moments before. He turned abruptly, striding out with urgency. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to retrieve the blueprints. Quickly, all must be delivered here before the sun sets. Observing Director Qi's nearly frantic retreat, both General Shi and Elder Liang were momentarily at a loss for words, caught between laughter and tears. Just moments ago, he was desperate. Yet a single utterance had sent him on his way. Ignoring the departing Director Qi, Ji Muyuan turned and gestured invitingly to the two elderly gentlemen still lingering at the entrance. Please, come in and take a seat. General Shi and Elder Liang hesitated briefly, but ultimately stepped into the vast workshop. Upon glimpsing the interior, however, their steps faltered simultaneously. Their pupils constricted in an instant, and their breath caught for half a second. The immense workshop was ablaze with light. The treasured H-2 prototype they held in high regard was in a state of disarray. Its massive wings had been completely disassembled, resting quietly on nearby supports. The once sleek fuselage was now severed into several segments. An array of intricate pipelines, complex components, and assorted parts were meticulously organized within delineated sections marked by white lines on the floor. Although scattered, the arrangement was anything but chaotic. Each area was distinctly labeled with numbers and names. This was dissection, an exceedingly precise and professional dissection. Beneath one of the wing segments stood a petite figure, wielding a torque wrench, seemingly attempting to install a brand new mailbox mounting bracket. It was Li Xingran. Upon noticing the two elderly men enter, she paused her work, standing upright with a hint of nervousness. General Shi, Elder Liang. Both men wished to respond, but found themselves speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. It was indeed the dismantling of an aircraft, yet it bore no resemblance to the violent disassembly they had imagined. After a prolonged silence, General Shi finally exhaled deeply, a wave of trepidation washing over him, swiftly followed by relief. Thank goodness. It was fortunate that he had sent old Qi away. Had he witnessed this scene, it would likely have triggered more than just a frenzy. It might have resulted in a heart attack requiring immediate resuscitation. Jimu Yuan paid no heed to the astonishment of the two men. He approached a workbench and picked up the approval document they had signed earlier. He leafed through it slowly but meticulously. General Shi and Elder Liang found themselves irresistibly drawn to his actions. Upon reaching the final line, Jimu Yuan closed the document and casually placed it aside. He nodded. This simple gesture, accompanied by a mere syllable, made the two esteemed experts feel as if they had been graded like elementary school students. The sensation was rather peculiar. Elder Liang could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, pointing at the scattered aircraft components, his voice somewhat hoarse. Comrade Ji, do you understand this? He wanted to inquire if he comprehended the intricacies of dismantling a bomber. Somewhat. Chapter 56. Is this for real? Jimu Yuan replied coolly, his gaze sweeping over the parts. I am quite adept at dismantling things. He paused, casting a discerning glance at the two elders. Whether it be an aircraft or anything else, as long as the structure is sufficiently complex, it becomes rather intriguing to take apart. A sudden chill coursed through General Shi and Elder Liang's hearts. They felt as though this young man regarded them as a somewhat complex vintage machine, worthy of disassembly for study. In unison, they shivered. Then we shall not interrupt your work any longer. General Shi cleared his throat, pulling Elder Liang, who was about to say something further, along. We shall take our leave. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with Xingran. With that, he nearly dragged Elder Liang out of the workshop. The longer they stayed, the more they feared that this young man might choose them as his next subjects of research. It was not until they boarded the vehicle back to the guest house that their heart rates began to settle. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the absurdity reflected in the other's eyes. Afternoon. The setting sun painted the horizon in hues of orange and red. A military off-road vehicle arrived promptly at the entrance of the heavy industry giant's workshop. Director Qi leaped from the vehicle, looking considerably haggard, yet with an unusually bright gaze. Behind him, several soldiers worked together to unload a dozen heavy, sealed metal blueprint tubes from the vehicle. Jimu Yuan had been waiting at the entrance. Without uttering a word, Director Qi gestured for the soldiers to place all the blueprint tubes at Jimu Yuan's feet. The handover was accomplished without a single superfluous word. Director Qi cast a deep glance at the slightly ajar workshop door before turning to reboard the vehicle, driving away in a cloud of dust. Jimu Yuan bent down, picking up 2 blueprint tubes and returning to the workshop. Li Xingran had already cleared a space the size of a basketball court on a metal platform. Jimu Yuan meticulously unfurled the historically significant blueprints across the platform. Countless intricate lines and dense data constructed the skeleton and flesh of the steel beast. Standing amidst this ocean of blueprints, Jimu Yuan surveyed the scene with calmness. After a considerable time, he picked up an electronic pen and inscribed a line on a pristine white data board beside him. H2 modification proposal. As night fell, enveloping the workshop like an impenetrable ink, Jimu Yuan stood alone at the center of the expansive sea of yellowed blueprints. He closed his eyes. In his mind, torrents of knowledge regarding aerodynamics, materials science, structural mechanics, and electromagnetic pulses surged forth. This knowledge did not arise from thin air, but stemmed from his analysis of the ancient blueprints and the system's exchange of integrals. H2 prototype reinforcement modification proposal, analysis complete. Beast strategic bomber complete technical data, successfully loaded. When Jimu Yuan opened his eyes again, the depths of his dark gaze reflected no trace of confusion. The slumbering steel beast depicted in the blueprints had come alive in his perception. He grasped the communicator and dialed Li Xingran's number. It's me. A crisp and efficient voice answered from the other end. I'm here. What are your instructions? Please assist me in procuring a selection of books. Jimu Yuan's tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. The scope is broad. Nuclear physics applications, high-energy plasma confinement, nanomaterial aggregation, artificial intelligence neural networks. Procure all that can be found, the most advanced and cutting-edge materials, and deliver them to me. Li Xingran paused momentarily on the other end of the line. She did not inquire why. Instead, she simply replied, understood. I will have them delivered before dawn. After ending the call, Jimu Yuan turned towards the massive white data board. He grasped the electronic pen and began to write beneath the line stating H2 modification proposal. Project code, Beast, Core Upgrade Module 1, Nuclear Pulse Engine, Core Upgrade Module 2. Nano Composite Armor. Core Upgrade Module 3. Quantum Communication Array. Core Upgrade Module 4. The following morning, General Shi and Elder Liang, sporting large dark circles under their eyes, returned to the workshop. They had hardly slept the previous night, their minds replaying the images of Ji Mu Yuan dismantling the bomber and his declaration, "I am quite adept at dismantling things." Both men felt a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Yet, as the foremost aviation experts in Huagua, witnessing the disassembly of a bomber into its components left them with no choice but to investigate further. Otherwise, it would have been more unbearable than death. Upon entering the workshop, they immediately spotted the imposing data board inscribed with words. They instinctively approached it. As the two individuals discerned the words above, their steps faltered, and their bodies froze momentarily. Project codename, Behemoth? Old Liang adjusted his reading glasses, articulating each word with a quiver in his voice. President Shi's gaze was fixated on the lines below. Nuclear pulse engine? Nano composite armor? He felt as if an invisible hand had grasped his heart tightly, making it difficult for him to breathe. Each of these terms, when considered individually, could incite a monumental upheaval in the global scientific community. A few of them even resided solely within the realm of cutting-edge theoretical concepts. Yet now, they were unmistakably inscribed as an actual transformation project on this whiteboard. This was not science fiction. Was this truly happening? You have arrived. Ji Mu Yuan's voice came from the side. He was seated amidst a collection of components, engrossed in a freshly delivered copy of Introduction to High-Energy Physics. Both President Shi and Old Liang snapped back to reality and hurried to Ji Mu Yuan. "Xiao Ji, is this whiteboard project you're doing?" President Shi pointed at the board, his lips trembling with excitement. "Yes," Ji Mu Yuan replied without looking up. "A preliminary concept." Preliminary concept? The two seasoned experts nearly gasped in disbelief. Was this really just a preliminary concept? Each technology listed could occupy their team for a lifetime of research. Old Liang inhaled deeply, striving to steady his voice. "Comrade Xiao Ji, may we join? We wish to be a part of your research team." President Shi nodded fervently, his eyes brimming with desire and fervor. For true scientists, nothing is more enticing than the prospect of personally creating a miracle. Ji Mu Yuan finally lifted his gaze from the book, glancing at them. "You may." His response was so succinct that it left the two elders momentarily astounded. "However, my pace is rapid," Ji Mu Yuan added. "You must keep up." "No problem. Absolutely no problem," President Shi and Old Liang assured him, their faces alight with the thrill of returning to the forefront of scientific research. However, it was only in the following days that they truly grasped the meaning of Ji Mu Yuan's rapid pace. It was not merely fast. It was as if they were rendered insignificant. Chapter 57. Is it finished? On the first day, Old Liang remarked, "This structural stress calculation formula is incorrect. Its premise is normal temperature and pressure, but the internal environment at the moment of engine ignition is ultra-high temperature and pressure. You should correct the model using this Dirac function." Old Liang stared at the lengthy series of formulas that Ji Mu Yuan had swiftly inscribed on the data board. Formulas he had only encountered in the most advanced papers, feeling utterly bewildered. Clutching a thick stack of materials, he stood frozen in place. On the second day, President Shi commented, "The titanium alloy you selected lacks sufficient strength. During a threefold supersonic penetration, the wing skin will suffer metal fatigue under high-frequency vibrations, leading to disintegration in no more than 15 minutes. Ji Mu Yuan effortlessly summoned a simulation animation. In the visual, an aircraft soared through the sky, only to explode in a cacophony of shattering metal. President Shi watched the grim simulation outcome, his palms clammy with cold sweat. He had spent 3 days and nights researching to select this material. On the third day, Ji Mu Yuan stated, "The redundancy in this energy circuit design is too low. If subjected to electromagnetic pulse interference, the switchover delay for the backup line will exceed 0.01 seconds, sufficient to turn the entire aircraft into a heap of scrap metal. The layout of this heat dissipation outlet is flawed, creating a lethal radar reflection surface. And here, the underlying logic of the flight control system has vulnerabilities." President Shi and Old Liang felt akin to elementary school students, repeatedly being schooled by a teacher. Their once prized knowledge and experience felt as fragile as paper in the face of Ji Mu Yuan's terrifying reservoir of knowledge and computational prowess. They toiled from dawn until dusk, consuming more coffee than water. Yet, they still felt like burdens, as every word they spoke and every suggestion they made was ruthlessly dismissed by Ji Mu Yuan, who offered more optimized solutions and precise data. A week later, Old Liang, clutching his chest and appearing pale, approached Ji Mu Yuan. "Xiao Ji, I can't go on. I'm truly old now. My blood pressure has been unmanageable these past few days. The doctor warned that if I continue like this, I may end up in the ICU." He trembled as he handed over a medical leave request. "I withdraw. My old bones simply cannot keep up." Ji Mu Yuan glanced at him and nodded. "Go rest." Old Liang felt as though a weight had been lifted, nearly fleeing the workshop. 2 days later, President Shi too could no longer endure. His eyes were sunken, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, and his spirit was utterly depleted. "Xiao Ji," he rasped, clearing his throat. I feel I am of no significant help here. Only adding to your troubles. I see that the production line for the Yulong mecha is nearly completed. I shall oversee that instead. At least I can contribute something. He had completely abandoned the notion of keeping pace with Ji Mu Yuan's thoughts. That was not a human intellect. Continuing in this manner would utterly shatter the confidence he had built over decades. All right. Ji Mu Yuan maintained his calm demeanor, unperturbed. President Shi exhaled a long breath, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. His retreating figure bore an unmistakable air of liberation. From then on, the vast workshop was left with only Ji Mu Yuan, along with the cold machines and blueprints. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, at the Ministry of Science and Technology, Minister Wen was reviewing documents. His brow furrowed and expression grave. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. He picked it up, and his secretary's urgent voice came through. Minister, the heavy industry giant has sent in the completion report. The Yulong mecha production line's main structure is fully completed, and large equipment is now being brought in for debugging. Minister Wen's hand trembled, the pen tip leaving a long ink mark on the document. He sprang to his feet, his voice tinged with disbelief. What? It's finished? He hurried to the wall calendar, checking today's date. How long had it been since the project's approval? 2 months. Merely 2 months. To establish a fully automated mecha production line representing the pinnacle of Huagua's industrial prowess? Minister Wen felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably shaken. This speed was simply outrageous. The private plane landed on the exclusive runway of heavy industry giant. As the cabin door opened, a wave of warm air mixed with dust and the scent of steel enveloped him. Minister Wen descended the stairway, his feet firmly planted on the solid ground. Yet his mind felt adrift. 2 months. This number had been echoing in his mind throughout the journey from the capital. Beside him, Commissioner Su looked equally weary. Yet his eyes sparkled with an undeniable excitement. Minister, this way please. Commissioner Su gestured for him to follow. Minister Wen nodded, his gaze drifting past the helipad toward the imposing structure rising in the distance. It was a vast factory, entirely silver gray, reflecting the cold, austere light of the sun. Its lines were simple, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Just from a distance, one could feel the oppressive aura representing Huagua's supreme industrial strength. The vehicle halted at the factory entrance. Minister Wen exited and tilted his head to look up. Above the factory, a line of gilded characters hung prominently. Yulong Mecha Production Zone. Each character was robust and powerful, as if forged from steel. Minister Wen's eyes inexplicably brimmed with tears. He extended his hand, seemingly yearning to touch the words, his fingertips trembling slightly in the air. How many years had it been? From the time when the first generation of fighter jets required the guidance of Soviet experts, to now, when Huagua was finally on the verge of possessing its own world-leading mecha production line. The journey had been arduous and protracted. He inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling violently, struggling to calm the tumultuous emotions within. Let us proceed. His voice was hoarse. Let us go inside and take a look. Political Commissar Su nodded vigorously and pushed open the heavy alloy door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a brand new world before Minister Wen. Contrary to his expectations of noise and grime, he was greeted by an almost dust-free workshop. The floor was made of gleaming alloy panels, reflecting the crisscrossing white light strips on the ceiling. A faint scent of metal mingled with ozone filled the air, cold yet refreshing. Countless massive mechanical arms stood silently along both sides of the assembly line, like dormant steel beasts. Above, intelligent transportation tracks held robots poised at predetermined positions, awaiting commands. The entire factory exuded an unsettling silence, interrupted only by the faint hum of electric currents and the soft beeping of system self-checks. This was no mere factory. It was clearly an industrial masterpiece imbued with a sense of futuristic artistry. Minister Wen stepped inside cautiously, instinctively lightening his footsteps. He reached out, gently caressing the cold exterior of a nearby mechanical arm, savoring the unique texture of top-tier industry. Minister Wen, a calm voice resonated ahead. He lifted his gaze to find Ji Mu Yuan standing before the core control console of the production line, still clad in his timeless blue work uniform. His expression remained as impassive as ever, as if this astounding marvel, capable of shaking the world, was merely a childish plaything. You've arrived, little G. Minister Wen opened his mouth, a torrent of words flooding to the tip of his tongue, only to be distilled into a complex sigh. You have bestowed upon me a tremendous surprise. Ji Mu Yuan did not respond verbally, merely gesturing for him to proceed. The production line has completed its debugging. You may commence the acceptance inspection. Acceptance inspection? Minister Wen surveyed the seemingly flawless production line, shaking his head with a wry smile. What is there to inspect? This is precisely as I envisioned it. He approached the control console, marveling at the densely packed yet orderly interface, his eyes brimming with admiration. By the way, where are Mr. Shi and old Liang? Suddenly recalling the two towering figures, he inquired. Didn't they come to assist you? Before Ji Mu Yuan could respond, a somewhat weary voice emerged from the side. Minister, we are here. Mr. Shi and old Liang stepped out from a corner. Mr. Shi appeared to have lost weight. His eyes sunken, yet his spirit seemed intact. In contrast, Old Liang looked unwell, his complexion pale, his gait somewhat unsteady. Seeing them, Minister Wen asked with concern, "What has happened to you? How did it come to this?" Mr. Shi offered a wry smile. "It's nothing. I just find it challenging to keep pace with little G." His gaze towards Ji Mu Yuan was filled with awe, a respect born from being thoroughly overwhelmed. Old Liang waved his hand, taking a deep breath. "I'm getting old, not as capable as I used to be." Minister Wen wished to inquire further, but his attention was entirely captivated by the spectacle before him. He inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Mu Yuan. "Little Ji, I have but one question. When will the first Yulong mecha roll off the line? When can I witness it soar into the azure sky?" His voice was laden with anticipation. All eyes turned to Ji Mu Yuan. Mr. Shi pondered for a moment before speaking. "Minister, according to the production process for the 5th-generation aircraft, the first prototype requires repeated assembly, debugging, and system self-checks. Every component, every module must be flawless. This process cannot be rushed." He glanced at Old Liang, who nodded in agreement. "I estimate that at the earliest, it will take 10 days. 10 days? Minister Wen furrowed his brow. This pace was already significantly quicker than he had anticipated, yet he still felt it was somewhat sluggish. He yearned to see that epic-making steel giant as soon as possible. Everyone present, including political commissar Su and the accompanying factory director, felt that 10 days was nothing short of miraculous. However, Ji Mu Yuan gently shook his head. Too slow. The two simple words hung in the air, causing the atmosphere in the factory to freeze. Mr. Shi's expression stiffened. "Slow? Is that truly what you believe?" He could hardly fathom the notion. 10 days to construct a groundbreaking mecha was considered slow? What would such news do to the generals at the Pentagon? Ji Mu Yuan did not meet his gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor as he focused on Minister Wen. He raised his hand, pointing to a red button on the control console. "If we were to start the production line, now," his voice, though low, resonated clearly in every ear. "Before dinner, the first Yulong mecha can make its maiden flight." Silence. Time seemed to pause at that moment. Everyone stared at Ji Mu Yuan, as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Before dinner? The maiden flight? Is this a myth? Old Liang clutched his chest, feeling his blood pressure surge. Trembling lips pointed towards Ji Mu Yuan. "Little Ji, you're not joking, are you? From a pile of components to soaring into the sky, all in just a few hours? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." Mr. Shi, jolted back to reality from his shock, spoke urgently. "Little Ji, I understand your production line is advanced, but science follows certain laws. The precise assembly of millions of components, the intricate debugging of avionics systems, the activation and testing of the power core. How can any of this be accomplished in mere hours? This defies industrial logic." His decades of experience and knowledge screamed at him, insisting that this was pure fantasy. Minister Wen swallowed hard, his mind blank. The impact of Ji Mu Yuan's assertions grew stronger, threatening to upend the worldview he had built over a lifetime. In the face of everyone's skepticism, Ji Mu Yuan remained unfazed. With a calm glance at Mr. Shi and Old Liang, he replied, "You speak of the production standards for 5th-generation aircraft. To apply yesterday's knowledge to today's advancements would lead to erroneous conclusions." He paused before continuing. "The Yulong mecha is an 8th-generation creation. Its production philosophy diverges fundamentally from any previous equipment. Here, components do not passively assemble, they actively collaborate. The entire production line operates as a cohesive organism, capable of self-construction in the most efficient manner under my command." His words struck like thunder in the minds of all present. Mr. Shi and Old Liang were stunned, frozen in place. 8th-generation creation? The production line as a living entity? Self-construction? These concepts transcended their understanding. Ji Mu Yuan afforded them little time to ponder, countering with a question. "The Air Force has placed an order for 300 units. If it takes 10 days for one, how long will it take to complete the order? 3 years? Or 5 years? By the time we fulfill our deliveries, what will the global landscape look like?" A series of probing inquiries awakened everyone from their stupor. Indeed, 300 aircraft. They were captivated by the shock of the first one rolling off the production line. Yet they overlooked the colossal quantity of orders that lay behind it. In accordance with traditional methods, this would have been an insurmountable task. However, now, Ji Mu Yuan informed them that in just a few hours, a single aircraft could be constructed. The crowd gazed at this composed young man before them, their minds consumed by a singular thought. They had not only underestimated Ji Mu Yuan, but also gravely misjudged the true significance represented by this production line. Minister Wen exhaled a heavy sigh, as if attempting to expel all the astonishment that had built up within him. He looked at Ji Mu Yuan, his gaze becoming resolutely determined. "I am waiting for dinner. Also waiting to see the dragon soar into the skies." As Minister Wen's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the vast factory. All eyes were fixated on Ji Mu Yuan, filled with anticipation, skepticism, and fear of the unknown. Chapter 59, Ensuring Task Completion. Ji Mu Yuan disregarded the complex gazes directed at him. He calmly approached the central control console, his fingertips gliding over the icy virtual screen. A stream of azure light unfurled across the display with his movements, initiating the construction program for Dragon 01. He softly issued the command. A low, resonant rumble emanated from the depths of the earth, as if a slumbering giant had awakened. In that moment, the vast factory came to life. Countless indicator lights flickered to life, coalescing into a shimmering sea of stars. The ground trembled slightly. Energy conduits illuminated with flowing light, emitting a dull roar. On the colossal holographic projection before the crowd, images of 60 sub-factories lit up simultaneously. 60 gray-haired factory directors, clad in identical blue uniforms, stood erect at their respective stations, their expressions solemn. Almost in unison, they saluted Ji Muyuan with a standard military gesture. No words were necessary. The command had been received. The first section, the construction of the keel, has commenced. The cold, mechanical synthetic voice reverberated throughout the main control room. The screen lit up with modules representing the keel, as countless robotic arms emerged from all directions, akin to vines in a jungle, precise and swift. Laser cutting, high-energy welding, molecular recombination, each procedure unfolded at a speed that left mere shadows in its wake. Elder Liang instinctively raised his hand to glance at his watch. The second hand had barely moved a notch. CEO Shi's mouth hung open, wanting to utter something, yet his throat was parched, rendering him voiceless. The knowledge he had once prided himself on felt feeble in the face of this surreal spectacle. Time passed, second by second. In the control room, only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. The progress bar on the screen advanced with an unyielding pace. Report. Keel Section A construction completed. Report. Keel Section B construction completed. Report. Main keel assembly completed. Error rate 0. The cold notification tones fell upon the crowd like a heavy hammer, striking their hearts repeatedly. An hour later, the first section of the keel was fully constructed, taking 59 minutes and 30 seconds, passing self-check and transferring to the next section. Elder Liang's thermos fell to the ground with a clatter. Scalding tea spilled everywhere, yet he remained oblivious. He stared intently at the screen, where the formidable skeletal frame had begun to take shape, blood rushing to his head. 1 hour. The core keel of an 8th-generation aircraft. Was this truly a scene from a science fiction film? The second section, assembly of the bridge module, has commenced. The third section, outer armor installation. The fourth section, integration of the curvature propulsion system. The production rhythm showed no signs of slowing. Rather, it accelerated, resembling a stirring symphony moving from overture to climax. The crowd stood in a daze, witnessing a war machine, once confined to fantasy, gradually coalesce into a complete entity before their very eyes. The sun sank slowly in the west. The orange-red glow streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm hue upon the cold metallic factory. As the last vestiges of twilight began to fade from the horizon, a piercing alarm sounded. Dragon Mech 01. All construction programs completed. Departing the production line. En route to Dock 1 for testing. With a thunderous rumble, the massive gate capable of accommodating an aircraft carrier slowly slid open. A colossal entity, entirely black, with smooth, powerful lines, glided silently out, propelled by the conveyor belt. It lacked the traditional wings of an aircraft, replaced instead by a design more suited to aerodynamics. The surface of the fuselage was coated in a peculiar material that seemed to absorb all light, exuding an aura of chilling depth. The last rays of the setting sun fell upon it, reflecting nothing, only a profound darkness. It stood there, exuding an unsettling sense of oppression, akin to an ancient beast poised to strike. Gulp. Minister Wen's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He felt his heart racing, almost ready to leap from his throat. He exhaled slowly, striving to calm the tempest within, and turned to the striking young major beside him. Li Xingran. Yes, Minister. Major Li stood at attention, her gaze bright and resolute. The first flight testing mission is entrusted to you. Ensure task completion. Minister Wen nodded, glancing at Ji Muyuan, inhaling deeply before continuing. The testing items will include not only the conventional mobility and weapon system assessments, but also 2 additional requirements. First, ultra-high-speed cruising. Second, he paused, articulating each word carefully, full-spectrum stealth testing. Full-spectrum stealth? CEO Shi and Elder Liang suddenly lifted their heads, astonished. What could this possibly entail? The initial model had only demonstrated radar stealth. What did full-spectrum imply? Before they could voice their inquiries, Ji Muyuan interjected calmly. Consider this a supplementary test. The initial model was merely a concept aircraft. Many functions were not fully demonstrated for confidentiality. His tone was so casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Exchanging glances, Shi and Liang saw a deep sense of helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. It turned out that what they had previously witnessed was not the entirety of it. Just how many hidden cards did this young man possess? A fervent light flickered in Major Li's eyes, and without hesitation, she responded, understood. She turned and approached the imposing black beast standing silently. The cockpit canopy silently lifted. Major Li skillfully boarded the aircraft, settling into the pilot's seat. With a hum, the canopy closed slowly, isolating her from the outside world. In the next moment, the Dragon Mech's eyes, 2 elongated indicator lights, suddenly illuminated, pulsating with a ghostly blue glow. An invisible energy field radiated outward from the mech, enveloping the surroundings. Gone was the traditional roar of engines, replaced by a deep, almost otherworldly hum. The dragon mech ascended gracefully, defying gravity with an elegant yet audacious stance, soaring into the skies. Accelerating rapidly, it transformed into a mere black, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Inside the control room, everyone held their breath, fixated on the data stream on the main screen. Altitude reached 5,000 meters. Attitude stable. Commencing ultra-high-speed cruising test. Li Xingran's calm voice emanated from the communicator. On the screen, the numbers representing speed began to surge wildly. 500 knots, 600 knots, 700 knots, 800 knots. Ultimately, the figure stabilized at 900 knots. Sure, the general manager gasped, his eyes nearly bulging out. 900 knots. This was more than 100 knots faster than the initial model. It had surpassed the maximum speed of all operational 5th-generation aircraft. The cruising state was stable, with a load factor of only 30%. Chapter 60. When funds are in place, everything is negotiable. Li Xingran's voice remained composed. Yet it caused every heart in the room to skip a beat. Maximum speed cruising, and only 30% load? What immense potential does this engine possess? Below, the full-spectrum stealth test commenced. Here it comes. Minister Wen clenched his fist tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Initiating full-spectrum stealth mode. With Li Xingran's command, the green dot representing the Yulong mecha flickered momentarily before vanishing into thin air. Radar signals were lost. Optical detection systems failed to locate the target. Infrared signatures disappeared. Acoustic detection could not lock on. A technician suddenly stood up, pointing at another screen, his voice trembling. The Tiantianji satellite network cannot find the target. The control room fell into a deathly silence. Minister Wen stared blankly at the empty star map, his mind a void. It had completely evaporated under all modern detection methods. The atmosphere in the control room was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. All gazes were fixated on that vast, empty screen, where the green dot representing the Yulong mecha, along with its trailing data, had simply vanished. It was not a weak signal. It was not interference. It was a complete, physical disappearance. Minister Wen continued to gaze at the empty star map, still in shock. It had, quite simply, evaporated in the face of all contemporary detection techniques. Sure, the general manager had bloodshot eyes. He mumbled to himself, impossible, this contradicts the laws of physics. Liang, the elder, trembled slightly as he adjusted his thick glasses, trying to discern any anomalies in the data stream on the screen. There was nothing, so clean that it seemed as if nothing had ever existed. This is not traditional stealth. Ji Muyuan's voice broke the silence. He remained seated, his demeanor calm, as though everything unfolding was within his expectations. Traditional stealth? Whether through special coatings that absorb radar waves or aerodynamic shapes that deflect them, merely evades detection. But the Yulong mecha is different. He paused, sweeping his gaze over the astonished faces around him. It creates a slight distortion in space itself. All detection signals, including visible light, will bend around it. So what you see is not that it has become invisible. Ji Muyuan's voice was soft, yet it stirred a tempest within everyone's hearts. Rather, the space it occupies has disappeared. Space distortion. Optical invisibility. Liang was jolted, turning to Ji Muyuan, his voice hoarse. The concept of optical camouflage was proposed decades ago. But due to energy consumption and material limitations, it had long been abandoned by major powers. It was a theoretical dead end. He had thought it was merely a fantasy from science fiction films. Little did he expect to witness it in his lifetime. This young man had transformed fantasy into reality. The sense of powerlessness deepened on Shi's face. He had devoted his life to studying radar stealth technology, believing he was at the forefront of the world. Yet today, he realized that his prideful achievements were mere toys compared to this young man's innovations. They had long since moved beyond playing hide-and-seek. They had completely overturned the rules of the game. At that moment, Li Xingran's calm voice resonated once more through the communicator. Full-spectrum stealth test concluded. Preparing for return. No sooner had she finished speaking when the previously vanished green reappeared on the main screen without warning, as if it had never left. A low hum approached, drawing everyone's attention. They instinctively looked up through the control room's massive floor-to-ceiling windows. In the sky, a black dot grew larger, swiftly approaching. There was no sonic boom. No harsh engine roar. The Yulong mecha descended vertically onto the helipad with a steady demeanor, landing smoothly. With a soft click, the cockpit hatch slowly opened. Li Xingran emerged, removing her helmet, her short hair fluttering slightly in the wind. Her face bore the remnants of excitement. The sensation of wielding future technology, transcending the era, was enough to drive any pilot to madness. The dead silence in the control room was shattered, replaced by the heavy sound of labored breathing. A monster. This is undoubtedly a monster, Shi murmured, his gaze complex. There was shock, there was loss, but more so, an overwhelming euphoria at glimpsing the future of Huawei technology. With this, all raptors and lightnings would become relics of history. Liang was flushed with excitement, his fists clenched tightly. Minister Wen abruptly turned, grabbing Ji Muyuan's hand with surprising strength. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light. Comrade Xiaoji, this type of aircraft, your production line. His voice trembled with overwhelming enthusiasm. He wished to inquire about production capacity, speed, and everything else. Ji Muan attempted to withdraw his hand, but could not. So he allowed one to hold on. He calmly provided a figure. With a skilled workforce, a single production line can assemble 4 aircraft per day. The expression of excitement on Minister Wen's face instantly froze. He doubted he had heard correctly. F4 per day? Sure, and Liang were equally bewildered. Their previously settled emotions shattered by this staggering announcement. 4 per day? Was this a production line for fighter jets or a sausage factory? It should be noted that operational 5th-generation aircraft are highly complex. Even the most advanced production lines can only deliver a few dozen annually to be considered an overachievement. 4 per day translates to over 1,400 annually. This number could easily decimate all Air Force powers worldwide. Ji Muyuan observed their dazed expressions and added, of course. Initial adjustments may slow down the process a bit. However, stabilizing at this figure within a month should pose no problem. Minister Wen inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling vigorously. He felt his heart struggling to cope with this excitement. He released Ji Muyuan's hand, placing both palms on the control console in an effort to calm his breathing. After a considerable time, he gradually raised his head, his gaze profoundly serious. An order for 300 aircraft. Is that feasible? Ji Muyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Certainly. When the funds are in place, everything is negotiable. 300 aircraft, based on the previously negotiated friendly price, would yield considerable profit. Ji Muyuan silently calculated in his mind, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. The funding for the development of the Beast strategic bomber was now entirely secure. Half a month later, at the heavy industry giant Chong manufacturing plant, in Assembly Hall No. 1, the vast factory was brilliantly illuminated. Rows of brand-new automated assembly lines operated at high speed. Mechanical arms precisely grasped intricate components for welding and assembly. Sparks flying in a display of the industrial era's unique, brutal beauty. Chapter 61. The transformation plan. Dressed in work uniforms, the workers busily attended to their respective tasks. Their eyes filled with focus and fervor. They were crafting history. Each tightened screw and every welded line would contribute to the majestic steel beast soaring through the skies. On the second floor of the workshop, a fully transparent observation corridor allowed for an unobstructed view of the bustling scene below. Minister Wen, Commissioner Su, and Li Xingran stood there, gazing down at the fervent activity unfolding before them. It was truly magnificent, Commissioner Su remarked with heartfelt admiration. As the political commissar of the Air Force Base, he understood better than anyone the significance of what was being produced on those assembly lines for the Air Force of Huagua. This heralded a new era. Minister Wen nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. After running around tirelessly for the past half-month, enduring both physical exhaustion and verbal strain, he had finally secured the initial funding. Witnessing this production scene made it all worthwhile. However, his gaze swept across the workshop, and he noticed the absence of a familiar figure. Where is Comrade Xiaoji? Minister Wen inquired curiously. I haven't seen him lately. Li Xingran, arms crossed and leaning against the railing, smiled wryly at the question. He's dived back into his laboratory, tinkering with his new toy. New toy? Both Minister Wen and Commissioner Su perked up with interest. Is it the strategic bomber we discussed last time? Indeed. Li Xingran confirmed with a nod. Commissioner Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, do we have a preliminary plan? Li Xingran's expression became somewhat peculiar. As for the plan, I'm not entirely sure. However, the books he's been reading lately are rather strange. Oh, Minister Wen's curiosity deepened. Surely, a genius capable of designing something as groundbreaking as the Yulong Mecha must be delving into theories beyond our imagination, such as the application of quantum fluid mechanics in next-generation aerospace vehicles or theory and practice of curvature engines. Clearing his throat, Li Xingran began, initially. His readings were quite standard, books on bomber design, aerodynamics, and material science. And then, Commissioner Su pressed further. Li Xingran's gaze drifted into the distance, as if recalling memories. Eventually, his desk became cluttered with Mobile Suit Gundam Complete Collection, EVE Universe Battleship Design Compendium, Transformers Encyclopedia, and some other comics and game design sketches I can't even name. Minister Wen's smile faltered, and Commissioner Su's mouth fell slightly agape. Gundam? Transformers? Aren't those children's cartoons? Minister Wen felt his worldview shaken once again. He rubbed his temples, attempting to comprehend the thought process of such a genius. What could he possibly gain from those? Li Xingran shrugged, a teasing tone in his voice. He claims he wants to study the limits of human imagination regarding colossal war machines. A peculiar silence enveloped the control room. Minister Wen and Commissioner Su exchanged glances, both reflecting bewilderment in their eyes. They found it challenging to connect those fanciful robots with the strategic bomber, a national treasure. Yet, a glance at the emerging, sci-fi-inspired Yulong Mecha below sparked a strong sense of anticipation within Minister Wen. He yearned to discover what kind of formidable creation a designer influenced by Gundam and Transformers would ultimately produce. The strange silence lingered in the control room, The expressions of Minister 1 and Commissioner Su a tapestry of emotions. Just then, Li Xingran's phone vibrated. She glanced down, and her previously wry smile deepened into something more profound. What is it? Minister 1 keenly detected the shift in her demeanor. Li Xingran raised her head, slowly lifting her phone in response to the curious gazes of her superiors. A message just came in from Jimu Yuan. He said the first prototype of the Hong 2 has been assembled. What? Both Minister 1 and Commissioner Su exclaimed in unison. Assembled? How long has it been? From project initiation to now, it's only been a little over a month, right? Even if they were reassembling an existing bomber, it shouldn't be possible to achieve this speed. Minister 1 felt his heart race as if gripped by an invisible hand, his breath quickening. He snatched the phone from Li Xingran. On the screen were just 2 brief lines from Jimu Yuan. The Hong 2 prototype is ready for trial flights. However, having just inspected it, I feel it lacks soul, so I'm preparing to initiate the Beast Bomber's transformation plan. We won't fly it yet. The transformation plan? Minister 1's hand trembled slightly as he held the phone. He finally understood the complexity of the expression on Li Xingran's face. To refer to the modification of a national strategic bomber as a transformation? Only Jimu Yuan would dare to phrase it that way. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. What does this transformation plan entail? Commissioner Su inquired, leaning in with a dry voice. Li Xingran shrugged. It means he feels the current Hong 2 prototype isn't sci-fi enough or imposing enough to live up to its name, Beast. Therefore, he plans to refine it. No. In his own words, he intends to conduct a deep medical aesthetic procedure. Minister 1 and Commissioner Su, both high-ranking officials, felt their perceptions being repeatedly challenged. After a prolonged silence, Minister 1 handed the phone back to Li Xingran, moved to the railing, and reached for his cigarette case, only to find it empty. Frustrated, he crumpled the empty case and disposed of it in the trash. That rascal. This is sheer nonsense. Though he scolded, the corners of Minister 1's mouth involuntarily lifted. It was a blend of shock, amusement, and above all, an unmistakable thrill and anticipation. In merely a month, from scratch, they had produced a strategic bomber. Even if it was just a modification of the Hong 6, this was undoubtedly a miracle in industrial history. The speed was astonishing. He turned to his assistant with a serious tone. Immediately connect me to Commander Lin on a secure line. Yes. The call was quickly established. Commander Lin's voice came through strong and slightly impatient. Old one, I'm currently busy with exercises. Any significant matters will have to wait until I finish. Significant matters? Minister 1 chuckled lightly. Guess how many Yulong mechas can roll off the production line in a day now? There was a brief silence on the other end. 2. That would be the limit, right? 4. Minister 1 replied nonchalantly. Chapter 62. Can this thing fly? On the other end of the line. A gasp of disbelief followed by the sound of a spilled cup echoed through the receiver. How many? Commander Lin's voice shot up an octave. 4. Minister 1 repeated. A hint of pride lacing his tone. Moreover, they are all equipped with the newly debugged optical stealth system. Wow. A colorful expletive escaped the receiver, unabashedly revealing the astonishment. Minister 1 could almost envision Commander Lin's wide-eyed expression, disbelief etched across his face. Old one, don't you dare joke with me. I'm not joking. Minister 1's smile grew even brighter. And there's one more thing. The formidable beast crafted by Jimu Yuan has finally been completed and is ready for its maiden flight. What? A gasp of disbelief echoed through the air. If the previous news was shocking, this was utterly astonishing. Commander Lin's voice wavered with disbelief. The beast? A strategic bomber? It has been created too. How is this possible? Is that young man some sort of deity? I sometimes suspect he might be an extraterrestrial disguised in human form, Minister 1 jested. However, the test flight might be delayed. Why? That lad mentioned that the current design is not sufficiently cool and requires a makeover. A burst of laughter erupted from the other end of the phone. Ha! A makeover? That audacious boy truly has a vivid imagination. Commander Lin chided with a chuckle. Fine. Let him have his makeover. I am eager to see what a designer who spends his days watching Gundam and Transformers can create. I cannot leave my exercises here. So send Director Chi from the technical department to record the entire process for me. Remember, it must be comprehensive, a full 360-degree coverage. I want to witness this beast with my own eyes. The next morning, in a secret test flight center located in the northwest of Huagua, the dawn light barely illuminated the surroundings. The air was filled with the refreshing moisture characteristic of early morning, mingled with a faint scent of aviation fuel. Director Chi of the Bomber Project, part of the Air Force's Technical Development Department, paced anxiously on the tarmac, rubbing his hands together. Dark circles under his eyes indicated a restless night. Ever since receiving Minister Wen's call, he had been in a state of extreme excitement. The Beast Bomber, a project that existed only in blueprints and legends, was about to take flight. This was a national treasure that could alter the landscape of not only the Huagua Air Force, but the very nature of aerial combat worldwide. To witness this historic moment as the project director was an immense honor. Clutching a state-of-the-art ultra-high-definition camera tightly, he was determined not to miss a single detail, as per Commander Lin's orders. Director, have some warm water. It's still chilly out, suggested an assistant, offering a thermos. No time for that. Director Chi waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the massive hangar in the distance. I feel like I have a fire in my heart. It's anything but cold. Just then, several black Hongqi cars slowly entered the tarmac. The doors opened, and Minister Wen, along with two elderly gentlemen with graying hair yet vibrant spirits, emerged from the vehicles. Director Chi hurried over to greet them. Minister Wen, Engineer Shi, Old Man Liang. What brings you here? Leading the group was Engineer Shi, the father of Huawei's stealth fighters and a national treasure of an expert, dressed in a faded old jacket. His expression was serious, and his gaze piercing. The other, Old Man Liang, the chief engineer of the Central Bureau, was jovial, patting Director Chi on the shoulder. With such a grand event, how could we old fellows not come to join in the excitement? I want to see what surprises that young lad Jimu Yuan has prepared for us. Minister Wen smiled as he took a military-grade high-powered telescope from his assistant. Enough standing around. Let us get ready. We, the front-row spectators, cannot miss this grand spectacle. Hold on tight, everyone. The group made their way to a specially constructed observation platform, expertly setting up their telescopes, all aimed at the tightly shut hangar. The anticipation was palpable, akin to waiting for a secret star to make an entrance. Time ticked away slowly. At last, the sun rose above the horizon, casting golden rays across the earth. A low, heavy hum of electricity filled the air. The hangar doors, resembling the jaws of a great beast, creaked open with a grating metallic sound. Everyone held their breath. Director Chi's palms were slick with sweat as he gripped the camera tightly, terrified of missing a single moment. Engineer Shi's brow furrowed slightly, doubt etched in his eyes. Only Old Man Liang's eyes sparkled with childlike curiosity and excitement. As the doors opened wider, a deep, light-absorbing matte black emerged, followed by the menacingly beautiful nose of the aircraft. It was not the smooth, rounded lines of a traditional bomber, but rather a rugged silhouette composed of sharp, angular planes, resembling the head of an ancient predator. As the aircraft was slowly towed out of the hangar, bathed in morning light, it seemed as if the entire world had fallen silent. All present, including seasoned ground crew accustomed to advanced fighter jets, stood frozen in place, mouths agape, pupils constricted in sheer astonishment. This was a flying machine that defied all existing aeronautical theories. Its massive body exuded a sense of power, adorned with intricate, sci-fi-inspired patterns on its matte black exterior. The sweeping wings presented an eerie angle reminiscent of bat wings, while the sides bore exaggerated, fawn-like vector nozzles. Most striking was the underside, which lacked a traditional bomb bay and instead featured orderly rows of missile launch units, resembling a beehive. The entire structure was devoid of visible rivets, embodying an exquisite fusion of industrial design and raw violence. It stood there quietly, like a steel behemoth that had traversed from a science fiction film. Gulp. Director Chi swallowed hard, nearly dropping the camera. Is this truly the beast? His voice was dry and hoarse, filled with disbelief. What a joke. Engineer Shi set down his telescope, adjusting his glasses, his eyes filled with revolutionary shock. Can this thing even fly? Its aerodynamic shape completely contradicts all known principles of aerodynamics. This is akin to rubbing Newton's coffin into the ground repeatedly. The esteemed figure in Huawei's aviation industry could no longer maintain his composure. Chapter 63. This defies science. Fly? Old Man Liang, however, was flushed with excitement, grabbing Minister Wen's arm and shaking it vigorously. Old One, this thing is incredible. I must experience it firsthand. Minister Wen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distant steel beast, observing its cold, menacing sheen under the morning light. Echoes of Li Xingran's words from the previous day reverberated in his mind. Mobile Suit Gundam Complete Collection, EVE Universe Battleship Design Collection, Transformers Encyclopedia. So this was the creation of a genius who grew up watching animated series and playing video games, an imagined giant war machine. An assistant, trembling, voiced the question on everyone's mind. Minister, is this truly a transformation of the H-2 prototype? Indeed. That aircraft, while advanced, still adhered to traditional aviation designs. How could it have morphed into this monstrous creation overnight? Engineer Shi's lips moved, the thought of rubbing Newton's coffin still lingering on his tongue. Yet he couldn't articulate it fully. His mind, a titan of Huawei's aviation realm, had completely crashed. In the midst of this profound silence, a slightly drowsy voice disrupted the tranquility. I say, leaders, why are you all standing out here in the morning breeze? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. A young man, clad in casual attire with slightly disheveled hair, yawned as he emerged from the side door of the hangar. It was Jimu Yuan. He had arrived. Upon spotting him, General Shi appeared to find an outlet for his pent-up emotions, swiftly striding towards Jimu Yuan. His voice quivered with excitement. What nonsense is this? This contraption is certainly not an aircraft. Its aerodynamic design is utterly illogical. It cannot possibly fly. General Shi pointed vehemently at the silent steel beast, nearly roaring in frustration. Jimu Yuan, taken aback by the outburst, casually rubbed his ear. He lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at General Shi and then at the equally astonished Minister Wen and Elder Liang. He remained silent, merely extending a finger towards the beast's underside. That is the landing gear, correct? He then gestured towards the sides of the fuselage. Those are vector nozzles, a type of engine, am I right? Lastly, he pointed at the intimidating nose of the aircraft. Inside, there is a cockpit, capable of seating a pilot. Withdrawing his hand and placing it in his pocket, he gazed innocently at the three esteemed figures. It has wheels, an engine, and a cockpit. How can it not be an aircraft? Which regulation states that an aircraft must resemble its predecessors? General Schur was left speechless, his mouth agape. Minister One and Elder Liang exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with complex, unspoken emotions. Indeed, Jimu Yuan's assertions seemed unassailable. Each component, when considered individually, was standard for an aircraft. Yet, why did their combination evoke such a radical departure from conventional wisdom? General Schur struggled to formulate a response, his face flushing with indignation. This defies logic, he exclaimed. Science is meant to be challenged, not merely adhered to. Jimu Yuan retorted coolly, then gestured dismissively. Enough standing idle outside. A single glance is worth 1,000 words. Come and see for yourselves. With that, he turned and walked towards the boarding ladder of the beast. The three dignitaries exchanged glances. Let us go. Elder Liang was the first to react, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he nearly jogged to catch up. I must see what this young man has concocted. General Schur clenched his teeth and followed suit. Minister Wen took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and stepped forward with a measured pace. Being the last to board the steel giant, as the hatch slowly closed behind them, sealing them off from the outside world. The trio of seasoned veterans found themselves once again rendered speechless by the sight before them. This was far from the cramped and claustrophobic military cockpit they had envisioned. It was expansive, luminous, and replete with a futuristic circular control panel devoid of physical buttons. Instead, it featured glowing, holographic touchscreens. The seating was not the rigid ejection type, but rather ergonomically designed, plush sofas. My heavens! Elder Liang marveled, running his fingers along the smooth, mirror-like interior, reveling in its cool, delicate touch. This is not merely an aircraft cockpit. It is a flying command center. General Schur, silent, hastened to the control panel. His hands nearly pressed against the holographic screens, staring intently at the incomprehensible flow of data. Minister Wen stood in the center, surveying the surroundings. His gaze ultimately landing on Jimu Yuan, seated in the pilot's chair. This young man was shrouded in enigma. At that moment, Jimu Yuan's mind resonated with a series of delightful notification chimes. Ding. Received a groundbreaking shock from General Schur, 1,000 points. Ding. Acquired curiosity and excitement from Elder Liang, 800 points. Ding. Gained profound skepticism from Minister One, 500 points. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Jimu Yuan's mouth. Points were indeed a bountiful treasure. He reached out and gently tapped the main control screen. The beast was ready to emerge. With a low, barely audible hum, the engine roared to life, and the entire aircraft began to glide smoothly down the runway. Outside the hangar, researchers and ground crew stared in astonishment as the massive machine moved forward with a grace that belied its fierce appearance. Wait, look at the landing gear's serial number. A sharp-eyed researcher suddenly exclaimed, pointing. That's the serial number of the H-2 prototype. My goodness. It truly has been transformed from the prototype. In a single night, he disassembled an aircraft and reconfigured it into something entirely different? Is this even within the realm of human capability? A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. The head of research and a crew-cut researcher exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared expression of disbelief. The news of the beast's movement spread like wildfire throughout the base. At the radar station, Director Li fixated on the ground radar screen. The dot representing the beast had a radar cross-section so minuscule it was nearly negligible. How is this possible? A machine of such size, yet its radar signature is smaller than a bird's? Meanwhile, at the missile station, all technicians watched the honeycomb-like missile launch units through surveillance, their breaths growing heavier. The design surpassed their wildest imaginations. If true, what terrifying firepower would this aircraft possess? Meanwhile, several kilometers away at the test flight observation tower, Director Chi paced anxiously, his forehead glistening with perspiration. Where's the beast? Why hasn't he arrived yet? He glanced at his watch. Having sighed for the 6th time that morning. Director, please remain calm. The time has yet to arrive, an assistant offered, handing him a bottle of water. Just as Director Chi reached for it, the assistant's eyes widened in shock, pointing towards the distant sky. Director, look. Director Chi's heart raced as he grabbed the high-powered binoculars from the table, peering in the direction indicated by the assistant. On the horizon, a small black dot appeared, rapidly enlarging. As he discerned the silhouette, his hand trembled, almost dropping the binoculars. The ominous, sci-fi outline, with wings reminiscent of a bat, was unmistakable. It's here. The beast. And it's flying. It truly has taken to the skies. Director Chi exhaled a long, relieved breath, feeling the tension in his chest ease somewhat. This young man indeed possesses remarkable talent, he muttered, a look of relief washing over his strained face. However, in the next instant, as the steel giant drew closer, An intangible pressure enveloped the entire test flight area. It was not the roar of an aircraft engine, but a deep, resonant growl that seemed to emerge from the abyss. The sound was soft, yet carried a soul-shaking force. All present, including Director Chi, instinctively looked up. They were experts in the aviation field, and they immediately recognized that this engine noise was unlike anything they had ever encountered. It was far more advanced and powerful than the proudest Kunlun series engines in the base. Once again, their hearts raced with anticipation. They understood that the true shock was perhaps only just beginning. The low growl, reminiscent of an abyssal roar, grew louder as it approached. The colossal beast, with its massive fuselage, traced a smooth arc through the air, precisely aligning itself with the runway. Unlike traditional aircraft, there was no violent roar of engine thrust during its landing. Even the sound of tires meeting the ground was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. It glided silently to its designated spot on the tarmac, casting a vast shadow that enveloped Director Chi and the group of researchers. The entire tarmac fell into a profound silence as everyone gazed up at this metallic behemoth. Is it not larger than the prototype of the H-20? An astute researcher remarked, his voice dry. This statement awakened a realization among the others. They recognized that the imposing creature before them bore a strikingly different silhouette and size compared to their memories of the prototype. The fuselage was longer, the wingspan broader, and the overall sense of intimidation had grown exponentially. Director Chi's heart sank. As the head of the bomber project, he understood better than anyone that a larger aircraft was not necessarily advantageous. An increase in size often meant a sacrifice in maneuverability and a heightened risk of detection. He strode swiftly to the front of the aircraft, looking up towards the cockpit. The cabin door slid open silently, revealing a figure at the entrance, Jimu Yuan. Accompanied by a female officer, Li Xingran, Ji descended the stairs with a relaxed smile. Director Chi, I apologize for the wait. Director Chi had no time for pleasantries. He pointed at the aircraft, his tone questioning. Mr. Ji, what is the meaning of this? Why has its size increased so dramatically? Do you have any idea what this means for a bomber? His voice was rife with anxiety and unease. Jimu Yuan merely cast a casual glance at the colossal fuselage. Director Chi, who told you that a larger size necessarily results in poorer maneuverability? That is conventional wisdom. In my view, as long as the materials are sufficiently robust and the power is adequate, a larger size allows for greater agility and a wider range of maneuvers. His tone remained calm. Director Chi was momentarily at a loss for words, grappling with the absurdity of such a claim, which starkly contradicted the fundamentals of aerodynamics. Jimu Yuan observed his bewildered expression and chuckled. There's no point in debating further. Shall we commence the testing directly? My data collection team. Director Chi instinctively began to speak, only to swallow his words midway. He wanted to express concerns about the inadequacy of the data collection equipment, but upon recalling the almost invisible dot on the radar screen moments ago, he felt that would be counterproductive. Jimu Yuan seemed to read his thoughts. Rest assured, your team will not keep up. Prepare your fighter pilots. They won't be able to catch me with helicopters. What? Director Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking? Using fighter jets to track a bomber? The surrounding researchers could not contain their laughter, deeming it the most ludicrous joke they had heard all year. Jimu Yuan offered no explanation. He simply gestured toward the open cabin door. Director Chi, hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Please. After a moment's hesitation, Director Chi gritted his teeth and ascended the steps. Upon entering the cockpit, he froze, his breath momentarily suspended. The sight before him utterly shattered his decades-long understanding of aircraft cockpits. There were no dense instrument panels, no convoluted physical buttons, and certainly no iconic control yoke. The cockpit exuded an extreme minimalism with an air of futurism. The smooth, metallic walls were seamless, and directly ahead was a massive, slightly curved black crystal. At that moment, a gentle blue stream of data flowed across the crystal, forming a three-dimensional holographic map that encompassed terrain, air currents, and all relevant information. The seat was not of traditional design, but rather an ergonomic, streamlined form, seemingly tailored for the pilot. Director Chi reached out, trembling, tempted to touch the holographic screen, yet hesitated. Was this truly a cockpit? It resembled the control panel of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. The assistant trailing behind him wore a similarly dazed expression. Jimu Yuan settled into the pilot's seat, while Li Xingran naturally took her place beside him as co-pilot. Director Chi, that seat is for observation. Ji indicated a seat behind them. Only then did Director Chi come to his senses, mechanically moving to take his seat. The chair automatically adjusted to fit his body perfectly, and a safety belt sprang forth, securing him firmly in place. A soft click reverberated, causing his anxious heart to flutter. He felt as if he were not participating in a flight test, but rather attending the premiere of a science fiction film. Xingran, initiate the test program. Jimu Yuan's voice shattered the silence within the cockpit. Understood. Chapter 65, it took off vertically? Li Xingran's response was crisp and efficient. Her slender fingers gently tapped the control panel. A profound, soul-stirring roar echoed once more. The massive beast trembled slightly, then ascended smoothly into the sky. rising vertically without any need for a runway, nor any inclination. On the tarmac, everyone gazed upward, stunned by this defiance of the laws of physics. It took off vertically? My heavens, is this a bomber? It resembles an armed helicopter. Meanwhile, not far off on the tarmac, two helicopters tasked with data collection had just started their engines, the rotors slowly gaining speed. By the time they staggered into the air, the beast had already soared hundreds of meters high, shrinking into a mere black. Inside the cockpit, Director Chi peered through the window at the rapidly diminishing base below, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and picked up the communicator. Observation tower, this is the beast. The test has officially commenced. First test, aerospace propulsion system. Second test, electromagnetic deflection system. Third test, high-energy laser weapon system. His voice transmitted clearly through an encrypted channel to the observation tower and the secret meeting room of the National Science Department. Minister 1, General Shi, and Old Liang sat upright, their expressions grave as they focused intently on the large screen before them, which displayed real-time footage from the cockpit of the beast. Xiao Ji. It seems Director Chi is still somewhat skeptical of our capabilities, Li Xingran remarked, watching the two helicopters desperately trying to keep pace, a playful smile gracing her lips. Jimu Yuan chuckled. Let us give him a little shock. He turned to Li Xingran. Prepare to test the 100-meter acceleration. What? Director Chi spun around, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Jimu Yuan. 100-meter acceleration? Do you think this is a sports car? He nearly shouted. 100-meter acceleration was a performance metric for ground vehicles. To apply it to a strategic bomber with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters? It was utterly preposterous. Meanwhile, in the National Science Department meeting room, Minister Wen frowned deeply. 100-meter acceleration? What is this young man up to? Next to him, General Shi, the father of stealth fighters in Huagua, wore a similarly puzzled expression. Pursuing instantaneous linear acceleration with the bulk and aerodynamic configuration of a bomber is utterly nonsensical and even perilously reckless. Old Liang adjusted his reading glasses, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the screen. This defies logic. One must remember that even the most advanced Phantom bomber of Blue Star achieves a maximum speed of merely subsonic. Our mightiest H-6 barely surpasses Mach 1. Even those interceptors designed for speed require a protracted takeoff and climb to accelerate from a standstill to supersonic speeds. For such a colossal aircraft to achieve meaningful acceleration over a distance of 100 meters is inconceivable. Old Liang ceased speaking, yet everyone understood his implication. It was an impossibility, a feat only achievable by the divine. Within the cockpit, a dispassionate electronic voice resonated, announcing the completion of the nuclear-powered engine's energy matrix charge. The skyward vector nozzles had finished preheating, ready for high-G maneuvers at any moment. The cold mechanical tone struck like a merciless slap across Director Chi's face. His recent outburst of anger had yet to dissipate, leaving him frozen in place. Jimu Yuan did not cast a glance in his direction. He merely nodded gently towards Li Xingran, who grasped his intent. With unwavering resolve, her finger pressed the vibrant red, instantaneous acceleration button. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its sound. Director Chi felt as though his very soul was gripped by an invisible hand, yanked forcefully backward. The terrifying sensation of acceleration pinned him firmly against the specially designed aviation seat, rendering him utterly immobile. His vision blurred into a crimson haze, and the thunderous beat of his heart echoed like war drums in his ears. This entire experience lasted less than 0.5 seconds. When clarity returned to his sight, the beast had vanished from its original position, transformed into a dark meteor, slicing through the clouds and disappearing beyond the horizon, leaving only a faint, visible white sonic boom cloud that slowly expanded in the sky. The target has vanished. Repeat, the target has disappeared from the radar. Inside the helicopter of Data Collection Group A, the pilot gazed at the empty sky, emitting a scream of disbelief. His voice, laced with shock, pierced the air. What on earth? It was just there. Such a massive entity. How could it have vanished in the blink of an eye? The personnel in Group B of another helicopter were equally thrown into chaos. Their mission was to collect flight data from the beast at close range, but now, not only could they not gather data, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the target. Hurry, pursue it. Pursue? How on earth do we pursue it? Chase it with our heads. The pilot felt on the verge of tears. Is this truly a bomber? This acceleration is inhumane. In the conference room of the Ministry of Science and Technology, the large screen displayed footage from the cockpit of the beast. At that split second, due to extreme G-force overload, the signal had been interrupted for a fraction of a second. When the image resumed, the view outside had transformed from a high-altitude perspective of the base to the cloudless stratosphere, with the azure arc of the planet clearly visible. Minister Wen held his teacup suspended in midair, motionless. President Shi's mouth formed an astonished O. Old Liang's reading glasses slipped to the tip of his nose. Oblivious to it all, the expressions of these seasoned titans, accustomed to great storms, mirrored each other, dumbfounded. What just transpired? Minister Wen swallowed hard, his throat constricting. His blood pressure surged. From a vertical standstill to disappearance? President Shi rubbed his eyes, seriously doubting his own perception. This contradicts every known principle of aerodynamics. Old Liang's voice trembled. Throughout his life, he had studied aircraft within the realm of science. Yet, what had just unfolded on the screen was nothing short of theological. In the cockpit, a fleeting sensation of weightlessness washed over them before vanishing. Director Chi gasped for air, his complexion pale as parchment. He felt as though his heart were about to leap from his throat. After more than 10 seconds, he regained his composure. Drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from water, he instinctively glanced at the speed display on the dashboard. His pupils constricted in shock. 22 Mach. 2,450 kilometers per hour. This is akin to teleportation. Did you misunderstand the term careless? He opened his mouth to roar, but found his throat parched. Unable to utter a single word, he finally comprehended that he and Ji Mu Yuan existed in entirely different realms. The physics he understood, the aviation knowledge he possessed, felt as fragile as paper in the presence of this young man. Beep beep beep. The communicator crackled with urgent calls. Beast, respond if you hear us. Where are you? It was the voice of the data collection team, filled with anxiety. Li Xingran pressed the communication button. This is the Beast. We are unharmed. Where are you? We lost track of it. We are in the designated airspace. Li Xingran relayed a series of coordinates. The other end of the communication fell silent. After half a minute, an incredulous voice emerged. You have reached the testing airspace 1,000 kilometers away. This is impossible. It has been less than a minute since takeoff. Change to trainer fighter jets. A decisive command echoed through the channel. All helicopters, return. The Air Force Base immediately dispatched 2 J-10s, equipped with the highest precision detection equipment, to the target airspace. Soon, 2 red and white trainer jets, trailing long tails of flame, soared from below the clouds. They cautiously approached the Beast's disproportionately large fuselage, maintaining a safe distance as they accompanied it on either side. Report to Command Center. Target acquired. The target's flight posture is stable, showing no abnormalities. Speed measurement is underway. The voice of the fighter pilot came through the encrypted channel, clearly reaching the cockpit of the Beast. My heavens. The speed radar indicates the target's current velocity at 2 Mach. 2,448 kilometers per hour. Upon hearing this figure, the cockpit fell into silence once more. Director Chi's eyes fixated ahead. 2 Mach. A strategic bomber cruising at twice the speed of sound in the stratosphere. Had he not experienced it himself, he would have never believed it. He recalled his earlier doubts, the arrogance he had displayed. A wave of scorching shame flooded his cheeks. He turned to Ji Mu Yuan. His lips moved a few times, ultimately flowing into a long sigh. Ji Gong, I apologize for my previous ignorance. He was genuinely humbled. Ji Mu Yuan merely smiled at his words. He turned his gaze to the window, frowning. Too slow, he murmured. What? Director Chi did not catch that. I said this speed is too slow. Ji Mu Yuan repeated, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Director Chi felt as though he might suffer a heart attack. 2 Mach is deemed slow. This is a speed beyond the reach of all bombers worldwide. What more could you desire? To fly beyond the solar system? Xingran. Ji Mu Yuan disregarded the nearly distraught Director Chi. Switched to high-speed mode. Yes. Li Xingran's finger pressed down on the screen once more. The deep rumble returned. However, this time, it was not a violent, instantaneous eruption, but rather a continuous, progressive ascent. The colossal beast emitted a cerulean flame from its tail, trembling slightly before effortlessly leaving behind the 2 trainer jets desperately trying to accelerate. The target is accelerating. Goodness. It is still gaining speed. 25 Mach. 28 Mach. It has surpassed 3 Mach. The pilot's gasps transformed into incoherent screams over the communication channel. Inside the cockpit, the crimson digits on the speed display finally stabilized at 3. The system alert chimed once more. High-speed mode activated. Current speed, 3 Mach. Altitude, 30,000 meters. Inside the cockpit, Director Chi, Minister 1, General Shi, and Elder Liang wore expressions of disbelief. Their minds had completely crashed. Before Director Chi could catch his breath, he heard Minister Wen's voice from the rear cabin. Chief Engineer Ji, was that just low-speed flight? Fear-laced Wen's voice. Ji Muyuan's tone was devoid of emotion. That was not low-speed flight. It was merely the basic mode. Minister Wen was momentarily stunned by this response. Elder Liang and General Shi exchanged glances, both recognizing the bitterness reflected in each other's eyes. Basic mode. Just then, a cacophony of screams mixed with the roar of wind pierced through the public communication channel in the cockpit. Calling the Beast. Calling the Beast. Where on earth have you flown to? We can't even see your exhaust. The frantic voice belonged to a pilot from Data Collection Group A. They were piloting the most advanced Falcon fighter jets currently in service, yet they could not even catch a glimpse of their target. Director Chi pressed his forehead against the communicator and shouted, "Stop worrying about it. Just maintain maximum speed and follow. Collect whatever data you can." After saying this, he abruptly cut off the communication. Turning to Ji Muyuan, he intended to advise him to slow down, only to find Ji Muyuan calmly gazing at Li Xingran. Xingran, push the beast to its limits. I want to see where its ceiling lies. Excitement flickered in Li Xingran's eyes. Understood. Her fingers glided over the control panel, inputting a series of intricate commands in an instant. A more penetrating roar emanated from deep within the fuselage. The occupants of the cockpit watched as the speed indicator on their data panel began to surge upwards at a frenzied pace. 5 Mach, 10 Mach, 15 Mach, 30 Mach. When the vivid 30 finally locked onto the screen, the cockpit and rear cabin were enveloped in heavy breathing. Gulp. General Sure struggled to swallow. Elder Liang stared at the number, seemingly wanting to say something, yet unable to utter a word. He had devoted his life to the nation's aerospace endeavors and understood better than anyone present what the significance of 30 Mach truly was. Currently, what is the maximum interception speed of our primary opponent's most advanced surface-to-air missiles? Elder Liang's voice broke the silence, but no one replied. They all knew the answer too well. For Mach, what about the maximum pursuit speed of our most advanced air-to-air missiles? Elder Liang asked again. 6 Mach. And the terminal penetration speed of the strategic weapon known as the Dongfeng Express? 25 Mach. With each question, their faces turned paler. By the time the last question was posed, cold sweat had already soaked their temples. The speed of 30 Mach had surpassed all known limits of atmospheric flight. It utterly shattered the existing air defense systems. Before it, the so-called surface-to-air missiles and fighter jet interceptions became mere jokes. This was a Damocles sword hanging over all enemies. Just as everyone was reeling from the shock of this number, a soft sigh echoed within the cockpit. Sigh. Ji Muyuan gazed at the 30 Mach on the screen, his expression revealing disappointment. It's still a bit lacking. I suppose it's playable. Regret laced his tone. Gasp. Director Qi nearly fainted from holding his breath. Minister 1, Elder Liang, and General Sure collectively froze in their seats. Playable? Their minds had entirely ceased to function. At that moment, an electronic alert shattered the eerie silence. Warning, a super thunderstorm detected 500 kilometers ahead. Wind speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, high lightning density, immediate evasion recommended. Li Xingran looked to Ji Muyuan, awaiting his command. Should we deter? According to standard test flight protocols, encountering such extreme weather necessitated an immediate return or detour. However, Ji Muyuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. No need. A playful smile crept across his lips. This is perfect timing. Initiate the second phase of the test, armored defense testing. He extended a finger, lightly pointing towards the ominous clouds flashing with lightning outside the window. Xingran, charge straight in. Chapter 67. The aerial graveyard deep within the mountains. At a clandestine Air Force base, the rugged peaks appeared particularly menacing beneath the overcast sky. Howling winds whipped up sand and gravel, creating a cacophony over the tarmac. A mass of dark clouds was rapidly converging on the horizon, with thunder rumbling as if heralding the apocalypse. A figure clad in immaculate Air Force uniform stood with arms crossed on the observation deck of the command tower. His epaulets glinted with golden stars. Lin Zhenghua, the highest commander of the Huawei Air Force. His gaze was fixed on the forming thunderstorm. Behind him stood rows of young pilots, each tall and upright. Their faces weary, yet their eyes shone brighter than lightning. They were the elite, selected from thousands of pilots across the military, the true aces. The airspace before you is codenamed the Eye of the Storm. Commander Lin's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Internationally, it is known as the aerial graveyard. Here, the geomagnetic environment is extremely chaotic, and the airflow is utterly erratic. Any precise electronic navigation equipment here would be rendered useless. Over the past 30 years, countless advanced aircraft have attempted to traverse this area, only to become scattered debris in the valleys. As his words fell, a grave expression settled on the pilots' faces. Their gazes filled with trepidation as they looked toward the storm. Commander Lin turned, sweeping his gaze across their faces. And today, you will face the final hurdle of your graduation assessment. He pointed to the death zone. You will fly through there. At this pronouncement, gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Report, Commander, this is an impossible task. A bolder pilot could not contain himself. Disbelief etched across his face. Commander Lin's gaze immediately turned icy. In a real battlefield, will the enemy offer you choices? The pilot lowered his head in shame. Yes, Commander. Remember, you are the finest pilots of Huagua. The words impossible do not exist in your vocabulary. Commander Lin's tone softened slightly. Order the reconnaissance aircraft to depart first. Mapping the parameters of the storm's edge and establishing a temporary flight model. The rest will rest on the spot for half an hour. Yes, with the command issued. Several reconnaissance aircraft. With a thunderous roar, the aircraft surged from the base's opposite runway, slicing through the swirling sands as it charged toward the ominous wall of dark clouds. Thunder God 1 called the tower, having arrived at the designated airspace. Ready to initiate parameter calibration. Squadron Leader Wang Yi gripped the control stick tightly, his palms slick with perspiration. The scene before him stirred a sense of trepidation even in this seasoned aviator, who boasted over 10,000 hours of flight experience. A colossal holographic image simulated the tumult within the thunderstorm, a chaotic realm where ferocious winds violently tore at everything in their path. Lightning flickered densely, akin to a forest, each flash unleashing a terrifying energy. My heavens, This is no mere thunderstorm. It is akin to a celestial being undergoing tribulation. The co-pilot, gazing at the simulated imagery, paled visibly. In this place, not even an iron block would withstand the fury. It would be reduced to mere powder. The observer in the rear seat trembled as he spoke. In this cursed place, anyone who ventures here is doomed. Wang Yi remained silent, his brow furrowing deeper. He was acutely aware of just how terrifying this aerial graveyard was. This was an absolute no-fly zone for all aircraft. Enough chatter. Focus and calibrate the parameters meticulously to pave the way for our comrades, he commanded. Just then, as the reconnaissance aircraft circled cautiously at the edge of the thunderstorm. Gathering data, a sudden urgent alarm blared in the radar operator's headset. Beep, beep, beep. Captain, we have a radar response. Wang Yi's heart skipped a beat. What is happening? Is it magnetic interference? No. The radar operator's voice trembled with astonishment. A moving light point has appeared at the center of the thunderstorm. Instantly, the cockpit fell silent. Every gaze fixated on the radar screen. In the heart of the region representing chaotic energy, a distinct light point was leisurely gliding. This is impossible. The co-pilot rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. Lock onto the signal and magnify it. Wang Yi's voice grew hoarse with tension. Yes. The radar operator's fingers flew across the control panel. The screen zoomed in rapidly, the outline of the light point becoming increasingly defined. When the final image materialized before them, the cabin was filled with gasps of astonishment. That was not an interference signal. It was an aircraft, an unimaginably colossal flying machine. Its surface was pitch black, with sleek lines that seemed to belong to an entirely different epoch. It glided steadily at the storm's center, and the surrounding lightning, potent enough to obliterate anything, struck its dark armor without leaving a ripple. What a monstrosity! The observer murmured in a daze. Wang Yi turned pale. He seized the communicator fiercely. Thunder God 1 calling command center. Thunder God 1 calling command center. Emergency situation. Repeat, emergency situation. I am returning immediately to report personally to Commander Lin. Without allowing the tower any time to respond, he yanked the control stick, racing back the way he had come. At the mountain base, Commander Lin was instructing the elite team on flying techniques in extreme weather when a thunderous roar of engines approached, shattering the tense atmosphere. Everyone looked up to see a silver reconnaissance aircraft hurtling toward the runway. It's Thunder God 1. What on earth is Wang Yi doing? Commander Lin's aide furrowed his brow. Before he could finish speaking, the aircraft crashed heavily onto the runway, tires screeching against the ground, emitting acrid smoke. Even before it came to a complete stop, the hatch was flung open, and Wang Yi leaped from the cockpit, helmet still on his head, sprinting toward the command tower. Commander, he shouted as he ran. Commander Lin's brow furrowed further. Wang Yi dashed up to him, nearly losing his balance, saved only by the aide's steadying hand. He ripped off his helmet, revealing a face etched with terror. Commander, something grave has occurred. Lin's eye sharpened. Speak. There is an aircraft in the thunderstorm. Wang Yi finally managed to voice his concern. Lin's pupils constricted sharply, and the elite pilots behind him displayed expressions of shock. Nonsense. Commander Lin barked. Wang Yi, are you certain? Was it a malfunction? Report, Commander. Absolutely certain. We have visual confirmation. Radar signals and optical images corroborate it. It's a gigantic warplane we've never encountered before, navigating at the heart of the thunderstorm. At that moment, a panicked scream erupted from the observer at the rear via Wang Yi's tactical headset. Wang Yi felt as if struck by an electric shock, freezing in place. A scream escaped his throat. The suddenness of his reaction startled everyone. Commander Lin grasped his shoulders. What now? Wang Yi stared blankly at Lin, unable to utter a word. He merely raised a trembling hand, pointing at his headset. The aide quickly understood, removing the headset from Wang Yi's head, placing it on his own ears, and pressing the public address button. The next moment, the observer's voice resonated across the entire tarmac. It's performing acrobatics in the thunderstorm. It's executing an H-shaped maneuver. The entire tarmac fell into a state of shock, including Lin Jinghua, who slowly raised his head to gaze at the deathly expanse of dark clouds. After a long pause, he managed to utter a single phrase. Dancing in a graveyard? Chapter 68. Am I dreaming? Just then, another figure dashed down from a recently landed reconnaissance aircraft. It was the squadron leader, his complexion even graver than Wang Yi's. Commander. He rushed to Lin Jinghua, his voice trembling. We've calculated its speed. Lin Jinghua snapped back to attention, seizing the officer by the collar. How fast? The squadron leader's lips quivered as he forced out a few words. The peak exceeds Mach 3. It shows no signs of slowing down. It's moving at Mach 3 within the thunderstorm. Mach 3. All present were elite Air Force personnel, acutely aware of the implications of maneuvering at such a speed within the unstable heart of a thunderstorm. The aircraft would be torn to shreds by the violent winds in an instant. Lin Jinghua released his grip, stepping back in shock, lifting his gaze alongside the others toward that deadly no-fly zone. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the cloud. The dense cumulonimbus clouds parted violently, revealing a massive shadow deeper than the night sky, which flashed through the opening. It did not exit. It merely shifted positions, plunging into another mass of thunderstorm clouds. The cloud was ripped apart, revealing numerous gaping fissures as it rampaged within. The entire sequence transpired at breakneck speed. When the enormous shadow finally vanished into the depths of the clouds, every headset crackled with the urgent shouts from the early warning command center. It's moving too fast. The signal has vanished. Lin Jinghua stood rooted to the spot, his facial muscles twitching. Meanwhile, high above, at the center of the thunderstorm, the cockpit of the beast was enveloped in a stark contrast of tranquility, even tinged with a hint of amusement. Have you spotted that dark thunderstorm cloud ahead? In the cockpit, Li Xingran's gaze was focused and sharp, her hands firmly gripping the control stick. I see it. Let's collide with it. Absolutely. Li Xingran's response was unwavering. As if the storm cloud were merely a fluffy cotton candy. She pushed the control stick forward, guiding the massive black aircraft to precisely target the ominous, flickering cloud. The plane vibrated slightly, and outside the window, a blinding white light enveloped everything. Countless bolts of lightning struck fiercely against the fuselage of the beast. Remarkably, the lights in the cockpit did not flicker at all. What a thrill. This is absolutely exhilarating. A boisterous cheer erupted from the back row, where Director Chi's eyes sparkled with fervor. The overwhelming force of destruction concentrated around them, while they remained unscathed, sent his blood racing. Jimu Yuan observed the data flow on the dashboard. The outer armor's energy readings were normal, the energy shield was inactive, and the structural integrity of the aircraft was at 100%. There was no decrease in speed. He looked at the flawless data and smiled. Excellent. This is precisely what I desired. Xingran, continue. Focus on the larger, supercell thunderstorms. No problem. The ensuing scene completely shattered the scientific understanding that several dignitaries in the back had built over decades. The aircraft named Beast began to wreak havoc in this aerial graveyard, disregarding all principles of aerodynamics and extreme weather. It resembled a prehistoric beast rampaging through a sheepfold, shattering storm clouds one after another. Old Liang, pinch me, am I dreaming? President Shi gazed out the window in disbelief. Next to him, Old Liang instinctively pinched his arm. Ouch, you really did pinch. President Shi grimaced in pain. Did you not ask me to pinch? Old Liang feigned innocence. Their playful banter did not disturb Minister Wen, seated at the front, who was intently focused on the real-time images displayed on the main screen. As the leader of the National Science Department, he contemplated further ahead than others. What he witnessed was not merely an extraordinary aircraft, but a new form of warfare. It represented an unshakable absolute dominance in the skies for the future, perhaps for centuries to come. Just then, the beast's body suddenly lightened. The flashes of lightning and thunder outside vanished, replaced by a cloudless blue sky and an endless sea of clouds. We've broken through. Minister Wen leaned back in his chair and retrieved a black satellite phone from his pocket. He dialed a series of numbers. The call was almost instantly answered. Old Lin. It's me. Minister Wen's voice was steady. Pause the exercises on your end. Director Chi, how does it feel? In the cockpit, Jimu Yuan's teasing voice rang out. Director Chi, still immersed in the recent shock, gazed at the stable flight parameters on the screen, muttering, this is a true bomber. Jimu Yuan raised an eyebrow. I recall someone thinking just a few days ago that a larger size would inherently mean reduced maneuverability. Director Chi's face flushed crimson. He never anticipated that his earlier words would be brought up in front of him by the very person involved. The slap in the face was both loud and painful. Yet, he felt no embarrassment. Instead, he straightened his chest with pride. Ahem, times have changed. But honestly, this behemoth is simply an unreasonable monster. On the ground command tower, Lin Jinghua held the satellite phone, utterly stunned. On the other end was Minister Wen's voice. I have something magnificent to show you. What magnificent thing? A thought crossed Lin Jinghua's mind. He abruptly looked up, gazing in the direction where the mysterious aircraft had vanished. The one that danced amidst the thunderstorm. Could it be the same magnificent thing Minister Wen was referring to? His breath quickened. Old One. His voice trembled. Minister Wen chuckled softly on the other end. Stop guessing. Come and see for yourself. Coordinates. Air Force Division of the Technology Development Department. The call ended. Lin Jinghua clutched the phone, standing frozen for a good 10 seconds. Then he abruptly turned, unleashing a thunderous roar. Everyone, all personnel, board the aircraft immediately. Target, Air Force Division of the Technology Development Department. Quickly, at the fastest speed. Chapter 69, the main event. The beast had completed its first lap around the blue planet. The entire journey was nothing short of frenzied. It had surged at supersonic speeds through cumulonimbus clouds, skimming the peaks of the world's highest mountains, even weaving back and forth through the thunderstorm zone 7 or 8 times. In the cockpit, Jimu Yuan activated a light screen in front of him, beginning to record the test flight log. His fingers danced across the screen, and line after line of data and conclusions emerged. In summary, the beast's inaugural global test barely meets the standards. The structural strength of the aircraft requires further verification. The control system's response logic in extreme environments still has about 3% optimization potential. After completing the final line, Jimu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and casually closed the light screen. The individuals behind him, however, were utterly petrified. Minister 1, Director Chi, Old Liang. President Shi. Each one stared at Jimu Yuan with expressions of shock. Barely meets the standards? Requires verification? There's still optimization potential? Are you joking? The series of miraculous aerial maneuvers they had just witnessed would have left aviation experts worldwide dumbfounded. Yet, to this chief designer, it was merely barely meeting the standards? Director Chi's lips twitched several times. He leaned closer and inquired, "So, Director Ji, are we done with the testing?" Jimu Yuan turned to look at him and replied, "Of course not. The standard testing was merely a warm-up. What follows is the main event." The main event? A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Director Chi swallowed hard. What is the main event? Jimu Yuan's gaze drifted towards the azure expanse outside the window. "We still need to conduct an extreme test." He turned to Li Xingran in the cockpit and issued a new command. "Xingran, continue climbing. Our goal is to breach the stratosphere. We're going to the exosphere for a view." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the cockpit thought they had misheard. The exosphere? That's the transitional zone between the atmosphere and outer space. The air is so thin it is nearly negligible. Even a space shuttle requires rocket assistance to ascend there. And you, a bomber, want to go to the exosphere? Ridiculous. President Shi was the first to react, sternly admonishing, "Do you know what you're saying? There isn't enough atmosphere in the exosphere to provide lift. The aircraft's aerodynamic control surfaces will completely fail." Old Liang became anxious, his face grave. "Little G, this is no joke. If you stall, such a massive aircraft will instantly become an uncontrollable hunk of metal. The consequences would be dire." In the face of the vehement opposition from the two seasoned experts, Jimu Yuan remained remarkably calm. He simply explained, "Who said I need to rely on lift?" Old Liang and President Shi were taken aback. "If we don't rely on lift, how will the aircraft fly?" Jimu Yuan raised his hand and gently pressed a virtual button on the control panel. "Activate the gravity compensation flight mode." Accompanying his voice, a radiant halo instantaneously enveloped the entire cabin. The sense of weightlessness, previously induced by the beast's rapid ascent, vanished in an instant. Everyone felt their bodies lighten, as if they were standing on solid ground. This was an incredible experience for Elder Liang. Just then, Jimu Yuan's voice resonated, providing clarity. "This is the spatial stabilization field. In gravity compensation mode, the cabin is entirely enveloped by this field, isolating it from any external acceleration changes. In simpler terms, regardless of the maneuvers executed by the beast, there will be no sensation of weightlessness inside. As for the flight dynamics, you will soon discover." As his words concluded, the beast's body shuddered slightly. Outside the window, beneath the enormous black wings, countless lights illuminated. These points of light resembled the stars in a night sky, profound and mysterious. In the next moment, a tremendous thrust surged from every part of the fuselage. The beast's ascent speed surged dramatically. The altimeter displayed numbers that began to jump at a dizzying rate: 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 50,000 meters, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere. It shot upwards like a sharp sword piercing the heavens. Inside the cockpit, however, it remained as steady as if they were on the ground. Were it not for the increasingly deepening colors outside the window, transitioning from azure to pitch black, they might have believed the aircraft was still in place. My goodness. Director Chi stared at the exceedingly stable flight parameters on the screen, utterly stunned. What kind of black technology is this? Just then, his communicator beeped. It was the ground data collection team. "Director Chi, where are you?" The voice on the other end was urgent. "We've lost track of our radar. The electromagnetic interference from that thunderstorm area is too intense. We can't dare approach." Upon hearing this, Director Chi instinctively glanced out the window. What thunderstorm area below? All he saw was an endless sea of clouds, and at the horizon's edge, the graceful arc of the blue planet. He opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. Should he tell them he was about to take a leisurely ride in outer space? Resigned, he said, "All right, stop looking. The weather is bad. You should return. Stay safe." After hanging up, he felt a sense of ennui. Simultaneously, at the Technical Development Department, Air Force Base, a dozen of the latest fighter jets roared onto the runway in standard combat formation. The cockpit hatches popped open. Air Force Commander Lin Jinghua was the first to leap from the aircraft. Political Commissar Su Zhe had long awaited their arrival on the tarmac. "Commander Lin." Commissar Su saluted sharply. Lin Jinghua waved his hand, getting straight to the point. "Where are Minister 1 and Director Chi? Where are they?" Commissar Su paused for a moment, then revealed a wry smile. He raised his hand, pointing to the cloudless sky above. Lin Jinghua followed his gaze, and his entire demeanor froze. Above the azure sky, like an arrow shot into the cosmos, a trail extended into the infinite void. The end of that contrail was so high it was beyond the naked eye's discernment. Lin Jinghua's heart skipped a beat. He recalled Minister Wen's words about showing him a grand treasure and the mysterious silhouette leisurely strolling through the thunderstorm. Now, witnessing this unfathomable contrail, the pieces of the puzzle connected, sending waves of exhilaration through him. Inside the beast's cockpit, Jimu Yuan observed their anxious yet expectant expressions and found it amusing. It seemed that directly allowing them to experience spaceflight was a bit too exhilarating. He pondered for a moment before suggesting, forget it. It seems everyone isn't too keen on climbing higher. Let's change the plan. Since we're already here, we might as well test the firepower system as well. Firepower system? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Jimu Yuan wore a knowing smile. Oh, I forgot to mention. I brought live ammunition on this trip. Boom. This statement detonated in their minds like a heavy bomb. Live ammunition? Are you joking? This is a test flight. Who conducts a test flight with live ammo? What if there's a problem with the system? Before they could voice their objections, Jimu Yuan had already ordered Li Xingran. Xingran, bring up the tactical interface. Li Xingran's fingers glided over the control panel. The entire cockpit window instantly transformed into a massive tactical information display. Countless data streams refreshed like a cascading waterfall, and a complex three-dimensional map emerged before everyone. Quantum radar array, activate. At Jimu Yuan's command. The center of the three-dimensional map, representing the beast's position, glowed with an invisible ripple. This ripple expanded at an unimaginable speed, illuminating the entire map in an instant. Mountains, rivers, cities, oceans, everything on the ground was vividly displayed on the screen. Even a solitary target on the ground was clearly marked. Gulp. Director Chi gazed at the vast map of the testing area on the screen, struggling to swallow. The radar's scanning range is absurd. It's even more exaggerated than an early warning aircraft. Jimu Yuan's voice interrupted his astonishment. Since this is a bomber, let's start with the most fundamental exercise, beyond visual range strike. Minister 1 and the others exchanged puzzled glances. They understood beyond visual range strikes, of course. But wasn't that the job of a fighter jet? Locking onto enemy aircraft hundreds of kilometers away and launching medium to long-range air-to-air missiles? What was a bomber doing with beyond visual range strikes? A thought flashed through Minister Wen's mind, and he asked uncertainly, are you suggesting? Jimu Yuan smiled. He extended his finger, selecting several targets scattered across different areas on the tactical map. Then he uttered a phrase that sent everyone's brains into a frenzy. Use missiles to conduct a simultaneous strike on them. Chapter 70. Director. This is bad. Meanwhile, in the ground command center, Lin Jinghua and Commissar Su were looking up, fixated on the green dot on the main screen that represented the beast. That dot had broken through the atmosphere, reaching an altitude they could only see in space launch reports. Everyone in the command hall was still immersed in the earlier astonishing shock. If our Air Force were to replace all our aircraft with this type, Lin Jinghua muttered, only to chuckle halfway through. Replace them with this? What a fanciful thought. How many of these can be produced? Commissar Su pointed at the vast area illuminated by the beast's quantum radar on the screen. Commander, look at this area. Our Air Force's target range is specifically designed for testing munitions for carrier-based aircraft. To ensure absolute safety, the core area of the target range has even been laid with military-grade nuclear radiation shielding. Upon hearing the words nuclear radiation, Lin Jinghua raised an eyebrow. Oh, you even have protection for this? Carrier-based aircraft won't be testing with nuclear warheads. What's with such a grand setup? Commissar Su was about to explain how thorough their base's safety measures were when suddenly, an indescribable blinding light erupted from the corner of the screen. That brilliance instantly overshadowed all the data and symbols, bathing the entire command hall in a stark white glow. Lin Jinghua squinted instinctively, his eyes stinging. What is happening? In the next moment, a violent tremor surged from beneath, causing the fluorescent lights overhead to sway wildly, emitting a mournful hum as if they might crash down at any instant. The teacup on the table leapt from the shock, spilling scalding tea everywhere. The crowd staggered, cries of alarm erupting in a cacophony. As the tremors subsided, Lin Jinghua lunged towards the screen. There, in the target area, an eerie glow was swelling ominously. It resembled a blazing plasma fireball, unleashing cataclysmic energy. Suddenly, the blue light shot upwards, culminating in a massive, heart-stopping mushroom cloud that slowly ascended. The complexion of Commissioner Su turned as pale as the wall, his lips quivering with a singular thought. A nuclear explosion. Who dared conduct a nuclear test on my turf? A surge of fury coursed through him as he seized the red secure phone on the table, his fingers whitening from the pressure. Connect me to the missile department. Hua Changshan. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Director Hua, what is your missile department planning? Commissioner Su's voice was hoarse, barely containing his wrath. Who granted you the audacity to conduct nuclear tests on my firing range? On the other end, Director Hua of the missile department appeared taken aback. Lao Su. What nonsense are you talking about? What nuclear test? We have no launch mission scheduled today. Just then, an intelligence officer stumbled into Director Hua's office. His voice tinged with panic. Director, it's bad. We've detected a high-yield explosion in the number 7 target area. Preliminary estimates suggest the yield is approaching that of a strategic warhead. The phone slipped from Director Hua's hand with a crack against the table. His mind buzzed blank. A strategic warhead? What international joke is this? He snapped back to reality, roaring into the receiver. Lao Su, I repeat, it was not us. With that, he abruptly hung up, issuing the highest command to the intelligence officer. Immediately initiate the highest level protocols. Track the real-time status of all nuclear warheads nationwide. I must know within a minute whether our warheads are the issue. Inside the cockpit of the Beast, Minister Wen and several senior experts stared in shock at the mushroom cloud rising on the screen. The apocalyptic sight sent cold sweat trickling down old Liang's forehead. Director Shi nearly dropped his glasses. Minister Wen abruptly turned to the unruffled Ji Mu Yuan, his voice trembling. Young Ji, did you bring live nuclear missiles? This question echoed the unspoken thoughts of everyone present. Aside from nuclear weapons, they could not fathom what else could create such a terrifying spectacle. Ji Mu Yuan, observing their pale faces, could not help but chuckle. Minister Wen, esteemed colleagues, please do not panic. I assure you, we must trust in science. He gestured towards the mushroom cloud. This is not a nuclear bomb. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Not a nuclear bomb. Then what is it? Ji Mu Yuan leisurely revealed. This is merely a little gadget I concocted, a hydrogen kinetic missile. Its advantages include zero radiation, zero pollution, and being environmentally friendly. He paused, flashing a mischievous grin. The only downside, I suppose, is that its power is slightly greater than that of conventional missiles. Minister Wen and the others gaped at the almost sky-piercing mushroom cloud on the screen. Then they glanced back at Ji Mu Yuan's innocuous smile, collectively petrified. Just a little greater? Are you perhaps misinterpreting the term a little? At the Ground Command Center, Commissioner Su had just received an urgent callback from the Missile Department. Report. Commissioner, the Missile Department has completed an emergency check. All our nuclear warheads are secure in the facility, with no signs of leakage. This news only deepened his and Lin Jinghua's confusion. Not a nuclear bomb. Then what on earth is this? Just then, Lin Jinghua's encrypted phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Minister Wen. Lin Jinghua pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. Lao Wen, what is the situation on your end? The voice on the other line was somewhat unsteady, mixed with astonishment. That kid Ji Mu Yuan has transformed the Beast into a nuclear bomber. Lin Jinghua's heart skipped a beat. A nuclear bomber? Before he could inquire further, Ji Mu Yuan's calm voice came through the phone. Minister Wen, please choose your words carefully. It is a hydrogen kinetic missile, not a nuclear bomb. Hydrogen kinetic missile? An unheard of term. Lin Jinghua and Su Zheng were both utterly bewildered. However, Lin Jinghua, seasoned from years of service, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. He eyed the screen displaying the obliterated target area and, lowering his voice, asked, Lao Wen, did you just blow up my Air Force firing range? On the other end, Minister Wen was clearly taken aback. Lao Lin, how did you know this is your Air Force's range? Enough, that statement confirmed everything. Lin Jinghua hung up, raising his gaze once more to the sky. The mysterious silhouette strolling through the thunderstorm, that bizarre trail piercing the heavens, and the recent hydrogen kinetic missile, which rivaled a nuclear explosion. 3 images seamlessly intertwined in his mind. The mystery unveiled. That enigmatic aircraft is indeed the Beast, the magnificent creation of Ji Mu Yuan. Chapter 71. Did you create this? Lin Jinghua closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air still lingered with the scent of scorched earth from the explosion. Lao Su. He spoke again, his voice regaining its composure. Inform down the line to lift the Level 1 combat readiness alert. Additionally, clear all airspace for the landing of the Beast. Commissioner Su was momentarily startled. Commander, is that? Lin Jinghua did not reply, his gaze fixed on the dissipating mushroom cloud on the screen, his eyes brimming with fervent anticipation. Before long, a peculiar howl echoed through the night sky. The sound was deep and resonant, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure that seemed to tear through the air. Outside the command center, everyone looked up. A colossal black silhouette emerged from the clouds, descending slowly. It was so enormous that it exceeded the comprehension of all present regarding the term bomber. It was entirely enveloped in a profound black alloy, devoid of any visible seams. The sleek contours exuded a sense of power. As it approached, the intangible pressure intensified. Some young soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, palms slick with cold sweat. Is this truly something humanity can create? With a low hum, the massive beast hovered steadily 10 meters above the tarmac, amidst astonished gazes. Its landing gear extended, landing perfectly on the ground. The entire process was as smooth as silk, devoid of any tremor, as if it were a feather floating down. With a click, a hatch beneath the fuselage slowly opened, light spilling forth. Ji Mu Yuan was the first to descend, followed by Minister Wen, Old Liang, Director Shi, and finally, Li Xingran, who closed the hatch behind her and briskly joined the group. On the tarmac, Lin Jinghua and Commissioner Su awaited their arrival. The stars on Lin Jinghua's shoulders shone brightly under the lights, as he stood motionless, his piercing gaze fixed on the young man approaching him. Ji Mu Yuan met his gaze with composure, a smile adorning his face. The surrounding crowd held their breath, the air thick with tension. On one side stood the iron-willed commander of the Air Force, and on the other, the scientific prodigy who had just obliterated the Air Force's target range. The meeting crackled with the scent of gunpowder. At last, Ji Mu Yuan stood before Lin Jinghua. Commander Lin, Political Commissar Su, he said with a smile, extending his hand. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Ji Mu Yuan. Lin Jinghua stared at the offered hand for several seconds before grasping it firmly. That large hand exuded strength. Comrade Ji Mu Yuan, I have long admired your reputation. Lin Zhengguo's voice was deep and powerful, and the harsh lines on his face softened. If you do not mind, please refrain from calling me commander. Just refer to me as Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin? Political Commissar Su's eyes nearly bulged in surprise. Having followed Lin Zhenghua for so many years, he had never witnessed such warmth towards a young man he had just met, especially one who had recently blown up a shooting range. Ji Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Uncle Lin. Lin Zhenghua finally released his grip and turned his gaze to the beastly aircraft parked nearby. His eyes ignited with fervor. Did you create this? Ji Mu Yuan nodded. Strictly speaking, it is a deeply modified and upgraded version of the initial verification aircraft. He gestured towards Director Qi beside him. We owe a great deal to Director Qi and his team's selfless dedication. Without the solid foundation they laid, this aircraft could not have landed so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Director Qi's face flushed, and he hurriedly waved his hands. Chief Engineer Ji, please do not flatter me. The core technology was all you're doing. We dare not claim credit. His tone was filled with reverence. After witnessing the earlier events, his perception of Ji Mu Yuan had been completely transformed. This was no mere young man. He was clearly a formidable being clad in human skin. Lin Zhenghua disregarded their modesty, his focus still glued to the aircraft. Does it have a code name? Ji Mu Yuan smiled. Indeed, it is called the Beast. Lin Zhenghua repeated the name, his eyes brightening. Excellent. A name worthy of a national treasure. It should indeed be like a beast. His voice brimmed with excitement, as if the anger from the earlier explosion had dissipated. No, it was not merely dissipated. It had been entirely supplanted by a fervent desire. As an Air Force commander, nothing could capture his heart more than a superfighter jet capable of revolutionizing the nature of warfare. He would not hesitate to sacrifice a shooting range, or even 10, if it meant acquiring such a beast. At that moment, Lin Zhenghua spoke up. I have a question. The dimensions of this beast far exceed any heavy fighter currently in service, and it is even larger than some medium bombers. Such size, will it severely affect its maneuverability and stealth capabilities? In modern aerial combat, maneuverability and stealth are paramount. The size of the beast is indeed a significant concern. Ji Mu Yuan, however, smiled and countered. Uncle Lin, you should have observed its flight posture from the command center. Do you believe its maneuverability is lacking? Lin Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback. Lacking? What are you joking about? To navigate in and out of a thunderstorm and execute such astonishing maneuvers, how could that be considered lacking? No fighter jet in the world could achieve that. Ji Mu Yuan's smile broadened. As for its stealth, he gently tapped the cold fuselage of the beast. When your defenses and firepower reach a certain level, stealth becomes a meaningless concept. He paused, then dropped a bombshell. Because ordinary radar cannot detect it. Even if it were detected, conventional air-to-air missiles, surface-to-air missiles, or even hydrogen bombs cannot penetrate its surface layer of dark matter vibranium composite armor. The air on the tarmac before the command center thickened once more. Not even a hydrogen bomb can penetrate. Are you telling us a fairy tale? Lin Zhenggua's heart raced violently. Before he could recover from this shocking revelation, Minister Wen added with a teasing tone, Old Lin, I forgot to mention, this craft just soared to 30 Mach with a mere push of the throttle. Lin Zhenghua staggered. 30 Mach. Is that a speed achievable by man-made aircraft? He felt numbed. The impact he had received today surpassed that of decades combined. Minister Wen, observing his dazed expression, suddenly smirked. Old Lin, let us see if you can guess from where that hydrogen potential air bomb was dropped by the beast. Instinctively, Lin Zhenghua began to analyze based on his expertise to ensure the safety of the carrier. Such a powerful bomb would surely have to be dropped from a considerable distance. I estimate at least over the target, or maybe 5 kilometers ahead. After a moment of thought, he added, considering its speed, perhaps 10 or even 20 kilometers. This was the limit of his imagination. However, Minister Wen shook his head. No, it was 100 kilometers. Lin Zhenghua, Political Commissar Su. All the Air Force officers who heard this, 100 kilometers. To drop a bomb from 100 kilometers away, hitting the target precisely and achieving effects comparable to a nuclear explosion? This is beyond science. It is magic. Just as Lin Zhenggua's mind went completely blank, Director Qi timidly raised his hand. Commander Lin, the weapon launch system Ji Mu Yuan installed on the beast is called a propulsion-type nuclear bomb launcher. Lin Zhenghua snapped back to reality, keenly catching the keyword. Propulsion type? He furrowed his brow. It was the first time he had heard that term. Conventional nuclear bombs, whether airdropped or missile-launched, had no relation to propulsion. Could the bomb just now have been propelled? He immediately recalled the astonishing explosive power. Minister Wen, equally curious, turned to Ji Mu Yuan. Yes, Ji, what is so special about this propulsion type? Chapter 72. This is too dangerous. Ji Mu Yuan, facing the curious gazes of the crowd, raised an eyebrow. He extended a finger and gently pointed into the air. Traditional bombs, whether free-falling or rocket-assisted, adhere to the basic physical rules of parabolas and inertia. The propulsion type, as the name suggests, is endowed with a powerful, additional initial thrust at the moment of launch. His voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. The weapon launch system of the Beast is essentially a small, specially modified electromagnetic railgun. A railgun? Lin Zhengguo's eyelids twitched. The term itself felt ominous when associated with an aircraft. Indeed, Ji Mu Yuan affirmed. When the hydrogen potential air bomb is deployed, the launcher instantaneously generates a powerful electromagnetic field, propelling it forward at an extraordinarily high initial velocity. This initial velocity grants it a longer range and terrifying kinetic energy. Thus, the explosion you witnessed was not merely the bomb's power. Ji Mu Yuan surveyed the dazed faces around him. A significant portion of it stemmed from the energy converted from the terrifying kinetic energy upon impact with the ground. The combination of both created the effect akin to a hydrogen bomb leveling the area. The air fell silent, the energy of the electromagnetic railgun accumulating. Each word struck like lightning in the hearts of Lin Zhengguo and all the Air Force officers. They finally comprehended how the 100-kilometer drop distance was achieved and understood the unfathomable explosive power. This is no longer merely a novel weapon. It represents an entirely new paradigm of warfare. Lin Zhengguo felt as though his throat might ignite. He swallowed hard and posed a question that, as the Air Force commander, weighed heavily on his mind. How many hydrogen potential air bombs can the Beast model carry? Upon the utterance of this inquiry, all eyes turned to Ji Mu Yuan, awaiting the answer that would reshape the future of aerial combat. Ji Mu Yuan responded with an air of nonchalance, stating that the Beast's maximum effective payload is 600 tons. Naturally, various munitions possess differing weights and volumes. For instance, the type mentioned earlier could accommodate approximately a dozen or 20 bombs. He seemed to find this figure insufficiently impressive. If we consider the next-generation high-energy fusion nuclear bomb we are currently developing, which is significantly larger and heavier, it could carry about 200 tons. At that moment, the only sound on the tarmac was the collective intake of breath. 600 tons of payload? 200 tons of high-energy fusion nuclear bombs. Are you certain you are not describing a strategic bomber squadron? Lin Zhengguo struggled to maintain his composure. Observing his expression, Ji Mu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "However, that weight is still excessive. I've been contemplating ways to lighten these behemoths. After all, excessive weight impairs maneuverability." As soon as he finished speaking, Minister Wen and Lin Zhengguo practically shouted in unison, "It must be reduced. The lighter, the better." After their outburst, they were filled with excitement, thinking to themselves that the current power had already reached astronomical levels. If we could further reduce weight, it would mean carrying even more and flying farther. The imagery was simply beyond imagination. Elder Liang, witnessing this scene, turned to General Shi beside him and said, "Did you see? Whenever young Ji speaks, he invariably astonishes everyone." General Shi wore an expression that suggested he had seen it all before and shrugged helplessly. "You get used to it." Lin Zhengguo forcibly calmed his racing heart. No amount of theoretical knowledge or stunning data could compare to a first-hand experience. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented fervor as he gazed at Ji Mu Yuan. "Young Ji, I wish to experience it for myself." Ji Mu Yuan appeared unfazed. "Certainly," he replied with a smile and a nod. "In fact, we still have some firepower tests pending. Uncle Lin, your participation would help us complete the procedures." At this, Political Commissar Su's expression shifted. "This is far too dangerous." Old Su, Lin Zhengguo's tone was resolute. As the Air Force commander, how could he command troops in battle if he did not dare to ascend in the nation's most advanced aircraft? "It is settled." Political Commissar Su interjected, "I wish to join as well, primarily to ensure the safety of the commander." Ji Mu Yuan had no objections. "No problem." He turned to Li Xingran behind him, saying loudly, "Xingran, you continue piloting." "Understood." As all eyes were upon them, Lin Zhengguo and Political Commissar Su followed Ji Mu Yuan and Li Xingran aboard the Beast. As the cockpit canopy closed slowly with a hissing sound, effectively isolating them from the external clamor, Lin Zhengguo felt as though he had entered another realm. Before him floated an entire light blue holographic interface, exuding a sense of science fiction. Is this the cockpit of the Beast? Unable to resist, Lin Zhengguo reached out to touch the holographic screen, which was suffused with flowing data. His fingertips encountered a surprisingly warm and tangible sensation. "This is simply incredible." Political Commissar Su gripped his seatbelt anxiously, glancing around, feeling as if he had stepped into an alien spacecraft. Lin Zhengguo suppressed his inner astonishment and turned to Ji Mu Yuan, stating, "Chief Ji, I wish to experience." He paused, uttering the number that sent a thrill down his spine. 30 Mach. Ji Mu Yuan smiled slightly. "No problem." He commanded through the communicator, "Xingran, fulfill Commander Lin's request." "Understood." Li Xingran's voice remained calm. In the next moment, Lin Zhengguo heard a low, rumbling hum. The scenery outside began to rapidly retreat. The runway, the tarmac, the command center building, all were instantaneously transformed into blurred lines. In the blink of an eye, the Beast had soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The numbers on the holographic screen surged at a dizzying pace. 5 Mach, 10 Mach, 20 Mach. Yet, Lin Zhengguo felt no pressure. There was no thunderous sound of sonic booms or tremors. The sensation of weightlessness was minimal. If not for the distorting landscape outside, he would have believed the aircraft was still stationary. 30 Mach has been reached, Li Xingran announced. Lin Zhenghua instinctively turned to look outside. He saw the sky transition from its original blue to a profound black, adorned with stars. Thick clouds were left far behind. The contours of mountains and lakes were stretched and distorted, revealing a vast curvature of the continental plates. Is that the curvature of the Earth? Good heavens! Political Commissar Su gasped, his hands gripping the armrests of his seat. We can see the curvature of the Earth. Chapter 73, Fusion High Explosive Bomb? Ji Muyuan's voice was calm. Uncle Lin, Political Commissar Su, we will now conduct the beast's firepower test. Lin Zhenghua took a deep breath, forcing himself to shift his focus from the cosmic spectacle back to the holographic screen. Excellent. I am eager to witness it. Political Commissar Su also composed himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. No sooner had he spoken than the holographic display switched instantaneously. A target, encased in a red diamond frame, appeared at the center of the screen. Below, the data stream clearly detailed the target's information. Target, Area D7. Unnamed mountain range. Distance, 128 kilometers. Altitude, 3,100 meters. A mechanical voice resonated within the cockpit. Target area locked. Based on the nature of the target, the system will deploy Weapon Rack 1, Zhulong Type 1 Fusion High Explosive Bomb. Lin Jing's heart raced. A fusion high explosive bomb. Is this not a miniaturized tactical nuclear bomb? Although he was already aware of the beast's capability to carry nuclear weapons, the reality of the moment left him feeling parched. This is not a conventional exercise. This is about leveling a mountain. He instinctively glanced at Ji Muyuan, his eyes questioning. Ji Muyuan seemed to read his thoughts and nodded slightly. Commander Lin, rest assured. The area has already been cleared of all personnel and equipment in advance. Area D7 is specifically reserved for heavy firepower testing. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenghua felt a measure of relief. He turned his gaze back to the screen, his voice trembling. Fire. Understood. Ji Muyuan conveyed the command. Xingran. Initiate the launch procedure for Weapon 1. Understood. Li Xingran's voice remained unperturbed. The cockpit did not resonate with the tremendous roar typically associated with missile launches. Lin Zhenghua merely observed the small icon representing the Zhulong 1 on the holographic screen. It detached from the aircraft's schematic and transformed into a red trajectory line, hurtling toward the distant target with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously as the icon vanished, a soft beep sounded. A prompt appeared on the screen. Estimated time to impact. 1 second, Lin Zhenghua gasped. Over 100 kilometers of distance, and it would hit in 1 second? What kind of speed is this? He turned his gaze outside, focusing on the direction of the unnamed mountain range. In the distance, an intensely bright light suddenly erupted. Following that, a mushroom cloud slowly ascended, surging skyward with an unstoppable force. Lin Zhenghua gripped the control console before him. He gazed at the mountains, which silently vanished in the radiant glow. It was neither a collapse nor a shattering, but a swift vaporization, completely erased from the map of this planet. After a long while, a rumble emanating from the depths of the earth reverberated through the aircraft's frame, causing the cockpit to tremble slightly. Damn it! Lin Zhenghua couldn't help but curse. His lips quivered, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. A mountain has just disappeared? Beside him, Commissioner Su was even paler, slumped in his seat. This exceeded his understanding of weaponry. This was divine retribution. At that moment, Ji Muyuan's voice emerged, offering an explanation. To be precise, it was a controllable small-scale fusion bomb. The explosive yield we set was merely the lowest tier of 100,000 tons. Lin Zhenghua fixed his gaze on Ji Muyuan. The lowest tier of 100,000 tons? And this is just the minimum power? What if it were set to maximum? He dared not contemplate further. The Blue Star military competition, an exercise dominated by the Eagle Empire, gathered the world's leading military powers. In the past, although China's bombers were commendable, they had always lagged behind the Eagle Empire in payload and range. But now, the beast had a maximum payload of 600 tons. It could launch tactical nuclear bombs capable of instantaneously flattening mountains from over 100 kilometers away. What does this signify? It implies that on future battlefields, any nation's combat forces would be utterly defenseless against the beast. This was not merely a matter of differing dimensions. It was a crushing dominance, a dimensional strike. As Lin Zhenghua's eyes sparkled with realization, Ji Muyuan's smile deepened. He understood that Lin Zhenghua had fully grasped the true value of the beast. Uncle Lin, Ji Muyuan began slowly. To secure peace, we must possess sufficiently formidable strength. Military capability is eternally the most vital cornerstone of national security. His words resonated within the cockpit. Explosions represent justice. Range denotes truth. Dignity exists only on the edge of a sword, and truth lies solely within the missile's reach. These phrases engraved themselves upon his heart. He regarded this young man before him and sensed his determination, a pure heart that intertwines personal honor with the rise and fall of the nation. Lin Zhenghua's eyes grew warm. He grasped Ji Muyuan's hand tightly. Good. All his sentiments distilled into those 3 words. Well said. Ji Muyuan reciprocated the grip, feeling the warmth of Lin Zhenghua's palm. China is fortunate to have you. After uttering this, Lin Zhenghua released his hand, his emotions still tumultuous. Ji Muyuan redirected the conversation. The test is not yet concluded. He turned to the communicator. Xingran, return to the target area above. Let us test the close-in weapon system. Understood. Close-in weapon? Lin Jingguo was taken aback. A look of confusion crossing his face. Wasn't that equipment installed on warships to intercept anti-ship missiles? Equipping a bomber with close-in weapons, this. Ji Muyuan explained. The beast's target profile is too large, making it an easy target for enemy fighters on the battlefield. While conventional air-to-air missiles and electronic countermeasures are effective, there will always be some that slip through. The close-in weapon serves as our last line of defense, ensuring no enemy can approach within 100 meters of the beast. Lin Jingguo's eyes brightened once more. Equipping a strategic fortress in the sky with a ring of bayonets? This design concept was absolutely remarkable. The beast swiftly returned to hover above the target area at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Ji Muyuan turned to Commissioner Su. Commissioner Su, we should be able to bomb that side of the target area, right? Commissioner Su's lips twitched slightly. Here we go again. He felt his heart racing, supporting his forehead. He weakly replied, Commander Ji, please take it easy. That is national property. Despite his words, he picked up the communicator, contacting the ground logistics department. Old Zhang, send over a few large targets for testing air-to-air missiles. Yes, ones that can fly fast. Soon, several unmanned target drones took off from a distant airport, heading toward the airspace where the beast hovered. In the ground observation center, Minister Wen and a group of high-ranking officials stared intently at the large screen. On the screen, the massive silhouette of the beast loomed in the sky. Suddenly, someone gasped. Look, something seems to be extending from the beast's body. The crowd immediately magnified the image. On the broad back and belly of the beast, armor plates slowly slid open, revealing menacing cannon barrels that rose from within the fuselage, densely packed all over. From a distance, the once sleek beast instantaneously transformed into a spiky steel porcupine. A collective gasp filled the observation hall. What is that? Minister Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that the close-in weapon system? Speculated Director Shi, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. It doesn't look like it. It resembles a large-caliber machine gun, remarked Elder Liang. Furrowing his brow. Chapter 74, just a casual upgrade? Above the target area, several unmanned drones appeared as mere insignificant dots on the radar screen, hurtling toward the beast. However, all present found the scene somewhat comical, akin to a swarm of mosquitoes daring to challenge an elephant. Ji Muyuan hardly bothered to glance at the incoming target drones. They were too small, hardly worth his attention. Shaking his head, he directly addressed the communicator. Call those little things back. Bring something sturdier. Sitting behind. Commissioner Su nearly choked upon hearing this. He felt his blood pressure soaring. Commander Ji, those are our highest spec unmanned target drones. Specifically designed for testing the latest models of air-to-air missiles, he pleaded. Ji Muyuan remained silent. From the ground observation center, Director Shi's voice came through the public channel. Use missile test pylons. His voice was steady. SSS class standard, reinforced concrete with composite armor, specifically designed to withstand missile impacts. Upon hearing this, Commissioner Su's face drained of color. Missile test pylons? The cost of those is nearly equivalent to that of a main battle tank. He opened his mouth to say something, but upon seeing the approving looks from Minister Wen and Elder Liang on the screen, he swallowed his words. Forget it. He picked up the communicator, his voice lacking vigor. Ground units, activate all SSS class test pylons in Area 3. All, came a surprised voice from the other end. Yes, all, Commissioner Su gritted his teeth. Soon, in the distance at the target area, towering metal cylinders over 20 meters high rose from the ground, their surfaces gleaming with a metallic sheen, imparting an impression of invincibility. 8 of them stood like silent giants amid the desolate target field. In the cockpit, Lin Jingguo watched the imagery relayed from the holographic screen, unable to suppress a gulp. Is this the SSS class pylon? Testing the close-in weapon with that? Ji Muyuan, however, nodded in satisfaction. This will do. He extended a finger, locking onto the outermost pylon on the holographic screen. Xingran, that one. Use the number 3 turret on the back, single shot. Understood. Li Xingran's voice was swift. In the next moment, on the broad back of the beast, the muzzle of a close-in weapon system silently pivoted, aiming at a colossal target several kilometers away. In the observation hall, everyone held their breath. The silence was so profound that one could hear their own heartbeat. Suddenly, a radiant light ignited from the muzzle. This light was not blinding. Rather, it possessed an enchanting beauty. There was no earth-shattering roar or explosion, not even a wisp of smoke. A bolt of ethereal blue lightning sliced through the sky in an instant. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the SSS class test target vanished, leaving behind only a charred pit with edges glistening with solidified crystalline remnants, shimmering bizarrely in the sunlight. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the black debris from the ground into swirling ash. In the observation hall, everyone appeared as if they had witnessed a miracle. Liang's eyes were filled with shock. A young observer murmured, his voice laced with disbelief. What just happened? Where did the target go? In the cockpit, Lin Zhenghua and political commissar Su stared blankly at the screen displaying the charred pit. After what felt like an eternity, Director Chi's voice trembled through the communication channel. Do not be misled by the name of the close-in weapon system. The beast's immense size means that every component far exceeds conventional dimensions. The close-in weapon system we just witnessed has a barrel length nearly equivalent to that of a fighter jet. Upon hearing this, the crowd snapped back to reality. Instinctively comparing the screen's image, they realized, to their astonishment, that Director Chi was indeed correct. If this so-called close-in weapon were disassembled and placed on the ground, it would undoubtedly be an awe-inspiring giant cannon. Its compact appearance was merely a result of its installation on the beast. In that moment, a sense of absurdity washed over everyone. Lin Zhenghua turned to the calm Ji Muyan beside him, his throat tightening. Is this really a close-in weapon system? To him, its power seemed more terrifying than that of the main ship's cannon. Ji Muyan explained with a serene demeanor. It is, in a sense. To be precise, it is called a pulse electromagnetic cannon. I merely upgraded it a bit. A pulse electromagnetic cannon? Just a casual upgrade? Lin Zhenghua repeated those words, a fervent excitement beginning to blaze in his eyes. A weapon that once existed solely in science fiction was now vividly manifested before him. And it was merely a casual upgrade. Political Commissar Su was equally astonished, gazing at Ji Muyan as if he were a scientific prodigy. A veritable monster of research disguised in human form. Ji Muyan paid no heed to their shock. Instead, he stared at the screen, frowning slightly in dissatisfaction. It is still too fragile. It could not withstand even a single shot, rendering it without significant testing value. Political Commissar Su felt as though his heart had been pierced once more. That was an SSS-class target. In a tone laced with despair, he asked, Chief Engineer, we still have 7 targets left, right? He had an ominous premonition. As expected, Commander Lin regained his composure and waved his hand decisively. Continue. Elevate the second cannon. I want to witness this spectacle today. He was now utterly unconcerned with costs. He simply wished to witness the true power of this epic-making weapon. Testing one by one was too slow. Ji Muyan shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He spoke into the communicator, issuing new orders. Xingran, stop holding back. Activate all 7 remaining close-in cannons at once. Let our commander experience a saturation strike. Under Li Xingran's command, a series of metallic grinding sounds echoed as the armored plates on either side of the beast slid open. 1, 2, 3, 7 gleaming, ferocious cannon barrels slowly rose. The pulse electromagnetic cannons simultaneously targeted the 7 solitary test targets on the ground from various angles. In that moment, Lin Zhenghua and political commissar Su widened their eyes in terror. The next second, multiple beams of light ignited simultaneously. The dense beams intertwined to form a net of death, instantly enveloping the entire testing area. The world seemed to be muted, with only the blinding light flashing furiously. The ground observation center felt the earth tremble beneath their feet, and the overhead lights swayed. The brilliant light persisted for a full 3 seconds. When the radiance dissipated, everyone turned once more to the large screen. The test area, once home to 8 towering targets, had transformed into a desolate wasteland, covered in a thick layer of black residue, devoid of any life. Ding. High-energy weapon live-fire test completed. Significant shockwave effect detected. Points earned. 100,000. The system's prompt echoed in Ji Muyan's mind. Inside the ground observation center, everyone appeared as if their souls had been siphoned away, staring blankly at the screen. In the cockpit, political commissar Su opened his mouth, but uttered not a word. Ultimately, he turned to Ji Muyan, his gaze a mixture of horror and a hint of sympathy. He felt sympathy for those oblivious colleagues who believed themselves to be the titans of research. Chief Engineer, political commissar Su's voice was hoarse. I have a suggestion. You see, once this test flight concludes, with Chief Engineer Shi, an old Liang being of advanced age, should we perhaps prepare for a celebratory feast in advance? This jest, however, elicited no laughter, for everyone sensed the grim possibility of it becoming a reality. The two had nearly reached their limits upon witnessing the earlier spectacle. That will not do. Ji Muyan glanced at his watch, shaking his head earnestly. The testing is not yet complete. I aim to finish before dinner. He paused and added. The cafeteria lady's hands have been trembling increasingly lately. I fear there may not be any food left. Political Commissar Su, having just regained a breath, nearly choked. So your urgency is merely to rush to the cafeteria for a meal? What kind of thought process is that? Cough. Lin Zhenghua coughed heavily, his face slightly flushed. His eyes burned with an unprecedented fervor. Xiao Ji, the test of the close-in weapon system should be deemed complete. No? Indeed, merely an appetizer. Ji Muyan nodded. An appetizer? You consider this an appetizer? Ji Muyan turned to Lin Zhenghua and made a request. Uncle Lin, testing a lifeless target yields little in the way of results. Could you perhaps arrange for some genuine targets to be brought in? Perhaps those nearing decommissioning or those whose performance is substandard, such as combat aircraft or armed helicopters. Utilizing them as cannon fodder would yield more effective results. Cannon fodder. The moment Ji Muyan uttered those words, Lin Zhenghua's heart skipped a beat. He instantly grasped Ji Muyuan's intentions. This was to simulate real combat. No problem. Lin Zhenghua readily agreed, not even bothering to consult superiors. He pulled out a secure phone and dialed a number. Connect me to the Air Force Equipment Department. Immediately allocate 10 decommissioned J-7s and all operational armed helicopters to test base number 3. Yes, all of them. They must arrive within an hour. The skepticism from the other end of the phone was clearly heard by everyone in the observation center. Yet, Lin Zhenghua merely countered with a louder roar. This is a high-level military command. Execute. After hanging up, the center fell into a heavy silence. An hour later, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, massive transport vehicles, laden with various models of aircraft, slowly entered the periphery of the testing area. 10 slightly weathered J-7 fighter jets and 41 armed helicopters of different models, some even bearing visible damage, were meticulously positioned under Ji Muyuan's remote command. These once mighty aerial eagles, now mere cannon fodder, were hoisted by large cranes and arranged in distinct locations within the testing zone. Some rested on the ground, while others were suspended in midair, simulating flight attitudes. The entire testing area resembled an enormous aircraft graveyard. Inside the observation center, the atmosphere was tense to the utmost degree. Minister 1, along with Elder Liang and General Shi, stared intently at the large screen. They understood that the real spectacle was yet to come. Xingran, Ji Muyuan's voice resonated. Activate the phased magnetic storm device. Level 1 charging. Directional release. Understood. Li Xingran's reply was succinct. On the screen, the beast hovered silently in the sky, showing no signs of firing. Yet, a wave emanated from it, instantly sweeping over the 10 J-7 fighter jets that had been designated as targets, 10 kilometers away. The next moment, the monitoring personnel gasped in astonishment. Report. 10 kilometers away. In Area A, all electronic components of the fighter jet formation have failed. The onboard radar, communication systems, and fire control systems are all incapacitated. The synchronized footage displayed on the screen showed the cockpits of those fighter jets, where the once flashing instrument panels had suddenly gone dark. Lin Zhenghua's pupils dilated. This was a wide-range electromagnetic pulse attack, and it was utterly silent. Level 2 charging. Ji Muyuan's voice rang out again, still calm. Target. 5 kilometers, Area B helicopter group. Another invisible wave spread out. This time, the 10 or so armed helicopters suspended in midair in Area B emitted a sound of metal distortion. With a sharp crack, everyone could clearly see through the high-definition camera that fine cracks had appeared at the rotor connections of those helicopters. Rivets flew off one by one, and the fragile fuselage began to disintegrate from within under the powerful magnetic resonance. Report. Mechanical structures in Area B have suffered irreversible damage. Combat capability lost. Lin Zhenghua inhaled sharply. If level 1 charging rendered the enemy blind and deaf, then level 2 charging was akin to breaking their bones. This was no mere weapon. It was an invisible battlefield meat grinder. Ji Muyuan's voice echoed through the channel to the observation center. Director Qi, distribute the protective goggles. Director Qi paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, retrieving a stack of specially designed dark goggles from a nearby box and distributing them to everyone present. All personnel, put on your goggles. Ji Muyuan's voice finally took on a serious tone. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they hastily donned the goggles. The 4 individuals in the cockpit also put on their goggles. Suddenly, the world plunged into darkness. Xingran, level 3 charging. Full spectrum electromagnetic explosion. As Ji Muyuan's final word fell, a deep humming sound resonated. The beast, suspended in the air, suddenly erupted with countless arcs of electricity on its surface. The arcs quickly converged and intertwined, forming a blinding light sphere that detonated violently around the beast. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a blinding white light that consumed everything. The entire observation center shook violently under this brilliance. The intense light lasted a full 5 seconds. When it faded, everyone eagerly removed their goggles to gaze at the large screen. The scene displayed on the screen caused everyone's blood to run cold. Centered around the beast, the area within a 2-kilometer radius had transformed into an absolute death zone. The ground was charred black, as if covered by glass. The fighter jets and armed helicopters positioned within a kilometer radius had been utterly obliterated, leaving no remnants. They appeared as if they had been thrown into a steel furnace, vaporized along with the surrounding air under the terrifying pressure of 1,000,000 volts, vanishing without a trace. Everything turned to ash. After a prolonged silence, Ji Muyuan's voice broke the stillness. All right, the testing of the Beast prototype's weapon system concludes here. Prototype? Lin Zhenghua in the cockpit widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at him with a ghostly expression. Did you just say this is a prototype? Indeed, Ji Min nodded matter-of-factly, even displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. You see, its functionalities are still too singular, lacking in sci-fi elements. Su Zheng felt he truly needed a quick remedy for his heart. Is this not sci-fi enough? Do you wish to pilot it to rip apart an alien fleet? Lin Zhenghua gaped, unable to utter a word as his mind raced uncontrollably. Supersonic cruising, vertical takeoff and landing, optical stealth. coupled with the recently demonstrated ability to instantly incapacitate and annihilate a mixed aviation formation with a terrifying electromagnetic weapon. When all of these elements coalesce, it forms an invulnerable airborne fortress, a flying behemoth capable of delivering a dimensional strike against any existing military system. Chapter 76, 500 Aircraft. The beast hovered steadily above the helipad, the roar of its engines gradually diminishing into silence. The landing gear extended, making precise contact with the ground. The hatch opened, and Ji Muyuan was the first to descend. He was followed closely by Li Xingran, along with the still pale-faced Su Zheng and Lin Jinghua. On the helipad, Minister 1, General Shi, Elder Liang, and a large crowd awaited their arrival. Their gazes converged on the few individuals descending from the stairway, filled with shock, reverence, and fervor. No one spoke. The entire helipad was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. It was not until they stepped off the final rung of the stairs that everyone seemed to awaken from a dream, erupting into enthusiastic applause. Within the conference center, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the previous tension, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Lin Jinghua plopped down in a chair, picked up a cup of water from the table, and without caring whose it was, gulped it down. Wiping his mouth, he turned his gaze to Ji Muyuan. Chief Engineer Ji. His voice was filled with vigor. I won't beat around the bush. I want this. Name your price. We'll take as many as you can produce. Lin Jinghua leaned over the table, his posture eager to take the beast back to the Air Force Base immediately. Ji Muyuan calmly regarded him. Commander Lin, how many do you desire? Lin Jinghua was momentarily taken aback, as if he hadn't expected the ball to be returned to him. He extended 5 fingers. 500 aircraft. Uffed. Su Zheng, who had just taken a sip of tea, spluttered it out. He disregarded wiping his mouth, eyes fixed on Lin Jinghua. Old Lin, have you lost your mind? 500 aircraft? Lin Jinghua slammed his hand on the table, standing up. Within your capacity. Whatever you can produce, I want that many. His chest heaved violently, driven by a thirst for absolute power. Minister Wen's face broke into a knowing smile as he recalled the first order for the Yulong fighter jet. History has an uncanny way of repeating itself, and everyone turned their gaze toward Ji Muyuan. Ji Muyuan tapped the table, shattering the tense standoff. All right, he uttered. A single word, light and airy. The deal was struck. Lin Jinghua's initial excitement froze on his face, swiftly transforming into overwhelming joy. He grasped Ji Muyuan's hand and shook it vigorously. Excellent. Young Ji, you are the steadfast anchor of our Air Force. Ji Muyuan withdrew his hand, his expression betraying no emotion. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I'm hungry. Let us head out for a meal. Commissioner Su quickly interjected. Chief Ji, there is a cafeteria at the base. Does the cafeteria offer fare as delectable as a fine hotel? Ji Muyuan retorted, leaving Commissioner Su momentarily speechless. He glanced at the exuberant Lin Jinghua, and then at the silently smiling Minister 1. Commissioner Su realized he could not halt this momentum. I'll arrange for a vehicle. As night fell, in a lavish private room of the city's grandest hotel, the atmosphere was vibrant. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Lin Jinghua's cheeks flushed with wine, and his words began to flow. He pulled Ji Muyuan closer, recounting tales of his youth when he piloted second-generation aircraft, facing adversaries along the border. Back then, our aircraft couldn't match theirs. We struggled with altitude and speed. They hovered above us, and we were powerless to act. It was utterly frustrating. Lin Jinghua downed his drink, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I dreamt of the day when we would possess such aircraft, dominating them all. Today, I witnessed it. The others in the room fell silent, absorbing the heartfelt words of Commander Lin. Ji Muyuan remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. The following day at the research center, Ji Muyuan sat in contemplation, staring blankly at a wall. Lin Jinghua's words echoed in his mind, intertwining with countless data models. Ji Muyuan, Li Xingran entered, observing his pensive demeanor and assuming he was troubled by the forthcoming production plans. Are you thinking about the Beast project? Perhaps we should go out and unwind? She waved 2 movie tickets in front of him. There's a new sci-fi blockbuster. I've heard the special effects are incredible. Shall we go? Ji Muyuan glanced at the ticket, which bore the title Interstellar Mecha. He nodded. Very well. In the cinema, the colossal screen dazzled with vibrant visuals. The deafening sound effects reverberated, eliciting gasps from the audience. Li Xingran was engrossed, occasionally tossing popcorn into her mouth, while Ji Muyuan remained motionless, his gaze fixated on the screen. A massive interstellar fighter transformed before his eyes, wings folding and body reconstructing amidst a hail of gunfire. In mere seconds, it morphed from a sleek aircraft into a bipedal mech wielding a colossal cannon. In that instant, a spark ignited in Ji Muyuan's previously calm eyes. All his fragmented thoughts and data coalesced at once. He abruptly stood. Let us go? Li Xingran, startled, nearly choked on her popcorn. Huh, where to? The movie isn't over. For me, it has already concluded. Without further ado, Ji Muyuan seized Li Xingran and swiftly exited the theater. The research center was illuminated against the night sky. Ji Muyuan led Li Xingran directly into the workshop. Xingran, I need your help. His tone brimmed with excitement. Help me find some materials. Anything you can gather regarding mechanical design in sci-fi films, animation, and games. Especially mecha-related structural diagrams, design blueprints, and concept art. Li Xingran stared at him, slightly bewildered. What do you need these for? Don't ask. Just find them as quickly as possible. Seeing his fervent demeanor, she frantically pulled out her phone and began contacting people. After some thought, she finally dialed Commissioner Su. Half an hour later, the workshop doors swung open with a bang. Director Wen from the materials department rushed in, drenched in sweat and carrying a massive box. Chief G, I heard you're looking for sci-fi design collections? He dropped the box on the ground, wiping his brow, excitement radiating from him. You've come to the right person. I'm a die-hard sci-fi fan. He opened the box, revealing an array of beautifully packaged art books and catalogs. Mechanical Analysis, Mecha Blueprint Collection. Original art of Star River Chronicles. These are my treasures. I even have several rare models locked away in my office. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop. However, Jimu Yuan had no time for idle chatter. He pulled out a book titled Mecha Blueprints, waved his hand, and said, You can leave now. I'll keep these. Huh, Chief G. But the loquacious director Wen had no choice but to exit the workshop. The workshop fell silent once more. Jimu Yuan opened the hefty design collection, numerous mechanical designs bombarding his vision. Before him, a blue light screen materialized, visible only to him. National Craftsman System activated. Detected host S strong desire for design upgrades. Points can be consumed to exchange for relevant technologies. Exchange for variable structure and multiform fusion technologies. Jimu Yuan silently contemplated. Confirming exchange for superconducting memory metal application technology, modular rapid reconstruction system, and neuron synchronization interface. Total point consumption. All points. Confirm? Confirm. Point exchange successful. Current remaining points. 0. Observing the instant depletion of his points, Jimu Yuan's lips twitched slightly. It seems I must discuss the order for those 500 aircraft with Commander Lin again. An increase in funding is necessary. He closed the system interface, picked up the data pad on the table, and began to write feverishly. A title appeared at the top of the screen. Beast Upgrade Plan Code, Youth Edition. Just then, the workshop door creaked open. General Shi and Elder Liang peered in, sneaking quietly. Upon seeing Jimu Yuan immersed in work, they tiptoed inside. Young Ji, what fascinating ideas are you pondering? Elder Liang asked with a grin. Jimu Yuan did not lift his head, his fingers dancing across the data pad. Elder Liang. General Shi, may I ask you a question? Do you still remember the periodic table of elements? Elder Liang paused, then proudly approached the nearby whiteboard, picked up a pen, and swiftly began to transcribe. Before long, a complete periodic table appeared on the board. How about that? This old bone hasn't forgotten this much. Jimu Yuan finally paused, walked over to the whiteboard, and traced his finger over the table, stopping at an empty space at the end. He tapped that spot, the sound echoing through the workshop. We need to synthesize a brand new element here. Elder Liang and General Shi's smiles abruptly froze. The entire workshop fell silent. Chapter 77, a momentous undertaking. This proclamation detonated in their minds like a bomb. It was not about creating a more advanced engine, nor developing a more formidable mech. It was creation itself, a domain that required the collaboration of the world's scientists, one that lay at the very end of textbooks, beyond reach. Jimu Yuan withdrew his finger from the whiteboard, his expression as calm as ever. He turned to the now petrified duo. Elder Liang, this matter requires you to liaise with the highest level particle collider laboratory. I will provide a complete theoretical model and data. Jimu Yuan's voice pulled Elder Liang from his daze. Elder Liang turned to General Shi. General, the production line for the beast must commence immediately. I shall provide you with a simplified version of the blueprint, which I shall refer to as the Youth Edition. The cost has been compressed to 1/5 of the original, while retaining 70% of the performance, with a priority on ensuring rapid mass production. President Shi's gaze refocused on Jimu Yuan. Good. He managed to squeeze out that word from his throat. Then it settled. After Jimu Yuan spoke, he turned and walked back to his workstation. The entire workshop fell once again into silence. After a prolonged period, Elder Liang and President Shi exchanged glances, witnessing profound shock and fervor in each other's eyes. They refrained from asking further questions, for standing before them was Jimu Yuan, a man who had transformed miracles into the mundane. Both turned abruptly, their footsteps quickening as they exited the workshop, one to shake the very foundations of national scientific research, the other to ignite a novel engine within the industrial system. At the Central Bureau, within the High-Energy Particle Collision Research Institute, the metallic walls glimmered with a white sheen, and the air was saturated with the scent of ozone and the heat dissipating from instruments. A colossal circular tunnel lay buried deep underground, with dozens of screens flickering with vast streams of data. On the central screen, a line of red prompts stood out glaringly. The 1024th collision experiment has concluded. No new particles detected. Director Jiang leaned back in his chair, wearily massaging his temples. He had been stationed here for 72 hours, and the coffee in his cup had long since cooled, mirroring his current mood. As a luminary in the field of high-energy physics, this particle collider, second only to the one in the Oceanic Federation, was the pride of his life. Yet, in the past year, no matter how he optimized the collision schemes, he could not unearth any new discoveries. It felt akin to an explorer reaching the edge of the map, where only a foggy abyss lay ahead. Director, perhaps you should take a break, suggested his assistant softly. Your health. Director Jiang remained silent, fixated on the screen. At that moment, a phone rang, shattering the tranquility of the room. It was a dedicated line. Annoyed, Director Jiang picked it up. Who is it? It's me, Old Liang, came the excited voice from the other end. Director Jiang paused momentarily. Old Liang, why are you calling on this line? What is the big deal? A monumental matter. Liang's voice rose an octave. I have a genius who wishes to make a significant move with your collider. Director Jiang's brow furrowed deeper. What kind of move? I'm quite busy. Synthesize a new element. Liang blurted out. Director Jiang's expression froze instantly. He distanced the receiver slightly, scrutinized it, then returned it to his ear. Old Liang, could you repeat that? I said, he wants to synthesize an entirely new element. Liang reiterated slowly. Silence engulfed the line. After several seconds, Director Jiang's voice, suppressed with fury, emerged. Liang Weigua, do you believe I have nothing to do? Do you have any idea how many sleepless nights I've endured in the quest for a new particle? And now you call me with such impractical notions? Director Jiang nearly roared, feeling as though his hard work was being trivialized. Aware of how ludicrous it sounded, Liang hastily clarified. Old Jiang, please don't be upset. I'm not joking. This is the highest directive from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Directive? What directive can dictate the laws of physics? Director Jiang laughed in anger. I will send you an official document right away. Liang concluded before hanging up. In under 10 seconds, Director Jiang's internal email received a new message. Upon opening it, he was confronted with a document from the Ministry of Science and Technology, emblazoned with a bright red seal. Recognizing that familiar emblem, Director Jiang's wrath diminished significantly, replaced by a deeper sense of absurdity. He muttered to himself, synthesizing a new element is akin to a kindergarten child attempting to solve calculus? The following day, Liang arrived at the Collider Center with an encrypted data tablet. Having kept Director Jiang waiting for some time, who wore a mocking expression, Liang said nothing, merely handed over the tablet. Director Jiang accepted it, opening the files within. It contained an exceedingly complex, three-dimensional structural model, along with tens of thousands of pages of theoretical derivations and data calculations. Initially, the derisive look on Director Jiang's face was pronounced. However, as he continued to read, his brow furrowed. His fingers scrolled through the pages increasingly swiftly, his expression shifting to one of skepticism. He muttered incessantly, this structure. Impossible. This particle binding method completely contravenes the theory of strong interactions. Wait a moment. How is this quantum tunneling algorithm derived? After a considerable time, he abruptly raised his head and slammed the tablet onto the table. Nonsense. This is not physics at all. This is science fiction. The designer of this model does not understand the laws of physics. Liang waited for him to finish venting before speaking slowly. Old Jiang, let us set aside the model for now. I want to know, what is the maximum energy level your collider can achieve? Instantly, pride illuminated Director Jiang's face. He straightened his back. My Qua Fu number 1 can reach a peak energy of 140,000 teraelectronvolts. It ranks second on Blue Star, only behind the one in the Oceanic Federation. This was his most cherished boast. Liang nodded before uttering a statement that nearly caused Director Jiang to suffer a cardiac arrest. Chief Ji said he requires a minimum collision energy of 30,000. Director Jiang's prideful expression shattered instantaneously, his eyes nearly bulging out. How much? 30,000, Liang repeated. Director Jiang sprang up as if someone had stepped on his tail. Did he understand what 30,000 teraelectronvolts meant? That was sufficient to create a miniature black hole in an instant. Liang could only helplessly pull out his phone. Let me contact Chief Ji. The call was established swiftly, and Liang switched to speaker mode. Ji Mu Yuan's voice emanated from the receiver. Liang Lao, how is the integration going? Liang glanced at the furious Director Jiang and forced a smile. Young Ji, Director Jiang claims our energy requirements are too high, and their equipment cannot meet them. Cannot meet? Ji Mu Yuan's voice hinted at surprise. Is the energy insufficient? Let me check their collider parameters. Director Jiang shouted at the phone. Check parameters? Do you understand them? Though he said this, he gestured to his assistant to open a remote video port. I want to see how he plans to turn my Quafu No 1 into a heap of scrap metal. Soon, a video window popped up on the massive screen in the control center. Within the window was Ji Mu Yuan's remarkably youthful face, the background revealing a somewhat chaotic workshop. A stream of encrypted data flowed from the collider center to the tablet before Ji Mu Yuan. He glanced down momentarily. Merely 3 seconds elapsed before he raised his head to gaze at the video window, his eyes seemingly piercing through the screen to scrutinize everyone in the control center. Your parameters are far too conservative, he stated, his voice resonating throughout the control center. This is not a high-energy particle collider, is it? It resembles a Children's South amusement park bumper car. Before Director Jiang could feel his blood pressure soar, Everyone watched as the parameter data stream on the massive screen began to refresh at an astonishing pace. Magnetic field constraint strength increased by 37. Superconducting coil current load increased by 51. Particle beam injection angle corrected by 0.81 degrees. Cooling system power preset raised to maximum value. A series of red alerts and yellow warning notifications flashed wildly on the screen, only to be instantly cleared. That was not an adjustment. It was a rewrite. Director Jiang was left utterly stunned, feeling as if he were observing a primary school student at work. In mere seconds, he unraveled the Riemann hypothesis with bare hands. The intricate knowledge system he had spent decades constructing was being ruthlessly shaken. He pointed at the screen, shouting at his assistant beside him, "Quick! Copy everything. Document all new parameters. Record every change, every frame." His eyes brimmed with terror, yet more so with fervor. He felt that his decades of understanding in physics might have been entirely erroneous. Chapter 78. The collision commences. In the video window, Ji-Mu Yuan's expression remained as indifferent as ever. The foundational framework had been adjusted. However, several critical parameters in your system's backend were locked. I'll need some time, approximately half an hour, to modify the underlying code. Ji-Mu Yuan's voice resonated through the speakers, reaching every ear in the control center. A hush fell over the room. Modify the underlying code? Director Zhang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. That constituted the core operating system of Fu No. 1. Countless top engineers and physicists had poured years of effort into crafting it using the most stable programming languages, culminating in a system that had undergone thousands of tests before finalization. To alter it, even a mere addition of a space could potentially lead to a system collapse. What was he attempting? Was he intending to breach the back end of a national-level super project? Director Jiang wanted to reprimand him, but upon gazing at the placid face on the screen, he suddenly felt that all his efforts appeared utterly ludicrous. Time, within this surreal atmosphere, ticked away second by second. The colossal screen in the control center displayed a halted data flow, replaced by a back-end login interface, followed by lines of rapidly scrolling code. It represented an entirely new programming logic, far beyond their comprehension. Half an hour passed, feeling like an eternity, when Ji-Mu Yuan lifted his head again. The personnel in the control center instinctively straightened their posture. All right, the parameter limits have been unlocked, and I've optimized the energy allocation module. You may commence simulation tests now. Director Jiang fixated on the screen. Initiate the simulation verification program. He no longer expected to see Ji-Mu Yuan's folly. He merely wished to ascertain whether this miracle was indeed authentic. If these parameters could genuinely pass the simulation, he would not hesitate to extend an invitation to this young man. No, to request his presence. The assistant's fingers trembled as they input commands on the console. The simulation verification program was activated. Parameters were loading, verification commenced. A progress bar emerged in the center of the colossal screen, alongside a number that began to fluctuate. Initial environmental parameter verification passed. 127 items. A soft chime sounded, causing everyone's hearts to leap. Over 100 items passed in the first batch? A young researcher murmured in disbelief. This was impossible. They typically required dozens, if not hundreds, of simulations to modify a single parameter with a high failure rate. To pass over 100 items in one go was unfathomable, yet the numbers on the screen allowed no time for contemplation. Magnetic field constraint model verification passed. 324 items. Superconducting coil load curve verification passed. 588 items. Particle beam injection angle adaptation passed. 1021 items. The numbers skyrocketed, accompanied by a rapid succession of beeping sounds. The researchers, who had initially remained seated, unconsciously gathered around, craning their necks as if under a spell. Fixated on the grand screen, Director Zhang's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his clothing dampened by cold perspiration. Bloodshot eyes reflected his rising anxiety. 10,000, 20,000. 30,000. The numbers representing successful verifications shattered the common understanding of all present. When the final notification sounded, the world fell silent. All parameters verified successfully. 36, 584 items. Parameter model compatibility with Fu No. 1 collider theory. 100. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the hushed control center, sounding especially pronounced. Is this a godlike perspective? A researcher trembled, voicing the collective sentiment. This isn't science, it's theology, isn't it? Director Jiang slammed the console. Activate. Initiate the real machine test. Now, he had lost his sanity, transformed into a fervent believer, eager to witness the miracles that the parameters inscribed by divine hands would manifest in reality. Yes, Director. The operators, inspired by this fervent emotion, immediately began their tasks. Energy system preheating. Cooling system power to maximum. Particle source ready. Injection pipeline activated. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Collision commencing. A deep rumble resonated from the depths below, causing the control center floor to tremble slightly. On the grand screen, luminous points representing two particle beams accelerated madly around the circular track. Everyone held their breath. Finally, the 2 points collided at the designated impact point. There were no earth-shattering roars, nor dazzling displays of light. The screen simply displayed one exceedingly succinct word. Perfect. In the next moment, the curved graph representing data collection surged as if injected with steroids. A researcher shrieked at the sight of the data. The data volume. It's soaring. It's 23 times the previous peak. And it's still climbing. The entire control center erupted in jubilation. Ji-Mu Yuan's screen displayed a line of text visible only to him. Ding. Super project optimization, hidden task completed. Rating, perfect. Points earned, 20,000. On the other end of the phone, Elder Liang's voice was incoherent. Young Ji has succeeded. It's incredible. Ji-Mu Yuan responded with a nonchalant hum. Elder Liang composed himself, remembering the crucial question. But Young Ji, the peak energy just recorded is approximately 700 TeV. We are still far from the required 30,000 TeV to synthesize a new element. This problem instantly sobered Director Jiang and the researchers, still immersed in euphoria. Indeed, they had labored tirelessly to create a miracle. Yet this miracle remained a distant dream from their ultimate goal. Ji-Mu Yuan's voice remained calm and composed as it echoed through the receiver. I am aware. I never expected it to succeed in one attempt. I merely wished to ascertain the collider's limits. Director Jiang paused, taken aback. Limits? Its limit is 700 TeV. Ji-Mu Yuan replied coolly. This collider is insufficient. A profound silence enveloped the control center. Huafu number 1, the culmination of countless researchers' efforts, was deemed inadequate by him. Yet, they found themselves unable to dispute his assertion, for he had just extracted 23 times its performance. Elder Liang chuckled wryly. What should we do now? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then, Ji-Mu Yuan uttered a statement that shocked everyone. Nothing. We shall construct one ourselves. A collider capable of 30,000 TeV. The control center fell into a profound silence. Director Jiang, Elder Liang, and all the researchers stared blankly at the figure in the video window, as if gazing at an extraterrestrial. Ji-Mu Yuan seemed to sense their bewilderment and added, "Isn't that logic quite reasonable?" Director Jiang gazed at the young face on the screen, filled with confusion. Is this fellow truly human? Chapter 79, truly remarkable. Ji-Mu Yuan ended the video call and turned to Wang Gong beside him. Where are the personnel from the Central Bureau's Warship Development Department? Wang Gong promptly responded, flipping open his tablet. As per your instructions, they are on standby at the production line of the Yulong fighter jet. Excellent. Ji-Mu Yuan nodded. Also, notify the Physics Research Institute. All researchers must suspend their current projects and report to the Air Force's production base. I will allocate a dedicated line for them to construct a collider. Wang Gong's fingers danced swiftly across the tablet, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable fervor. Understood. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, Ji Gong, Commander Lin previously expressed a desire to borrow a batch of technical experts from the Air Force. They are all quite willing, but the procedures. Ji-Mu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Let old Liang handle the paperwork. I want the people. Meanwhile, at the Research Institute, Director Jiang returned to his office in a daze. Before he could sip water, the internal phone rang. It was Wang Gong calling. After hanging up, Director Jiang stood frozen for 3 minutes. Then, he activated the broadcast system of the entire Research Institute. After a crackling sound, his voice resonated through every laboratory and office. Urgent notice. All researchers, please immediately suspend all ongoing scientific projects. I repeat, suspend all projects. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, everyone must gather at the Air Force's production base. We are to construct a collider with 30,000 tera-electron volts. After a brief silence, the entire Research Institute erupted. Did I hear that correctly? 30,000 tera-electron volts? An elderly researcher excitedly tossed his report into the air, paper scattering everywhere. The Kwafu number 1 only had 700. This is a staggering multiple. My heavens. My lifelong dream. I'm on my way. Quickly, gather your things. The Research Institute was instantly ablaze with excitement. Countless figures raced through the corridors, their faces alight with fervor. In that moment, dreams were ignited. Meanwhile, old Liang also dialed a secure phone number. The instant the call connected, Commander Lin's cheerful voice came through. Old Liang, what made you think of contacting me on this phone? This was the direct line Commander Lin had specifically provided for the Beast project. Old Liang endeavored to keep his voice steady. Old Lin, a major incident has occurred. He succinctly recounted the unfolding events. On the other end, Commander Lin's breathing became noticeably heavier. After a prolonged silence, he exclaimed, did he really say that? Absolutely, Old Liang replied with a wry smile. Director Jiang and the others are almost going mad. Another moment of silence passed. Then Commander Lin slammed his hand on the table with a resounding bang. Good lad. What audacity. Truly remarkable. Commander Lin's tone brimmed with admiration. Old Liang, tell him to demand personnel, land, and funds. Whatever is lacking, have him contact me directly. In the Technical Development Department of the Air Force, Political Commissar Su gazed at the young individuals before him, his brow furrowed in confusion. Xiao Ji, I'm having a hard time understanding. He pointed to the nascent Yulong fighter jet production line not far away. I can comprehend your request to mobilize personnel for this. I believe it is related to the Beast Project. But now you want to construct a collider? How does that relate to fighter jets or the Beast Project? Wang Gong interjected eagerly. It relates immensely. Political Commissar, this is to provide the Beast Project and Yulong fighter jet with an unbeatable heart. I'm off to gather people. Our technical department is not lacking in skilled technicians. Yet, Jimu Yuan shook his head. Not enough. Wang Gong was taken aback. Not enough? Then I will borrow from other departments. Our entire development department can muster at least 10,000. Jimu Yuan shook his head once more and calmly stated a number. I need 150,000. What? Political Commissar Su seemed to mishear Jimu Yuan's declaration, repeating, how many? 150,000, Jimu Yuan reiterated. Moreover, they must be highly skilled technical personnel who can follow orders. Political Commissar Su's mouth twitched. Do you think this is a market where I can buy cabbages? 150,000. Where am I supposed to conjure up that many people? Jimu Yuan suddenly leaned closer to Political Commissar Su. His typically calm eyes revealing a rare glimmer of pleading. His voice softened. Political Commissar, you are resourceful. You must have a way, right? Political Commissar Su stared at the face before him, listening to the slightly coaxing tone of his old classmate, and his heart skipped a beat. This lad was employing such tactics. Political Commissar Su took out his phone, scrolling through the screen with a fluctuating expression. You little rascal, you are quite cunning. He gritted through clenched teeth before dialing the first number. Hello? Old Jiang. It's me, Su. The voice of Director Jiang from the logistics department came through. Oh, what brings you here? Cut the nonsense. I need you to send 5,000 of the new recruits who just completed training to me this afternoon. Are you crazy? Old Su, do you want the higher-ups to find out what you did in the logistics warehouse last year? Silence fell on the other end. I'll send the address to your phone shortly. Political Commissar Su hung up and dialed a second number. Hello? Xiao Lu. Political Commissar. Greetings. The voice of Chief Engineer Xiao Lu was respectful. All available technical personnel in your Air Force Department must report to the production base this afternoon. But, Political Commissar, we still have several ongoing projects. Compared to Jigong's project, which one do you think is more important? Understood. I'll organize it immediately. He hung up. The third call. Old Zhang, do you remember? The fourth call. Hello, is sister-in-law there? Is Old Li around? Tell him I need to speak with him. One after another, calls were made. Political Commissar Su employed a mix of threats, incentives, and appeals to sentiment. His status as an old classmate proved to be immensely powerful at that moment. Throughout the military-industrial system of Hua country, every department head with whom he had even a slight acquaintance or some leverage was contacted. Wang Gong watched in astonishment, realizing for the first time that Political Commissar Su possessed such a relentless side. Half an hour later, Political Commissar Su set down his heated phone and let out a long breath. He looked up at Jimu Yuan, his expression complex. It's done. 150,000 will be in place by 5 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 80. Too slow. Beside him, Wang Gong opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long time. 150,000. Just like that? Was it even half an hour? Jimu Yuan merely nodded slightly at Political Commissar Su. Thank you for your hard work, Political Commissar. Political Commissar Su waved his hand, finding a chair to sit on. He felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body. You little rascal, he pointed at Jimu Yuan. Next time something like this comes up, let me know in advance. All right, Jimu Yuan readily agreed. Political Commissar Su felt a lump in his chest. Does this kid genuinely not understand, or is he pretending not to? He meant to convey that there shouldn't be a next time. The efficiency of the base was astonishing. Just past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the first batch of personnel arrived. They were a group of young people dressed in military training uniforms. A neatly arranged formation disembarked from the transport vehicles. Minister Jiang personally led the team. And upon spotting Political Commissar Su, he approached eagerly. Old Su, you must make good use of this. These are the finest talents I've prepared for the grand competition at year-end. Rest assured, under Engineer G's guidance, they have a brighter future than merely participating in the competition. Commissar Su replied, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Shortly after, the technical personnel from the Air Force Division arrived, accompanied by engineers from various research institutes. And even a few elderly experts supported by others, reportedly brought from a sanatorium. By afternoon, the once quiet production base transformed into a bustling hub of conversation. Diverse accents and uniforms converged, each individual observing the new battlefield before them with a mix of confusion and anticipation. At precisely 4:50 p.m., the last transport vehicle came to a halt. Glancing at the tally sheet in his hand, Commissar Su noted a total of 150,000. He exhaled deeply and moved to stand beside Jimu Yuan. Everyone is here. Just then, another group approached from the distance, led by Director Jiang, clad in an old-fashioned researcher-esque uniform. Xiao Ji, I previously misunderstood you, and I apologize. Jimu Yuan shook his hand. Director Jiang. There's no need to dwell on it. His gaze swept over the dozens of researchers behind Director Jiang. These individuals were to be his core strength moving forward. Without further pleasantries, Jimu Yuan led them to the largest conference room in the base, which had been transformed into a temporary command center. A colossal holographic projection device hovered in the center of the room. As Director Jiang and his team entered, they were immediately captivated by the sight before them. Recognizing the advanced nature of the equipment, "Please, take a seat," Ji Muyuan began. "The sole purpose of gathering everyone here is singular." He extended his hand and gently pointed in the air. Instantly, an extraordinarily complex ring structure diagram appeared in the hologram, resembling a galaxy suspended in midair. "We are to construct one of these here." The physicists widened their eyes, staring at the structure. "Is this a particle collider?" A young researcher exclaimed in astonishment. "No," Ji Muyuan corrected, shaking his head. "This is a superparticle collider, the ultimate device long coveted by physicists worldwide." The researchers behind them stood up in unison, their faces alight with fervor. Ji Muyuan began to assign tasks and elaborate on the core design of the collider, detailing everything from the novel particle acceleration principles to the astonishing detector matrix concepts. Each word held immense significance. Initially, the physicists managed to keep pace, but within 10 minutes, half of them began to feel dizzy. After 20 minutes, apart from Director Jiang and a few others, the rest had entirely abandoned comprehension, merely jotting down notes. They could not grasp the concepts, yet they were profoundly shaken. Seated beside Elder Liang, General Shi felt as if he were listening to an esoteric lecture. He recognized each word, yet when strung together, their meaning eluded him completely. He discreetly nudged Elder Liang. "Old Liang, did you understand any of that?" Elder Liang remained silent. His brow furrowed in concentration as his mind raced. Ji Muyuan noticed Elder Liang's confusion and paused, addressing him directly. "Elder Liang, you can think of our traditional acceleration model as pushing a ball across a two-dimensional plane. My proposal, however, is to fold this two-dimensional plane, aligning the starting and finishing points." Elder Liang's eyes brightened suddenly. Although he still couldn't fully grasp the underlying principles, he had captured the essence: space. This young man dared to integrate spatial theory into the design of the particle collider. What a remarkably audacious and brilliant idea. As the explanation concluded, everyone remained engulfed in profound astonishment. "For now, please take the evening to rest and acclimate to your surroundings." Ji Muyuan's voice broke the silence. "Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, the collider project will officially commence." "Yes." Director Jiang led the chorus of agreement, the sound resonating throughout the base. On the following day, the vast project officially commenced. Ji Muyuan, guiding the core team, began finalizing the detailed designs, while Director Jiang and his physicists focused on translating Ji Muyuan's theories into executable parameters. For 2 consecutive days, no one left the command center. Engineer Wang and Director Wen led the logistics team, managing all material requirements. However, upon receiving the final materials list from the design team, their faces turned pale. The list was as thick as a dictionary. 5,000 tons of special titanium alloy, 20,000 A-grade superconducting magnets, 1 million liters of ultra-pure liquid helium. Engineer Wang's hands trembled. "We don't even have 1/10 of this in our base's warehouse. Some materials I've never even heard of." The despair in their eyes mirrored each other as they steeled themselves and approached Ji Muyuan, who was engrossed in his work. "Engineer Ji, there's an issue with the materials." Engineer Wang's voice was barely above a whisper. Ji Muyuan didn't look up, his focus still on the three-dimensional model before him. "What is it?" "Most of the materials on the list are not in stock at the base, even if we were to request them nationwide. The transportation and production cycles would take at least 2 months. 2 months? Ji Muyuan finally paused, turning his head. "That's too slow." He picked up the internal phone on the desk and dialed a number directly. "Connect me to the Air Force Logistics Department." The call quickly connected. "Air Force Logistics. How may I assist you?" A female voice inquired. Ji Muyuan promptly listed a long series of material names and quantities. The receptionist quickly jotted them down, her tone gradually laced with panic. "Sir, the quantities you request are too enormous. According to regulations, it would take at least 2 months for dispatch." "1 week." Ji Muyuan replied calmly. "I need everything to be in the base's warehouse within 1 week." "Sir, that's truly impossible. This violates regulations." The receptionist's voice trembled as if she might burst into tears. "What's the phone number for Commander Lin's office?" Ji Muyuan suddenly asked. The receptionist was taken aback. "If the materials are not delivered on time, I will have no choice but to find him." After stating this, Ji Muyuan hung up. On the other end of the line, the receptionist began to perspire nervously. "Commander Lin." She slammed her hand down on the red emergency alert button. Level 1 priority directive. Activate the highest level resource allocation plan. Notify all transportation units to cancel their leave and stand by. Ji Muyuan set down the phone and returned to his urgent work. The collider's blueprints in his hands were rapidly evolving and becoming more refined. Meanwhile, Director Jiang found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt. He had initially intended to keep pace with Ji Muyuan and contribute to the theoretical design. However, he soon realized he was lagging far behind. While he was still grappling with the derivation of a single formula, Ji Muyuan had already completed modeling the subsequent 3 parts. A profound sense of inadequacy washed over him. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Director Jiang approached Ji Muyuan, wearing a bittersweet smile. Engineer G. I request a transfer. Ji Mu Yuan was taken aback. Director Jiang? Don't call me director anymore. He waved his hand dismissively. In your presence. I hardly dare to claim such a title. I find it challenging to keep pace with your thoughts. Your expertise in theoretical design suffices. Allow me to take charge of logistics and personnel coordination, as it is within my competence. I shall serve as your chief steward. Ji Mu Yuan gazed upon the elderly figure before him, recognizing sincerity in his eyes. After a brief moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. Very well. I entrust you with logistics. Director Jiang sighed in relief and turned to leave. Upon reaching the doorway, he encountered General Shi, who was entering. Old Jiang. What is the matter? Can't you hold up any longer? General Shi teased with a smile. Director Jiang shook his head, a complex smile gracing his face. It's not a matter of endurance, it's a disparity of species. He glanced back at the figure engrossed in work, lowering his voice. We calculate with an abacus while they possess quantum computers in their minds. How can we compete? Chapter 81. None missing. Just 2 days later. A report was submitted to Elder Liang and General Shi. It contained detailed design blueprints for the Collider project. The succinct line of text caused the two seasoned leaders to momentarily halt their breath. Director Jiang, Elder Liang, and General Shi hastily made their way to the heavy industry giant Qingshu manufacturing plant, the very location where the Dragon machine was produced. The entire facility had now been designated as a restricted area, overseen by the highest level of security. Within the vast hangar, thousands of top engineers and workers had already assembled, each face reflecting anticipation. At the center of the hangar, a colossal screen displayed an immense assembly diagram, an industrial creation that defied verbal description. The intricate piping and the astonishing precision of the structure exuded an aesthetic far beyond its time. Merely gazing upon this two-dimensional blueprint left Director Jiang breathless, his throat rasping. Where are the remaining details? Where are the sectional drawings? Director Jiang, like an eager treasure seeker, scanned the surroundings, yearning to glimpse those intricate diagrams that would offer a glimpse of the miraculous. However, apart from the assembly diagram, no other drawings were visible. The director of the scientific research department approached briskly. Director Jiang, there's no need to search further. Engineer G found the process of drawing each diagram cumbersome and inefficient. The director paused. Thus, he created a holographic projection system in just 5 minutes. Director Jiang, Elder Liang, and General Shi stood in astonishment. 5 minutes? To create a holographic projection system? Activate the system. The director's voice resonated throughout the hangar. In a corner, a young operator pressed the start button. There was no blinding light or thunderous noise. Instead, an invisible force took over the hangar, transforming the light into a layered brilliance. Moments later, before the awestruck eyes of all present, a three-dimensional diagram composed purely of light materialized in the center of the hangar, rotating slowly, every detail vividly visible. From the massive superconducting magnet array to the intricate sensing lines, everything unfolded before the crowd in the most intuitive manner. General Shi instinctively took a step back, grasping the nearby metal railing to steady himself. No prism array, no diffuse green screen. This defies the laws of physics. The spectacle before him had surpassed the boundaries of his knowledge. Elder Liang, being the head of the Central Bureau, possessed far greater composure. He stepped forward slowly. Disbelief etched in his eyes, tentatively reaching out towards the luminous structure. Upon contact with a pipe model, the light flickered slightly, and a prompt composed of luminous dots appeared beside him. Would you like to expand this section's internal structure? Instinctively, Elder Liang gently tapped the yes option with his finger. A soft hum resonated as the colossal collider model began to blossom from the point he clicked, peeling away like a mechanical lotus flower, revealing an even more complex structure that challenged human imagination, laid bare before everyone. This experience transcended mere observation of a diagram. It was akin to a divine perspective, scrutinizing a miniature cross-section of a real world. General Shi was once again left speechless. Just then, Ji Mu Yuan's voice emerged from the side. He had seemingly joined the group unnoticed. An interactive hologram is true technology. His words illuminated a realization for Director Jiang. He finally comprehended why the researchers held such reverence for Ji Mu Yuan. This wasn't merely a technological gap, it was a chasm of civilization. An idea sparked in Director Jiang's mind. Perhaps they should collectively defect from the High Energy Physics Research Institute. Assisting Engineer G was no disgrace. He glanced at Elder Liang and General Shi, discovering similar expressions of astonishment mirrored on their faces. Clearly, he was not alone in this thought. At that moment, a figure in work attire hurried over. Engineer Wang, who had been designated by Director Jiang to oversee Ji Mu Yuan's material requirements. Engineer G, Wang exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. The items from the Air Force have arrived. We've just completed the inventory. Not a single item is missing. This statement acted as a signal. Ji Mu Yuan slowly turned, his gaze sweeping across every individual present. The hangar fell silent, thousands of eyes converging upon him. Materials are here. Personnel are assembled. The blueprints are ready. Ji Mu Yuan's voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority. He pointed towards the vast and intricate light model above. Our objective is 1 week. I aim to transform this 3 megaelectron-volt particle collider from blueprint to reality. After a brief silence, the entire facility erupted with a thunderous affirmation. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. The chorus of voices surged like a tidal wave. Every individual's eyes ablaze with fervor, the belief in the impending birth of a miracle. Suddenly, a light sound interrupted the fervor. Director Jiang, who had just taken a sip of hot tea from his thermos, sputtered, spraying tea across the holographic projection before him. The droplets shimmered and evaporated without a trace. Yet, Director Jiang was oblivious to this. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jimu Yuan, as if gazing at an extraterrestrial being. 1 week. To construct a 3 megaelectron-volt superparticle collider? What does that entail? Given the current technological level and engineering capabilities, such a monumental project, from inception to completion, would be deemed miraculous if achieved within a century. This young man claimed he could accomplish it in a week? Did he harbor a misunderstanding of time? Jimu Yuan seemed to sense his gaze, turning back to him with a casual glance. Is there a problem, Director Jiang? Director Jiang's lips quivered as he pointed at the colossal model. Engineer Ji, this is a century's worth of work. A week, Jimu Yuan replied, his expression unreadable. At worst, I shall forego sleep for this week. With that, he disregarded their astonishment, pivoting to issue commands directly. Team 1, responsible for the prefabrication of the superconducting magnet windings. Team 3, tasked with the seamless welding of vacuum pipelines. Group 5, 7, and 9. Commence the calibration of high-precision sensors immediately. Engineer Wang, ensure logistical support follows suit, distributing triple doses. With the issuance of his commands, the colossal hangar was instantaneously activated. Thousands of engineers and workers rushed to their respective posts, as various heavy machinery began to roar to life. Thus, a miraculous chapter in the annals of human industry commenced. Chapter 82. The grand performance begins on the 7th night. The air within the hangar was thick with a palpable tension, almost viscous enough to wring water from it. This was not due to humidity, but rather an amalgamation of exhaustion, exhilaration, and sheer anxiety. For a full week, not a single eye had closed. Bloodshot eyes were ubiquitous. Yet spirits remained taut, held by an invisible string that led to the center of the hangar. There stood a behemoth, silently towering. Each component glimmered with the pinnacle of technological beauty. Intricate pipelines resembled the veins of a colossal beast, while precise modules formed its skeletal structure. Only one final piece remained. Jimu Yuan stood before the control panel, flanked by thousands of upright engineers and workers, the architects and participants of this miracle. Among the crowd, Dean Zhang appeared to have aged 2 decades in these few days. His lab coat was crumpled, and his hair was disheveled like a bird's nest. He gazed intently at the machine, his lips silently moving. A sealed anti-static box was carried over by 2 engineers. Upon opening it, a palm-sized chip was revealed. It was the final central coordinating processor. I'll do it, Jimu Yuan declared, donning anti-static gloves before retrieving the processor from the box. His hands were steady, devoid of any tremor. Under the gaze of thousands, he approached the reserved interface of the collider and bent down. Click. The processor fitted seamlessly into its slot. In that instant, countless indicator lights on the collider shifted from red to green, then to a soft blue. A blue halo spread out like flowing water, ultimately converging at the apex. On the enormous holographic screen of the main control panel, a line of clear text gradually emerged. Phoenix, Giant Quantum Collider, installation complete. System integrity, 100, self-diagnostic program initiated, self-check complete. All systems operational. Awaiting commands. In no time, the crowd erupted into uncoordinated cheers. Some wept with joy, collapsing to the ground, while others embraced their companions tightly. They had indeed accomplished a century's worth of engineering in just 7 days. Dean Zhang clung to the railing beside him, barely steadying himself. He gazed at the young figure standing at the control panel. The orchestration of 150,000 researchers. The seamless connection of tens of thousands of precise materials, and the flawless assembly of over 1 billion components all coalesced into reality under his guidance. Jimu Yuan paid no heed to the jubilant crowd behind him. His eyes remained fixed on the holographic screen. He raised his hand and gently tapped the virtual control panel. Activate the gravitational field generator. Initiate the curvature engine. Start the antimatter reactor. He paused. The grand performance begins. With his commands, the ground of the hangar began to tremble. A deep rumble emanated from the core of the collider. A sound that seemed to resonate directly within everyone's very being rather than merely traveling through the air. The turbofan propulsion ring of the collider's outer rim began to rotate slowly, illuminating with brilliance. The vectored nozzles scattered across the body commenced angular adjustments, expelling streams of plasma. Report. All subsystems have been debugged. Energy output is stable. We can initiate. Jimu Yuan nodded, gliding his hand across the main screen. Activate the collider. Buzz. The rumbling escalated to unprecedented levels. The monitoring screen shifted, revealing a profound acceleration tunnel before the audience. The particle beam has entered the acceleration lane. Vector nozzles are operating normally. Cooling system green light. Acceleration countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8. Everyone held their breath. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown reached 0, two minuscule beams of light were simultaneously injected from either end of the acceleration tunnel. A powerful magnetic field instantaneously bound them, compressing them into needle-thin light strands, then imparting kinetic energy. Commence the crossing collision program. Ji Mu Yuan's voice resounded once more. On the screen, the two light strands raced along their circular path towards their destined encounter. In the next heartbeat, the 2 points of light collided with a deafening silence. Only an overwhelming white light prevailed, engulfing the entire monitoring screen. The entire facility was illuminated by this radiance. As the light dissipated, a slowly rotating orb of light emerged at the center of the screen. It emitted warmth and brightness, its surface occasionally erupting in small-scale flares. A miniature sun. Everyone stood entranced. Was this the result of 3 million energy levels? A man-made sun? Continued to increase pressure. Ji Mu Yuan's command shattered the collective reverie. Din Jiang jolted, stumbling to the control panel's edge, his voice trembling. Ji, we cannot increase any further. Any more pressure will lead to catastrophic failure. It could become an artificial black hole. Ji Mu Yuan turned his head to glance at him. Emergency brakes are available. Without another word, he pushed the energy output lever forward. The energy values began to surge uncontrollably. 30,000, 50,000, 80,000, 100,000. The tremors within the facility intensified. The miniature sun began to shrink and expand violently, its hue shifting to a dark red. Researchers shrieked in terror. Din Jiang's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Yet Ji Mu Yuan's hand remained steady on the lever. Finally, the lever gradually halted at a specific scale. The energy value settled at 150,000. The vibrations within the hangar subsided. The orb of light on the screen stabilized once more. All fell silent. Researchers, one by one, slumped to the ground, utterly spent. Cold sweat soaked through each person's attire. In the stillness, a faint sigh resonated clearly. Ji Mu Yuan regarded the energy orb of 150,000 with a shake of his head, seemingly unsatisfied. Only 150,000? Chapter 83. What about the celebration? General Manager Shi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He steadied his breath, glancing between Din Jiang and Elder Liang. Then, with a wry smile, he rose and approached Din Jiang, patting his shoulder. Old Jiang, are you all right? Din Jiang lifted his head, his gaze somewhat vacant, clearly still reeling from the recent shock. Huh, I'm fine. That's good to hear. General Manager Shi's smile took on a profound meaning. Then, about that celebration we discussed. Is it still on? Celebration? Din Jiang looked utterly perplexed. What celebration? General Manager Shi lamented. Din Jiang, your memory. The successful creation of the particle collider. You said we would celebrate. You even mentioned bringing out your treasured Maotai. Elder Liang also approached, patting Din Jiang's back. Little Jiang, General Manager Shi, is right. Although the process was a bit harrowing, the outcome is commendable. A stable aggregation at the 150,000 energy level is an unprecedented feat in human history. It is indeed time to celebrate. We must celebrate. Elder Liang's words acted as a powerful tonic, invigorating Din Jiang instantly. He turned his head to gaze at the energy sphere displayed on the surveillance screen. Fear dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming surge of pride from deep within. Indeed, we have succeeded. Din Jiang trembled as he rose from the ground, grasping General Shi's arm tightly. It counts. Of course it counts. Let's leave now. No one shall stop me today. I shall not return until I am intoxicated. General Shi and Elder Liang exchanged knowing smiles. The three turned to depart from the miraculous workshop. Just before exiting, they instinctively glanced back at the control console. Ji Mu Yuan still stood there, fixated on the data streaming across the screen, remaining dissatisfied with the mere figure of 150,000 energy units. It seemed that the monumental experiment, worthy of being inscribed in history, was merely a somewhat imperfect quiz to him. The trio shook their heads in exasperation as they exited. Meanwhile, a storm was quietly brewing across various social media platforms in the Long Kingdom. Coordinates. Haicheng. Did a fighter jet just fly over my head? Absolutely. I live on the 20th floor, and it felt like the glass on my balcony was vibrating. I thought it was a hallucination. The sound was deafening, akin to thunder. How many times has this happened? For the past half-month, I have been hearing this noise daily. Today was particularly exaggerated. It felt as if the aircraft was skimming the rooftops. A comment quickly surged to the forefront. Brothers, do you remember the news about that mysterious giant ship from earlier? Yes. Wasn't the Bureau of Special Operations quick to debunk it? I can't shake the feeling that these two events are connected. The fighter jets must be providing escort for that behemoth. Makes sense. Something significant is surely about to happen. In a matter of minutes. The topic of the Haicheng fighter jets flying low soared into the top 10 on trending searches. Countless curious netizens flocked to a specific account's homepage, the official account of the Bureau of Special Operations. The comment section began refreshing at a staggering rate of hundreds of new messages per second. Bureau of Special Operations, can the director make an appearance? Quit playing dead. I know you're watching. Please explain what's happening. I'm ready. Commence your performance. The number of online users displayed at the bottom of the comment section skyrocketed from thousands to 50,000, then to 100,000, and continued to surge. At the headquarters of the Bureau of Special Operations, the door to the director's office burst open. Assistant Xiao Wang rushed in, clutching a tablet, breathless. Director, it's bad. The trending search has exploded. The director, leisurely sipping a cup of herbal tea, did not even lift his eyelids at the news. What is the fuss? Is the sky falling? More severe than the sky falling. Xiao Wang thrust the tablet before the director. Look, over 100,000 netizens are demanding an explanation at our official account. The director took the tablet, glanced over it, and the barrage of questions on the screen made his temples throb. He set down his teacup and rubbed his forehead. Are these netizens brimming with such vitality? After a moment of silence, he made a decision. Issue a statement. Just say that the recent aircraft operations in Haicheng's airspace are part of our military's annual training program. They do not involve any abnormal military events. We urge the public to remain calm, refrain from believing or spreading rumors, and maintain normal order of life. Assistant Xiao Wang hesitated. Director, are we still using this line? I fear it may not be effective. The director shot him a glare. Do you have a more effective plan? Hurry up and send it. After it's sent, have the technical department suppress the trending search. Yes. Xiao Wang dared not say more and quickly exited. Minutes later, an official announcement appeared on the Bureau's account homepage. The moment the announcement was released, the already boiling comment section erupted into chaos. Here it comes. It has arrived. The familiar formula, the familiar flavor. Normal training. I'm dying of laughter. The official has essentially confirmed it. The key point to maintain normal life order translates to, please, citizens, maintain order while witnessing miracles. And do not wander aimlessly to avoid stampede incidents. I get it now. This is reverse psychology. The director is using this method to signal that something big is about to unfold. Brothers, let us flood the screen with witnessing miracles. In the director's office, he sipped his herbal tea, contentedly observing the back-end data. The trending ranking was steadily declining. He took a sip, revealing a satisfied smile. However, before his smile could last 3 seconds, Assistant Xiao Wang burst in once more. Director, it exploded again. The director nearly spat out his tea. What? He looked incredulously at the screen to see the previously suppressed trending topics surging back to the top, with even greater momentum, accompanied by the word explosive. The director was bewildered. What is going on? What is the technical department doing? Did I not instruct them to suppress the trending search? Assistant Xiao Wang's expression was more sorrowful than crying. They suppressed it, but it was futile. As soon as our announcement went out, the netizens became even more excited, claiming we were merely trying to cover up the truth. He paused, cautiously adding, they also said this batch of netizens is too clever, our tricks no longer work. The director fell silent, leaning back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long pause, he waved his hand, his voice filled with resignation. Forget it. Let them discuss as they wish. I have a headache. Chapter 84. Barely passing as night deepened, the heavy industry giant repair factory remained ablaze with lights. Dean Jiang, Elder Liang, and General Shi returned, their faces slightly flushed from the celebration. They had just held a small victory banquet to commemorate the successful creation of the 7-day particle collider. The wine was exhilarating. General Shi's face was alight with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, achieving 150,000 energy units is an unprecedented milestone in human history. Elder Liang was similarly moved. This is all thanks to Mu Yuan. Dean Jiang spoke with admiration. Without him, this group of old fellows would likely never have reached this threshold in our lifetimes. As they conversed, they walked into the workshop. The factory was brightly lit. Mu Yuan stood before the enormous holographic screen, just as he had been before they left. Engineer Wang was seated not far away. Mu Yuan's figure stood tall amidst the deluge of data flowing before him. The three greeted Engineer Wang before making their way toward Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan, why are you not resting? Dean Jiang inquired with concern. Mu Yuan finally lifted his gaze from the data. He glanced at the three elderly experts and calmly replied. The data has just come out. I'm assessing the situation. How is it? General Shi leaned in excitedly, asking. Is it exceptionally perfect? 150,000 energy units. This is practically a Nobel Prize-worthy achievement. Mu Yuan paused for a moment, then pointed at the holographic screen. A set of core data was magnified and presented before them. 150,231. He announced a precise figure and then offered his evaluation. Barely passing. The smile on General Shi's face froze. Elder Liang was about to express his grand aspirations, but had to swallow them back. Dean Jiang doubted his own hearing. Barely passing? This is a height humanity has never reached before. It is a monumental achievement worthy of being recorded in history. Yet to you, it is merely a passing grade. Mu Yuan, however, was unfazed by their petrified expressions. He shut off the data screen and looked at the three. You all have worked hard today. It's best to rest early. Tomorrow brings new tasks. After conversing with Engineer Wang, he stepped briskly towards the factory exit. Wait. Dean Jiang was the first to react, swiftly pursuing him. Mu Yuan, where are you headed? Aren't you taking a break? Engineer Wang, Beside Jimu Yuan, interjected Ding Jiang. The collider has just completed its preheating, and the energy state is now at its most stable. It's the perfect moment to forge ahead. Ding Jiang's mind was momentarily bewildered. Forge ahead? What are we forging? Jimu Yuan succinctly elaborated. We are to manufacture a new element. The materials for the beast engine require an upgrade. Boom. Ding Jiang felt as if thunder had erupted in his mind. Manufacture a new element? With a collider that has only just surpassed the energy record? His heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. Now, his voice trembled. Jimu Yuan glanced at him. Otherwise, shall we wait for it to cool down, and then spend several days repreheating? Ding Jiang was left speechless. He took a deep breath, his gaze igniting with fervor. Can I come and see? I wish to witness this with my own eyes. This is the creation of an entirely new element that does not exist in nature. A true act of creation. Any physicist would find such temptation irresistible. I want to join as well. Count me in. Behind him, Elder Liang and President Shi also regained their senses, eagerly following suit. Jimu Yuan regarded them, their faces brimming with hope, making it impossible for him to refuse. Keep up, he said softly, continuing onward. The group, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, closely trailed him. Upon exiting the factory, they arrived at a newly constructed building. It was a silver, disc-shaped edifice, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the night sky. The automatic sensing door slid open silently, revealing an even more fantastical interior. In the center of the expansive hall stood an extraordinarily complex apparatus, composed of countless diamond-shaped crystals arranged into a vast spherical matrix. Each crystal emitted a gentle glow, with light flowing through the matrix, creating a sea of illumination. What is this? Ding Jiang stared in astonishment. The sight before him was something he had never seen, nor even heard of. It was entirely beyond his realm of knowledge. A quantum pulse array. Jimu Yuan casually introduced. It is used to precisely control particle beams for microscopic sculpting at the atomic nucleus level. He paused, adding, nothing too technical. Elder Liang and President Shi exchanged incredulous glances, astonished. Nothing too technical? This apparatus appears to be even more advanced than the collider itself. Jimu Yuan refrained from further explanation. He approached the control console in front of the array, preparing for operation. The principles of new element manufacturing were straightforward. While calling up the operating interface, he began to educate the others. We utilize high-energy particle beams to bombard heavy atomic nuclei, forcibly inserting protons and neutrons to form a heavier, unstable new atomic nucleus. This process demands extremely precise energy control and trajectory calculations. We need to accelerate alpha particles to sublight speed, then pass them through the quantum pulse array, imparting specific spin angular momentum to allow them to breach the atomic nucleus barrier without shattering it. It's akin to using an invisible scalpel to create a small incision in the nucleus, inserting materials, and then suturing it back together. He explained in an easily comprehensible manner, yet Ding Jiang and the others remained perplexed. Each term was familiar, yet together they formed an incomprehensible jargon. Observing the expert's bewildered expressions, Jimu Yuan sighed. Never mind. It's too complicated to explain. I'll operate it directly. He focused entirely on the control console, initiating iris identity authentication. A beam of light emitted from the console, scanning Jimu Yuan's eyes. Authentication successful. Access level highest. An electronic voice resonated within the hall. The next moment, the lights in the entire hall dimmed dramatically. The central quantum pulse array blazed to life. Activating the quantum pulse array, Jimu Yuan's voice remained steady. A deep resonance echoed, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth. Countless streams of energy surged from the base of the array, rapidly coursing through the diamond crystals. The entire spherical matrix pulsated vigorously, akin to a heart illuminated from within. Connecting to the underground dark matter engine, energy supply stable. Commencing pulse parameter calibration. Jimu Yuan observed the holographic screen, his fingers leaving trails on the virtual keyboard. A multitude of complex parameter models were being locked in at an astonishing pace. Ding Jiang and the others stood behind, scarcely daring to breathe. Though they could not comprehend the intricacies, they sensed the immense computational power involved, something far beyond human capability. Wang. Jimu Yuan called over his shoulder. Here. Wang, who had been at the back of the line, stepped forward immediately. Position the Source 1 crystal at the activation site. Understood. Wang hurried to the specially designed safe at the wall, inputting the password to unlock it. He carefully retrieved a crystal, roughly the size of a fist and entirely transparent. He placed the crystal into a circular recess beside the control console. A mechanical arm descended from the ceiling, deftly grasping the crystal and, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, precisely positioned it at the core of the quantum pulse array. It fit seamlessly. Jimu Yuan watched as the parameter calibration completed and issued the final command with a firm voice. Connect the particle accelerator. Prepare to inject alpha rays. The moment the command was given, a torrent of blinding white energy surged forth from a permanent magnetic channel. Racing along a predefined trajectory towards the radiant heart at the center of the hall, the mysterious instrument Jimu Yuan referred to as the quantum sculptor. Chapter 85. Not as fierce as a level 1 wind. The torrent of blinding white energy emitted a shriek as it made contact with the outer force field of the quantum pulse array. There was no cataclysmic explosion. The violent alpha rays hesitated slightly before merging into the brilliant heart. Alpha ray flow capture complete. Commencing ray transformation. The electronic voice announced. As an energy progress bar on the holographic screen began to ascend rapidly, President Shi swallowed hard, instinctively grasping Elder Liang's arm, his voice quavering. Elder Liang. If this energy were to leak. Elder Liang's expression was equally grave, his gaze fixed on the increasingly blinding spherical matrix, his palms slick with cold sweat. They had spent their lives dealing with energy and understood all too well the terrifying destructive power contained within that alpha ray. There are 7 layers of vacuum isolation shields. Jimu Yuan's voice came calmly. Even if all fail, the energy shock released would be less than that of a level 1 wind. His statement quelled all of the experts' anxieties, leaving them momentarily speechless. Less than a level 1 wind. They stared at the torrent of energy capable of instantly vaporizing a small mountain, then glanced back at Jimu Yuan's composed figure, uncertain of how to respond. Ray transformation complete. Target, Source 1 crystal. Commencing injection. At the moment the command was issued, a slender golden beam shot forth from the core of the spherical matrix, precisely piercing the floating crystal at the center. Piercing molecular layer. Reaching atomic level. Commencing energy transfer. Particle reorganization in progress. A series of system prompts sounded in rapid succession, leaving no time for contemplation. The crystal, once filled with swirling galaxies, was now entirely suffused with a pure golden hue. The radiance, though subdued, conceals boundless power within. The final prompt echoed through the space. And on the screen, a fresh array of data refreshed itself. Elemental properties, metal. Toughness level, 95. Hardness level, 95. Special characteristics, deformation. No sooner had the words been spoken than the fist-sized golden crystal, under the gaze of several onlookers, abruptly split into 2. In an instant, it transformed into a swirling stream of golden liquid, twisting and stretching into various shapes. The next moment, this golden liquid swiftly contracted, recoalescing into a perfectly seamless crystal with sharp angles. The transition between division and unity occurred with astonishing fluidity, leaving Director Jiang and his colleagues in a state of disbelief. This surpassed the realms of their understanding of material science. Yet, Jimu Yuan remained unfazed, his fingers dancing once more upon the virtual keyboard. Initiating the upgrade protocol for the beast, he commanded the replacement of the core structural alloy. As the order was issued, several mechanical arms descended slowly from the ceiling, their target being the quietly standing skeleton of the beast. The old alloy armor was dismantled piece by piece. Simultaneously, the golden crystal levitated, stretching into slender streams of metal that precisely coated the skeleton of the beast. The mechanical arms and metallic streams worked in flawless synchrony, and within mere seconds, a brand new beast, resplendent in dark golden hues, emerged before the astonished crowd. Prepare to inject the new element activation program. Jimu Yuan's voice resonated again. At that moment, a programming doctor burst into the room, rushing to the side of the control console, his eyes fixated on a data stream on a secondary screen, his face ashen. Wait, he exclaimed sharply. What programming language is this? I have never encountered it before. Director Jiang and the others turned to look, recognizing him as their programming expert, now trembling with excitement. Doctor, what is the matter? Director Jiang inquired. The programming doctor disregarded his question, turning to Jimu Yuan, confusion etched across his features. Are you attempting to directly converse with the foundational logic of matter? Are you trying to breach the boundary between humanity and computers? He nearly shouted. Director Jiang and the others were left bewildered. The programming doctor endeavored to elucidate in simpler terms. All of our programs require translation through a compiler into a language comprehensible by machines. It is a translation process. What you are writing now bypasses all translation, directly commanding that new metal using a universal syntax of the cosmos. The difficulty involved is akin to asking an ordinary person to reassemble DNA with their bare hands. He gestured emphatically at the screen, where the cascading code flowed, his voice trembling. Such a complex program, if attempted by hand, would take even the world's most elite programmers a decade or more to complete. And the volume of code is at least several trillion lines. Director Jiang felt a tightening in his chest and immediately turned to the programming doctor. Can you assist? Jimu Yuan finally paused his actions, calmly regarding the programming doctor. No need. I will have the AI write it. What? The programming doctor exclaimed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Using AI to write such a program? Setting aside the issues of logical coherence, no computer in the world possesses that kind of computing power. Jimu Yuan did not engage in debate. His fingers resumed their swift dance across the virtual keyboard, this time with even greater speed. A new, streamlined program window materialized on the main screen. Moments later, Jimu Yuan struck the final command. Connect all intelligent devices of the heavy industry Megatron manufacturing plant. Merge CPU and GPU computing power to form a temporary supermatrix. Permission authentication successful. Connecting. Connection successful. Merging computing power. On the holographic screen, a vast star-shaped network diagram unfolded in an instant. Countless light points converged from all directions towards the center, the value representing total computing power skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. At that moment, the entire heavy industry Megatron manufacturing plant transformed into an unprecedented supercomputer. AI, activate, Ji Mu Yuan murmured. In the next second, the previously blank program interface began to overflow with an infinite stream of code. This was not input but generation, a spontaneous emergence. The several trillion lines of code that the programming doctor had claimed would take a decade to complete were, at this moment, being frantically perfected at an extreme velocity. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. New element activation program, writing completed. The electronic voice resounded like a final judgment. The programming doctor staggered back. His face drained of color, his gaze hollow as he stared at Ji Mu Yuan's silhouette. In that moment, the knowledge he had once prided himself on felt dwarfed in the presence of this young man. He slowly exited the hall, leaving the scene behind. Chapter 86. Just a minor task? Director Jiang opened his mouth, intending to say something. He glanced at his companions, General Shi and Elder Liang, only to find their expressions mirroring that of someone who had seen a ghost. That young Ji, Director Jiang pondered aloud. What is the principle behind this? Ji Mu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the main screen. Nothing much, just a temporarily constructed cloud computing platform, coupled with a self-learning AI assistant. He replied in a nonchalant tone. General Shi's lips twitched. Temporarily constructed? Something that the technological giants of the world have spent billions and years trying to develop. And you call it a temporary construction? Elder Liang chuckled wryly and shook his head. I think I understand now. We are studying science. While this young man is delving into theology. Director Jiang nodded in agreement. Ji Mu Yuan seemed oblivious to the discussions behind him. He lightly swiped his fingers across the virtual keyboard, bringing forth the final design schematic of the new beast. Let us commence, he quietly commanded. A beam of light emanated from a precise instrument mounted on the workshop ceiling, accurately enveloping the menacing skeleton of the beast. The quantum etching beam began its work. Where the beam touched, the dull metal surface began to ripple like water. There was no piercing noise, only a low, resonant hum echoing through the hall. Director Jiang and the others held their breath, witnessing this miraculous scene unfold. An hour passed, feeling like a century. General Shi could no longer contain himself and whispered to Elder Liang, Old Liang, what do you think young G's true identity is? This technology seems far beyond what should exist on our planet. Elder Liang cast him a glance, retorting somewhat irritably, how would I know? Perhaps he is an alien sent to save our civilization. Do you believe that? Of course not, Elder Liang replied, though the awe in his eyes belied his words. Just then, the humming sound abruptly ceased, and the beam of light gradually dissipated. In the center of the hall, the newly crafted beast finally revealed its true form. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Its body no longer bore the hard metallic texture, but instead exhibited a flowing, seemingly living liquid metal sheen. Light struck its surface, not reflecting but being absorbed, emanating a gentle, ethereal glow from within. It stood there silently. Yet it evoked the illusion that it could effortlessly transform into a pool of liquid and meld into the shadows. This was entirely beyond the understanding of all present regarding mechanical creations. It is complete, Ji Mu Yuan's voice shattered the silence. He deactivated the holographic screen, stretched, and finally revealed a semblance of fatigue. The rest is up to them. I shall take a nap. Having spoken, he did not wait for the crowd to react and turned away, leaving behind Dean Jiang, Old Liang, General Shi, and Engineer Wang, who stood in silence before the exquisite killing machine, exchanging glances for what felt like an eternity. That night, Ji Mu Yuan slept soundly until the following afternoon. Upon awakening, he found the world outside drenched in torrential rain. Large raindrops pounded against the metallic roof of the factory, producing a deafening sound. While the entire realm was shrouded in a misty gray haze, Ji Mu Yuan sought out Engineer Wang, who was coordinating supplies. Engineer Wang, please inform the team to prepare for testing the transformation function of the new unit. Wang, perusing a material list, looked up in astonishment. Now, Ji Gong. The rain is pouring heavily. Testing the aircraft in such adverse conditions is rather precarious. It's fine, Ji Mu Yuan replied calmly. The harsher the environment, the better we can test its limits. Additionally, have the materials team ready 3 tons of emergency repair metal just in case. Hearing the thorough preparations, Wang's apprehension eased somewhat. Understood, I'll arrange it immediately. Just as Wang turned to leave, a figure emerged through the downpour, rushing towards them. It was Director Qi, drenched to the bone, his hair plastered to his forehead, water streaming down his cheeks, looking utterly disheveled. Yet, his face radiated an uncontrollable joy. Ji Gong. His voice reached them before he did. Qi stumbled to a halt, nearly losing his balance. He leaned on his knees, catching his breath, then excitedly raised his head. The production line for the youth version of the beast has been fully connected 3 days ahead of schedule. He looked at Ji Mu Yuan expectantly, awaiting praise. However, Ji Mu Yuan merely glanced at his soaked attire, his brow furrowed. Director Chi, please change your clothes first. You don't want to catch a cold. Chi was taken aback. He looked down at his dripping pants, then at Ji Mu Yuan, responding with a hint of disappointment before darting towards the break room. In the control room not far from the factory, General Shi and Old Liang witnessed this exchange. General Shi couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, Old Liang, you lost. I told you Director Chi and his team would get it done ahead of time. Now it's time to bring out that bottle of Maodai you've been saving for 30 years. Old Liang shot him a glare, snorting in response. What is the rush? Let us wait until the rain stops. Just as he finished speaking, the torrential rain that seemed ready to engulf the world miraculously began to lessen. Minutes later, the rain ceased entirely. A beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the damp ground below. General Shi was even more jubilant. It's fate, Old Liang. After changing clothes, Director Chi tidied himself and returned to the factory where Ji Mu Yuan was. Noticing Old Liang was also present, he cleared his throat and reiterated his earlier report. Ji Gong. The production line for the youth version of the Beast is fully operational and ready for production at any moment. This time, Ji Mu Yuan finally acknowledged him with a nod. Understood. Director Chi, for such minor matters, please report directly to Engineer Wang in the future. There is no need to seek me out specifically. Minor matter? The smile on Director Chi's face instantly vanished. He, along with the hundreds of engineers and technicians he led, had tirelessly labored for over half a month, overcoming numerous challenges to achieve this significant milestone, only to be told it was merely a trivial issue. Old Liang, hearing this, patted Director Chi on the shoulder in consolation. Then, he took out a secure phone and dialed. The call was quickly connected. Old Liang. A calm and powerful voice came through the line. Commander Lin. Old Liang's tone shifted to one of seriousness. The production line for the youth version of the Beast is complete. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Commander Lin's suppressed excitement as he issued his command. Commence work immediately. 3 shifts, 24 hours nonstop. Push the production capacity to its limits. Understood. Old Liang hung up the phone and turned to the still reeling Director Chi. Did you hear that, Director Chi? Commander Lin's orders. Chi snapped back to attention. The earlier personal sentiments were swiftly cast aside. He straightened up and responded loudly. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. With that, he left the factory and headed towards the production base. Inside the production base, after a brief silence, the workshop was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony of thunderous noise. Countless indicator lights illuminated in sequence as massive robotic arms began to move with precision and power. Later that night, 2 military helicopters descended onto the base helipad under the cover of darkness. Commander Lin and Minister One, accompanied by Old Liang, hurried into a vast assembly workshop. The lights in the workshop were as bright as day. 10 brand new youth versions of the Beast stood silently in combat formation before them. Commander Lin gazed at this breathtaking sight, nearly overwhelmed with joy, his hands clenched tightly. Director Chi quickly stepped forward. Report, Commander Lin. The production line is now running at full speed, with a daily output of 10 units. Commander Lin's pupils constricted. Chapter 87, the sports version? Within the heavy industries giant engine repair factory, the atmosphere was particularly tranquil. Several robotic arms hung motionless in the air. At the center of the factory, a pitch-black aircraft sat quietly. Its design bore little difference from the already mass-produced youth version of the Beast, but upon closer inspection, every detail exuded a more menacing aura. Ji Mu Yuan stood before the aircraft, intently observing the virtual display before him. A line of small text had just refreshed. All upgrade projects for the new Beast have been completed. Current version V20. Please proceed with real machine testing. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. Commander Lin led the way, followed closely by Old Liang, General Shi, Director One, and Minister One. The group hurried in, their faces betraying undeniable fatigue, yet their eyes sparkled with brilliance. Little G. Commander Lin's booming voice echoed within the expansive factory. He approached Ji Mu Yuan, his gaze devoid of reproach, filled instead with concern. Look at you. Burning the midnight oil again. Your eyes are bloodshot. We just returned from the production workshop, and the line is now running at full speed. You should take a break. Ji Mu Yuan lifted his gaze to meet Commander Lin's, then glanced at the others behind him. He calmly shut off the virtual display. Not yet. The upgrade for the new Beast is still one step away. Commander Lin paused, then circled the aircraft, scrutinizing it closely. Aside from the darker paint and sharper lines, he couldn't discern any significant changes. What else is needed? It looks quite similar to the original. Ji Mu Yuan replied coolly. It's merely had a layer of film added. Film? Commander Lin was puzzled. Minister Wen furrowed his brow, clearly confused. Only General Shi and Old Liang exchanged glances, both recognizing the fervor reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that the film Ji Mu Yuan referred to was no ordinary addition, but rather represented an entirely new capability. Transformation. Ji Mu Yuan offered no further explanation, turning to Engineer Wang nearby. Engineer Wang, notify Li Xingran to bring the sports version of the Beast to the external field. Sports version? This time, even General Shi appeared somewhat bewildered. What new marvel is this? Ji-Mu Yuan seemed to discern their bewilderment and offered a rare explanation. Oh, this is the sports version. Subsequent variants will include the family edition, luxury model, and a collector's edition. A hush fell over the gathering. Commander Lin opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, while General Shi and Elder Liang exchanged frantic glances with him, clearly signaling to wait for the surprise to unfold. Before long, accompanied by a roar of engines, they emerged from the factory. A beastly aircraft of the same design slowly entered their view. The cockpit canopy lifted, revealing Li Xingran's striking visage. She flashed a no gesture in Ji-Mu Yuan's direction. Engineer Ji, are we ready to commence? I've been eagerly anticipating this. Ji-Mu Yuan nodded in affirmation. Through the radio, he issued the first command, initiate battle mode. No sooner had the words left his lips than, within the cockpit, dozens of flexible metallic cables silently emerged from both sides of Li Xingran's seat. As if endowed with life, they climbed along her spine and limbs, ultimately converging at her head to form a sleek, fully encompassing helmet. The remaining cables morphed into a form-fitting, lightweight armor that enveloped her body. Subsequently, the pilot's seat smoothly unfolded, elevating her from a seated to a standing position. A cold system prompt resonated within the helmet. Neural signal synchronization, connection complete. The seamless execution of this operation left Commander Lin and Minister Wen astounded. Ji-Mu Yuan's voice resonated once more, transform. A series of sharp metallic clinks erupted suddenly. The sports version of the beastly aircraft before them folded its wings inward at an astonishing angle. The nose bent downward, retracting into the chest cavity. Below, two robust mechanical legs surged forth, firmly planting themselves on the ground. In mere seconds, it ascended to reveal a towering humanoid machine, exceeding 15 meters in height. Standing serenely before the crowd. Outside the factory, an eerie silence enveloped everyone. Eyes widened in awe, they beheld this extraordinary reality. Director Wen pointed at the colossal figure before them, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Is this a transformer? He finally voiced what many were thinking. No one paid heed to his outburst. The collective astonishment echoed throughout the assembly. Ji-Mu Yuan appeared unfazed by their reactions, continuing to issue commands to Li Xingran. Activate the neural synchronization system. Move around. Understood, came Li Xingran's voice, imbued with an electric resonance from the mech speakers. In the next moment, the towering humanoid machine slowly raised its right arm. Its 5 robust metallic fingers flexed gracefully before forming a fist. Each movement flowed with astonishing fluidity, even mimicking a human's actions by twisting its neck and rolling its shoulders. Neural linkage technology. General Shi's voice quivered with excitement. You truly managed to miniaturize it and render it functional. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. As the chief engineer of the Technology Development Bureau, he understood the value and complexity of this technology more than anyone else. Minister Wen turned to General Shi, his voice hoarse with exhilaration. What is the principle behind this? General Shi fixated on the moving mech, rapidly explaining, Minister Wen, simply put, the pilot is not merely operating this machine. They are becoming one with it. Every thought, every subtle action is flawlessly replicated by this behemoth. This transcends mere piloting. It is an embodiment of human-machine integration. Minister Wen's heart raced. He pressed further. What is the precision of the interface? This question momentarily stumped General Shi. He did not know. All eyes instinctively shifted toward Ji-Mu Yuan. Ji-Mu Yuan regarded the mech before him, a slight furrow creasing his brow. With a hint of disdain in his tone, he replied, currently, it stands at merely 1%, just enough for it to turn and wave. The air became thick with tension. Everyone remained frozen in place, as if under a spell. 1%, just enough? To turn and wave? How could this agile, almost sentient steel giant be deemed just enough? Inside the mech's cockpit, Li Xingran heard Ji-Mu Yuan's assessment through the communication channel. She couldn't help but stifle a laugh within her helmet. This guy still approached it like he did when building models as a child, never satisfied unless it reached absolute perfection. After several seconds, Minister Wen finally regained his voice, his throat constricting. Engineer Ji, what do you mean by just enough? Tension gripped the room as all eyes fixated on Ji-Mu Yuan. He glanced at them, as if regarding a group of inquisitive schoolchildren. The literal meaning. The neural linkage must achieve seamless synchronization at 100%. Any figure below this standard is merely transitional. A synchronization rate of 1% cannot even fully unlock the basic movement modules. Thus, it is just barely adequate. General Shi inhaled sharply, his chest heaving. The color drained from his face, only to flush red with excitement. He pointed an unsteady finger at Ji-Mu Yuan, trembling with disbelief. 100%? Seamless synchronization? Do you comprehend the implications of your words? His voice escalated, sharp and piercing. Within the existing theoretical framework, a delay and loss threshold always exists between human brain signals and mechanical commands. Achieving stability at 0.1% is already a monumental achievement. Are you envisioning a person transcending the entire technological spectrum? The chief engineer of the Technology Development Bureau was now utterly unhinged. His lifelong scientific understanding was shattered by Ji Mu Yuan's casual remark. Ji Mu Yuan paid no mind to his outburst. He merely raised his wrist, glancing at the data stream on his communicator. Xingran, prepare for Phase 2. Complete synchronization. Understood, came Li Xingran's clear response from the mech's chest-mounted speakers. Inside the cockpit, Li Xingran isolated herself from the surrounding clamor. Before her, traditional dials and complex buttons faded away, replaced by a luminescent, immersive control interface. Neural synchronization system activated, initiating iris information verification. A gentle blue light swept across her eyes. Iris verification complete. Initiating brainwave frequency comparison. Brainwave comparison successful. Pilot identity confirmed. Lieutenant Li Xingran. Welcome back, Ouroboros. Ouroboros was her codename within this system. The neural interface helmet above her silently extended dozens of neural probes, gently connecting to the interface at the nape of her neck. A cool sensation enveloped her. Neural linkage system engaged. Visual synchronization commencing. A faint buzzing resonated. The entire world before Li Xingran transformed in an instant. The cockpit's view vanished, replaced by a panoramic vista with no blind spots. Her line of sight soared, elevating to a height of 15 meters. The expressions of the experts outside the factory became vividly discernible. She could even discern, from 100 meters away, an ant laboriously dragging a blade of grass, its antennae gently swaying. A wave of indescribable sensation surged through her entire being, as if her soul were being extracted and infused into a more powerful vessel. She could feel the metallic shell of the mech, now akin to her own skin, and sensed the hydraulic fluid coursing through the pistons like her own blood. In that moment, she was no longer Li Xingran. She was the beast. The beast was her. Ji Muyuan's voice resonated directly in her mind. How do you feel? Report. Visual link established, Li Xingran replied, a hint of novelty in her tone. I can see a folded blueprint peeking from your left pocket. Ji Muyuan instinctively touched his pocket, then continued issuing commands. Excellent. Warm-up completed. Now, show me some moves. Inside the cockpit, the corners of Li Xingran's mouth twitched. This guy. Tentatively. She moved her index finger within the gloves of her suit. Externally, the towering 15-meter steel giant simultaneously raised its metallic finger, thicker than an adult's thigh. With precision and stability, devoid of delay. My heavens. President Sher clutched his heart, feeling as though he were on the verge of suffocation. This was beyond his comprehension. Li Xingran's playful spirit was ignited. She flexed her wrist, and the mech mimicked the motion of its colossal metal wrist. She twisted her neck, and the sci-fi-esque head emitted cracking sounds as it turned. Every movement was perfectly synchronized with her own physical sensations. Was this what it meant to be 100% in sync? A surge of pride welled within her. The next moment, she obeyed Ji Muyuan's command. In rhythm with her body, she controlled the mech to slowly bend its knees into a squatting position. Boom. The massive metal form suddenly unleashed its power. The ground fractured instantly as countless fragments were swept into the air by the forceful gust. The 100-ton steel giant ascended, defying the laws of physics, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before crashing down. Thud. A deafening sound reverberated, shaking the entire ground. A vast crater, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, appeared at the mech's landing site, with the mech standing unwaveringly at its center. The onlookers outside the factory fell into a state of speechlessness once again. This was no longer agility. It was akin to a monster from a sci-fi film. Yet, this was not the end. Ji Muyuan's voice pierced the air again, tinged with impatience. Enough of the theatrics. Let's try the curvature propulsion. Yes. Li Xingran responded excitedly. The wings on the back of the beast unfurled, and several rings illuminated at the thruster's outlet. There was no flame, no roar. Buzz. The very fabric of space seemed to warp momentarily. The next second, the 15-meter-tall mech vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint trail of light, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. On the virtual screen of the control panel, the speed readings skyrocketed. 10 Mach, 15 Mach, 25 Mach, finally stabilizing at a staggering number, close to 30 Mach. Meanwhile, not far from the factory, in the particle collision laboratory, an earthquake, a researcher operating the instruments was startled by the sudden violent tremors beneath his feet. What is going on? Quickly, stabilize the collider. Another researcher shouted, as everyone scrambled to check the equipment. Director Jiang was the first to rush to the window, looking up at the sky just in time to catch a glimpse of that fleeting streak of light. His pupils constricted sharply. That direction was Ji Muyuan's factory. Suddenly, he recalled Ji Muyuan's earlier request to utilize the spatial stabilizing field generator, as well as the massive amounts of memory metal borrowed from the materials lab. So that is what it was. This madman had intended to create a mech capable of transformation and superluminal flight from the very beginning. Buzzing sounds interrupted his thoughts as Engineer Wang's encrypted phone vibrated urgently in his pocket. Flustered, he answered the call. On the other end, the frantic voice of Commissioner Su could be heard. Wang, what is happening? The aerospace defense system just triggered an alarm. An unidentified hypersonic weapon has appeared above the base. Speed exceeds 28 Mach. Unable to lock on. Unable to intercept. Is it from your side? Engineer Wang was momentarily dazed. Unidentified weapon? He instinctively glanced at Ji Muyuan. Commander Lin's expression darkened as he took the phone from Engineer Wang. Calm down. It's me, Lin Zhenhua. The alert is cancelled. It's our own equipment undergoing testing. I repeat. The alert is cancelled. Commissioner Su on the other end paused for a few seconds before stammering back. Yes. Commander. Commander Lin hung up. His gaze complex as he looked at Ji Muyuan. This young man had once again reshaped his understanding. Ji Muyuan seemed oblivious to the expressions around him as he pressed the communicator. Xingran, it's time. Return. In an instant, the streak of light reappeared, and the beast descended steadily into the very crater it had created. The crowd gazed at the unscathed steel giant, rendered speechless. Yet, Ji Muyuan frowned, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. I want to try live fire targeting. Upon hearing this, Director Chi from the Technical Development Bureau immediately brightened up and approached eagerly. Chief Ji, let us use our target drone, the third-generation Sky Eye. Let us test the reconnaissance and attack capabilities of the beast's mobile version. Commander Lin nodded in agreement. The target drone is not an issue. However, Ji Muyuan shook his head, turning to Engineer Wang with a calm demeanor. I recall that the original test site 1 was designated. Engineer Wang's expression grew peculiar, and he quietly reminded, Chief Ji, do you not remember? Last time you accidentally leveled that place to the ground. Ji Muyuan responded with an "oh," as if recalling the incident for the first time. Then let us choose another location. How about the reservoir in the western suburbs? Engineer Wang suggested immediately. It's spacious enough and sufficiently remote. Chapter 89, Flood Release. Western Suburbs Reservoir. Inside the dispatch room of the management station, the atmosphere was so tense it could wring out water. The blaring alarm mixed with the roaring sound of water outside created a cacophony that frayed nerves. A young team member, pale-faced, pointed at the red water level line on the monitor, his voice trembling. Captain, it's 20 meters above the warning line and still rising. The dam's pressure monitoring is also at critical levels. If we don't release the water, the dam will collapse. The one referred to as Captain was an elderly man with graying hair. He stared intently at the evacuation area map on the screen, representing 200,000 people downstream. Release the water? He retorted. Tell me, if we release the water now, what will happen to those 200,000 downstream? Will they sprout wings and fly away? The young team member shrank back at the captain's outburst yet pressed on. But if we don't release it, if the dam collapses, it won't just be a few towns that are submerged. The entire downstream area will be doomed. The old man gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently. He knew this truth all too well. He has stood guard at this dam for 30 years, understanding its formidable power better than anyone else. After a prolonged moment, he seemed to exhaust all his strength and struck the control panel with his fist. Issue an emergency drainage order. Notify the city. We can only hold for 3 more hours at most. In 3 hours, regardless of whether they have completed the evacuation, we must open the floodgates. Yes. Meanwhile, on the road leading to the West Suburban Reservoir, Engineer Wang sat in the passenger seat, holding a secured phone while communicating with the authorities in Binhai City. Yes. Director Zhang, we simply wish to utilize the mountainous area next to the West Suburban Reservoir for a small test. Rest assured, it is absolutely safe. We have stringent control measures in place. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat chaotic, and the smile on Wang's face gradually faded. His brow furrowed tighter. What? A state of emergency? The reservoir is to release water? Evacuate 200,000 residents downstream. Wang's voice suddenly rose, capturing the attention of everyone in the vehicle. He hung up the phone, turning to the back seat where Commander Lin and Chief Engineer Ji sat. Commander, Chief Engineer Ji, his voice was hoarse. Something has happened. Binhai City has just activated its first-level emergency response. The West Suburban Reservoir, due to continuous heavy rainfall, has seen its water level exceed critical limits, posing an imminent risk of dam failure. Immediate drainage is required. They are urgently evacuating 200,000 residents downstream and have requested our support. The atmosphere in the vehicle shifted from a relaxed pre-test preparation to one of solemnity. Commander Lin's expression turned grave. The soldier's duty left no room for hesitation. The test is suspended. He picked up his communicator, his tone steady as he issued commands. The 1st Airborne Division stationed in Binhai City, all transport and rescue helicopters. Take off immediately. Head to the downstream area of the West Suburban Reservoir to assist local authorities in the evacuation of civilians. I repeat, all units. Beside him, Chief Engineer Shi swiftly mobilized. I will contact our office in Binhai City right away. Have them organize all available personnel to assist in maintaining order on site. The convoy halted at the roadside, and a temporary command center was swiftly established. Ji Muyuan exited the vehicle without uttering a word. Moments later, he spotted helicopters painted in military green soaring through the sky, their thunderous roar echoing as they headed toward the reservoirs downstream. The gravity of the situation darkened his previously calm gaze. What was intended as a mere test of artillery had unexpectedly escalated into this crisis. The evacuation proceeded in a tense yet orderly manner. Soldiers, police, and staff clad in various uniforms rushed through the streets of the village, repeatedly calling out through loudspeakers. Although the residents were in a state of panic, the powerful organizational force managed to guide families, carrying the most rudimentary belongings onto the military trucks and helicopters that had come to their aid. However, the weather took a turn for the worse. The sky suddenly darkened, and large raindrops began to fall without warning. Initially, it was just a few drops, but it quickly escalated into a torrential downpour. The rain so dense it felt nearly impenetrable. Inside the temporary command center, Chief Engineer Schur watched the heavy rain outside with growing concern. This complicates matters. Such heavy rainfall will only accelerate the rise in water levels, leaving us with even less time. As his words fell, a piercing phone ring shattered the tension. It was the reservoir management station calling. Wang answered the phone, and after a few sentences, his face grew increasingly grim. What? The water level has risen by another 10 meters. The voice of the old captain of the reservoir carried a palpable sense of despair through the static. Inform Commander Lin. We are holding on. Not a single one of the 200,000 residents downstream can be left behind. We must wait until they are all evacuated. Before he could finish, a sharper, more urgent alarm blared through the phone, drowning out all other sounds. It was a warning signifying the highest level of disaster. An earthquake warning. Almost simultaneously, everyone's phones began emitting shrill alarms, followed by the ground slowly starting to tremble. The earth beneath them felt like a quivering jelly. Equipment and instruments groaned under the strain. A magnitude 5 earthquake. The epicenter was near the west suburban reservoir. On the dam, the old captain and several team members clung to the railings to avoid being thrown off. The torrential rain pelted their faces painfully. The earthquake lasted barely a dozen seconds before subsiding. The old captain, disregarding his drenched state, immediately surged toward the dam structure. Quick! Inspect the dam. Beams of piercing light anxiously swept across the concrete structure. The previously small cracks showed no significant expansion. Just as the old captain began to breathe a sigh of relief, a team member's shout sent his heart plummeting. Captain, Zone 2. Stumbling, he rushed over, his flashlight illuminating that area. To his horror, he saw that the dam in Zone 2 was now covered in a spiderweb of fresh cracks. Most alarmingly, clear streams of water were gushing from those fissures, rushing outward. This was not murky overflow, but pristine seepage. It signified that the internal structure of the dam had been compromised by the earthquake. It was collapsing from within. The old captain's body swayed, as if all strength had been drained from him. He knew the final moment had arrived. Summoning every ounce of energy, he roared into the intercom. Open the gates. All gates. Emergency drainage at overload. A young team member cried out, Captain, there are still people below. If we don't release it, the dam will collapse, and everyone will perish. The old captain snatched the intercom from his hands, shouting into the dispatch room. Follow the order. In the temporary command center, Chief Engineer Schur had just hung up the phone, standing frozen. He looked at Commander Lin, his lips trembling, struggling to utter a complete sentence. There has been structural damage to the dam. To prevent an overall collapse, they have decided to initiate emergency overload drainage in 10 minutes. Commander Lin stood up abruptly, fists clenched. How many people downstream have not been evacuated? Chief Engineer Schur's voice was barely a whisper. Preliminary estimates indicate there are still at least 20,000. 20,000. That number loomed like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on the hearts of everyone in the command center. Despair enveloped them all. 10 minutes. Once the drainage begins, there is no chance of survival for those 20,000. Everyone felt utterly powerless. Just then, in the midst of the silence, Jimu Yuan's voice unexpectedly broke through. Jimu Yuan had somehow positioned himself next to Engineer Wang, having quietly listened to all communications. Wang, he inquired, his tone eerily calm as if discussing a technical matter. What if we could seal the cracks? How much longer could the dam hold? All eyes suddenly turned to Jimu Yuan, wide with astonishment. Seal them? What a ridiculous notion. Wang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying. Theoretically, if we could seal them. Given the current structural integrity, it should hold for a few more hours. He then managed a bitter smile. But how is that even possible? Not to mention where we would find materials capable of sealing such large cracks. Just the water pressure at that depth is beyond human capability to withstand. That S pressure in the tens or hundreds of tons. Any equipment sent down would be instantly crushed into a pancake. Jimu Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the imposing beast of a machine standing resolutely in the rain. In the eyes of those around him, filled with despair, Jimu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Materials? The vast amounts of memory metal he had borrowed from the materials science laboratory had yet to be fully utilized. Water pressure? The beast's extreme pressure resistance was not designed for leisurely strolls on the ground. He gazed at Engineer Wang and spoke slowly. I have the materials. As for the pressure. His eyes once again turned toward the beast, a glint of madness shining within them. Perfect. It's time to test the limits of the beast's pressure resistance. Chapter 90. Wait for me 2 minutes. Jimu Yuan's voice rang out, resonant and clear, reaching every ear in the command center. How far is the reservoir from here? General Schur hesitated momentarily, instinctively replying, approximately 200 kilometers in a straight line. 200 kilometers. Jimu Yuan glanced down at the tactical watch on his wrist, its screen displaying a vivid red countdown, 9 minutes and 30 seconds. He looked up and declared, "Wait for me 2 minutes. I'll be back shortly." General Shi's mouth opened and closed, momentarily speechless. 2 minutes? Where are you going? Where will you return from? Do you think this is just a trip to the convenience store downstairs for a pack of cigarettes? That's a dam about to collapse. 200 kilometers away. Commander Lin's pupils dilated as he fixed his gaze on Jimu Yuan, trying to discern even a hint of jest on the young man's face. Yet there was none. Jimu Yuan remained expressionless, as if discussing the most mundane matter. "Young Ji, you." Commander Lin's words were cut short as Jimu Yuan turned, issuing orders into the communicator. "Xing Ran, start the beast. Preheat the engines and prepare for departure." From the other end of the communicator, Li Xing Ran's voice immediately responded. "Received." Jimu Yuan paid no mind to the petrified group behind him and strode directly toward the exit. After taking a couple of steps, he seemed to recall something and turned back. Those who wish to witness the miracle may follow. The cockpit is quite spacious. With that, he vanished through the door. The command center fell silent for 3 seconds. The next moment, General Shi was the first to react, almost bursting out the door. "Engineer Ji, wait for me." Commander Lin swiftly followed, moving with a swiftness surpassing even the fittest pilots among his subordinates. Engineer Wang, Minister 1. A group of prominent figures who could shake the ground in their respective fields, now rushed out of the temporary command center. They dashed into the torrential rain, heading straight for the imposing beast. The belly of the beast opened, revealing a spacious internal compartment. Rather than a cockpit, it resembled a small mobile command center. Jimu Yuan had already settled comfortably into the main seat, while Li Xing Ran occupied the co-pilot position, her hands tracing ethereal trails across the virtual screen. Reactor power at 100%. Energy shield activated. All systems have completed self-check. Status green. General Shi and Commander Lin scrambled into the cockpit, drenched and disheveled. They barely had time to catch their breath before the door sealed behind them. Jimu Yuan's calm voice resonated. "Buckle up. Switch to fighter mode, maximum thrust, and launch." "Understood." A spark of excitement flickered in Li Xing Ran's eyes. The next second, a terrifying force pressed everyone back into their seats. General Shi felt as though his very organs were being squeezed and then violently thrust backward. The scenery outside transformed into a blur of light. The beast's tail expelled a blazing blue plasma stream, its massive frame instantly breaking the sound barrier. There was no deafening roar, only a gentle hum. "My heavens." Commander Lin grasped the armrests, his expression one of shock, despite having spent a lifetime in combat aircraft. Engineer Wang's face turned pale as he stared at the holographic map before him, watching the light representing the beast hurtling toward its target at an unfathomable speed. Suddenly, he pointed at a section of the map, urgently exclaiming, "Engineer Ji, ahead is Qinghe Town. According to intelligence, there are still some civilians evacuating along the road. Should we take a detour?" Jimu Yuan didn't even glance at the map. His gaze remained fixed on the countdown ahead. "A detour would cost us 2 seconds. His tone was devoid of emotion. "We cannot afford to waste 2 seconds. General Shi jolted at his words and immediately grabbed the secure communication phone beside him. "Activate the emergency response. Right now?" Immediately. The call connected almost instantly, and a languid voice responded. "This is Director Liu." "Old Liu, it's me." General Shi nearly shouted. "I don't care what you're doing. Activate the highest level public opinion control plan immediately." Director Liu seemed taken aback. "Old Shi, have you lost your mind? Highest level? The last time we activated it was because..." "Stop talking." General Shi interrupted. "In 30 seconds, a massive object will fly over Qinghe Town. It's incredibly fast and looks highly sci-fi. I need you to convince everyone who sees it that they are witnessing an illusion or special effects from a movie." Commander Lin added gravely, "Director Liu, this concerns the lives of over 20,000 people. The impact of public opinion must be minimized." After a brief silence, Director Liu's voice turned serious. "Understood. All surveillance footage will be taken over immediately. The network in the Qinghe Town area will undergo temporary signal interference. I will arrange for someone to write a press release, stating it's a viral marketing campaign for a Hollywood blockbuster." Just then, Jimu Yuan's voice sounded again. "Xing Ran, prepare to transform and activate the plasma thrusters." Li Xing Ran's lips curled into an ecstatic smile. "Understood." Boom. A more violent tremor shook the cockpit, as if it had been tossed into a washing machine. General Shi, Engineer Wang, and the others gasped in alarm, their astonished gazes fixed on the beast's sleek fighter form, which was rapidly disassembling and reconstructing in midair. The wings folded and retracted, transforming into massive shoulder armor. Below the fuselage, 2 sturdy mechanical legs shot out and locked into place. The cockpit tilted upward, revealing a stern metallic visage. In mere seconds, a fearsome war machine with a wingspan nearing 100 meters morphed into a towering mech wielding a colossal battle spear, standing over 80 meters tall. Transformation complete. Battle spear mode. Plasma thrusters activated. The 6 circular thrusters on the mech's back flared to life, emitting a blue flame 10 times more radiant than before. Its speed skyrocketed once more. In Qinghe Town, Within an office building, several trapped white-collar workers anxiously gazed out the window. The torrential rain had severed their escape route, leaving them waiting for rescue. What the hell is that? A young man suddenly screamed, pointing at the sky. Everyone turned to look. Beneath the dim sky, a colossal humanoid mech, enveloped in blue electric arcs, tore through the clouds above them at breakneck speed. The velocity was so extreme that it left only a stunning afterimage on their retinas. All the people in the office building stood in stunned silence. What had just flown past? Ultraman. No, it was a Gundam. Absolutely an EVA. After a brief moment of silence, everyone rushed to the windows, raising their phones in an attempt to capture the miracle that had already vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Emergency Response Bureau, a report came in. Director, unidentified flying object detected. The target has entered the airspace over Qinghe Town. My God, is that a mech? Watching the blurred images captured by countless cameras on the big screen, the entire command hall fell into a hushed silence. Everyone was awestruck by the sight of the steel behemoth before them. Director Liu suddenly stood up, fixated on the blue trajectory displayed on the screen. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Movie special effects? What kind of cinematic illusion could evoke such a sense of dread? Initiate the Arabian Nights contingency plan. Director Liu's voice quivered, yet it was underpinned by a steely resolve. Inform all cooperating media. Proclaim that this is a leaked segment from our nation's own grand sci-fi production. The Southern Gate Project. Yes, that is how we'll present it. Make the trending searches explode. At the dam management station, despair was the only thing left in the old captain's eyes. He raised the intercom, his voice hoarse as he began the final countdown. 10, 9, 8. Each second sent tremors through everyone's bodies. Captain, look at the sky. The young vice captain suddenly pointed upwards, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The old captain looked up in confusion. Amidst the downpour, a colossal black silhouette was slowly descending from the clouds. It hovered above the reservoir like a deity emerging from mythology. In that moment of collective astonishment, a shadow detached from the mechanized giant and plunged into the water before the dam. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muted sound resonating from beneath the surface. Shortly thereafter, a ghostly blue halo erupted from the point of impact. In the next heartbeat, an unfathomable scene unfolded. The torrential rain. When it reached about 10 meters above the water's surface, eerily suspended in midair, transforming into countless floating droplets. Meanwhile, the torrents gushing from the dam's cracks suddenly weakened. Then, to the horror-stricken gaze of all, the water began to reverse course. Defying every known physical law, it was gradually drawn back into the reservoir. The entire surface of the reservoir began to rise slowly, forming an extraordinarily bizarre arc. The old captain and his team stood transfixed, watching this surreal spectacle unfold. What on earth is happening? The old captain's lips quivered, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Is this an illusion? Days later, the rain ceased, and the sun shone upon Qinghe Town as the dam reinforcement project commenced amid the roar of countless construction vehicles. Displaced residents began to return to their homes. Everything appeared to be returning to normal. The old captain stood atop the newly reinforced area of the dam, a lit cigarette dangling from his fingers. He gazed at the calm water below, the air still carrying the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil. Yet his mind was uncontrollably replaying the incomprehensible images from days prior. The steel deity descending from the heavens. The deluge of water defying all laws of physics, flowing back into the reservoir. Was it merely a figment of the imagination? A collective hallucination born of despair? Captain, look quickly. The young vice captain rushed over, phone in hand, his expression one of sheer shock. It's gone viral online. The old captain took the phone, perplexed. On the screen, a grainy video played, but the outline was unmistakable. A darkened sky, a massive mech, surrounded by blue electrical arcs. It was the very scene etched in his memory. Incredible. What stunning special effects. What is the film's title? Are you foolish? This is real. My great-uncle's cousin saw it with her own eyes in Qinghe Town. Is that true? Are you just blustering? Absolutely true. Everyone in our office witnessed it. It flew right over us. The authorities have debunked it, claiming it's a leaked segment from the Southern Gate Project. Give me a break. Do you really believe the Bureau of War Deception? The more they deny it, the more it feels real. The comment section exploded with chaos. The old captain gripped the phone tightly. He slowly lifted his gaze, once more scanning the sky. It was not an illusion. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Bureau of War Deception, the command hall was brightly lit, yet everyone bore dark circles under their eyes, surrounded by a mountain of coffee cups. They had been working around the clock for several days. Director Liu, the mech from Qinghe Town, has once again surged to the top of the trending searches. We just suppressed it, and it's back at the top in less than a minute. There are too many sources for the video. We can't delete them all. It's gone viral across all major short video platforms. Director Liu rubbed his throbbing temples, gazing at the soaring data on the big screen with a wry smile. These researchers never let me rest for even a day. He gulped a large mouthful of coffee, exhaling a long sigh. In the past, we endeavored to fabricate the non-existent. Now, technology has advanced so rapidly that sci-fi has become reality. We must turn the tables, claiming the existent is non-existent. This job is becoming increasingly arduous. Enough with the long faces. Director Liu slammed his cup down on the table. If we can't delete it, then let us not. Inform the disinformation department to stir the pot. Let us insist it's all special effects. We need to find some of the nation's top special effects experts to conduct a live analysis. Claim that this CG technology surpasses Hollywood by a decade and is a point of pride for our nation's film industry. Let the waters get muddied. Let those netizens bicker amongst themselves. Yes, Director. In the heavy machinery manufacturing plant, the beast mech stood majestically at the center. Ji Muyuan stood at the control console, observing the final line of data displayed on the screen. Beast mech quantum reconstruction 100. Morphing module loaded, with a slight whir of mechanical operations. The lights in the hangar illuminated, revealing every intricate detail of the mech. Finally, it was complete. Ji Muyuan stretched, his joints cracking. The beast mech now possessed the capability to transition freely between humanoid and fighter jet forms. It had truly become a transformable mech. The only regret was that the core component of the plasma propulsion engine had yet to arrive. This efficiency is abysmal, Ji Muyuan thought with a displeased pout. Just then, the alloy door of the lab was violently pushed open. Ji Muyuan, Minister Wen, burst in, his face flushed with anger. He slammed a tablet onto the console. Look at this. This is the handiwork of those Americans. Ji Muyuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the tablet. It contained the latest revisions to the rules for the upcoming Blue Star military competition. They amended the rules. Not just amended. Minister Wen ground his teeth in frustration. They canceled most of the technical performance competitions, replacing them with a focus on the quantity of exhibited equipment. And that is not all. They added a parade segment. Isn't that blatantly unfair? Ji Muyuan instantly understood. This was a contest of who had the deeper pockets. Our available numbers seemed to put us at a disadvantage. That is not true. Minister Wen straightened up at Ji Muyuan's words, puffing out his chest. Our Yulong series fighter jets are now in production. In terms of quantity, we can certainly astonish them. Moreover, Minister Wen glanced at the beast mech beside him, a glint of pride in his eyes. We have this too. When we parade our Yulong fighter jets and display your beast mech, it will undoubtedly leave those Americans in awe. The more Minister Wen spoke, the more excited he became, already envisioning the astonished faces of the American delegation. But then, his expression fell, concern creeping in. But is it too early to reveal the beast mech? Old one, stop being so indecisive. A hearty voice echoed from the entrance of the factory as Commander Lin strode in. Who doesn't know your little thoughts? You merely wish to showcase your skills before the world, don't you? I, the Minister of Culture, have had my intentions exposed. And I feel a flush creeping onto my face. Commander Lin, what do you mean by that? Engineer Wang, who had been standing beside Ji Muyuan, inquired. What I mean? Commander Lin surveyed the room and ultimately fixed his gaze on Ji Muyuan, a fiercely aggressive smile spreading across his face. What I mean is, it is time to flex our muscles. We have been holding back for so long, waiting for this very day. Not only shall we reveal our prowess, but we shall unveil everything. Let us bring forth our finest treasures. If we are to act, let us be the most dazzling presence in the arena. No, let us be the universe's unrivaled spectacle. At that moment, Commander Lin resembled a passionate youth ready for a brawl. He approached the Beastmaster, gazing up with an unmistakable fervor. Xiao Ji, I have heard you have completed the upgrades. Ji Muyuan pointed to a red button on the control panel nearby. The finished product is right here. Take a look for yourself. Commander Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Let me try? Hurry. Ji Muyuan uttered 2 words. Pay up. Commander Lin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, slapping Ji Muyuan on the shoulder. No problem. It's a deal. By the way, there's one more thing. Minister Wen cleared his throat and retrieved his tablet. In this upcoming competition, in addition to the parade, a new unrestricted special combat event has been added. It specifically requests you to develop a set of individual cold weaponry. Individual cold weaponry? Ji Muyuan stroked his chin. How about a frying pan? Both Minister Wen and Commander Lin were momentarily stunned. Just kidding, Ji Muyuan shrugged. How about an engineer's shovel? No sooner had he finished speaking than Commander Lin slapped his thigh, his eyes sparkling. Excellent. Our national treasure. It can chop, it can defend, and it can even dig trenches. Perfect. Of course. Ji Muyuan observed the 2 excited gentlemen before him, silently stepping back a pace. He merely required a prototype. A model for crafting a mold. So it is settled. Ji Muyuan cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. I need a physical engineer's shovel for reference. That's easy. Commander Lin waved his hand, eager to make arrangements. No need for such trouble. Ji Muyuan gestured dismissively, recalling an individual. The maintenance of the base's green belt has always been the responsibility of an elderly gentleman named Wang. Ji Muyuan remembered that he always carried a folding engineer's shovel at his waist to tackle stubborn roots and weeds. An hour later, Ji Muyuan found old Wang in a small grove on the base, humming a tune while trimming branches. Old Wang, Ji Muyuan greeted with a smile. Old Wang looked up, and upon seeing Ji Muyuan, his face broke into a wide grin. Chief Ji, What brings you to my humble abode? I need to borrow something from you. Ji Muyuan pointed to the shiny engineer's shovel at his waist. Old Wang's smile instantly froze on his face. He protectively clasped his treasure. Chief Ji, this is my livelihood. If you take it, I won't be able to tend to these flowers and plants, nor fill the soil, and my bonus for this month. Old Wang began to fret over the financial implications, his eyes filled with concern. Ji Muyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Old Wang, I will have a small excavator brought over tomorrow to assist you with the soil. Additionally, I will personally give you $100 for your hard work. For breakfast tomorrow, I'll have the cafeteria add 2 tea eggs for you. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's eyes lit up. A small excavator? That would save a tremendous amount of effort. And $100 plus tea eggs. His expression shifted from cloudy to bright, just as he was about to unbuckle the engineer's shovel. But then he hesitated, retracting his hand. Chief Ji, Old Wang said, rubbing his hands together with a hint of embarrassment. You see, my grandson is starting elementary school this year, and the district is quite far. Plus, my daughter-in-law is just lounging around at home. Could you arrange for her to have a lighter job at the base? Ji Muyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Well, that is quite bold of you. Just as he was about to respond, a gentle voice interjected. Old Wang, your awareness seems a bit lacking. Political Commissar Su appeared behind them, a warm smile gracing his face. Upon seeing Political Commissar Su, Old Wang immediately stiffened, standing at attention. Political Commissar Su. Chief Ji is working on a national project, and you are here haggling? Is that appropriate? Though Political Commissar Su's tone was gentle, his words carried weight. Old Wang's face turned crimson, unable to utter a single word. I will coordinate to ensure your grandson can attend school nearby. As for your daughter-in-law, have her report to the logistics office tomorrow to manage the library. Political Commissar Su succinctly arranged everything. Now, can the engineer's shovel be given to Chief Ji? Of course. Of course. Old Wang nodded vigorously, swiftly unbuckling the engineer's shovel and presenting it to Ji Muyuan with both hands. Ji Muyuan accepted the heavy iron tool and smiled at Political Commissar Su. Thank you, Old Su. No need for thanks. Political Commissar Su waved his hand. What are you planning to do with it? Use it as a weapon prototype? Ji Muyuan weighed the shovel in his hand, feeling the cold metallic touch. I intend to use it to create a mold. Political Commissar Su. Ji Muyuan did not elaborate further, bidding farewell to Political Commissar Su. Turning to leave with the engineer's shovel in hand. He carried samples of new elemental alloys and accompanied by a bewildered engineer Wang, headed straight for the high-energy particle laboratory. The engineer's shovel borrowed from Old Wang was about to undergo a rebirth in an entirely new dimension. Meanwhile, a significant restructuring effort was underway in full swing. At the heavy industry giant forge, a brand new aircraft division was to be established, with Engineer Wang at the helm. Additionally, a corresponding subcenter was formed within the base, overseen by the experienced Director Chi. Even the control center for the high-energy particle collider underwent strategic relocation, with subsequent maintenance assigned to Director Jiang. The colossal war machine was now operating at high speed, all revolving around Ji Muyuan's project. Time flew by. Only 7 days remained until the Blue Star military competition. Across the ocean, in the Pentagon's conference room, the atmosphere was so relaxed it felt like a party. The newly appointed U.S. Secretary of Defense, James, held a glass of whiskey while observing the latest intelligence displayed on the screen. 30 Parkinson-class destroyers had completed their final adjustments. 20 BS-2 stealth bombers were also fully prepared. The intelligence officer's voice brimmed with pride. James gently swirled the liquid in his glass, a mocking curve forming on his lips. I imagine the leaders of Hua country, feigning calm, must be losing sleep these days. To pit their scrap metal against our indomitable steel fleet? This is undoubtedly the best joke I have heard all year. The conference room erupted with laughter in agreement. Meanwhile, in distant Hua country, at the heavy industry giant forge, Ji Muyuan felt no sense of urgency regarding the impending battle. He was leisurely perusing a scholarly work by Director Jiang, several conjectures on high-energy particle forms and energy transformation. The dense formulas and theories on the pages seemed like a foreign language to others. However, to Ji Muyuan, they represented an entirely new realm. Suddenly, his finger halted on a particular page. A bold idea surged into his mind without warning. Controlled nuclear fusion. At 2 in the morning, Director Jiang's phone rang abruptly, shattering the stillness of the night. He groggily answered the phone, on the verge of unleashing his ire, only to hear Ji Muyuan's voice. Director Jiang, are you asleep? Of course. What time is it? Director Jiang retorted irritably. I am preparing to create a controlled nuclear fusion. Ji Muyuan calmly dropped a bombshell. Director Jiang instantly awoke, even doubting whether he was dreaming. What did you say? His voice trembled. Boom. Director Jiang's mind was utterly blown. A wave of intense heat surged from his spine to the crown of his head, causing his blood to boil instantaneously. It was the most exhilarating thrill reserved for researchers. He abruptly sat up in bed, hoarse with excitement. Say that again. Controlled nuclear fusion? Yes, Ji Muyuan replied, his tone still composed. I have calculated the upgraded systems of the beast, particularly its transformation capabilities and future weaponry needs, which require astronomical amounts of energy. The existing fission reactors do not provide sufficient energy, far from it. Therefore, we must pursue controlled nuclear fusion. Ji Mu-yuan paused, then continued, tomorrow morning. We will officially launch the solar project. Director Jiang felt his heart racing, nearly leaping from his throat. Countless questions flooded his mind. What is the theoretical basis? How will we address material challenges? What is the control scheme? But what about the details? Director Jiang, you should continue to sleep, Ji Mu-yuan interrupted. You will have plenty to do tomorrow. The call ended abruptly. Clutching the still warm phone, Director Jiang sat in darkness, unable to calm his racing thoughts. He took a deep breath, trembling hands dialing another number. Old Liang, Ji Mu-yuan has gone mad. Half an hour later, Old Liang called Director Shi. Thus, the next morning, before dawn, the three of them, Director Jiang, Old Liang, and Director Shi, stood at Ji Mu-yuan's door. Their eyes were dark circles, yet their spirits shone bright. Meanwhile, Ji Mu-yuan lay in his bed, his consciousness immersed in the system space. He spent 1,000,000 points to exchange for the complete theory and preliminary application technology of controlled nuclear fusion. Exchange successful. Knowledge infusion in progress. A torrent of information surged into his brain, unraveling and reconstructing century-old dilemmas that had perplexed scientists. When Ji Mu-yuan opened his eyes once more, dawn had barely broken. He stretched, feeling invigorated, his mind clearer than ever before. A new day had begun. Chapter 93. Controlled Nuclear Fusion? Ji Mu-yuan finished tidying up and opened the door to find Director Jiang, Old Liang, and Director Shi waiting at his threshold. He paused momentarily and asked, "What brings you three here so early?" They spoke almost in unison. "We just arrived." Director Jiang reiterated, "When will the solar project commence?" This question lingered in the minds of all three, and they awaited Ji Mu-yuan's response. A smile spread across Ji Mu-yuan's face. "No rush. Let's discuss it in detail." With that, he headed towards the conference room, followed closely by the three men. The air in the conference room still retained traces of the earlier excitement. Ji Mu-yuan turned to Director Jiang, his demeanor calm. "Director Jiang, I need a team of the finest high-energy physicists in Blue Star." Director Jiang straightened his back almost immediately, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. "No problem. I will personally invite them," he pledged resolutely. The expressions of Director Shi and Old Liang reflected astonishment. Ji Mu-yuan was not surprised by his reaction. He nodded gently before addressing Director Shi and Old Liang. "Additionally, I require approximately 10,000 top engineers, covering materials, mechanics, energy, information, and various other fields. 10,000 top engineers. This demand would nearly deplete half of Huawei's research and heavy industry sectors." Old Liang furrowed his brow, calculating the immense resources represented by this figure. "It's challenging, but feasible," Old Liang ultimately affirmed. "I will coordinate personally." Director Shi nodded vigorously. "The Technical Development Bureau will offer full cooperation." At that moment, there was a knock at the conference room door. Engineer Wang entered, followed by a robust man. Dressed in military fatigues, the man had eyes sharp as a leopard. "Boss, I've brought the person," Engineer Wang introduced. "This is Comrade Wei Jun from the Army Special Operations Brigade." Wei Jun stepped forward, rendering a crisp salute. "Hello, Ji Gong." His voice boomed with vigor. Ji Mu-yuan praised him. "You are the contestant for the close-quarters combat event in the upcoming competition?" "Yes," Wei Jun affirmed. Ji Mu-yuan said no more, picking up an item from the table. It was a combat shovel, resembling standard equipment found in any storage facility. "This is for you." He handed the shovel over. Wei Jun accepted it, puzzled, but the moment it touched his hands, he was taken aback. It was remarkably lightweight, lighter than any combat shovel he had ever used. He weighed it in his hands, frowning slightly. "Ji Gong, isn't this a bit too light? I worry it won't be sturdy." Ji Mu-yuan offered no explanation, merely gesturing for him to look at an inconspicuous button on the shovel handle. Skeptical, Wei Jun pressed it. Click. A crisp mechanical sound echoed. The previously straight blade instantaneously folded along precise tracks. Simultaneously, a military knife sprang from the handle. The entire process was fluid, almost too fast for the eye to capture. Wei Jun's breath quickened. Ji Mu-yuan signaled him to press the button again. Wei Jun complied. The knife silently retracted, and the folded shovel face rapidly expanded to form a black shield that perfectly covered his forearm. The surface of the shield emitted an unusual dark glow, exuding an impregnable aura. "Wow!" Wei Jun could no longer contain his astonishment, exclaiming profanely. He examined the combat shovel, his expression shifting from shock to elation. This was no mere shovel, it was a divine artifact. "This is a new composite material." Ji Mu-yuan's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Its molecular structure can be reconfigured according to commands. In the knife form, its sharpness and hardness are at their peak. In shield form, its impact absorption capacity reaches its zenith. Wei Jun was baffled, unable to grasp the molecular structure concept. Yet it did not diminish his understanding of the weapon's terrifying potential. He grinned widely, his smile wild. "I get it. With this in the competition, I can take down that bunch of fools on the other side." He brandished the shovel's knife form, his tone brimming with confidence. Engineer Wang, standing nearby, was left utterly astounded. This exceeded his comprehension of science. However, Jimu Yuan's next statement struck him like a thunderbolt. Jimu Yuan turned to him, his expression unchanged. By the way, Engineer Wang, after we arrange these matters, we will begin the next project, constructing a controlled nuclear fusion device. Engineer Wang's expression instantly stiffened. He repeated Jimu Yuan's words, controlled nuclear fusion? Meanwhile, at the Huaguo Academy of Sciences Physics Research Institute, the atmosphere in the massive control room was tense. All researchers stood at their posts, motionless, fixated on the enormous main screen ahead. On the screen, countless streams of data were frantically scrolling. Director Gao Ming stood at the forefront of the console, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. His gaze was fixed on the central curve representing energy output. A few more strands of gray hair seemed to have appeared. Attention all units. The voice of the chief engineer resonated through the microphone, filling the entire hall. The 6th ignition test is entering the final countdown. 10, 9, 8. Time stretched unbearably at this moment. Each number struck like a bolt of lightning upon the hearts of everyone present. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. At the instant the command was issued, the previously unremarkable energy curve on the screen surged violently upwards. Everyone's hearts raced to their throats. However, that peak lasted for less than a tenth of a second before plummeting back to the origin, leading to an eerie silence. In the control room, a hush fell. It failed, a young researcher murmured. Failed again. In a corner, an elderly professor suddenly swayed and collapsed into his chair. His lips quivered as he eventually covered his face, his shoulders trembling violently. The suppressed sobbing echoed painfully in the stillness of the control room. Director Gao Ming remained rooted in place, his tightly clenched fists betraying his current emotions. This was the 6th time. They had failed 6 times in total, each attempt consuming countless funds, resources, and the tireless efforts of the entire team over countless days and nights. Yet each time, the outcome was the same, cold and disheartening. Gao Ming closed his eyes, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Had they truly reached the end? At that moment, his phone in his pocket rang, the jarring ringtone shattering the silence in the control room. Gao Ming numbly retrieved his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Dean Jiang. He walked to a corner to answer the call. Hello, this is Gao Ming. His voice was dry and weary. Old Gao, it's me. Dean Jiang's voice came through, unusually excited, starkly contrasting with the atmosphere around him. Dean Jiang, is there something you need? Gao Ming wondered what Jiang wanted from him. You must come immediately. Bring your entire team and all core materials to the Central Bureau. Dean Jiang's tone brooked no argument. Gao Ming's hand trembled violently, nearly dropping the phone. The final verdict had arrived. What could they possibly need him for at such a time? To cancel the project, disband the team, and seal away their materials? His heart sank further. Dean Jiang, our project. He attempted to argue for his team, clinging to even the slightest glimmer of hope. What are you thinking? Dean Jiang interrupted him, his voice filled with fervor. Jimu Yuan is initiating the controllable nuclear fusion project. He specifically wants your team. Gao Ming was taken aback, doubting his own ears due to exhaustion. Jimu Yuan. He recognized the name of the legendary genius who had seemingly emerged from nowhere. But controllable nuclear fusion? It sounded more like a poorly conceived joke. Dean Jiang, are you serious? Serious? I have no time for jokes. This is not something that can be discussed over the phone. I'll come to pick you up right away. Have your people ready. With that, Dean Jiang hung up. Gao Ming stood frozen, clutching his phone. After a considerable time, he returned to the hall, observing the faces around him, each reflecting either despair or confusion. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Dean Jiang is coming. He may offer us an explanation. We cannot let this end here. We must fight to the end. The young researcher's eyes reignited with fervor, not hope, but indignation. Half an hour later, Dean Jiang rushed into the Nuclear Physics Research Institute. As he stepped into the hall, he sensed something was off. The researchers were looking at him, each gaze reflecting a tragic resolve, as if they were prepared to face death. Director Gao Ming approached him directly, blocking his path with a serious expression. Dean Jiang, the project failed. The responsibility lies solely with me. But my team is innocent. They are the finest in the country. Dean Jiang understood immediately, tired of further discussion. He pulled from his pocket a silver metallic cube the size of a matchbox. Amidst puzzled stares, he pressed a button on the side of the cube. A gentle beam of light erupted from it, illuminating the hall as a massive three-dimensional holographic control panel materialized in the center. The entire hall was instantly aglow with streams of data, leaving everyone in awe of this miraculous display. On the holographic platform, a sleek black power armor slowly rotated, every detail clearly visible. The scene shifted to a futuristic dragon fighter jet that screamed past at supersonic speed, the sonic boom echoing in their ears. Another transition revealed a meticulously detailed three-dimensional model of a particle collider, with innumerable tiny light points darting about, demonstrating the entire process of particle acceleration and collision. The hall fell silent. The researchers stood transfixed, gazing at the astonishing spectacle. The elderly professor who had previously wept in despair now leaned against the wall, his eyes filled with disbelief. Dean Jiang pointed to the holographic image, pride evident in his voice. These are all the achievements that Jimu Yuan has accomplished alone over the past few months. His gaze swept over everyone. Now, he is ready to initiate controllable nuclear fusion. I will ask just once, will you come or not? Gao Ming stared at the light, at the armor, at the fighter jet. He turned to glance at his colleagues, who had become utterly dazed. A surge of electricity coursed from his feet to his entire being. It was not despair nor indignation. It was a tremor, a quaking excitement. He straightened his back, slightly hunched from years of desk work. His eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. We will go? Chapter 94. Why wouldn't I come? A black private jet sliced through the clouds, its fuselage trembling slightly in the thin air. Inside the cabin, Gao Ming and his team members sat in silence, each face reflecting a complex array of emotions. Dean Jiang, holding a cup of hot tea, settled beside Gao Ming. Director Gao, have you come to a decision? His tone carried a hint of curiosity. For just an hour ago, the elder had appeared resolutely tragic. Gao Ming did not respond immediately. He gazed through the small window at the rapidly retreating sea of clouds below. Dean Jiang, do you know how many years I have spent in nuclear physics? His voice was soft, carrying the weight of time. 50 years. Ever since I was a young lad. I stepped into this field under the guidance of my mentor, 50 years in total. The greatest dream of our generation has always been to ignite a sun of our own. Yet, it has proven to be exceedingly difficult. Gao Ming slowly withdrew his gaze, looking at his hands, which were now thickened at the knuckles from years of holding a pen. We have tried every conceivable method, tokamaks, stellarators, each time building models only to tear them down again. Just when we believed we saw the light, reality would deliver a resounding slap in the face. Only today did I realize. He paused, a bitter smile escaping him. We may not have even touched the right door. Director Jiang listened quietly, understanding the profound sense of loss that accompanies dedicating one's life to a cause, only to realize one might have been going in circles all along. The achievements of academician Ji Muyan reignited a spark in Director Gao Ming's eyes. The suit of armor, the aircraft, and the model of the particle collider. These were not mere constructs built upon existing theories. They signified unimaginable breakthroughs at the foundational level of physics. Having devoted a lifetime to research, I fear neither deception nor failure. He turned his gaze, intense and unwavering, toward Director Jiang. What I fear most is losing even the right to dream. Now, Ji has given me a dream that might just be attainable. Why should I not pursue it? Meanwhile, in the office of the Minister of Science and Technology, Minister Wen's phone was nearly overwhelmed with calls. The delivery schedule could not be advanced any further. The final adjustments for the beast required time. This was no trivial matter. Yes, the Yulong fighter jet as well. The pilot's adaptation training on Lin Commander's side had only just begun. We must ensure everything is flawless. Heavy military transport vehicles were departing from various secret bases, laden with enormous objects meticulously wrapped in heavy canvas, heading toward a military competition venue on the southeastern coast. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense. On the other side, in the office of the Bureau of War Deception, the tension was equally palpable, albeit for a rather peculiar reason. We cannot suppress this trending topic, Director Liu. A young operative, drenched in sweat, pointed at the screen. WeVE already released scandalous revelations about 3 top-tier celebrities. Yet the popularity hasn't even climbed into the top 10 before that mech video overshadowed everything. Netizens are now declaring this the true romance of men. Who cares about love affairs anymore? Director Liu paced the office with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in frustration. These young rascals find it nearly impossible to engage with national matters. Yet today they are so captivated by a special effects video. He was equally troubled. The impact of that video was too potent. Countless enthusiasts online were conducting frame-by-frame analyses, thoroughly dissecting everything from light and shadow to particles, concluding with a singular certainty. This was definitely not CGI. If this continues, we may not be able to contain it. At that moment, the telephone on the desk rang urgently. Director Liu jolted and hurriedly picked it up. Hello? Minister Wen. On the other end, Minister Wen's voice was calm, yet commanding. Old Liu, do not attempt to suppress it. What? Director Liu was taken aback. The United States has officially requested through diplomatic channels that this friendly military competition be broadcast live globally. Minister Wen's tone remained steady, but the implications sent shockwaves through Director Liu. They intend to humiliate us on the world stage. Director Liu immediately grasped the situation, tightening his grip on the receiver. So we agreed? Indeed. Minister Wen chuckled softly. Moreover, I have assured the higher-ups that the official commentary for this live broadcast will be fully entrusted to your Bureau of War Deception. Director Liu's mind raced. A global live broadcast with commentary from the Bureau of War Deception. He swiftly comprehended the upper echelon's intentions. This was no longer mere deception or concealment. They intended to turn the tables before the entire world. I understand. Director Liu hung up the phone and promptly pressed the intercom button. Have Yi Junlin come to my office immediately. The official account of the Bureau of War Deception suddenly released an announcement. Tomorrow, at 8 p.m., Spokesperson of the Bureau of War Deception, retired General Yi Junlin, will host his first live stream, answering questions online. Stay tuned. As soon as this announcement was made, the entire internet erupted. Netizens went wild. No way. The living Yi General is going to make an appearance. Is something big about to happen? Is General Yi coming to explain that mech video? Front row tickets for snacks and drinks. A black special aircraft smoothly landed on an endless runway. As the hatch opened, a rush of fresh air poured in. Director Gao Ming descended the steps and spotted the young figure standing not far away. Ji Muyuan wore a serene smile, as if he were welcoming a few classmates rather than a group of national treasures in science. Director Gao approached quickly, clasping Ji's hand firmly. Academician Ji, you are too kind. He gazed at the youthful face before him, filled with emotion. Those who engage in scientific research fear neither deception nor setbacks. For as long as they can witness hope with their own eyes, every arduous journey is worthwhile. Just then, a terrifying roar split the air, drawing closer with alarming speed. Surging over the heads of the gathered crowd, everyone instinctively looked up. A fighter jet, its design so fluid it seemed otherworldly, soared into the sky with an audacious grace. Its tail trailing blue flames that left two brilliant arcs in the air. The sonic boom created a massive white halo that burst open in the sky. The violent gusts of wind kicked up dust from the ground, nearly toppling the professors off their feet. An elderly professor pointed skyward, his lips trembling. That is the Yulong fighter jet. It is not a hologram. It exists in reality. Ji Muyin, seemingly unfazed, brushed the wind-tousled fabric of his lab coat. It is merely a test aircraft. Do not be concerned. Director Gao and his team exclaimed, is that really just a test aircraft? Director Gao felt his heart racing uncontrollably once more. Ji Muyin led the group of scientists, now utterly numbed, into a vast underground laboratory. At the center of the lab lay a colossal circular pit, with numerous thick cables converging from all directions. Without unnecessary preamble, Ji Muyuan projected an incredibly intricate design diagram onto the main control console. Director Gao, this is my design for a controllable nuclear fusion magnetic confinement system. Director Gao and several core professors immediately gathered around. Upon a single glance, they found themselves unable to tear their eyes away. Director Gao's research direction had always been correct. Ji Muyuan's voice resonated behind them. Utilizing superconducting coils to generate a powerful magnetic field, confining plasma heated to millions of degrees within a magnetic cage, preventing any contact with solid materials. This is the most feasible path to achieving nuclear fusion. However, a core challenge persists: the macroscopic instability of the plasma. Any disturbance could lead to failure and render all efforts futile. Ji Muyuan pointed to a critical area on the design diagram. I have resolved this issue through a novel algorithm and materials. Now, both the theory and the design are in place. His gaze shifted to Director Gao. But I require an operator, one with a beast-like intuition for magnetic field variations, a top-tier operator with decades of practical experience, to execute the initial ignition. Director Gao studied the design diagram, captivated by the harmonious structure and design philosophy it displayed. He raised his head, his eyes ablaze with realization. I will do it. The elderly professors behind him gasped in astonishment. My goodness, this magnetic field topology is exquisite. So this is how the boundary localized mode issue can be resolved. This is miraculous. This is a marvel of physics. Just then, General Shi and Elder Liang hurriedly entered the room. Gee, the first batch of top experts from across the nation has arrived and is ready to participate in the project. Ji Muyuan nodded, scanning the faces of everyone present. He stepped up to the control console and announced, excellent. Notice to all, prepare for readiness. In 1 week, we will commence the first controlled nuclear fusion simulation experiment. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, the official live broadcast of the War Ignorance Bureau will begin. On the screen, retired General Yi Junlin, impeccably clad in military attire, sat solemnly before the camera, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. The viewership surged past 10 million the instant the broadcast commenced. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, nearly overwhelming it. Yi Junlin cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. I understand that many of you have numerous questions. We shall address them one by one. He glanced at the tablet handed to him by his assistant and read the first inquiry. A netizen asked whether our country has developed a 5th-generation fighter jet that surpasses the F-22, or even a 6th-generation fighter, such as the rumored Yulong fighter jet. The comments erupted instantly. Here it comes. The main event is upon us. Speak up. Is it true? Yi Junlin's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Regarding this query, I can only say that the development of our national defense industry will always exceed your expectations. He neither confirmed nor denied the assertion. This ambiguous response ignited the imaginations of all netizens. Oh my, this implies that it indeed exists, exceeding the boldest imaginations. Could it be that it is not merely a 6th-generation aircraft, but an interstellar fighter? Simultaneously, in a laboratory thousands of miles away, Ji Muyuan heard a crisp notification sound in his mind. Ding. Detection of host-related technology causing widespread shock, earning 100,000 points. In the live broadcast, Yi Junlin observed the frantically scrolling comments and continued at a measured pace to introduce the second topic. As for the video of the mecha combat that everyone is most concerned about, he paused for a moment. I can definitively inform you that it is a promotional piece by an exceptional special effects company, aimed at showcasing our country's significant advancements in film and television technology. Nonsense. General Yi, you've changed. You used to lie without batting an eye. The netizens were clearly unconvinced. We demand live questions. No scripts. Yes, live questions. Yi Junlin regarded the fervent comments. Very well, let us satisfy everyone. We will select the most upvoted question from the comments section for a live response. On the screen, a highly rated question gradually emerged. Yi Junlin looked at the words and read them aloud. The Nanchaman Project? Chapter 95, not authentic? Isn't that merely an ultimate fantasy existing in the realm of online speculation and military enthusiasts? This name signifies spaceborne aircraft carriers, orbital maneuvering forces, representing the apex of Huawei's military-industrial sci-fi vision. He actually read it aloud. Yi Junlin did not offer a direct answer. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced atop the table. The Nanchaman Project, he elongated the phrase, as if savoring each word. This concept is quite imaginative. I personally find it appealing. The comments momentarily stilled for half a second, then surged forth with even more fervor. Appealing. General Yi, don't just say you like it. Does it actually exist? That expression, that tone, there's definitely something amiss. Yi Junlin gazed at the screen, his eyes profound. I can only say that a nation's defense strategy must encompass a long-term, even epic-spanning, overarching plan. This plan needs to incorporate all our predictions regarding the future nature of warfare, such as integrated operations in aerospace and rapid global power projection. Moreover, high-orbit strategic support. With each word he uttered, the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast raced. Every term precisely aligned with the core concepts of the Nanchaman Project. As for what this plan is specifically named, whether it is called Nanchaman or Baishanman, I cannot disclose that. After all, every word I speak here today lacks authenticity. His gaze swept across the camera, and his right eye blinked rapidly. However, under the scrutiny of millions of viewers analyzing frame by frame, this subtle gesture was magnified in an instant. He blinked. His right eye? Micro-expression psychology. When a person engages in deceptive statements, they unconsciously increase their blink rate. Earlier, when he claimed the mecha was a special effect, he was as steady as a statue. Now that he mentioned lack of authenticity, he blinked. I understand. Reverse lying. When he said not authentic, it means this is indeed true. The Nanchaman Project is confirmed. Brothers, let us flood the screen with tears. Yi Junlin observed the wildly enthusiastic comments, nodding in satisfaction. The public sentiment had reached a boiling point. He shifted his tone. Of course, those matters are still quite distant. Let us discuss something more immediate. Just yesterday, we received a formal proposal from the United States. They suggested adding a special segment to the upcoming Blue Planet military competition. They wish to engage in a comprehensive, quantitatively equal-friendly match with our cutting-edge equipment. Furthermore, to embody the principles of fairness, transparency, and openness, they strongly recommend a global simultaneous live broadcast of this event. Yi Junlin spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. Yet the combination of his words detonated like a bomb in the minds of all netizens. Quantitatively equal, global broadcast? The arrogance and provocation conveyed between the lines threatened to spill over the screen. Oh my, this is outrageous. Quantitatively equal? Do they intend to bring the F-22 and F-35 to compare with our few new aircraft? They aim to use decades of accumulation to humiliate us. A global broadcast? This is to make us lose face before the entire world. We cannot tolerate this. Absolutely cannot. We must agree to their proposal. Let the Yulong fighter teach them a lesson. Indeed. Who fears whom? We must watch the live broadcast. I want to witness their humiliation firsthand. Yi Junlin observed the fervently agitated comments, and a fleeting smile crossed his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. Meanwhile, in the vast central hall, complex pipelines resembled the veins of a colossal beast, stretching in all directions. Ji Muyuan stood before a massive holographic screen, holding a laser pointer. The screen displayed a continuously rotating, circular magnetic field model composed of countless light points. The primary challenge of traditional tokamak devices lies in the instability of the boundary plasma, known as boundary local modes. His voice resonated clearly and steadily, echoing in the silent space. Director Gao, Dean Jiang, and the dozens of top experts behind them all gazed upward, fixated on the luminous screen, their eyes filled with fascination. My solution is to abandon the confinement of the plasma and instead redirect it. Ji Muyuan lightly tapped the model with the laser pointer. The originally smooth magnetic field boundary suddenly branched into numerous, exceedingly fine spiral divergences. They actively penetrated the plasma interior and perfectly returned to the mainstream magnetic field at the other end. By constructing this multi-spiral perturbation magnetic field, we can actively guide the energy and particles at the boundary to be released in an orderly manner along predetermined paths, rather than allowing them to erupt chaotically. Thus, The so-called boundary local modes transform from an uncertain issue into a deterministic tool. Director Gao stared at the model, lost in a state of epiphany. His team behind him erupted into a chorus of suppressed exclamations. Goodness, it can be done this way? He solved a world-class problem with such simplicity? Standing a short distance away, Chief Engineer Shi and Elder Liang exchanged glances. Elder Liang softly marveled. This scene evokes memories of a few months ago when he explained the transformation of the Dragon Fighter into a cycle engine. Director Shi nodded, his gaze complex as he observed the silhouette of Ji Mu Yuan. It was all too familiar, the overwhelming sensation of having an entire discipline underfoot, dictating the path forward. Director Gao suddenly snapped back to reality, hastening to Ji Mu Yuan's side and gripping his arm tightly. Academician Ji, I understand now. I fully comprehend. His eyes sparkled with a near-reverent light. This is the holy grail we have been pursuing our entire lives. Ji Mu Yuan simply nodded in calm acknowledgement. The theory poses no issues. What follows is the practical application. Under the cloak of night, the Nevada Air Force Base lay shrouded in anticipation. The vast C-5 Galaxy transport aircraft yawned open, while trailers laden with precision-guided munitions were slowly drawn into its cavernous hold. The tarmac glowed with lights. Colonel David and Colonel William were engaged in a list, directing ground crew personnel with commanding voices. A massive screen mounted on the wall flickered to life, revealing the impatient visage of U.S. Secretary of Defense James. David, William, my patience is limited. I want every piece of equipment we can carry. AIM-120 air-to-air missiles, at least 500. AGM-88 anti-radiation missiles. The more, the better. I want the Chinese to understand what a true air arsenal entails. I want the entire world to see how laughable they are in the face of absolute quantity and technological disparity. Colonel David straightened immediately. Rest assured, Mr. Secretary. We will demonstrate to the Chinese what the power of the world's foremost air force truly means. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, at a military base in the White Bear Nation, an AN-124 transport aircraft was also undergoing final loading. Engineers were meticulously securing a fighter jet covered in thick tarpaulin. The sci-fi-esque vector nozzles peeked out from underneath. The Blue Star military competition loomed on the horizon, a storm brewing. In the office of the War Coordination Bureau, phones rang incessantly. Director Liu observed the soaring popularity of the South Tiananmen project and the Huami competition entries on the screen, while glancing at the video of the mech, which was rapidly losing traction in the corner. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally, it suppressed. On a private flight heading to the competition venue, Minister Wen held a cup of hot tea, a smile gracing his face. This James has indeed provided us with significant assistance. Across from him sat Commander Lin, clad in military attire, exuding charisma. He chuckled in agreement. Isn't that so? He thinks that by orchestrating a global broadcast, he can put us in a dilemma. Little does he know, Director Liu was struggling to find a sufficiently grand stage to showcase our dragon and beast. Now, the entire world has set the stage for us. The spotlight is on us. If we do not perform a splendid act, we would be remiss in acknowledging their hospitality. Minister Wen nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. It is time for certain individuals to realize that the times have indeed changed. A week later, at the Heavy Industries giant engine repair factory, within the depths of Workshop A01, Director Gao and his team entered, struck into silence by the sight before them. A colossal circular metal apparatus, exceeding 50 meters in diameter, sat silently at the center of the workshop. Countless thick superconducting cables and cooling pipes extended from the device, connecting to an energy matrix on the surrounding walls resembling a beehive. The air was infused with a metallic chill. As they passed the half-open Workshop B02, they caught a glimpse of several Dragon fighters undergoing final adjustments. Their sleek fuselages elicited gasps of admiration from the scientists. Academician Ji, is this the device you mentioned? Director Gao asked, tilting his head, his voice slightly hoarse. Ji Mu Yuan nodded, guiding them onto the metallic platform beside the circular apparatus. Controlled nuclear fusion experimental device. Solar heart number 1. He pointed to the core area of the device. You understand the theory of magnetic confinement better than I do. In the past, we could not solve the dynamic stability issues of magnetic field topology. Thus, the energy leakage from boundary localized modes always hung like a sword over us. He paused, scanning each person's face. Now, that issue no longer exists. The theory has been validated, and the engineering has been realized. But it still requires the most knowledgeable pilots. Director Gao stepped forward. Let us try? Academician Ji, please allow us. All the experts behind him stepped forward, each face resolute. Ji Mu Yuan regarded them with a smile. He raised his hand, gently gesturing in the air. An extraordinarily intricate, yet harmonious three-dimensional design unfolded before them, a perfect circle composed of countless rays, with energy flowing within it in an almost artistic manner. Every structure, every curve, seemed to embody the ultimate truths of the universe. The assembly stood mesmerized. Ji Mu Yuan's voice resonated at that moment. Excellent. Notify everyone that we are ready. 1 week from now, we will initiate the first controlled nuclear fusion simulation experiment. Chapter 96. The grim reaper of the skies beneath the azure sky. A vast circular complex rested upon the coastal plain, the venue for this year's Blue Star military competition. A colossal holographic screen floated in midair, looping a promotional video of the U.S.'s latest strategic bomber. A torrent of metal roared across the screen, dropping bombs that flattened the desert, exuding unabashed intimidation. The venue was divided into two sections, one a vast inland plain for target practice, the other a deep-water harbor housing the most advanced ships from various nations. Rows of expansive hangars stood silently, each hangar door said to withstand direct hits from cruise missiles. The internal security systems were designed to thwart any form of physical intrusion. Every corner of the target range was equipped with high-definition cameras, ensuring that no detail escaped the eyes of global viewers. In the stands, military enthusiasts, media reporters, and delegations from around the world took their seats. The atmosphere brimmed with tension and anticipation. Minister 1, accompanied by the Chinese delegation, entered their designated viewing area with measured steps and a warm smile, as if attending a light-hearted tea gathering rather than a high-stakes military competition. Not far away, in the broadcasting truck, the chief director of 6th-Gen anxiously monitored dozens of split-screen feeds. All units, attention. Camera 1 focuses on the main guest area, capturing the expressions of the various representatives. Camera 3, give me a wide shot to capture the grandeur of the venue. Drone team, prepare for takeoff. And make sure to follow the white bear's behemoth when it emerges. Just then, a sharply dressed Caucasian man, his hair slicked back, approached Minister 1 with a drink in hand. He was none other than U.S. Secretary of Defense, James. His face bore a rehearsed smile, though his eyes betrayed an air of arrogance. Minister 1, long time no see. James extended his hand, his tone laced with subtle provocation. Minister 1 shook his hand lightly before letting go. Secretary James, I trust you have been well. James's gaze swept over the area occupied by the Chinese delegation, feigning surprise as he spoke. Oh, I seem to have missed your country's new equipment in the promotional video. Are you coming empty-handed this time? Behind him, several U.S. military officers erupted into a low chuckle. Minister 1 maintained his smile, gesturing towards the distant shooting range. Valuable assets, of course, deserve to be showcased on stage. Such promotional videos are utterly insipid. James felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He detested the nonchalant demeanor of his counterpart. Is that so? I find myself rather eager. I hope your impressive assets do not disappoint us, nor the global audience. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? Minister 1 merely chuckled, offering no further response. With a huff, James turned away. David, William, have the team prepared. Once those outdated hulks finish their display, it will be our turn. Yes, sir. The two colonels replied promptly. At the sound of the referee's command, the competition officially commenced. The nations of the third and second tiers took their turns in succession. New tanks, long-range missiles, and increasingly sophisticated drone swarms showcased an array of equipment, leaving the audience and online viewers in awe. However, for the representatives of the major powers seated in the front row, these were merely appetizers. Finally, it was the turn of the first-tier nations. The head of the White Bear delegation, Sergei Yevich, a man as formidable as a brown bear, stood up. He boomed into the microphone. We present the Siberian Wind strategic bomber. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive hangar doors in the distance began to rise. A colossal, menacing black bomber was slowly towed out. Its design eschewed conventional wings, presenting an eerie triangular shape. My God, someone in the audience gasped. Can that thing even fly? Sergei Yevich flashed a broad grin. The Siberian Wind achieves a maximum speed of 20 Mach, with a maximum range of 5,000 kilometers and a payload capacity of 50 tons. Each statistic detonated in the crowd like a heavy bomb. 20 Mach. That far exceeds the interception capabilities of existing air defense systems. Under everyone's gaze, the enormous bomber ascended vertically without the need for a runway. A torrent of blue plasma flames erupted from its belly, emitting a high-frequency hum. It traced an incredible trajectory in the sky, disappearing in an instant. Moments later, the center of the shooting range erupted in brightness. A massive fireball appeared out of nowhere, silently expanding. Following that was a deafening explosion and a shockwave that swept everything away. Boom. The entire viewing platform shook violently, and the live broadcast switched to a close-up of the impact site. The ground had transformed into a vast crater over a kilometer in diameter, its edges still melting into glass. At that moment, the global live streams fell into silence. After a long pause, the barrage of comments erupted. Wow. Is this the strength of the White Bear? One blast creates a kilometer-wide crater? How do you intercept 20 Mach? It's impossible. This is terrifying. It's like a space-based weapon dropped to the ground. James looked at the screen, disdainfully curling his lip. A barbaric contraption. All brawn, no brains. He spoke into the communicator beside him. David, prepare the Reaper for takeoff. It's time to show these bumpkins what true artistry looks like. Yes, sir, came Colonel David's excited voice through the communicator. Just then, all the broadcast cameras seemed to synchronize, turning towards the Chinese delegation. They focused on the composed Minister 1. The chief director of CXTV even gave Minister 1 a 10-second close-up. All eyes worldwide were now fixed here. The White Bear had showcased its earth-shattering power. The U.S. was about to take the stage. And what of China? What had they prepared? Minister 1 felt the weight of this pressure. He slowly stood up, adjusting his collar. He did not approach the podium, but smiled at the microphone of the nearest CXTV reporter, his voice transmitting clearly to the entire world. The Siberian wind is indeed impressive. We too eagerly anticipate the U.S. performance. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the astonished James. Once our American friends conclude their demonstration, it will be our turn. At that time, we shall present to the world China's latest generation air superiority fighter. Minister 1 smiled subtly, uttering 2 words, the Flying Dragon. At this declaration, astonishment enveloped the crowd. James's smile froze on his face. Sergei Yevich abruptly stood up, staring incredulously at Minister 1. The global network exploded. All viewers of Blue Star were left bewildered. The Flying Dragon? What is that? When did China develop a new fighter jet? Chapter 97. What have I witnessed? All eyes in the venue were riveted on Minister 1. Members of the U.S. delegation beside James wore expressions of doubt. The White Bear's Siberian wind was a trump card, while the U.S. Reaper was intended to dominate the arena. These were all open secrets. But where had China's Flying Dragon emerged from? Why had there been no hint of it? The organizer hurried to the U.S. delegation, seeking James's confirmation with a questioning look. According to the established order, it should have been the U.S. performance next. However, China had suddenly introduced such a monumental revelation, clearly disrupting all plans. James suppressed the tumult within. He adjusted his hair, regaining the demeanor of a defense minister. He cast a glance at Minister 1, his expression darkening. Before turning to the organizer and speaking in an authoritative tone, since our friends from China can hardly contain their excitement, let them proceed first. The U.S., as the world's beacon, has no qualms about allowing them to showcase their capabilities. Such grandiloquent words rang hollow. The organizer nodded vigorously and hurried away. Soon, the voice of the referee echoed through the venue. Distinguished guests, the order of demonstrations will be temporarily adjusted. First, let us warmly welcome the latest aerospace combat vehicle from China. The referee cleverly used the ambiguous term aerospace combat vehicle, for they too were uncertain whether the Flying Dragon was a fighter jet or something else entirely. As the announcement concluded, the enormous gate directly in front of the viewing platform began to rise slowly. Blinding searchlights shot forth from the depths of the passage, causing instinctive squints. Everyone held their breath, hearts racing. It was coming. It was finally coming. A silhouette emerged from the brilliance. When it was fully illuminated by the sunlight, a collective gasp reverberated through the crowd. This was not a traditional aircraft. Its design was extraordinarily futuristic and replete with a sense of the sublime. The fuselage displayed an oddly flat, streamlined shape, its surface cloaked in an impenetrable matte black coating, seemingly devouring all light that fell upon it. It lacked the conventional long wings of an airplane, instead featuring 2 stabilizers that extended backward from the midsection, slightly angled upwards. The entire structure was devoid of any visible rivets, presenting a seamless entity imbued with a sense of power. The most peculiar aspect was that from the outside, there was no visible structure resembling a cockpit window. My God, murmured a Western journalist, nearly dropping his camera in astonishment. Is this a prop from a science fiction film? Can this thing truly fly? In the global live broadcast, the barrage of comments erupted after a brief pause. What did I just see? An interstellar battleship? The design is absolutely stunning. Did a designer from Huagua travel back in time? Don't just admire the appearance. This thing lacks conventional turbofan engine intakes. How does it fly? A drone? But there's no cockpit. James felt his temples pulsating. He leaned forward, gazing up at the dragon-like craft. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. Such an aerodynamic shape completely defied existing aerodynamics. How could this contraption possibly ascend? It must be a model. Yes. It was undoubtedly a ruse crafted by the Huagua people to save face. Colonel David beside him seemed to share the same sentiment, exclaiming, "Sir, this is nothing but a joke. Look at its form. It doesn't even have wings. How can it fly?" David's voice dripped with sarcasm. His outburst jolted James back to reality. Why was he panicking? It was merely a facade. True technology is grounded in tangible performance, not reliant on a flashy exterior. The shock on James's face swiftly faded, replaced by arrogance and disdain. He even chuckled and shook his head. Addressing his communicator, he deliberately amplified his voice. Since our friends from Huagua are so creative, we must afford them an opportunity to showcase their invention. How about this? David instantly caught on. Seizing the moment to propose loudly to the judges, I suggest we hold a simple race. The finish line will be set at an altitude of 1,000 kilometers. Whoever arrives first wins. What do you say, friends from Huagua? Are you up for the challenge? He provocatively glanced at Minister 1. James nodded in satisfaction, adding, Our Grim Reaper can give you a 30-second head start. After all, we are gentlemen. Together, they exuded an unwarranted sense of superiority. To them, this was no contest. The Grim Reaper could traverse 1,000 kilometers in mere minutes. while the black monstrosity's ability to fly remained in question. They could already envision the embarrassment of the Huagua delegation before the world. However, to their surprise, Minister Wen was intently examining his teacup, as if studying its intricate patterns. The other delegates behind him were either engrossed in their phones or even applying eye drops. It was as if nobody had heard David and James's taunts. They seemed collectively disconnected. Minister Wen was nearly bursting with laughter inside. How could the Americans be so eager to serve their own faces on a platter? He was too indifferent to respond personally. Such trivial matters could be left to the younger generation. Clearing his throat, a young translator from the Huagua delegation slowly stood up. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke with a tone lacking in conviction. We would, of course, be willing to participate in this competition. However, perhaps it would be best to forego it? We wouldn't want to waste anyone's time. His words were steeped in uncertainty. Ha! Colonel David erupted with laughter. I knew it. Just a facade. James smirked, his mockery intensifying. If you're afraid, then take it back. No need to embarrass yourselves here. The barrage of comments in the global live broadcast quickly skewed. Cowed? Huagua has backed down? I said it. That thing looks utterly unreliable. How could it possibly fly? What a letdown. I thought there might be some cutting-edge technology. American dad is still your dad. They've got the tech locked down. As public opinion began to swing overwhelmingly, the young translator continued, unfazed. What I meant was, we fear that if we fly too fast, your aircraft might not keep up, and that would be quite embarrassing. As his words settled, David's laughter abruptly ceased, and his face turned a deep crimson. James felt his blood pressure surge once more. This was blatant humiliation. Very well, he exclaimed, forcing a smile through his fury as he slammed his hand on the table. Let the world see who cannot keep up with whom. David, launch the Grim Reaper. I do not wish to see any further delays. Yes, sir. With the order given. The hangar doors on the opposite side swung open, revealing a silver-white fighter jet being towed out. It was America's pride, the supersonic reconnaissance aircraft, the Grim Reaper. The pilot was already in position. With the roar of a conventional engine, the silver Grim Reaper glided down the runway for several hundred meters before the nose abruptly lifted. Soaring into the clouds. In an instant, it became nothing more than a small black dot. Meanwhile, the black aircraft named Dragon remained stationary, utterly still. As if it were indeed a model. Laughter erupted from the American delegation. James lifted his teacup, savoring a sip. Minister Wen merely raised an eyebrow. Calmly instructing the operator beside him, initiate the launch sequence. Let us not keep them waiting too long. Understood. The operator pressed a green button on the control panel. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The stationary Dragon jet silently activated dozens of tiny nozzles beneath its belly. There were no flames, no thunderous roars. Just rings of light emanating from the nozzles. Then, to the astonishment of all, the massive black aircraft ascended vertically, soundlessly. The viewing platform fell into a stunned silence. The laughter from the American delegation abruptly halted. Silent vertical takeoff? What kind of anti-gravity technology was this? The smile on James's face froze entirely. A wave of ominous premonition enveloped him. He seized his communicator, roaring into it. Grim Reaper. Full speed ahead. Reached the designated airspace as fast as possible. He had an instinct that if he didn't hurry, it would be too late. In midair, the Dragon jet had already reached a height of 100 meters. Hovering silently, Minister Wen glanced at the large screen, noting that the Grim Reaper had already covered nearly 100 kilometers. He smiled slightly and issued another command. Descend and say hello. The operator tapped a button. The hovering Dragon jet lowered its nose slightly and began a vertical descent toward the sea below. As it accelerated, just before the belly nearly touched the surface of the water, it suddenly halted, maintaining a distance of less than a meter above the sea, perfectly still once again. The shimmering halo from the belly's nozzles created ripples across the water's surface. This precision and hovering control left everyone speechless once more. Then, Minister Wen's voice resonated for the third time, calm and clear. Commence. The moment his words fell, a deafening roar erupted, as if to tear the sky apart. It was not an explosion but a sound that transcended human comprehension, a supersonic boom. The Dragon jet, suspended above the sea, emitted a jet of plasma flame extending 100 meters from its rear. Its silhouette left a lingering shadow in place, then vanished completely, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. A ferocious shockwave erupted from the sea, sweeping outwards in all directions. The bulletproof glass of the viewing platform buzzed ominously, emitting a cacophony of distressing sounds. James felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. The arena fell into an eerie silence, as all were rendered utterly dumbfounded by the sudden spectacle. Moments later, the organizer's large screen updated with new data. The white, representing the aerial specter, continued its determined advance. In stark contrast, the red dot, symbolizing the Dragon, which had remained still for a considerable time, suddenly surged forward in a straight line that exceeded the refresh rate of the screen, instantly surpassing the white dot and continuing its rapid progression. The speed indicator for the Dragon was fluctuating in a dazzling manner, 10 Mach, 15 Mach, 20 Mach, 25 Mach, and still climbing. The global live streams exploded with excitement at that moment. What the heck? What am I witnessing? Is that teleportation? 25 Mach and still accelerating. Is this a fighter jet? It has to be a curvature engine. That deafening roar. My ears are still ringing. Absolutely terrifying. The Americans are turning pale. Ha. Weren't they just so arrogant? The camera shifted to the American delegation. James sat there, dazed and vacant-eyed. Colonel David's expression was as if struck by lightning. Frozen in place. The entire American delegation appeared petrified, as though under a spell, collectively entrapped in a state of shock. Chapter 98. Cheating. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, silence reigned, broken only by the deep hum of large machinery. The space was imbued with a stark, futuristic ambience. Dozens of researchers clad in white cleanroom suits were diligently engaged at their respective stations, their gazes focused and expressions solemn. Mr. G, the latest formula has been successfully imported. All equation sets have been analyzed, with an error rate below 1/1,000,000th. The simulation sandbox is ready for activation at any moment. Director Gao, Dean Jiang, Chief Engineer Shi, and Elder Liang were all gathered here, encircling a young man, appearing as eager students awaiting their teacher's instructions. Ji Muyuan sat quietly in a uniquely designed floating chair. His eyes closed. His brain operated at an unprecedented speed, processing a torrent of complex data streams that converged and reconfigured within his consciousness. This concerned the ultimate challenges of controllable nuclear fusion and quantum interaction technology. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to hold the essence of vanishing stars. Ignoring the expectant gazes around him, he merely glanced at the clock on the wall. Oh, has the contest begun? His tone was calm. Director Gao stepped forward, brimming with excitement. It has started. Mr. G, the dragon's performance is astonishing. Ji Muyuan's lips curved into a knowing smile as he extended a finger, lightly tapping the air before him to activate the simulation sandbox. At the airshow, a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds enveloped the crowd. Everyone remained immersed in the terror of the recently witnessed speed that had surpassed the limits of visual capture. James wore a bewildered expression, his face quickly shifting from stupor to a shade of deep anger. Cheating. A frantic roar shattered the silence. This is undoubtedly data fabrication. James abruptly stood, pointing at the screen, his body trembling slightly. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. No aircraft can achieve such speed. Your system has been compromised. This is a deception. His voice echoed throughout the viewing platform. Yet, the only response he received was the formulaic reply from the event staff. Mr. James, our data link employs multiple layers of encryption and is jointly supervised by technical personnel from all participating nations, making it impossible to breach. All data is authentic and valid. As soon as the words left their lips, the data on the large screen began to fluctuate wildly again. The red dot representing the dragon had already flown beyond the display range of the map, yet its speed had not abated. Oh my god, am I dreaming? A European aviation expert stared at the screen, the muscles in his face twitching uncontrollably. Cradling his head in his hands, he emitted a pained groan. Have the laws of physics perished today? Newton's coffin is about to burst. It was madness. Complete madness. The stands erupted in chaos. A few elderly American experts, unable to withstand the overwhelming shock, fainted. Medical personnel rushed to the scene amidst the confusion. James slammed his hand on the table. Bang! The solid wood surface resonated. I refused to believe it. Just as he roared, the speed value that continuously challenged human comprehension suddenly vanished, along with the red dot representing the dragon, as if it had never existed. What's happening? The data has been interrupted? The dot has disappeared. James was momentarily taken aback, before erupting into a fit of hysterical laughter. Huh, I told you, there was a problem with your system. He surveyed the room with an air of triumph. As if reclaiming his ground, he pointed derisively at Minister 1. Minister 1, what do you have to say now? Has your bravado been shattered? What superfighter jet? I suspect your satellite has fallen. Ha. Colonel David exhaled deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely believed his faith had been shattered. Yet now, it appeared the data had indeed malfunctioned. This was the essence of science. This was reality. Minister 1 observed the seemingly deranged James, his expression unchanging. He calmly picked up the microphone. Who said our fighter jet has disappeared? His voice resonated throughout the venue. It was merely demonstrating another small feature we developed. James's smile froze. What small feature? Minister 1 smiled slightly and uttered 2 words, invisibility. The instant the words left his mouth, the screen's display abruptly switched. The previously data-mapped screen transformed into live satellite surveillance footage. In the vast expanse above the Pacific Ocean, a silver-white aircraft hovered, unmistakably the American aerial Spectre. And before it, there was nothing at all. Just as James was preparing to mock, Minister Wen's voice rang out again. Apologies, I forgot to turn it off. He added into the microphone. Deactivate the Dragon's radar invisibility. In the next moment, less than a kilometer ahead of the aerial Spectre, a completely black aircraft materialized out of thin air. It abruptly appeared in full view of everyone. A collective gasp echoed throughout the arena. James's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Colonel David leaped from his seat, exclaiming in shock, "This is absolutely impossible. Physical invisibility? That's something only found in science fiction movies." As an Air Force colonel, he was well versed in modern stealth technology. The so-called invisibility merely utilized special coatings and aerodynamic shapes to absorb and deflect radar waves, minimizing radar cross-section. Achieving simultaneous optical and radar disappearance was entirely impossible. Minister Wen appeared oblivious to their astonished expressions. He leisurely directed his gaze towards the panel of judges. "Since our friends from the U.S. are so intrigued by our Yulong, I propose we introduce an additional challenge, shall we? Let it be a test of stealth capabilities." The judges exchanged glances, ultimately turning their attention to James. At that moment, James's countenance was more ghastly than one who has swallowed a fly. Agree? What could he possibly use to compete in physical stealth? Decline? The eyes of the world's media are upon us. Just moments ago he had exuded arrogance, and now he was reduced to timidity. Did the United States still care for its reputation? He felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. Finally, he managed to force out a few words through clenched teeth. "Let us compete." Minister Wen smiled. "Excellent. To ensure fairness, I suggest that all delegations present connect their national radar monitoring systems to our large screen. Let the world witness what true stealth entails." Upon this proclamation, the venue erupted in uproar. What confidence! The representative from the White Bear Nation, who had just finished adjusting his wig, was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Other nations quickly followed suit. Who would miss the opportunity to witness history firsthand? The atmosphere among the U.S. delegation grew tense. A technical officer leaned toward James and whispered, "Our Reaper has already activated its highest level of stealth mode upon takeoff." The implication was clear. It had remained invisible. Yet all radars had detected it with clarity. James gritted his teeth. Connect it. Soon, the large screen was divided into dozens of small windows, each representing a nation's most advanced radar system. All the radars locked onto the two aircraft in the sky. The Reaper activated its stealth mode. James commanded through the communicator. However, the dot representing the Reaper on the screen remained unchanged. It was still clearly visible on every radar screen. A suppressed laughter rippled through the crowd. James's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. It was now their turn. Minister Wen picked up the microphone and uttered a single phrase. "Yulong, engage radar stealth." At once, a miracle occurred. In that instant, the red dot representing Yulong vanished from every radar screen. It disappeared completely, as if it had been simultaneously erased from all radar displays. Colonel David's pupils constricted to pinpoints. He rubbed his eyes and looked again at the screen. That expanse of airspace appeared so pristine, as if nothing had ever existed there. His worldview shattered in that moment. Ground to dust. "This cannot be," he muttered, his legs buckling as he slumped into his chair. The entire U.S. delegation fell silent. Suddenly, James erupted into a fit of wild laughter, his expression grotesque. "Radar stealth? Mere child's play. Do you think this means victory?" He pointed skyward. "Open your eyes wide and see clearly. I admit, your radar stealth technology is impressive, but in the face of absolute technological prowess, all is in vain. Activate the God's Eye. Use optical imaging to lock onto it." With his command, the screen shifted once more. A clearer image, as if it were just before them, appeared. It was a live optical image captured by the ultra-deep space satellite matrix known as the God's Eye, positioned in a higher orbit. In the frame, the fully black Yulong fighter hovered quietly in the air, its form revealed in exquisite detail under the ultra-high resolution lens. "Do you see it?" James laughed triumphantly. "Your aircraft is right there. It has not vanished at all. Before my God's Eye, any stealth is a joke." The audience fell silent again, glancing between the screen and the calm expression of Minister Wen. Indeed, it had disappeared from radar, but it was still visible to the naked eye and optical devices. What kind of physical stealth was this? Minister Wen regarded the seemingly deranged James with a look of pity. "Mr. James, who told you that our stealth is limited to radar mode?" The smile on James's face froze once more. "What do you mean?" A sense of ominous foreboding washed over him. Minister Wen did not respond. He simply addressed the microphone, issuing one final, most astonishing command. "Yulong, activate optical stealth." In that instant, the entire world witnessed the arrival of a miracle. The Yulong fighter, under the watchful gaze of the God's Eye, began to blur. Its body seemed to melt like ice, becoming gradually transparent. The light around it distorted peculiarly as it passed through its form. A few seconds later, it seamlessly integrated into the backdrop of the sky and clouds, vanishing completely. This time, it had truly vanished from a physical standpoint. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm resonated throughout the observation platform. The screen displayed a bright red warning box from the God's Eye system. Target lost. James stood there, eyes vacant, utterly motionless, like a comically tragic statue. Chapter 99. Can we reveal the scores now? He remained in place for a full half-minute. James's Adam's apple bobbed painfully as if he wished to say something, yet only a hoarse, breathless sound escaped his lips. A drop of saliva fell from the corner of his agape mouth, splattering onto his expensive custom leather shoes. The entire world seemed to have been muted. Only the relentless blaring of the alarm echoed on. Target lost. The disappearance from radar could be attributed to a technological gap. Yet the optical disappearance transcended the comprehension of most present. This was not merely technology. It was akin to magic. Minister Wen observed all of this with calm detachment. He lifted his teacup and took another sip. Then, into the microphone, he spoke in a nonchalant tone, breaking the silence. Judges, may we reveal the scores? His voice resonated through the amplification system to every ear in attendance. The panel of judges, comprised of experts from various nations, snapped back to attention upon hearing his voice. They hurriedly operated the controls before them. Moments later, the screen shifted to display the final scoring interface. Fighter Aircraft Combat Performance Test. First place, Huagua. Score, 100. Second place, Megua. Score, 85. Third place, Baixiangguo. Score, 81. The scores were revealed, leaving no room for doubt. A perfect score. An undisputed first place. As the scores were announced, the Huagua delegation erupted in a tsunami of cheers. We have won. Young researchers embraced each other, tears shimmering in their eyes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the U.S. delegation had taken a stark turn from the outset. Colonel David and Colonel William appeared ashen. Just then, the previously dazed James suddenly moved. He spun around sharply, his eyes ablaze with anger as he fixed his gaze on Minister Wen. His voice was dry, filled with resentment. We request a break. He nearly shouted these words. He needed time. He required calmness. He needed to reorganize their strategy. The Minister of Defense set down his teacup, a warm smile gracing his face. Of course, we agree. This composure and magnanimity felt like an invisible slap across James's face. 15 minutes later, in the VIP lounge of the competition venue, a resounding crash echoed as an expensive titanium alloy cup was forcefully smashed to the ground by James. Damn it. He paced the room like an enraged lion, incessantly cursing. Optical stealth? How could they possibly master such technology? This had to be a fabrication. Colonel David picked up the deformed cup from the floor, his brow furrowed. Minister, please calm down. Anger won't resolve anything. How can I remain calm? James halted, pointing an accusatory finger at David. Our aerial assassins are being toyed with like puppets. The entire world is laughing at us. Colonel David took a deep breath beside him. Minister, I concede that we may be temporarily lagging in the fighter jet domain. He chose his words carefully. But have you considered another issue? James glared at him. What issue? Cost and production capacity. A shrewd glint flickered in Colonel David's eyes. That dragon, don't you think it's too advanced? With radar stealth, coupled with that unheard-of optical invisibility, this amalgamation of cutting-edge technology is something I refuse to believe they can mass-produce. Its manufacturing cost must be astronomical. Even if they can produce it, how many can they make in a year? 1 or 2? These words acted like a sedative, slightly calming the furious James. Seizing the moment, David pressed on. Our aerial assassins are different. Our production line is fully mature, and the technology is stable. As soon as Congress approves, we can ramp up production at any time. He raised 3 fingers. Our Air Force has already deployed 30 units, and in 3 years, this number will triple. 30 units. Minister, the war is not fought on the performance of 1 or 2 advanced weapons, but on the entire industrial system. Even if one of their dragons can take down 10 of ours, trading 30 for one of theirs is a tremendous victory. We can overwhelm them with sheer numbers. James's mood gradually steadied. David's argument for production capacity provided him with an acceptable avenue for solace. Indeed, if we cannot win in a fair fight, then we shall overwhelm them. This was a tactic that had always succeeded for them. His gaze shifted to the other person in the room who had remained silent. Colonel William. William, how is the bomber project, our doomsday messenger, progressing? Colonel William, a robust white officer, straightened his posture. His face radiated confidence. Minister, rest assured. Fighter jets are merely an appetizer. Bombers are the true instruments that determine the course of war. In this regard, the Huagua are still far behind. A sneer adorned his face. Their bombers are said to be based on outdated blueprints from the White Bear Nation decades ago. Compared to our doomsday messenger, they are nothing but a pile of flying scrap metal. We shall emerge victorious in this round. James observed William's confident demeanor, and the clouds of doubt in his heart began to dissipate. Indeed, losing in the fighter jet category was merely a matter of pride. The bombers held true significance. As long as they triumphed in the bomber competition, they could regain all the lost dignity. The intermission concluded, and the audience returned to their seats. All eyes, intentionally or not, were directed towards the Huagua delegation, filled with reverence. The chief judge ascended the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition for the fighter jet project has concluded. Next, we will proceed to the second event of this contest, the Strategic Bomber Showdown. According to the rules, the bomber competition consists of 3 segments. First, static equipment display. Second, maximum speed and range comparison. And third, live fire testing. Now, let the bombers from both participating parties enter the arena. As the judge's words fell, the head of the White Bear delegation suddenly stood up. Grasping the microphone, his voice boomed. Judge, on behalf of the White Bear Nation, I announce our withdrawal from the upcoming bomber project competition. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, all eyes turning towards him. He set down the microphone and turned, offering a meaningful smile towards Minister 1. Minister, we in the White Bear Nation are very interested in your Dragon fighter jets. I hope we can have a proper discussion after the contest. This statement was akin to publicly extending an olive branch to Huagua during a global broadcast. A silent stab at the United States. James's expression darkened once again. Minister 1 merely nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. Colonel William scoffed, issuing commands through his communicator. Doomsday Messenger, enter the stage. Let the world witness what true aerial dominance looks like. Chapter 100. The Race for Speed. Meanwhile, in Huagua's live streaming room, the chat exploded with excitement. Here it comes. The main event is upon us. If the Dragon is that impressive, what must our bomber be like? Hurry out. I can hardly wait. Amid the collective anticipation, a deep rumble echoed from the horizon. The ground began to tremble slightly. A massive aircraft, draped in dark gray, descended slowly from the clouds. Its wings featured a sleek design, and 4 colossal engines emitted blue flames, roaring thunderously. It was the United States Doomsday Messenger 2-in-1 strategic bomber. It hovered above the venue, casting a shadow over a significant portion of the viewing platform. Members of the U.S. delegation wore proud expressions once more. James glanced at Minister 1 beside him, raising an eyebrow. Minister, do you see? This is the true aerial fortress. It's time for your toys to make an appearance. Minister 1 simply smiled, remaining silent. At that moment, within the U.S. delegation's technical analysis section, an expert responsible for radar and sonar signals suddenly removed his headphones and stood abruptly. His face was etched with shock and disbelief. What is that? No, there's no sound. Yet there's a massive reflective signal approaching on the radar. An unimaginable behemoth. His exclamation captured everyone's attention. James frowned in displeasure. What is it? No need for theatrics. Before he could finish, an even larger shadow unexpectedly enveloped the entire arena. The sky seemed to darken in that instant. Everyone instinctively looked up, and they beheld a scene they would never forget. An indescribable aircraft hovered silently above the 2-in-1 bomber. If the 2-in-1 resembled a ferocious crocodile, then this newly appeared aircraft was akin to an asteroid suspended in the air. Its size was at least 3 times that of the 2-in-1. Draped in matte black, its lines were exceptionally sleek and simple. It remained there quietly, devoid of engine roars or rushing air. Colonel William's confidence evaporated in an instant. He stared at the dark colossus, his mouth agape in disbelief. It is impossible. It defies aerodynamics. He muttered to himself, as if trying to convince his own mind. It is merely large. The people of Huagua are adept at creating such ostentatious, yet impractical designs. They have simply piled on the volume. James, having recovered from his initial shock, forced a sardonic smile. Huh, is this the bomber from Huagua? What a barbaric design. Do they think they can intimidate others by sheer bulk? His laughter was hollow. Meanwhile, not far away, the representatives from the White Bear Nation were observing. The team leader, who had just announced their withdrawal, was gripping the armrest tightly, leaning forward with eyes wide open. His expression bore no mockery or disdain, only endless confusion and profound fear. He understood that creating an aircraft of such dimensions and allowing it to hover so silently in the air was far more than mere volumetric accumulation. The first event, the speed race, officially commenced. James, the Minister of Defense, snapped back to reality. The astonished look on his face was quickly replaced with a ferocious intensity. He bellowed at the communications officer beside him. David, get the 2-in-1 moving. At maximum speed. Leave that Huagua toy in the dust. On the other side. Within the Huagua delegation, Minister 1 did not even glance at the racetrack. Instead, he spoke softly into the communicator on his wrist. Beast, eliminated in seconds. No sooner had he uttered these words than the deafening roar once again rent the sky. The 4 engines of the 21-in bomber belched forth searing flames as the fuselage surged forward amidst violent tremors. The glass of the spectator's stands buzzed under the strain. Even in the initial phase, the 21-in effortlessly shattered the sound barrier, a ring of white sonic boom clouds appearing ahead of its nose. Minister 1 glanced at the rapidly ascending speed data on the large screen, yet gently shook his head. Still too slow. At that precise moment, the black behemoth suspended in the air, the beast moved. There was no roar of engines, no rush of airflow. It glided forth like a phantom, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a faint ripple in the fabric of space that quickly dissipated. The speed was beyond the limits of visual perception. Inside the cockpit of the 21N, the ace pilot was enduring immense overload, feeling as though his blood was being drawn from his body. Speed exceeded Mach 1. Acceleration is ongoing. His voice was filled with the pride and confidence of an elite aviator. However, when he instinctively glanced at the enemy radar, his voice faltered. The massive light spot representing the beast appeared on his radar screen for just a single frame. In the next moment, that light spot flickered to the very edge of the radar. The following instant, it vanished. The pilot's mind went blank. Calling the tower, target lost. It has flown out of my radar detection range. His expression, once filled with pride, was now overtaken by terror. Simultaneously, on the central holographic projection screen, Data for both aircraft was being broadcasted in real time. 21 in Doomsday Messenger, current speed, 10 Mach. Beast, current speed, 10 Mach. The announcer, using an almost dreamlike tone, recited the second number. In the live stream, the American netizens, who had just been cheering for the 21 were suddenly silenced. Shortly thereafter, the speed data representing the Beast began to surge upwards at a frenzied pace. 15 Mach, 25 Mach. The live stream even experienced a brief stutter due to the rapidity of the data refresh. Ultimately, the number stabilized at a value that left everyone breathless. Beast, stable cruising speed. 30 Mach. Boom. In the American delegation seats, William suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair behind him. He stared intently at the number displayed on the screen. No. This is impossible. 30 Mach. Is this a speed achievable by an aircraft? Their materials, engines, and aerodynamic designs contradict the laws of physics. The complexion of James, the Minister of Defense, had turned pallid. His lips trembled. If the sheer size of the Beast had shocked him earlier, then this speed of 30 Mach shattered all his pride. This was no mere gap. It was a dimensional strike. As though the aviation technology that America had once prided itself on had been severed in half. In the Huawei livestream room, after a brief silence, it was instantly inundated by a torrent of comments. Oh my goodness. 30 Mach. I must be seeing things. Is it really 30 Mach? You call this a bomber? This is a freaking interstellar battleship. Haha. The Americans have gone pale. Weren't they just so arrogant? I've never felt this exhilarated in my life. Meanwhile, the American livestream plunged into despair. This must be cheating. The data is false. 30 Mach. Our satellites don't even go that fast. I refuse to believe it. The Huawei people must be deceiving us with animation. Our 21N is the strongest. This is impossible. Chapter 101, a heart-piercing blow. At the racetrack, as everyone remained immersed in the staggering shock of 30 Mach, the head judge's voice rang out once more, filled with reverence. The Beast has reached the finish line, 1,000 kilometers away, in just 1 minute and 3 seconds. The crowd erupted in astonishment. All eyes turned to the big screen, where the black behemoth hovered serenely above the finish line, while the light representing the 21N bomber had only just completed 1/10 of the race. At that moment, Minister Wen slowly raised his wrist to glance at his watch. Then, leisurely, he stood up and smiled towards the judge's table. Gentlemen, it seems our opponent will need a bit more time to finish. Why don't we take a short break? His voice, transmitted through the microphone before him, resonated throughout the arena. The members of the judging panel exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Agree? That would be against the rules. Disagree? Should they allow the entire world audience to watch as the 21N slowly completed the remaining 900 kilometers? Ultimately, the head judge wiped the cold sweat from his brow and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Receiving permission, Minister Wen smiled with satisfaction and sat back down, even adjusting his chair's angle for a more comfortable recline. The members of the Huawei delegation behind him followed suit, beginning to rest their eyes. Two of the younger ones even pulled out U-shaped pillows and steam eye masks from their bags. This silent, yet ultimate form of mockery spread across the world through the live stream. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. This is a heart-piercing blow. The Americans, I'm still in the competition, and yet you've already started your midday nap? This is nothing short of public execution. As James, the Minister of Defense, observed the leisurely demeanor of the Huawei delegation, a rush of blood surged to his head. He could no longer maintain his composure. Bastards. A roar erupted uncontrollably from his throat. You are humiliating the great United States. His outburst echoed sharply in the quiet arena. Minister Wen, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slightly frowned at the disturbance. Without opening his eyes, he merely remarked, "Where did that crow come from? How noisy." Half an hour later, as the 21N bomber finally crossed the finish line, Minister Wen stretched leisurely and sat up straight. His staff members also cooperatively yawned. Finally finished flying. I was almost dozing off. James's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Minister Wen and squeezed out his words through clenched teeth. Minister Wen, your bomber is indeed fast, but speed alone is of no use. Minister Wen merely chuckled in response. Oh, in the opinion of Defense Minister James, what is truly useful? James snorted disdainfully, a haughty expression crossing his face. Of course, it is firepower. Next, we move on to the firepower testing phase. I hope your bomber is not just a fast-moving target. The chief judge's voice resonated at the right moment. The speed competition concluded, and the Beast won. Now, we enter the second phase, the long-range precision strike test. Both aircraft, please proceed to the designated target area. With that, the recently arrived 21N bomber traced a gigantic arc in the sky, heading towards the maritime target located thousands of kilometers away. Its bomb bay was loaded with America's most advanced bunker-busting bombs. As James watched the 21N recede into the distance, his confidence was partially restored. What good is speed? Can it even drop bombs at 30 Mach? That defies the laws of physics. However, to his astonishment, the Black Beast only flew a short distance before coming to a halt, suspended motionless in midair. James was taken aback. What is going on? Why did it stop? Colonel William also displayed a puzzled expression. Could it have malfunctioned? Or was its energy only sufficient for that one burst of extreme acceleration? This speculation reignited hope in the eyes of the entire American delegation. Yes, that must be it. With such a large size and such speed, the energy consumption must be astronomical. It must be unable to fly now. The online audience began to buzz with discussions. Why isn't the beast moving? Is it really broken? No, I haven't seen enough yet. I told you, the Huawa people must have used some reckless explosive technology. Now they have no strength left. Just then, the head of the White Bear delegation, who had somehow seated himself next to Minister Wen, suddenly leaned forward and asked, Minister Wen, why isn't your bomber heading towards the target area? Minister Wen glanced at him. Who said we haven't gone? The White Bear delegation leader was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Minister Wen picked up the teacup on the table, gently blowing on the steam. We are already in the attack zone. The eyes of the White Bear delegation leader widened in surprise. He looked at the screen showing the beast's position, then glanced at the map marking the target area. The straight line distance between the 2 points exceeds 3,000 kilometers. What? The White Bear giant was filled with confusion. Just at that moment, the big screen switched to the airspace above the target area. The silhouette of the 21N bomber appeared directly above the target island. The belly of the aircraft opened, and a black bomb detached from the fuselage, whistling down towards the ground. Boom. A tremendous roar erupted as a massive crater was blasted into the center of the island. Smoke billowing into the sky. A precise hit. Defense Minister James sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. A victorious smile returned to his face as he pointed at the still hovering black beast on the screen, taunting loudly. Did you see that, Minister Wen? Now that is a bomber. Is your giant preparing to stay stranded in place until the end of the competition? Minister Wen replied with a calm tone. We are already in the attack zone. The mocking smile on James's face instantly froze. Colonel William, standing behind him, instinctively stepped forward to scrutinize the beast on the screen. Minister Wen, what international joke are you playing? James's voice dripped with sarcasm. The attack zone? We are a full 3,000 kilometers from the target area. Are your aircraft going to attack with their gaze? Minister Wen slowly set down his teacup. Defense Minister James, please remain calm. We simply believe that your 21N bomber would also require time to reach the target. We cannot let the entire world audience wait idly. Therefore, our beast has long since completed the lock on the target area. His tone was sincere. We initially intended to wait until your testing concluded before proceeding with our project, to appear more polite. But since you were so eager, Minister Wen shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. This statement cast a pall over the faces of the entire American delegation. What does it mean to be polite? What does it mean to comply respectfully? The underlying tone was nothing short of blatant contempt. Chapter 102. Are you heading in the wrong direction? Colonel William could no longer contain himself. He pointed at the screen, his voice rising. Absolutely impossible. A beyond visual range strike, 3,000 kilometers away? This contradicts any existing military theory. I demand that you immediately enter the designated attack area. Otherwise, it will be treated as a forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, the chief judge's voice echoed. Huawa delegation, please promptly move your aircraft into the attack area. Clearly, even the judging panel did not believe such absurd claims. The online live stream had erupted in chaos. What the Huawa people are attempting is outrageous. Targeting from 3,000 kilometers away. This is a bomber, not an intercontinental missile. They are bound to face dire consequences for their arrogance. Let us see how they handle the aftermath. Why do I feel that Minister Wen is so confident? Facing the skepticism from all directions, Minister Wen merely smiled faintly. He picked up the internal communicator on the table and gently pressed the call button. Shaoli, the American guests can no longer wait. No need to delay any longer. A steady voice transmitted through the communicator. Received, Minister. The beast is already prepared. Target lock confirmed. Launch procedure ready. Launch. Isn't that dropping bombs? Colonel William keenly caught this word, his brow furrowing tightly. Bombers are supposed to drop bombs. Fighters are the ones that launch air-to-air missiles. Unless a piece of intelligence buried deep in his memory, ridiculed by military experts as fanciful, flashed through William's mind like lightning. Defense Minister James reacted even faster. Upon hearing the word launch, the color drained from his face. It was a primal fear born of instinct. He remembered that plan, regarded as a joke and circulated within the Pentagon, regarding Huawa's development of an airborne ballistic missile platform. At the time, everyone thought it was a smokescreen released by Huawa. But now, get the 21N to retreat. Immediately. Right now? Defense Minister James, almost frenzied, screamed into the communicator. Veins bulged on his neck. The surrounding members of the American delegation were all bewildered. Minister? Why? Our test has already been completed. However, no one could answer them anymore. Because at that moment, the eyes of the entire world were firmly captivated by the images on the big screen. The beast, which had been quietly hovering, finally sprang into action. Beneath its fuselage, instead of the traditional bomb bay doors, two massive armored plates silently slid apart. There were no bombs, no missile racks. Instead, there was a deep, bottomless circular launch pit. That was a launch silo, a colossal vertical launch silo, forcibly integrated into the aircraft structure. From a satellite's synchronized transmission, the global audience gazes upon it with clarity. The ominous black opening, facing down towards the cerulean planet, emanates an unsettling aura of terror. "My God," murmurs Colonel William, his legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. James, too, feels a constriction in his throat, rendering him nearly breathless. His body trembles uncontrollably. Madmen. This group of Huagua people are unequivocal lunatics. They have truly constructed such a monstrosity. As everyone is rendered speechless by this unimaginable spectacle, a deep roar reverberates from within the beast's body. The sound, though not loud, seems to penetrate the very soul. From the center of the beast, an invisible force instantaneously pushes the surrounding clouds away, creating a vast and perfect circular void. Moments later, a blinding burst of flame erupts from the depths of the launch silo. The satellite responsible for broadcasting in the stratosphere shakes violently due to the sudden release of energy, creating a fleeting sense of rupture in the image. A missile, entirely black with a sharp head and a long trail of flame, ascends into the sky in a manner that defies all aerodynamic principles. It does not plummet. Rather, it ascends with terrifying speed, swiftly breaking through the stratosphere and soaring towards the outer atmosphere. What is this? It's climbing? Isn't it going the wrong way? What could it possibly aim to achieve at an altitude of 100 kilometers? Is it targeting satellites? The representatives from Blue Planet find their minds collectively in a state of malfunction. They watch the diminishing light on the screen, feeling their scientific understanding and military knowledge being ground into dust. Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? Everyone falls into a daze, captivated by the overwhelming influx of information. Staring blankly at the screen, rendered speechless. Only Minister Wen glances at his wristwatch. The time is just right. A slight smile graces his lips as he gently reminds the stunned Minister of Defense James. "Minister James, esteemed viewers, now, it's time to listen for the sound." No sooner had he finished speaking than the globally broadcast image abruptly switched to picture-in-picture mode. The left screen displayed the beast, still hovering majestically, while the right window locked onto the target island, 3,000 kilometers away, recently struck by the 21N bomber. As everyone held their breath, uncertain of what would transpire next, the right screen suddenly transformed into a blinding white light. An indescribable brilliance engulfed the entire display, dazzling the audience to the point of instinctively closing their eyes. Some even felt their retinas burning. Their phones nearly slipped from their grip and fell to the ground. The central control room of the event erupted with piercing alarm sounds. A cold, synthesized voice incessantly repeated, "Warning. Target area monitoring equipment lost. Warning. All signals in the target area interrupted. Warning. Unable to retrieve real-time footage of the target area." Just a second later, the blinding light dissipated from the screen. However, the right window did not resume the image of the island. Instead, it displayed a chilling static, indicating a loss of signal. An eerie silence enveloped the entire competition venue. Minister of Defense James and his American delegation stood frozen, like puppets deprived of their souls. What happened at the target site? No one knew. In Huagua's domestic